wide mid-on. It just stops in the wicket, just seems a little bit away from Philander. Poor shot, really. I mean, it really is. It's not the kind of shot that we saw him play yesterday. It's just the nerves are starting again, isn't it?
Here's Broad, bowls to Morris, and has the first run, and the first runs, in fact, I think, because Mowing's not going to get there. And it's 4 runs through fine leg. Broad just off target, bowling in swingers. And Morris able to get just enough bat on that. Anderson bowls the outswinger, it's edged, and beautifully caught. Beautifully caught by Joe Root. Low to his left. He took it with 2 hands. And there's another wicket for Anderson, his second of the day. And Maharaj never looked likely to hang around for long. Defeated by the previous ball by a big in-swinger. That's the outer. And he felt for it. Lovely catch from Root. And that's 317 for 8.
Yeah, it's a good catch. Beautiful ball. When you think the ball before was a big hooping in-swinger. And then this next one just shapes away from the outside edge of Maharaj. Understandably, actually, a number 9 would edge that. It's a good cherry, but I wouldn't be too worried if I was South Africa. I think if they can just manage to scrape another 30 or so, or 15, 20 will do. I think these conditions are perfect for bowling.
Here's Broad on his way in, bowls a bouncer, which is pulled well from a crouching position by Morris. A very unorthodox shot. It brings him 4 runs, though, out through deep straight mid-wicket. Funny old shot that. He was going to duck and then thought, oh, let's have a go at it. And he's pulled that while crouching on the front foot.
Well, it's Wimbledon fortnight, isn't it? It's very much a tennis shot.
Anderson is in again to Morris. He's caught and bowled. He's caught and bowled. He's looking to turn it to leg. I think that was a leading edge, and Anderson stuck out his right hand, took the catch, and Morris, looking very forlorn, departs to the pavilion. A wonderful stroke the ball before for 4. What a game it is, cricket, isn't it? You fall flat on your face the next ball. He would look to me to be playing that away on the leg side, perhaps the leading edge, back, and Anderson stuck out his right hand and held it well.
Yeah, he did. He stuck out his right hand and he just ballooned it in the air and took the simple catch. But unlike the ball before where he met it with the full face, this time he went across the ball. And the ball swung and nipped, and the leading edge was delivered back to Jimmy Anderson.
Here comes Broad, he's terrifying too. In, bowls now to Morkel. Morkel comes forward, drives, and that's gone away down. He hit it on the up, threw mid-off, and that's gone for 4 runs. That was a fine stroke. The second time he's driven Broad in that area for 4s. And now, Dewan Olivier. Olivier. I jolly nearly got it right.
97%.
97, thank you very much. How's your health today? Is you 97% or worse?
Not quite up to 97%. I was just saying, I think 88.13 was the number I made up.
Actually, your cold has given you rather a sexy voice. That's a very great thing. Anderson turns, walks a couple of strides. Now here he is, in bowling to Morkel. 3 steps in the gully. He bowls. Morkel drives. Caught behind. That was gobbled up by Bairstow, and that is the end of the innings. 335 all out. He waved his bat at that without much footwork outside the off stump. Got the edge. Anderson has taken 5 wickets. He's taken all 4 this morning, and Andrew will give us his wicket-to-wicket take, as it were. He's got 5 for 72 in 23 overs and 2 balls. So, Geoffrey, England have done the job and done it well this morning.
Yes, it would appear last night, the last bit when they took the new ball for 10 overs, they were a bit tired. They looked as if they just lacked a little spark, and that's tiredness. The heavy outfield, because there's been rain, we said it's pretty heavy underfoot. The wind was so quite severe all day yesterday, and when you're bowling into it, fielding with it, it blows you about and it makes you more tired. And I just thought, end of the day, they were lacking a little zip. This morning they've had a sleep, come out, Anderson's made it talk, it's made it move. There's 2 forms here. Play with common sense, judgment. You can play on this pitch. Certainly it's that slow, you've plenty of time, you're just going to have a bit of patience and concentration. You're not going to bash it all over the place. So here goes.
Here we go. Morning, Geoffrey. Morning, everyone. Morning, Morkel into the attack starts, and Cook off his hip straight to Maharaj at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Philander again bustling run-up bowls now, and there's LBW appeal. Huge appeal, looked out to me.
Not out.
They've got to review it. They have reviewed it. Well, you say not out. I'll be interested to see how.
No, I hope it's not out.
Well, South Africa were very interested. Well, there is an inside edge there, Geoffrey, I think.
Yeah, it's out.
Out.
Oh my
Gone,
goodness
caught
me.
behind. Inside edge, onto pad flap, caught Quentin de Kock. I think that's out.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
okay,
don't
I'm
think
going
there's
back to the
anything.
on-field umpire.
Oh dear. Oh, we're all looking at the LBW and he's out caught behind.
Now.
Well, you can't say it wasn't on the cards. Philander, who's the best in the business, let's be honest, in these circumstances, armed with a new ball. He's asked questions and he's got his reward. It's been high-class swing bowling in English conditions, and Cook has to go. Morkel starts a new over in. Edge gone! Beauty! South Africa 2 in 2, they're jubilant. Morkel back of a length. Very much his style of dismissal, banged in. Jennings played slightly towards mid-on. Feather through to Quentin de Kock. 2 catches and 2 balls for the South Africa keeper. England really rocking at 3 for 2. I don't think it's as flat as all that out there. In fact, I'm sure it's not. 335 is looking more and more by the second here. An overcast day at Nottingham. South Africa's seamers are right on top.
Yeah, it's a wonderful morning for bowling, isn't it? Overhead conditions. We spoke all day yesterday about England being too short. I think Anderson showed, he got the ball up, he swung it this morning. I thought yesterday he was back of a length trying to seam it, and he got it in the swing. I think Philander bowling to Cook really just summed up the right length and line, almost hitting the front of that knee roll. The perfect start.
3 slips and a gully as Fernando approaches, and Root drives him through 4. It's first blood for Joe Root. I mean, it's not that bad a delivery from Lander, probably a touch, maybe millimetres too wide, but Root cashing in, driving it through the extra cover.
Again,
sublime shot. It's a tasty contest, this, as Philander runs away from us. Edged and just to the right-hand side of Gully, and the howl from the right-hand side of me from Graham Smith tells you how close that was to being caught.
Morkel bowls, balance drives him through, point for 4. And Morkel's got his head in his hands, suggesting that he felt that balance wasn't quite in the position for that, but it's gone flying to the boundary. 3 slips and the gully. Down they go on that sharp angle. Morkel comes in, bowls, and balance will get 4 here, turning it around the corner. Morkel just straying ever so slightly down the leg side, and balance nicely on top of it. Just nudges the ball away off his hip, and it's another boundary. 34 for 2. That's outside the off stump and short, and Root puts it away for 4. Just stood up nicely, that, and we saw when England bowl, if you do bowl too short, and it really just says hit me. It's that full length that Morris is going to have to find. But Root absolutely doing the right thing here. He gets anything that's hittable, he's going to punish it. In he goes again, bowls on middle and off, and balance turns him into the leg side. And they'll take a single to bring up England's 50. But every run seems to be a battle. They're 285 behind. You can feel the relief, it seems, there, as the crowd appreciate England just getting to 50. Balance 18, Root 29. In fact, the 2 batsmen come down and say well done. So that again just illustrates the challenge that there seems to be out there.
Olivia again in, Roots forward and runs that down to third man for 4 runs between third slip and gully. He really controlled that. He opened the face and away it went. You could see him, he was going to hit that in front of square, and you could see him at the end, couldn't you? Just check the bat a little and run it away. So 48 to him, and it's 80 now for 2. Maharaj in bowls, and Root goes back, works its way through mid-wicket. That's it, 50. It's going away to the mid-wicket, square leg boundary, and it gets there, and Root whipped that away a little bit short. He's got his 50. Well played. What a marvellous knock that was. Goodness me, I've never seen Root bat better. And he acknowledges the cheers of the crowd, waving his bat quite cursorily in the direction of the Smith Cooper stand, then in the Fox Road stand, then the pavilion.
Very good. Didn't remove his
No
helmet
fuss. He gets on with it.
Philander's first over in now. Bowls and balance. Bowled! Straight away, Philander right on the money. Loose shot, inside edge onto the off stump. Philander is lethal with a new ball. He doesn't mess around, taking time to find his spot. Right on the money, just outside off stump. Balance goes in, bowls to Bairstow. Beautiful shot, whipped away, a bit straight from Philander. Wide of mid-on, and Bairstow's got a lovely weight of touch. So often the ball seems to come faster off the bat than you expect.
That was a good shot, wasn't it?
Off the mark with a cracking on drive.
3 slips in a gully as Morkel approaches, bowls, and just feathered this. Has Johnny Bairstow, and Geoffrey Boycott's called it already. There's a chase on for that third slip, but it's going to be in vain. A little bit away from his body, but it was an innocuous delivery from Morkel, not really challenging Bairstow and he goes into double figures. 11 not out, and England's 100 comes up 103 for 3. Now only 2 slips for Joe Root. Short delivery pulled ferociously by Joe Root, and you could just hear the high-pitched sound of Joe Root cracking that through square legs for 4. Short delivery, and he just pivoted on the back foot, beautifully kept down and fairly racing, scorching the turf out towards the boundary. Great wrists from Joe Root, 113 for 3. He moves to 63.
Bowles and Root will get 4, running the ball down to third man. Morkel won't be pleased with that. Moral victory from the ball before. And Root just felt for that a bit outside the off stump. He'll say it was controlled. It did go along the ground. But just one of those really aggravating ones from the bowler's perspective. Everything is right about the ball, really. It stood up. He just felt for it a bit. Managed to keep it down.
They just can't keep him quiet.
Here he comes again, Olivier Bowles. Oh, well, he's got away with that. It's 4 to Bairstow, but OK, fair enough. It was hit in the air, though, just past Bavouma's right hand. It took a chance and got away with it, I'm going to describe that as, because it was a good length, really. It was a little bit wide, and he threw the bat at it. It's the sort of match, the sort of conditions you don't want to be out court cover. In goes Morkel. Bowles. Oh, it's gone straight through and through to Cock. And that again was just a whisker away from Bairstow's stumps. It's gone for buys, actually. How did that not bowl him? It's gone down the leg side, it kept low. And as captain, what do? And your towering fast bowler produces a ball like that. He does seem to have the better of Bairstow at the moment. That's done all but bowl him. So Morkel again then, swivelling round and on his way. Past umpire rifle. Bowles to Root, is edged and caught. Caught by de Kock. Now Root's out for 78. Driving at a ball that was full, wide-ish, and he's going to slam that bat into the ground, or into his pad, in fact, as he walks off. He'll be furious. 76 balls, a wonderfully fluent innings. I mean, that really is, in the context of what we've seen today, a remarkable innings, actually. He'll be furious with how he got out. It was full, he chased it, drove. He's played that lots of times during this innings, but against a towering fast bowler. What a good decision that was, by the way. Yeah. By du Plessis to keep him on, but that's the hand for Joe Root. 76 balls for his 78, and it's a good catch too by de Kock, who flung himself full length to his right, and reward for a very good spell for Morné Morkel. And England are now 143 for 4.
Terrific from Faf du Plessis. You could see that he'd gone to Morné Morkel and said, look, can you just give me one more? He bowled so well, there's got to be a wicket round the corner. And he gets the key wicket of Joe Root. Good catch from Quinton de Kock. It went quite quickly, and he's dived to his right.
And here's Olivier again, and that's driven on the up. And that has gone through the fielder there at mid-off. That's Philander, who turns round and chases it as though he's running uphill and into the wind. And he might well be, because that's gone for 4 runs. That should have been stopped. And you may hear a third, South Africa's former captain, Graham Smith, give a as that one went through, and he's shaking his head.
Well, poor from Philander. Poor. The game is in such a tense position. You need more from your senior players. Awareness. He just looked stiff and cold.
Olivier in, Bowles, and Bairstow drives. That's gone through the covers. That's going to be, I think, 4 runs. No. Fielder from backward point, chasing round the despairing dive. No, it's gone before. It was a tremendous race round the boundary there, but it was a despairing dive. That's Kun down there. Philander starts again. Into Bairstow, standing up, holding his bat up. Waits for him in, Bowles, and he's in on the pad, playing that away to the leg. LBW, is it? No, it's not. Will they appeal?
I think they're going to.
Yeah, yes.
It just shaped away late. It looked like initially it was going down leg, but it had a little bit of a wave shape, which might bring those stumps into play, my dear old thing.
Mike, I've never seen you get so animated. My name is Smithers.
It's close.
Yes, there is. There's an edge. There's an edge there.
It's amazing.
Simon, there was an inside edge onto it, so you can stay with your original decision of not out. You're on now, camera.
Inside edge, as you heard from the third umpire, and the decision stays, and South Africa have lost a review.
Maharaj in. Caught, yes, squeezed, I think. Bat onto pad, and he's given. And Stokes will walk off. Well, that long wait didn't do Stokes any good after all. It was a decent ball, a little bit of turn, maybe from some foothold. He was forward, and I think it squeezed a bit of everything, and a sharp catch by Quinton de Kock. Not easy, that. We see here inside edge onto the pad flap. That's a very good catch. Did well to parry it and then took it cleanly at the second attempt. Big wicket for South Africa. Stokes could have turned the tables in terms of momentum.
Yeah.
He's gone 5 down for 168.
Yeah, the worst thing from a batsman when you're playing on a seaming wicket, the spinner comes on, you don't want to get out to that spinner. It was a good ball, it wasn't great. He's actually just waiting round now. I think the third umpire's going to have a look to see whether this ball ricocheted off de Kock's helmet on the way up. Of course, if it hits the helmet, it renders the ball dead. No, he's safe.
Left shoulder is out.
It's hit the shoulder, yeah. It didn't hit the helmet from the angle that we're seeing from behind the bowler's arm.
Catch is fair. There is no helmet involved as far as I'm concerned. That is out. And England are in a little bit of trouble here. 168 for 5, Stokes gone. Moeen's first ball, Maharaj is in. Moeen swooshes it away for 4. I love the way this bloke plays. It's wonderful. He's done that all his career. I think he maybe got off the mark in Test cricket against India with a shot like that. Somewhere between a slog and a slug sweep and a drive.
No nonsense.
A hoist.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Ben Stokes will be thinking he should have done. A very similar ball, just flighted up into the footholes. Moeen very simply 1 foot down the wicket. There's no man deep at mid-wicket, so we just swatted it out there. A couple of bounces and 4.
Maharaj bowls him. It's a brilliant delivery. Wonderful delivery. He's bowled ever so well, Maharaj. 177 for 6. Bairstow has gone, and it was just one that was pitching middle and leg, has hit the top of off, and Bairstow has no answer. Maharaj is 2 for 11, and England 177 for 6.
Well, I was just saying there's no turn off the virgin surface of this pitch. Absolute nonsense one. This pitch middle and off. Beat the outside edge. Bairstow just played forward. I couldn't quite believe what I'd seen, to be honest. Bairstow stood there. He couldn't believe it either for a good 20 seconds, hoping for a reprieve. I don't know how you get the reprieve from that. He's been bowled an absolute beauty. Maharaj wheeled away. Pitch middle, hit off. Bairstow goes for 45. England are in the absolute... Well, they're in the dire straits, let's put it that way. 177 for 6, still 158 behind, and on a swinging day the spinners come to the party.
He's bowling now to Dawson with 2 slips and a gully. Tall man, he's there and he bowls outside the off stump, and there's an appeal for caught behind. Morris thinks he's got him. Yeah, and up goes the finger finally. Well, Dawson's reviewing this, and he looked down at the ground. Replay from the keeper's perspective.
No, he's missed it.
He's missed that by miles. It looks like it.
Yeah, the ball's a good foot past him by the time. You don't need to boo for the crowd. That's no nonsense. Stop that.
Well, there was a noise of some sort, whether it was bat handle clicking or something.
Exactly.
There was a noise.
Nonsensical. Come on, Nottingham, you're better than that. You don't need to boo. He's been given out in good faith, and he's called the. That's why the review's there. Stop it, the lot of you.
Just a slip in a gully now, and it's Morris who's going to bowl from this end, the Radcliffe Road end, running in round the wicket to bowl the left-handed Moeen. He's there now. He bowls over pitch. Moeen drives, and that's gone. He's caught there at cover point, hit it straight into the fielder's hands, and Moeen turns and walks away, and England have lost their 7th wicket for 199. And Moeen's attractive innings, at least it contains some nice strokes, is over for 18 runs.
Well, this is a definite plan from South Africa. They were cock a hoop after this big hugs for the bowler. Faf du Plessis put himself at short square point just before that ball. There was the big crunching drive to finish the last over from Morris. This was a slower ball bowled into the footholes. Moeen Ali was set back in his crease, ready to drive on the up, and just skewed it off the splice straight to that fielder. So South Africa, their plan has worked. First ball to Moeen Ali. They're absolutely over the moon with that. It was the biggest pointing session and hugs going around between Faf and the bowler. They're absolutely delighted, and Moeen's fallen into his trap.
2 slips in a gully and a backward short leg. They go down, and here is Morris round the wicket into Broad, and Broad's hit on the pad. There's a big appeal, and it was fielded in the gully. There was a shy at the stumps, a tumble on the leg side as it's been backed up, and someone's hurt himself there.
No, just backing up. Yep, he's dived and fielded.
For LBW, can you start?
There has been a review.
It looked a bit leg side to me.
I thought
Coming up, delivery. Can you move on to front on spin vision, please?
We can hear the voice that the whole crowd can hear. Quinton de Kock is convinced here. I saw him saying absolutely definite this is out.
Pitching in line, impact in line.
Oh, he's out.
Wickets hitting.
He is out.
Yes,
Simon,
he
you
is.
need
That's
to
out.
reverse your decision.
Quinton
I'll
de
let
Kock.
you know when you're on screen. Yes, you're on screen now.
Yes, he's gone.
Yeah.
Broad has gone. Out, LBW for naught. And 199 for 8 now.
Yes, very good bowling. Set the trap for the short ball, pitched it up. This would have been not out 6 months ago because of the amount of ball that's hitting the stumps. They increased the amount that could be missing before it was given. So very good bowling. Set the trap, pitched it up, good pace, swung into the pads, and
Broad has to go. But I have to say, Quentin de Kock there is the reason they got this wicket. He was absolutely 100% no, you have to refer this.
Here comes Maharaj again, and Jennings Stoggs is skied. He's going to be caught there by Amla. He is at short fine leg, and so Dawson's innings has come to an end. He's out for 13. Caught Amla at short fine leg off Maharaj, and the ninth wicket is down for 199, just as Michael Vaughan takes his place beside me.
It's a sweep shot. All the fielders are on the one on the onside, so he's trying to get it over them and to the boundary, trying to get the scoreboard ticking for England, but it's another execution of a shot that's poor. Easy catch for Hashim Amla. I have to say, the England batting today, Henry, has been appalling.
Here comes Morris, bowls short and pulled by Wood for 4. Very powerfully struck from Mark Wood. Little jab, almost like a boxer's jab really, with that bottom hand as he whips it through the mid-wicket region, and he moves to 6 not out, 205 for 9.
Well, he uses the same bats as Joe Root, does Mark Wood, and this was a very similar shot to the shots we saw Joe Root play. He played 2 or 3 magnificent pull shots. One off Philander that raced to the boundary.
Morris again, short delivery, and this is edged and caught at slip, well held in the end, and Morris celebrates, and it's England all out for 205. Another short delivery, Faf du Plessis it is, with the catch. He was a little off balance as he took it high into his right hand side, but hugs and high fives all around the South African team, and England all out 205, and they trail by 130 runs. What an afternoon's cricket.
Well, yeah, and he's a real good catcher, is Faf du Plessis. Saw him take a catch off Chris Morris to dismiss Moeen Ali at cover point. Always makes catching look very, very similar, even when he gets himself in funny positions like he just did there. He still gets the ball right in the meat of the hands. No blame of Mark Wood. He can't be expected to get the batsman out of the hole that the England batsmen have put the team in. I mean, it's been an incredible day, really, of batting.
3 slips in a gully for Anderson, who comes in and bowls down the leg side, and Kuhn's off the mark with a 4. That's not a great start for England. Goodness, he's timed that beautifully. Anderson looking for swing, getting a little greedy in his first delivery on leg stump, and Kuhn's played that tidily, 4 without loss.
Goes Anderson, bowls, edged and caught. Caught by Joe Root at second slip, and England have their first wicket. But couldn't, edging low. It's a lovely catch by Root again. It's the second he's taken today, and that's given the crowd something to cheer about. It's given England a bit of a lift. They are a long way behind in this game, but there's the first wicket to go. It's Anderson's 5th of the day, and it's 18 for 1. They still lead by 148 though.
Broad kicks his heels, bowls, and that's punched down the ground by Elgar, full of length, just on and around off stump, and Elgar will pick up 4. Lovely connection from Dean Elgar. And I just wonder if England's bowlers now will be even more chuntering to themselves, saying, no, it's turned into a road this. Moeen tossing it up, low full toss, clubbed away by Amla, 1 bounce, 4. So we've seen turn. Moeen's not going to get any off a shin high full toss, and it's consecutive boundaries to Amla. And now the lead is over 200, 201.
Those who play the second day of the second test between England and South Africa at Trent Bridge see South Africa firmly in control. They lead by 205 with 9 wickets in hand after England were bundled out for 205, giving a deficit of 130 at that stage. Very disappointing batting performance. Cook out for 3, Jennings no score, balanced 27. Root a beautifully fluent 78. That innings really stood out from only 76 balls. Bairstow 45, Stokes 0, Moeen 18, Dawson 13, Broad a first bowler, and Wood the last man out for 6. Morkel took 2 wickets, 3 for Morris and also 3 for Maharaj, and that after South Africa were wrapped up today. They lost 4 for 26, with James Anderson taking 4 for 4 in 20 balls. They finished with 5 for 72, and he is with Pat Murphy.
Jimmy, it'd be a good one to win from here, wouldn't it? Yeah, we're in a tricky position at the minute. Not a great day for us. I thought we obviously started the day really well, bowling them out for less than 350, which was the target coming to the ground this morning, and we didn't quite get it right with the bat. They bowled pretty well, and we didn't bat at all well, to be honest. So we're up against it, but we'll come back tomorrow and dust ourselves down and try our best. well said about being honest about the batting. There's always tension between bowlers and batters in the dressing room, isn't it? And I bet you thought, I can throw my boots away now for about 3.5 sessions. Oh, you never think about it like that. I think the batters have been fantastic. Over the previous months, and you're going to have days like this, I'm afraid, and especially with a youngish side, you're going to have days like this. You just want to keep them to a minimum. It's frustrating when you do have those days, but like I said, what's done is done. We've got to come back tomorrow, dust ourselves down and try and get back in this game if we can.
There we go. Thanks, Pat Murphy. And James Anderson, very honest actually there, reflecting on England's batting today, and also I thought admitting, if that's the right way, that they didn't bowl very well in the first innings too. I think that's recognition of the fact that, as we were saying last night, Michael Vaughan, that they were a little bit too short. But he was pretty honest about the batting. He's probably about as honest as a member of a team could be under the circumstances. But I think you might put a bit more on it as well, wouldn't you?
Well, I just don't think they can use, the inexperienced tag anymore. There's a number of players in that team now with a huge amount of experience. I just worry about the mentality of the Test team and the mentality of the Test batting lineup. You look at 2016, they lost 8 Test matches because of the batting, because as soon as the ball swings around, as soon as the ball nips, as soon as the ball's spun in India, they feel that the best way to overcome that is to just be aggressive and try and play all the shots in the world and hit the ball to the boundary. The old way of playing, you look at South Africa on the first morning, it was doing a bit. So what did they do? Attritionally just left the ball through to the keeper, scored at 2 runs and over. It just set a little foundation for the afternoon when it got a bit easier. And then when the second new ball was taken on that first evening, the sun was shining, it was quite a nice time to bat. You earned the right. You look at the conditions in the last hour and a half, they've been pretty good for batting because the sun started to shine. England had to earn the right to get themselves into that position. And they didn't do that. They came out and played all the shots in the world. There was a couple of good cherries early. I thought Cook got quite a good ball. Kenning's got a beauty from Morkel. Then Joe Root played a wonderful counter-attack, and I thought he played some magnificent strokes today and looked well set for a big score. But then my problem with the Test team is they don't read the situations. Morné Morkel was clearly coming towards the end of that spell, and Joe Root's too good a player not to think, wait a minute, Morné, you're bowling tremendously here, I better see you off. We'll just see off your spell, someone else will come on, we'll get more opportunities. Well, he plays a big drive at a ball, and as the captain, captain or not captain, as the world-class player in the side, he's got to be better at reading the situations. And from then on in, England started. Moeen Ali came out first ball, hit his first ball over mid-wicket for 4 minutes. I love attacking cricket, Aggers.
Sort of moosing slog sweep.
I love it, but, not in Test match cricket all the time. T20 cricket, 50-over cricket. The one-day white ball game has changed. It changed dramatically over the last 4 or 5, 10
years. It's as if they're losing face somehow by actually going back and playing in a more attritional game.
I don't think they trust their games to be able to survive for a long period, so they panic and think, I better get some while I'm out here. You look at the way that Hashim Amla plays. I know he's one of the greats, but he just looks calm. He lets the ball go through to the keeper. Get the ball to the keeper. Watch it go through and make the bowlers bowl a bit straighter and just play for the efficient tuck off the hip for a while. And then in the afternoon, the old school adage, get Morné Morkel into his 3rd spell, his 4th spell, Philander into his 3rd and 4th spell, because that's what you call Test match cricket in terms of winding the opposition down. You just wear them down over a period of time, and you earn the right to get a session like this evening when there were better conditions, the ball would have been a lot older, and England potentially would have got to that rate like they did on the day one at Lord's, scoring at 5s. They didn't do enough of the hard yards to get themselves into the position to capitalise.
Again, short delivery, and this is edged and caught at slip, well held in the end, and Morris celebrates, and it's England all out for 205. Another short delivery, Faf du Plessis it is, with the catch. He was a little off balance. Hugs and high fives all around the South African team, and England all out 205, and they trail by 130 runs. What an afternoon's cricket. Well, a very good morning to you for the 3rd day of this second Investec Test match between England and South Africa. And as you just heard, England with a huge deficit after they were bowled out for 205 yesterday afternoon, and South Africa reaching the close at 75 for 1. Dean Elgar was 38 not out, and that overall South African lead now is indeed 205 runs. So very difficult time for England here in this second Investec Test. You can see the players out there we're out here in the middle middle at the moment, and it's an overcast day. It's a little grim over towards the west where the weather comes from, but it is not raining. That is the good news. We'll find out a little bit more about the forecast in a few moments' time. However, England warming up with their games of football over towards the Radcliffe Road end, and the South Africans just having a throwdown in the nets to my left over towards the new stand in the ground. The pitch is being rolled with a light roller, just having a look at it at the moment, and there's a little bit of rough around. It's not really changed colour a great deal from how we saw it on day one, and the fourth umpire, Alex Wharf, is just peering over, making sure that no one creeps over the ropes like myself and takes a closer look. Well, it is a very interestingly poised test match. There's lots to talk about. James Taylor, former England international, along with Graham Swan, two Notts boys here at the in the middle at Trent Bridge.
Outlaws.
Say again?
Go on, you Outlaws.
Yes, indeed, a pair of them that we've got. Let's talk about this pitch, James. And you know about this ground very, very well, batting on it. And you say there's across the square 5 different types of pitches that you can actually play on here at Trent Bridge. How's it played for you? What can we expect?
I actually think it's a good cricket wicket. I think the tinge of green that we saw, the live grass that we saw, is starting to turn more straw-coloured. It's a good cricket wicket. You get good value for your runs if they don't bowl so well. But if you put it in the area that South Africa have done more often than not, it's challenging for the batsmen.
The little bits of rough are starting to appear, Swanee, but actually what we did see yesterday was Maharaj, who took 3 for 21, getting turn off the unused area of the pitch.
Yeah, well, one ball turned off the unused area. That's what England have got to avoid, thinking this is turning off the unused area. One ball has turned. That can't put the heebie-jeebies in the team. It would have done, undoubtedly. It's a good pitch. It's a lovely summation from James. It's a very good cricket wicket. What we've actually seen is swing bowling, as ever, taking wickets, and then everyone looks at the pitch, like Jeffrey Esther saying, very difficult pitch to bat on. I don't think it is. I think when the sun came out, and like on day one when Philander and Morris were batting, when the sun came out and they actually forgot about what the ball was doing in the air, it looked the piece of cake. When Joe Root was batting, it looked an absolute piece of cake. New men in, of course it's difficult because it's swinging through the air. So England can't look at that pitch and blame it in one way or another. They were 200 all out by terrible batsmanship yesterday.
Yeah, this surface and this ground is a very different ground when the sun's out. The pitch seems to flatten out when it's not cloudy. When it is cloudy, it does enough to keep the bowlers interested. And apparently for the first hour it's going to be cloudy this morning, and then blue skies are going to appear. So it's going to be better for the batsmen.
Just having a listen to what Michael Vaughan said in the post-match analysis or the post-day analysis just around about 5 minutes ago, sort of talking about England's respect for Test cricket. Actually, Vaughan gave me some statistics, and over the last couple of years, England have played 32 Test matches. They've lost 14 and only won 13. So their record actually isn't as powerful as you might think. And in the last year, they've played 18, lost 8 and won 7. And of those 7, 6 of those victories came batting first. So do England know how to...
The draw is a dying breed, isn't it, in cricket?
It certainly is. But from that point of view, England seem to be happy setting the tone of a Test match batting first, but actually run out of ideas a little bit when they're put under the pump and runs on the board from an opposition.
And when they're batting first, it suggests the wickets are flatter as well. I think England... There's a balance, isn't there? Because they're obviously wanting to play this attacking, positive brand of cricket, which they do very well. But also, the more risks you take, there's no coincidence, the more inconsistent you're going to be. And that is a common theme in this England side. They play some beautiful cricket at times, but they're not as consistent as they want to be. And that's a reason for them playing their attacking brand of cricket. They're not going to be consistent.
The problem for me is that there's people who are not attacking cricketers trying to be attacking cricketers. Gary Ballance, the shot he played yesterday, he looked like he was just trying to be a bit too positive. I'd say to Gary Ballance, look, go into your shell, block the living daylights out of it, bat all day, get 20 if you need to. While Joe at the other end bats like a hero, bats like Vivian Richards on speed or something. Because yesterday he was incredible. Ben Stokes needs to go out there and just play his shots. Moeen Ali does. The rest of them, Cookie doesn't need to do that, does he? Needs to bat all day. The other guys...
There's an argument.
You temper it. No. There's no argument for playing against your natural game. That's for me. So this England team, when we say, oh, they are aggressive, all the the compliments going towards the aggressive players, it can't be levelled towards the defensive players. If the defensive players are daft enough to try and be more aggressive to please someone, then that's their own
And
fault.
it works both ways, doesn't it? Because you talk about reading the situation. You know, when England do lose three quick wickets and Cook has gone and Jennings got a beauty against Morné Morkel, Gary Ballance is out and they're 3 down cheaply, then that middle order, which is such an attacking force, surely has to read that situation to a degree.
But everyone's saying this because England got bowled out cheaply. When England were 2 down for nothing and Joe Root came out and played ultra positively, no one batted an eyelid then. Then said, well, Joe Root's brilliant. If he'd got out for 15-20, they'd say Joe Root has not read the situation in this game. So you've got to temper it a bit. It's very easy to criticise from the box. I don't agree completely. Some of these players are better when they're aggressive. Joe Root is undoubtedly. Ben Stokes is 1,000 times better when he hits the ball rather than panders around it. Moeen Ali is. So let them play their natural game. But the other guys, battle day, old school Test cricket. Gary Ballance, get 20 in a day, please.
Yeah, I totally agree with Graham. That's. I think individuals have to make the most of what they've got. And Joe Root was outstanding yesterday. Like, he was playing on a different pitch. What I loved about Joe Root in that situation, England were 3 for 2 on a pitch that's doing plenty. It's his second Test match as captain. He could have gone in there and almost what people perceived to be play to the situation, which was barn door it and get behind it.
Not everyone's Joe Root, Tej.
No, but I'm talking about Joe Root. He played it beautifully because he played his way, and that was to be see ball, hit ball, and he did exactly that, and he got off to an absolute flyer, and it looked like a counter-attack, but that was Joe Root playing his way. But like Graham said, not all people can do that. I think you've got to play to the situation, play what your game allows you to play. Don't get out of your bubble.
We'll talk about England's bowlers in a few moments' time. The pitch is still getting rolled by a very light roller with just one groundsman who always seems to be wearing shorts. I don't see a groundsman ever wearing long trousers. They've always got either big overcoats and shorts. You always see them from the knee down. A little bit of skin from groundsmen. All of them dressed exactly the same. South Africa's bowlers going through their warm-ups to my right-hand side out in the middle. I see a pocket of blue sky. I also see a lot of grey sky as well. Helen Willits is in the BBC Weather Centre, and it looks like a bit of a mixed day. Helen, what have we got to look forward to?
Hi, Charles. Good morning. I think you've just about summed it up there. It's brighter than yesterday.
Brilliant, there we go.
It's already 20 degrees with you. I think we could see 22, but it should freshen up later. It is brightening. You've got pockets of blue sky, you're absolutely right, but you are going to run the risk of just the odd shower today, just the odd one. It's not going to give you many interruptions, but you've got to allow for it. And then from about sort of 2-3 this afternoon onwards, you should get into the fresher air, so much brighter and drier, more sunshine hopefully, but you'll notice the difference, the humidity drops. So yeah, not a bad day I should imagine, and tomorrow looks pretty good as well.
OK, Helen, thank you so much. That's good news. Maybe not for England, depending on how they get on this morning, but it definitely, again, feels like a bowling morning. It's a little bit close, that cloud cover, and it just feels like the ball will swing. Graham Swan and James Taylor still alongside me. We're going to hear from Chris Morris in a few moments' time as well, the South African bowler who came back really well after a fairly ordinary start. It feels, again, I've just been mentioning, we heard the weather forecast, a possibility of a shower here and there, but it does feel like the ball will swing again this morning. Last night, as you said, the sun came out for a little while, the temperature rose, and actually Dean Elgar and Hashim Amla were very comfortable out there.
Yeah, they played beautifully. They were positive but disciplined at the same time. Hashim Amla, you saw in his first few balls, left it beautifully. That's what he does. He plays to his game plan. Same with Dean Elgar. It is muggy conditions at the minute, and that suggests it will possibly swing. It's overcast as well, which might be useful for the seam bowlers, and this pitch has still got a little bit of life in it.
From England's, from South Africa's point of view, they grounded out, much like the first session on the first day, where it wasn't exciting. They scored 56 runs in the first session on the first day. Yesterday was just not attritional. What are they, 75 for 1, and they batted very, very nicely. But obviously, I looked at Broad and Anderson and Mark Wood as well, and it just didn't seem like there was much
I know what you're going to say. Put yourself in their shoes, Charles. Remember when you were a player, you've just come off 3 or 4 hours before.
Oh,
you put your feet up after a full day. Don't look at the bowlers and blame them for last night. The bowlers are absolutely shattered. They've bowled a full day and a bit to bowl a team out in the morning, and then the batters have let them down horrifically. So I can understand that last night's batting for that last hour was as easy as it's going to get in the game. South Africa's best players, tired bowlers, sun was out. That was the easiest it's going to get. This morning I expect it to be a lot different. The first hour the ball does swing and Jimmy's on fire and bowls the length he did yesterday morning. England could easily get South Africa 6 or 7 down by lunch, and that's what they've they've got to believe, and I actually think that's going to happen.
I've just been kneed in the back of the knee, by the way, and I was actually a little bit angry about it. And I turned around and sort of like just to find out who on earth did that. It was Graham Smith, and I thought better of it.
Morning, Graham.
Good morning, Graham. You can knee me anytime. Let's hear from Chris Morris then, the South African bowler who ended up taking 3 wickets yesterday. He's in pretty good spirits when spoken to by Pat Murphy at the end of the day's play.
Yeah, great day's play. You know, the guys fought really, really hard today. We bowled well. We showed a bit of fight with the bat towards the end, so no, just very happy with our performance today.
I bet you're pleased with your innings because you really had to work for it, didn't you?
Yeah, I did have to graft. You know, it's a bit different coming to red ball cricket from trying to hit as many sixes as I can. So no, it was nice to get a bit of time in the middle, and it was a joy to bat with Vernon. You know, Vernon who knows his game, so it was really nice to bat.
What was the mindset when you were rolled over within 35 minutes? What were you thinking?
Look, I mean, I think the one positive that came out of it was that the ball was moving. You know, the overhead conditions really, really helped, and the wicket was a little bit spicy. So we knew if we hit the right areas and put the English batters under pressure, we would reap the rewards. Yeah.
Key wicket, Chris, would be cooked straight away. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I mean, Vernon loves getting cook out. So look, he did really, really well today. Asked the right questions, and like I said, we're coming on top today.
And Joe Root, you must have thought he was booking in for 100 plus.
Oh, jeez, I tell you what, we've seen enough of him bat even in South Africa. So yeah, look, the guys were very happy to get his wicket. You know, I thought we were a little bit unlucky with the chances that we did have. A lot of edges going by gully. So yeah, quite happy with that wicket.
Rolling over them last 4 wickets for 6 runs. That's just perfect test cricket from you.
Yeah, look, I mean, I started off quite tough, and I got a bit of tap. Wasn't bowling my best, and yeah, look, it's always nice to get wickets and nice for plans to come together and work. So yeah, pretty chuffed at the end.
And the key thing is you didn't lose many wickets in that last session.
Yeah, boys played really, really well. You know, they dealt with the new ball quite nicely and showing a bit of craft and a bit of fight, which is what we stand for as a team. So quite happy with it.
Faf du Plessis seemed to get everything right in the field. What's it like having him back as captain?
Oh, it's always obviously brilliant to have your captain back. You know, Faf's quite a big leader in the team, and he drives a lot of our pillars of strength. So, you know, Faf's great to have in the change room, and he keeps the guys calm, and he speaks a lot of sense when it comes to cricket. So, very, very happy to have him back.
You're in charge, Chris. 3 days to go.
Well, still a lot of cricket to be played, and you know, hopefully we can have a good day again tomorrow and put England under pressure. But like you say, it's a lot of cricket to be played. So.
Good night.
Very diplomatic answer from Chris Morris as to where they're situated in the game, but they are in control of it. 205 runs ahead are South Africa. Graham Swan, James Taylor still with me. Swanee, just today, of course, we feel like it's a bowling day. You feel like the ball is going to swing, but of course the roles of Moeen Ali and Liam Dawson, England going with 2 spinners, are vital today in some capacity.
Yeah, but I still believe they're playing a supporting role. It's a swing-in ground. Trent Bridge never really turns into a bunter unless you're Ty Muralitharan or Shane Warne. You're never really going to get that much pressure.
Swan, of course.
No, my record was atrocious. It doesn't really suit spin bowling, and that's why Maharaj's 3 wickets yesterday, one with a beauty, let's face it, to Johnny Besser. I believe because it's the first ball of the game that's actually turned off the straight, would get anyone out any time. That was just a peach. Dawson's was not a peach, it's bad batting. I can't even remember who else got out to him, but you know, the other 2 wickets, Stokes is over foot on. The team have got to sit down and say, right, how are we going to go about batting when we do get to bat again? Is spin going to be dangerous on that wicket? I'd say as a batsman, absolutely not. I'd rather face a spinner than a swing bowler out there. And so how are we going to play the spinners? I believe you dominate the spinners, you don't let them settle, and you hit them. I wouldn't be surprised if South Africa do that to the England spinners today, because Moeen didn't bowl with any purpose. He doesn't look like he only got 10 from the last test, does he? And Dawson is a batsman who bowls a little bit. So they're not a great spin attack, and South Africa, I believe, may try and smack them all over the place today to avoid having to fend off Jimmy too much.
Absolutely. 75 for 1. South Africa are in their second innings. Ed Smith has wandered out into the middle, resplendent in white trousers, Wimbledon white, I would argue, for men's singles finals day. I'm sure you'll be keeping a relatively close eye on that. And Jonathan Agnew is actually running away from me, so we're going to run after him. That's what we're going to do. We're going to run after Aggers, who's actually wearing the same suit for the 3rd day in a row. And I've just spotted something. If I undo his button here of the suit's jacket, just to the side of his trouser, the seam of the trouser has actually split, and he's got a ginormous hole next to his pocket.
So you
have had a crisis, more than one. Aggers, I shall leave it to you up to the start of play.
Well, that's very kind, Charlie. Thank you. Looking forward to that. Well done. You've left me a few things to discuss, I'm sure. Thank you very much. Actually, Ed's here too, and thanks for keeping me company. I've been having a nice chat with Jeff Crow, who's always one of those very interesting, approachable match referees.
Yeah.
Talking about all number of things, but not least, actually, these outfields, which we've talked a bit about at Lord's, possibly sucking all the water out of the squares, and here again a pretty dry looking pitch. This outfield, though, actually still looks quite damp under the foot, doesn't it? There is now, and they agreed on it on this series, that the groundsman is not allowed to put any water anywhere on the ground for 5 days before a test match, which actually is quite surprising. And again, does that explain why these pitches are so dry? I wonder. But Lord's was the same. No water allowed on the ground at all for 5 days before the game.
So your point is that they should be allowed to water the pitch. Is that right?
Well, is that one of the reasons why these pitches are drier than one would expect them to be?
And the sort of drainage systems on all grounds. I don't know. I suppose, Agus, when you played a lot of cricket in the 80s, the sort of traditional English green seamer was more around than it is today, wasn't it? And I wonder, actually...
3-day matches, probably, you needed the game to move on a bit too.
One thing, actually, that sort of drawing those things together, I wonder whether the idea of home advantage for England has changed quite a lot. I mean, we don't actually play that well when the ball nips around. I think yesterday was quite an interesting example where you'd probably say the most English-type seamer on view probably is Vernon Philander, actually, who bowls 80 miles an hour, the same sort of pace that lots of people in your era bowled, who maybe only played in a few tests. He's a better version, isn't he? Philander's absolutely Rolls-Royce version of that type of bowler. Just caught up with Vernon. I actually brought him to Middlesex in 2008, and he's had a wonderful career. Yeah, I think the whole nature of what is an English pitch has changed quite a lot. We've been used to very dry pitches. Maybe some of that dates back to when we had an outstanding off-spinner who demanded pitches curated specifically to suit his own style of bowling.
I've got nothing against the lack of watering for 5 days before the game, but I do think it shouldn't be done. I think individual grounds should have individual character. Trent Bridge is a swinging ground. It doesn't swing as much as it used to because since the drainage was actually put into this ground, you wouldn't need to water this 2 weeks before a test match before because the ground was quite boggy and heavy and wet all the year round. There was forever moisture in the air and it swung around corners. As soon as they put the new drainage system into the outfield a few years back, it only swings now on real swingy days like yesterday and today. So when the sun comes out, as a result, it's an absolute road to bat on.
One of the arguments that Jeff was saying was also that they're looking to encourage reverse swing, but on this ground, of course, it's proper orthodox swing that they should be producing, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, and I don't agree with always saying that every ground should be the same. I truly believe that there should be, turn up at Sydney and it's a raging spinner. You turn up in Mumbai and it's a spinner. You turn up at Trent Bridge, it swings all over the place. I think that's part and parcel of Test cricket, that every ground should have a different character.
Well, I've been to see one of your friends today, Graham. I made a little presentation, the champagne moment. Of course, the Brian Johnson champagne moment from Lord's. What won it? Well, this won it. Rabada bowls, and now Anderson's having a mow, and he's pulling for 6. Into the mound stand, he gave it a charge. Rabada drops his length. And Jimmy Anderson has added a shot to his repertoire, we can say.
My words, Jimmy. That's one for the highlights reel. Never in my time did I think I'd see Jimmy Anderson dance down and wallop it over our corner for 6.
Well, Jimmy, I suspect you've talked everybody through it till you're blue in the face. But come on, that 6 of a fast bowler. Go on, talk me through it.
Well, I think it was more luck than judgment, to be honest.
You're doing yourself down.
Yeah, but I mean, I've mentioned it a few times in the dressing room.
So I gather.
It's quite a freak moment for me, having never hit a 6 off a fast bowler before. Obviously, something I'm very proud of, and it was actually really enjoyed that partnership with Stuart at Lord's. We had a bit of fun together. We obviously enjoy bowling together, but when we get the chance to bat together, we do enjoy that as well, and it was nice to have a bit of fun with him.
Did you feel the shot was always on? That's the question. I mean, they put a man back for the hook as well.
Yeah, well, I kind of tried to get into his head as a fast bowler. I just edged him for 4 through the slips, and I thought, as a fast bowler, I'd probably get angry if the number 11 did that to me, so I'd bowl a bounce the next ball. Sort of predicted the bounce to come in and just, shut my eyes and swung.
And we better find out what Stuart said.
He didn't actually say anything. He just had a look of shock on his face, to be honest.
Well, it was a great moment. And more seriously, quickly, let's just mention today. I mean, this is a huge day for you, isn't it? I mean, it feels like a bit of a bowling morning again, actually.
Yeah. Yesterday was a nice day to bowl. I thought the first day was a bit cool and a bit windy. Today feels similar to yesterday. Obviously, we've got a lot of work to do. We're behind the game, and we need to bowl very well to get ourselves back into it.
Okay. Good luck, Jimmy.
Cheers, Aggie.
James Anderson winning the first champagne moment of the summer for that 6. I mentioned to Alistair Cook as I walked past with this Magnum of champagne that he said, "What's that?" And I said, "Oh, it's going to Jimmy." He said, "Oh no." He said, "We have heard nothing other than this 6.
And believe it or not, when I batted with Jimmy at Centurion Park a few years ago, I encouraged him to hit a 6, which was his first in any cricket.
Oh right.
He did ever hit, and he hit Paul Harris.
Yes.
Left off spin. I kept saying, "Go on, lap slug him," and he did, and crunched one out of the ground in a magnificent 100 partnership, I must add. Well, if Ed did it earlier about Vernon Philander, I could do it about Jimmy. I take all the credit for that shot of Kamada. It was all down to my goading and coaxing a few years back.
Well, there you go. Well, Graham Swan, he manages to turn it around somewhere to him, doesn't it? It's ridiculous. What's going to happen today, fellas? We've got only a couple of minutes now before the umpires. The umpires come out. The sun just broke through there for a moment. I actually don't mind that as a bowler. You want warmth. You want warmth as well. You got the cloud. It's a bit claggy. That sun's rather nice.
I was just thinking today's the best day for swing bowling of the lot because there's still quite a lot of moisture in the air. The clouds are low and occasion broken sunshine. I'd have thought Aggers would be hard to get the ball out of your hand today. And James Anderson, who found his length yesterday, I think there's one chance for him to get back in the test, and that's this hour of play. 11 till 12. They don't take wickets, I think forget about it.
James Taylor's nodding his head. That's it's obvious, really, isn't it? They've got to bowl them out very quickly.
Yeah, England have got to do something exceptionally special. Those big guns, Broad, Anderson, have got to do something incredibly special in this first half an hour to make an impact in this game. Otherwise, I think this game's definitely gone.
You've played a lot of cricket here, of course. Would you agree from our perspective here? I mean, it just feels like the ball should move around. So they've taken the overs, unfortunately, off the scoreboard there. I can't see how many there are to the new ball, but it's still actually quite a long way. This is not going to be a new ball that they're using, in other words.
No, it's not. But as long as the cloud's around, it is going to move around. But England desperately need this cloud to stay around because as soon as the sun comes out and the blue sky comes out, it becomes a lot easier for batting.
Okay. Graham, what do you see? I mean, what do you think? I mean, you know James Anderson very well. He played a lot of cricket with Stuart Broad as well. You know, they sort of, it's that situation with Moeen at Lords. They're going to be expected to get out there and do it.
Yes.
They're very, very experienced and they have gone out there and done it before. But what will they be like in the dressing room now, do you think?
Well, no one likes the expectation that you're going to get wickets. As a spinner, I used to hate it when people would come up on the last day, "Oh, you'll get 5 today and we'll win."
Yeah.
You think they're somehow mocking the cricketing gods to mess up. Jimmy will be quietly confident, I think, because of the way he bowled yesterday. In fact, I'm not going to say what England should do because we know that. I'm going to predict what they will do. I think that South Africa will be 6 or 7 down at lunch. I just think it's perfect swinging conditions. Jimmy's had a night's sleep. Last night when they bowled, they'd had 4 hours off the field. They were angry bowlers. They were tired. The batsmen, it was the easiest time to bat last night. The ball's still swinging a bit. I think that Jimmy and Broady know that this first hour is so vital, and then they're going to run through the South Africa top order.
Yeah, but it's not even a case of you will get wickets today. It's actually you've got to get wickets today. Yeah. You've got to do it. I mean that's pressure, isn't it?
But maybe I think take that out of your head as a bowler. I think as a batter, have to get runs, not a good mindset. Clear head and will get runs is probably the right attitude. And the same with bowling. I think what Graham raises the point that on a turning pitch there's nothing more annoying for spinners than batsmen going up to them going off from the same team, or you'll get 5 for today. In the same way, James Anderson, Stuart Broad, they know that this is an important session. The best thing they can do is take the game situation out of their minds and just let their skill come to the fore. I think this is the ground they've both bowled so well at. I think there's no one better place to do it than Broad and Anderson.
I know full well that no batsman would have dared go up to Jimmy Anderson and say, "You'll get 5 today, Jimmy," because he'd knock him out.
Well, they'll still not be very happy.
They'll be seething with that top order. They really will.
What about Joe Root? I mean, what thoughts and advice for him today? Because this is going to be, well, he's only had this is his 7th day or something in charge and leading England. So I mean, there's very little experience there. This will be the toughest day of his very short career so far, I imagine. imagine.
Yeah, my view would be that block out all the noise. This would be the first time he's had a lot of scrutiny of his captaincy and the selection and all those things. Get rid of all that and just ask yourself one question. When you've got a decision to make, what is the decision that's going to lead England to have the best chance of winning the game? That's it. Don't start captaining for the pundits or the commentators. Just forget all the noise. Enjoy it. Enjoy the pressure of making decisions when there's a game to be won. In some ways, the pressure's off. This would be such an incredible test match for England to get back into. Everyone's written off England's chances. Enjoy that being on the back foot almost. I think that you're not going to go through a career as a captain without losing games. Looks like that experience is going to come sooner rather than later. So just enjoy the learning experience and not being under pressure in a way, because England are in such a difficult situation. He can just try and forget all of that and enjoy working out what is the best way to force their way back into the game.
And it's that balance between attacking, but obviously he can't let South Africa score quickly either. So that's the juggling act that he faces today.
Yeah, he's been juggling those decisions all his life. I think everyone in cricket. I think that the toughest thing as a captain is when, and it can take a long period of time or a short period of time, and the best ones learn quicker. I'd be interested to hear Michael on this. I think he found a little bit of an adjustment period is to work out you're in charge. The view that counts is yours. Yes, you've got to canvass opinion. Yes, you've got to take people with you, but ultimately you've got to be true to yourself and do what you think's right.
I'll tell you one person who'll be happy he's not captain today, and that's Alistair Cook. Yes. Think of it, all those times he knows that he's being judged, he knows that Warner's having to go upstairs, he knows this and that. He's not got that today. If I was Joe, I wouldn't look at Alistair Cook once, because he'll be so jealous of the position that he's now in. Yeah.
Do captains relish this sort of challenge, James?
Yeah, exactly, because nothing's expected of them in this situation. Like Ed said, England are expected to lose this, so in a way there's no pressure on them. They've got one job, and that one job is to take wickets. It's going to look even more special if they do turn this around, and he just needs to galvanise the team, and he needs to give them a good pep talk before he goes out.
Well, I'm sure he's done that. The umpires are on the bad end of the middle. We better vacate the field. Gentlemen, find our way through here. The crowd are getting ready. Out come England, being urged on by what is a full house today. They all seem to be loosening up there, the bowlers. We'll see who they go for. I'm sure it'll be James Anderson that opens the bowling for us in the commentary box. To the ovation as Jerusalem comes to an end, of course. It's Henry Blofeld. Good morning, Henry.
My dear thing, good morning. And it's a better morning than it was when I first got here. The cloud's just a little bit higher. But it's one of those slightly dodgy days when you feel that rain might be around the corner. So far in this match, we've been really pretty lucky. A little bit of an interruption on the first day, but that really was it. And the England side, well, it's an enormous ask for them, as we've been hearing for the last half an hour. And all they can do is hope to bowl at their best and hope to find edges. And, well, it'll obviously be, I think, Broad and Anderson to start with, but it's going to be a difficult day for them.
Yeah, it is. It's just one of those days that you've almost got to forget yesterday. It's hard as a player to just blank out what was a really poor day from the England side. They've got to look at this. These conditions are what seemed to be very similar to yesterday morning when Anderson came and swung the ball around, got those 4 quick wickets, and he's got to do the same again. Just try and look at the scoreboard and think, wait a minute, if we can bowl South Africa out for, say, another 150 runs, and chase down 350, I think that's got to be the target of the England team, and they'll need to find the outside edge. Everything will have to go to hand. They'll have to take probably a couple of flying catches to get themselves back in this game. But, they're a very interesting team, the England Test team, because you're never quite sure what's going to happen. They surprise us with their batting. Sometimes they bat and you think, wait a minute, they've caught on to what's required, and then they come out and play like they did yesterday with the ball in hand. You always know with the likes of Anderson and Broad in English conditions, they can go through a batting unit.
And the mystery voice is, of course, Michael Vaughan. Good morning, everything.
Good morning.
And 75 for 1 South Africa. They lead by 205 runs. It's a big lead. We're just starting the third day. Test cricket these days gets a move on so quickly.
Although, as I just must mention, the captain, Joe Root, he had his traditional cap on for the first 2 days. He's changed it. He's gone for the brimmer.
The brimmer, he has.
Change of hat, change of fortune.
Let's keep our fingers crossed from the England perspective. Anderson starting in to bowl the first ball of the morning to Elgar. Here he is. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls. Left-hand Elgar comes forward, beaten outside the off stump. Goodness me, what would Philip that would have been had it got an edge and there'd been a wicket the first ball. Might easily have been. It was a beauty. The angle, the right arm over to the left-hander, taking it across the face of the left-hander, and it was a beauty first time up.
Yeah, I think Elgar had seen the shiny side on the outside, so he was expecting that ball to come back. And it just went, as you said, with the angle. Bit of a nervous prod.
Yes, it was, wasn't it? And he settles over his bat again and raises it now. Anderson's in, he's up to the wicket, he bowls, and he tried niggles that round the corner. It goes down to fine leg there, and they collect the first single of the day. That takes Elgar along now to 39, the total 76 for 1. And the bearded Hashim Amla has got a huge arm guard on his left arm. He really does look like a man of war out there, wearing the ever-present sleeveless sweater.
Yeah, I thought he played beautifully last night.
Didn't he?
Yeah, just old school batting. He's 23 off 47. Hit a couple of nice boundaries, but his defence was immaculate.
And he looks very tough as he stands there. And here's Anderson in, bowls to him, he comes forward. As to the manner born, pushing that back to Anderson, who picks it up in his left hand. The left hand, the left wrist has that thick white sweatband round it. And our friend the cherry picker has gone up. My goodness, that's a high one. Over the pavilion, the cameraman up there. He really is at a great height.
I think that's the highest I've ever seen.
I know, enormously high. And my goodness me, I couldn't go up there.
I'd like to see
It
you.
would absolutely kill me. The height, I really can't do that. Here comes Anderson again in, bowls to Amla. Amla forward, playing out to his fellow Beard. That's Moeen Ali in the cover point.
Just imagine, Henry, up there, what you could see.
It's what I would
all-
feel.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that one ball, incidentally, just looking at it again on the replay, just left Amla a little bit off the seam. Good
Be able
ball.
to see all the buses in the town centre.
Including the number 6 with Henry Blofeld across the front. Someone said, I met someone actually outside the back who said he had seen it this morning, but not travelled in it.
Broken down yet.
There's Anderson again, and Amla plays an impeccable looking forward defensive stroke, sending it out on the onside. Dawson Fields, no run.
I would say this about Hashim Amla. If I was the England team now, I'd, with the way that they batted yesterday and the way that they've batted for a while in Test match cricket, very gung-ho, might be worth them just studying the way that Hashim Amla plays, because he's always looking to score. If he gets a bad ball, he'll capitalise, so his mindset is always one of score, but his defence, leaving the ball, it's a bit of the old school mixed in with this new modern era of all-out attack. But he's got a nice balance about what he's trying to achieve out in the middle.
And it's Anderson again into Amla. Amla goes back, runs this down to backward point. Stokes is there. Good to see Stokes on the field. He had that tumble yesterday, but it all seems to be well. End of the first over of the day. Just a single to Elgar was the only product, so to speak. He's got 39. Amla has 23, and South Africa 76 for 1.
But it's also his body line. I mean, he's probably the calmest, most peaceful batsman that I can remember watching. Mohammad Yusuf of Pakistan was very similar, very peaceful. And there's Jack Callis was a very peaceful, looked like he was just in his own world, just playing the game. But it's just his manner, he's not worried about playing out 4-dot balls. You get a sense, and it's been the story for a couple of years with the England Test team is that you always feel that if someone bowls a maiden or 3 or 4-dot balls, it's like the hands start to twitch and start to get a little bit agitated as if they want to take the bat towards the ball. They don't seem comfortable with just seeing out a maiden or not scoring at 4 and over. Just score at 2s for a while and earn the right to capitalise later on in the day, or when the conditions or the ball doesn't do as much as it's doing at that present moment. So I think it's worthwhile, especially the younger players, just watching that. Actually, they won't want to watch too much of it today, mind you, put it on the video, but...
Well, it's the principle, isn't it? I quite agree. Broad is jumping up and down, doing his disco bit, and he's going to bowl to the left-handed Elgar. 2 steps gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a fine leg. Broad comes in for the pavilion behind him. He's up to the wicket now, he bowls, and Elgar just shuffles across, plays that quietly out to balance at a forward square leg, and there is no run. The ground is filling up very quickly. It's always interesting, an hour before, it's as though the ground's going to be empty, and now I can see there a lady in a lovely yellow coat walking up the steps of the old the Fox Road stand there, looking lovely.
There was a fox in there yesterday.
Was there really?
Not a real one.
No, I was going to say, they aren't usually that intrepid. And Broad again, round the wicket, in to Elgar, up to the wicket now, he bowls, Elgar's forward, Broad stretches down a long right hand, stops the ball and then picks it up. And well fielded, Broad's a tall man. He's got a great height to come down from. I must say, going up to that cameraman on the cherry picker, it really makes me feel extremely uncomfortable just to look at him.
What happens if he needs
I know.
a comfort break?
Well, I suppose he has to hang on till lunchtime.
There's always that moment where you can't. What happens?
I don't think.
A bit of sprinkle down below.
Here comes Broad in, round, wicket bowls. Oh, and that squared up Elgar completely. He played it out in the end defensively to Moen and the covers. But it really left him facing the bowler. It was a pretty good one, that, on about off stump.
If the members start to get their umbrellas up and their coats,
we'll know what's happened.
And no one else in the ground is. We know what's gone on.
I think it's high enough it'll vaporise, so all will be well. And the crowd building up all the time, although most of the seats are in fact gone. That swathe over there in the Smith Cooper stand is still empty. And here is Broad in, bowls to Elgar, who's forward, a yell, I think a gasp rather than a yell from Bastow, goes bouncing back down the pitch, and there is no run. Broad very much on the mark this morning. And a lot of movement in the Fox Road stands. Stewards there in their day-glow jackets, red day-glows and yellow day-glows, and people threading their way to their seats, putting down their little cushions they've got. And like Geoffrey Boycott, they're bringing their own cushions.
He does, doesn't he?
Geoffrey always has his own cushion.
And he's got his name on it. He's got his name in
I know,
in stitching.
So,
in his signature.
Here comes Broad in, bows, that driven nicely there, and it's going away towards the long off boundary. I think he's going to get there. It was a good stroke by Elgar. It was a little bit overpitched. He leant into it. His weight was absolutely right, and it was that which gave the stroke the momentum. That was a really good shot, and it got him 4 runs. He goes to 43, and in South Africa now 80 for 1.
Just on the ball, Henry, yesterday morning when Jimmy Anderson bowled that foot, he hooped straight away. I remember him bowling a ball to, he got a wicket in the first over, and then he bowled a ball to Maharaj, and he hooped down the leg side, and we thought straight away, wait a minute, these conditions are perfect. So far, there's not been a ball that's swung. It's not swinging.
It's funny, isn't it? You'd think when you go out there it was going to be a swing morning. It's Broad again in bows. Oh, and my goodness me, that opened up Elgar again, and he was playing it to leg. It went off the outside edge. It went past second slip for 4 runs. And... well bowled, Broad. That really had Elgar in all sorts of trouble. Didn't know where he was. Anyway, it's 4 runs to him. He's got 47. It's 84 for 1. And what luck has been going on this morning has gone very much South Africa's way. That was a beauty.
Just a ball that just kept a bit low there. It skidded onto Elgar. I think he's struggling, Elgar, for his technique. He's not quite in sync. He's not quite in rhythm. But you know what? Huge respect because he's fighting. He's just... realising, bro, that he's not in the greatest form of his life, but he's 47 off 7. He's probably thinking, I'm just going to hang in. I'm just going to try and scrap, get everything out, get the odd edge down to third man. I'll take it. Just played 1 nice drive down the ground. Yesterday played a couple of good cover drives, but I think if you went and asked Dean Elgar, do you feel him in real good rhythm? He'd say, I'm really struggling.
Well, I think
but I respect that he's just going to fight. He's going to try and scrap for his team and try and hang in there. The old adage, the longer you stay out there, the easier it does become, and there's never been a truer stay. My coach, Doug Paget at Yorkshire, so he used to say to me, he says, not every day you go out and feel $1 million. He said, in actual fact, probably 80% of the time you go out there and you feel like you're scratching, but just keep scrapping.
Well, it's that attitude that England batsmen could well look at and admire and take on board. The 2 umpires have just met. I think there's been some problem over the ball. Anyway, Root there is throwing it back to Anderson before running back in his white splendid sun hat to a second slip.
There's been a few problems with the balls this week, haven't there?
There has. We had one yesterday, didn't we, before the start?
Absolutely. Before a ball had bowled. Change of ball work, though, didn't it?
Here comes Anderson now in, bows to Amla. Amla just pushing for a beautiful defence. It was a good ball, absolutely there. And Amla's bat and pad came solidly forward. There was not a millimetre of daylight between the two, and it was as solid a stroke as one could wish to see. Anderson walking quite quickly back, tossing himself a catch from hand to hand. 2 slips gully, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket to balance, and a deep backward square. And Anderson again into Amla. He's up to the wicket, he bows. Amla goes back. Again, it was done so efficiently, so competently. And having played the ball down to mid-off, where Broad picks up and polishes vigorously, Amla rehearses the stroke just to make absolutely sure in his own mind he's got everything together. And the lovely thing about Trent Bridge, we got these sort of little turrets on the stand at the far end, to the left of the pavilion. They're sort of dull red tiles, and they fit in with the roofs we see all round. It's a lovely picture. Broad it is in bowls, and Broad, Anderson in, of course, and it was played there by Amla out to mid-on, just pushing half forward, and Balance was the fielder. When you go further around from that stand, it used to be called the Cyril Lowwater stand, and when I first came to Trent Bridge in the 50s, it was the ladies' stand over there. And then there's a rather small stand with at the back a red roof bar, I think, people watching through the glass, having their first one of the day, I dare say. And it's Anderson again. He's in both Amla. Amla's forward, gets a run there, pushing it to the left of Broad at mid-off. And Amla saw that very quickly and was immediately into the single, and Elgar responded, and so Amla's got his first run of the morning. He's 24, and the total 85 for 1. England are obviously in a dire situation, but there is still something exhilarating, compelling, and exciting about the first morning, or not the first morning, but the morning, the first overs in the morning of a test match. Of course, the first morning is probably the most exciting of all, but I think any morning has one a little bit on the edge of one's seat. As Anderson comes in now to the left-handed Elgar, he's up, he bowls outside the off-stump. Elgar leaves it alone and then goes for a walk towards the slips. And as Michael said, he's not batting perhaps at his best. He goes down the pitch, removes a bit of loose stuff, and he's quite a compact, short man, wearing his dark green South African crash helmet.
That was a leave like Justin Langer used to leave the ball. He
did, didn't he?
He used to kind of follow the ball with his eyes and get his back round his body, get it right out of the way, so there was no chance that it would the ball would clip the gloves.
And it's Anderson again, walking this first 3 or 4 strides. Now here he comes, up to the wicket, in, he bows. Elgar comes forward, beaten outside the off stump. And that was a bit like the first ball of the morning, except it was a little bit closer to the off stump. But he got away with it, Elgar. It's the end of the over. Anderson gets a good round of applause. It's 85 for 1, 24 to Amla, and 47 to Elgar.
Yeah, another good ball. I think South Africa's tactics will be to just see Jimmy Anderson off. Now, I think they feel that if they can keep Jimmy quiet in the wickets column, I think he's bowled so many overs in the first day, then yesterday, and then last night, and then today. I think they'll be saying, right, get Jimmy into his second and third spells. It'll be easier. Don't give him that start like we gave him yesterday morning, where he got that wicket in the first over, and then he just went boom, 4 quick wickets, and that was the end of the innings. I think South Africa feel they can keep Jimmy quiet. I think they feel that they've got a real good chance of batting a long period of time.
Well, Roots just had a word with Stuart Broad at the other end, and then has jogged back to take up his position alongside Alison Cook, his predecessor, at second slip. Roots got a bit of towelling tucked into his waist, hanging out to the back of his trousers. And I don't know what that's for. Here comes Broad now into Amla. He bowls. Amla just covers up perfectly, playing it out into the offside. And there is no run there. And I must say, Amla, we've talked about his defence so much, but it's solid, isn't it? It's like an old-fashioned castle, almost. He can withstand any amount of siege warfare, that technique. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know what you mean, yes.
I mean, he almost just occasionally he throws a bit of boiling oil over the top of the bowler, doesn't he? And plays a lovely shot, but for the time being, he's quite happy just to shelter behind the battlements. 2 steps in the gully, they go down, and here comes Broad. He's up to the wicket now, he bowls, and again, Amla absolutely in position, playing it from the crease, pushing out into the covers, and there is no run there.
Well, they've put square leg on the boundary, so there's 2 men, Moeen Ali and Keaton Jennings at deep backward square leg. He was out, caught by Mark Wood at long leg in the first innings. A couple of times he'd played the pull shot and it dropped short of fine leg, so I don't think it's going to be long before Stuart Broad tests him out with a bouncer.
Broad turns now, stands still, grips the ball with both hands now that they break free, and here he comes chuntering in, up to the wicket now, he's there, he bowls, and Amla just drops a bat on that one. It was on or just outside the off stump. Played it from the crease, rolled the ball down into the gully, and there was no run. Still the movement round the ground as latecomers are coming. I see a lady and a gentleman going up the steps of the Smith Cooper stand over there. A butterfly, a cabbage white butterfly, flies across in front of us. And looked in rather good form. Very clean, lovely white. And here comes Broad again. Up to the wicket now, he bows to Amla outside the offside. Amla, a very good judge. That one was coming into him. It went over, not quite the off stump, but it wasn't far away. But the height, he knew he could safely leave that on the length. And it went through there to Bairstow. Amla just steps away a couple of strides on the leg side. He is calmness itself there. There's nothing frenetic about him. There's no unnecessary movement. He's a figure of complete control. And there he is now facing up and raising his bat as he thought Broad was about to start. Broad, in fact, is getting his backward square leg, Jennings, just a little bit finer. A little bit of fine-tuning by the bowler. And here is Broad, and Amla's bat is raised now. As Broad's up to the wicket, he's there, he bowls, and Amla again comes forward, cuts a perfect balletic curve as he leaves it alone with his bat, cutting almost a semicircle as it goes up above his head. And graceful movement, although obviously leaving the ball alone, an unproductive movement. That in a way is the beauty of cricket, isn't it? You get these little sort of bits. I think movement, the sort of balletic part of cricket is so exciting, these lovely movements that really good, elegant players do, even, as I say, when leaving a ball alone. Broad again, up to the wicket now, he's there, he bows, and another great roar from someone, maybe it was Broad as he bowled the ball, it was outside the off stump, left alone by Amla, with perfect judgment, and Amla then doesn't saunter, he walks quite deliberately and calmly down the wicket to have a word with Elgar. 85 for 1, maiden over, 47 to Elgar and 24 to Amla.
Yeah, you get the sense that this South African pair is thinking, right, we've just got to fight for 40 minutes, see off Anderson and Broad. Then you would think more scoring opportunities would arrive. You know, Amla so far, he's just got that one single, and it's been very much about defence, leave. I think they realise South Africa, and if they can see off this first 40 minutes, it's going to go a long way to them getting a big lead.
85 for 1 they are, 10 runs today so far. Their lead is 215. 2 slips and gully, they go down. Anderson is in, up to the wicket now, bows to Elgar. Elgar is forward, playing out on the leg side. Moen from mid-wicket goes square and fields, and there is no run. And gentlemen in a rather improbable pair of black shorts, an early morning pint and a white t-shirt, and a rather ample gentleman sits down in the seat, and his neighbour has to move over a fraction. And
there's a big group down there. They're in their whites and their brimmers.
Yes, they are. They're hoping to get a call up later, aren't they? A local cricket side has come, or a boys' side, or whatever. Here's Anderson. He's in outside the off stump. No stroke from Elgar.
You think they brought the batting gear?
Yes, right, indeed. In the old days, it makes one think for South Africa against 24 of Nottingham. Do you remember in about the 1860s? You've got fixtures like that. England used to go to Australia, and they'd play a warm-up match early on the tour when they got to Melbourne against the 22 or the 18 of Bendigo. Do you remember these lovely things? I remember.
What year was that?
Oh, in about the 1870s.
No, I missed that one.
Just. You were late, were you, that day? Anderson is in now, up to the wicket, bowls Elgar, and leaves it alone, no stroke. But
that ball, Henry, is the perfect ball that I'm talking about. That's the ball just outside that. A batsman who's thinking, right, score, would play a shot at that. Think, I could maybe play the back foot punch, but Elgar's mindset is, right, see him off. Just see this spell off. Let's try and get into this game, get into today without losing any wickets in the thing. Right, leave. They're trying to wear this England team down.
I tell you who might note that too is Joe Root.
You're allowed to leave the ball through to the keeper in Test cricket.
Indeed. Here's Anderson again in bowls, and that was another one that goes through, and Elgar's not interested. It goes through to Berta and Andrew. Hello, my dear thing.
Good morning, Henry.
Are you in good nick?
Not too bad, yeah.
Your beard doesn't look any whiter than it was yesterday.
Well, that's good news.
How's the cold?
It hasn't gone away 100%, but I'm ticking up. I think I'm up to about 90.
Actually, Scott, you have got better. You don't sound quite so sexy this morning.
Well, that's a bit sad. Anyway, W.G. Grace famously scored a 400 against the 22 of Grimsby.
Really?
Yeah.
Grimsby?
Yeah.
22 of Grimsby.
What ground?
Here comes Anderson. He's in. He bowls outside the off stump, and Elgar plays that handsome stroke driving into the covers. He's going to get a couple of runs here, and it picked up there. What about Jennings, the fielder, about 10 yards short of the boundary, and he comes back for 2. So Elgar goes along to 49.
I wonder if he was played at Cleethorpes. Sheffield Collegiate. When I used to play in the Yorkshire League, we used to play at Cleethorpes. Used to be a tremendous trip. I used to get there early, Henry, and have fish and chips.
I tell you who lived up in those parts, who played a bit for Warwickshire, a lot for Lincolnshire in the Minor County Championship, Norman McVicker.
Norman McVicker.
Do you remember? Played Leicestershire, didn't he, in Warwickshire? Lovely chap.
What vintage are we talking?
I'll tell you in a moment. Here comes Anderson, that's bowled, and forward there comes Elgar. He slices off the bat down to third man, and they get a single, and that did 50. Well played, Elgar. He's done it, and he's been patient, and he's got his reward. Well done him. Waves his bat to the South African dressing room, to everyone round the ground. Big applause, and a gutsy innings, and as you were saying, Michael, an innings the England batsman could well take note of. But that's
Norman McVicker. Just tell me, what vintage was it?
Norman McVicker. I played minor county cricket against Norman McVicker in the 60s. He then went, I think, to Warwickshire and to Leicestershire, 60s, 70s, and then poor chap.
And he lived in Grimsby.
He lived near Grimsby, yes, he did. And keep talking, because I'm going to hand over to Aggers. Is all wired for sound. So Aggers, over to you.
Indeed, lovely. Thank you, Henry. No wickets for England so far then. And South Africa 89 for 1. They lead by 219. Broad still trying hard, running in from the far end. And Amla steers him way off his pads. Down to long leg, finds Moeen trotting around the boundary. And so they take a run. I know, Michael, I've ripped my trousers. And I suffered a bit of a crisis out there earlier on. And it's not a good look, is it?
I was going to say to you, if you're going to rip your trousers in any region, you've chosen the right. Usually it's round the back, isn't it?
I have chosen the best spot. This is clearly all got a bit old. It's just nothing to do with any bulging weight or anything. But unfortunately, it's gone there quite spectacularly.
Just by the right pocket, isn't it?
Yep. Never mind. Good job, I've got my best underpants on.
I'm sure it'll grow throughout the day.
Might well do. 90 for 1, and cloudy skies. So it just feels as if.
No swing show.
A bit going on. No, there's not. And we've got a third man now. And
taken away from fine leg to
Elgar.
Elgar.
A fine leg, a very unusual feel, but he's coming round the wicket. He's got to get his line right here, Broad. 2 slips, fine gully, third man. And here comes Broad. Bowls, no, what's an edge? An edge, and runs past gully. And a groan from the crowd as that's tossed back by Wood, who's down here below us. 91 for 1. Amla 25, Elgar 52, that lead building, 221, and South Africa going about their business patiently here this morning. Andrew, how are you? How's it coming on? You were 88 yesterday, 88%?
I'll give it 90.37.
Oh, you're almost there. You'll be
almost there.
Yeah, you'll be all right for the Oval.
Should be, yeah.
Good.
Dean Elgar's 50, 115 minutes, 79 balls, which is actually second quickest 50 he's ever got in Test cricket, and 8 falls.
Yeah, he's played well. 91 for 1. Broad pauses for a moment, looks at the ball, and now on his way, running in hard. Bowls to Amla outside the off stump, and he plays no stroke at it. A couple more things gleaned from my conversation with Jeff Crow, who's just one of those really approachable match referees, always up for a chat. The first one was he thinks that in October, and I've got my new laws list, but I haven't got it with me, of course, the question of being caught off the fielders' helmets is going to go.
Good.
So you will be out caught if the ball hits the fielder's helmet. That arose yesterday because of that incident with de Kock, and whether or not The ball
What
hit
about
his
the
helmet.
ball being thrown in from the boundary that hits the helmet behind
Still
the keeper?
5.
Still going to be 5.
91 for 1. Here comes Broad, bowls, and Amler pushes the ball away square into the offside. Stokes comes trotting into field. So
mention of any over rate? 5 overs were lost again yesterday.
No, but he said he felt that the game had moved, and he said that South Africa are a bit slow. He said England are much better. He sees all the figures.
But why is there an acceptance that there's that extra half an hour that's played and there's 5 overs that were not bowled yesterday? It's like, it's just an acceptance, it's fine.
Yeah, because it was an exciting day, it doesn't matter. Yeah. I suppose with 19 wickets falling, that does take time, doesn't it? All the comings and goings. 91 for 1, the lead. 221. Broad bowls a bouncer, and was not going to fall for that this time. He was out hooking that sucker punch in the first innings, but not there.
Another law change coming in October, which might actually affect Michael. Handle the ball is going to be incorporated into obstructing the field. So if nobody else has handled the ball between now and October, Michael will go down as the last person ever to be handled the ball in Test cricket.
That still stands, is it? I was commentating that.
Thank you very much. Ben Stokes wasn't out handled the ball, was he?
He was obstructing the field.
In the field, yeah.
91 for 1. Bangalore, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that strange match under the floodlights we were talking about yesterday.
That's when a cloud arrived, I think, on day 2. It's a small cloud.
Broad bowls. Oh, that beats him. Broad's, well, he's appealing in a rather strange, histrionic sort of a way. And they went up behind the stumps as if they wanted to review this. Broad didn't appeal properly, I don't think. And he's still motioning to Root there. He's got the ball in his hands. Root, I think, we're most reluctant to get drawn into another needless review, but he definitely played at it. But I think the consensus out there is that it was a good ball, but not quite good enough. It didn't take the edge.
I'd like to see that again. I just wonder if it's run off the face of Amler.
91 for 1. We're looking at it, and well, he played and missed at it. I'm trying to see who appealed. Bairstow is rolling over. He's a bit busy. No, it wasn't a proper wholehearted. Maybe it's one of those. We had an incident yesterday. I felt a bit sorry for the umpire because it was the Dawson dismissal. There's an appeal against Dawson for caught behind, and there was a sound, but it was quite late. It was after the ball had passed the bat, and but there was a sound.
Yeah, he did miss the ball by about 3 yards.
He did, absolutely, but there was a noise, and the umpire gave him out. But of course, it was shown by review that indeed it was not out. In goes Anderson then, bowls, and Elgar allows that to go by.
I think if we went and asked Joe Root now, come on, what have you found the hardest bit about captaincy? I reckon he'd say the reviews. You could see his face. Look, there's a little feather there.
Ultra Edge has given, I think, suggested that's out. That's the sound detector. Some of them appealed. Alistair Cook appealed, but not in a celebratory way, more inquiring of the umpire. But that looks to me as if that's out. And had England reviewed it, Amler would be on his way. In goes Anderson, bowls, and that's pushed away past the diving gully fieldsman, down towards third man, chase for Stokes, and they'll come back for 2 more. It just shows, I mean, there was no more jaggedy line there than usual, but it just shows sometimes out in the field, whether a noise of some sort or something happened, you don't always hear these things, but that is showing very clearly on the Ultra Edge gadgetry that is out. Broad didn't appeal. Broad, he'll turn around in a very strange way, saying, well, I might have heard something, but I don't know what it was.
Thought there was a gap. Stuart Broad saying to Joe, I thought there was a gap.
Yeah.
Gap between the ball and the bat.
It's not one of those you can really have a go at the batsman about either, because there wasn't a proper appeal. So you can't say he didn't walk off. Here's Anderson bowling, and he's pushed out to cover.
I do think to Dean Elgar, I think fine leg could have go to third man. Like Stuart Broad had for the previous over. He plays it so late, and he does come across the ball. There's so many balls going down there. You just watch Stuart Broad here. He's on the camera. It's not stopped it a little bit sooner there, but he certainly says to Joe Root, I think there's a gap.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that replay is being shown on the big screen here, because Stuart Broad's got his hands on his hips at the moment. Again, you can't criticise the umpire for that either, because the players were far from convinced. I think Cook was the only one really who appealed as one might expect.
You've got to remember, with the bats these days, with the protective sheet that goes over the face of the bat.
Anderson bowls. Elgar, a late decision there to let it go.
You know, if the bat was just willow on, just wood, it makes harder noise because of this protective sheet that goes around the bat now. It's not the same noises.
Well, England needed that. But it's gone. 93 for 1.
Well, it's not the kind of thing you want against Amla, is it? As a team, you
no.
don't want to give him a chance.
South Africa's lead, 223. Anderson desperate for a breakthrough. He's setting off from our end. He's bowling round the wicket to Elgar. Bat raised, and Anderson bowls to him outside the off stump. He extends a right leg down the pitch and takes the bat out of the way. Good crowd again. It's another sellout.
Just when
still arriving.
I guess when you can sense as a team that Elgar and Amla are just trying to sit in here, trying to see it off. I just wonder if it's worth opening extra cover up. So Liam Dawson's extra cover, just get him to short cover point. Then you can put backward point probably 5 or 6 yards further, so you're going to stop those little runs down to third man. Almost try and get him to drive at the ball.
Anderson bowls, and he's worked into the leg side, a bit of pad there as well, I think. Let's see, it's Wood who'll throw it back, but the umpire doesn't make a gesture, so little inside edge into pad, the end of the over, 94 for 1. Amla 25, Elgar 55. And you were on with me yesterday morning, I think, weren't you, when they changed the ball before a ball had been bowled. Well, again, Jeff Crow told me about that. I said, come on, it's ridiculous. He said, well, yes, but he said, think about what happened. And I said, the ball is not owned by the players until the ball is tossed to them at the start. And I said, I understand that. And he said, the umpires came off with it last night, i.e. 2 nights ago, and just tossed it in the, whatever they do with it, in the box or something, didn't really look at it. And when they picked it up to start play yesterday, Paul Rifle said, cool, look at this. It's like a bit of an egg shape on it, like a bit out of shape. But of course he couldn't change the ball because the ball belongs to the players. The players have to be the ones who go to the umpire and say, this is out of shape. Mm-hmm. The umpires can change it if they think it's been scratched or whatever. But out of shape, it's the players. Here's Broad bowling. That's punched hard by Elgar to mid-on. So in other words, so when the ball was then tossed to James Anderson to bowl the first ball, he looked at it and said, oh, look at this.
Yeah, I would say just for a little bit of common sense in the future. No, that's the first time I've ever seen it happen. Maybe 11:15 or just a
quick look at it.
Just a quick look to check.
Yeah.
And if it is out of shape, you go to the dressing room with the box of balls. So lads, look, the ball's out of shape. Do you want to choose another one?
I think so.
So we actually get out there and get on with it.
Playing. Well, it was a funny one because presumably the last over of the first day, it was bowled by a spinner, wasn't it? Was it Dawson down at the far end? Here's Broad, bowls, and Elgar fields for it, pushes square into the offside, out to point it goes.
It's actually bowled by Stokes.
Oh, it's bowled by Stokes, was it? Mm. So it's possible that the last ball or something was just hit hard or hit in a way that made the ball go out of shape. Off they go. No one looked at it. And then they realised on the first day, Jeffrey, shush, on the first over of the second day. What are you chuntering on about?
Never you mind.
OK, well, I heard you chuntering away, putting me off. 94 for 1.
I'd love to put you off when you were bowling.
Well, you went there long enough, Jeffrey. Here's Broad, bowls, and back goes Elgar. And that's played away out to point.
You got me out once when I wasn't looking. I was just doing my guard.
What about the other times?
One other. Twice you got me out.
Well, you were an old boy in those days. You didn't play in all the games. had to look after you a bit, didn't we?
Well, I love Leicestershire. I got a lot of hundreds against them. See how many hundreds I got against Leicestershire?
No, we don't need to know. We don't, Jeffrey. We don't.
I got a double on that out once at Grace Road.
Well, it's probably about 1967 when I was 7 years old. So it's irrelevant. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. 94 for 1. Settle down.
180 with a broken hand.
Yeah, we know all about that one. Broad round the wicket, comes in, bowls. Elgar has dropped. And there could be a run out. And the throw came to the wrong end. Well, it all happened there. And that Anderson flung himself high to his left to try and take the catch. And then the ball went down for Stokes to pick up. And suddenly both batsmen were at the same end. And Stokes' throw came to the wicket-keeper's end. He shied at the stumps and missed them. But that was a squirty, sort of flirty shot from Elgar. To be fair to Anderson, I mean, it wasn't a straightforward chance at all.
Great effort.
Fling himself to his left.
Effort. No blame on him for that.
No.
What I think, though, you've got to watch Elgar. He gets a lot of runs squirted through the gully area, thick edges, in the air, slipping off the face.
Broad round the wicket, comes in again and bowls. Timmy lets that go through.
And they've only just now put a third man down. Gets a lot of runs there, because if it gets through the cordon, I'd have had 2 gullies and a third man, and the cover point wants to be squarer, because with the angle they bowl, he seems to open the face and squirt it round there.
Yeah.
Gets a lot of runs. If you had a diagram of it, with a scorer who was actually doing diagrams, don't mean that Andrew Nestle, but sometimes scorers do. You'd see a lot of runs square and behind square, they're going. And you don't need diagrams, you just watch the game unfold. That's where the ball's going, Jonathan.
Yeah. Have you got 5 minutes, Andrews? Knock out a quick diagram, can you? That's all right.
I wasn't criticising him. He's a good man.
In comes Broad, round the wicket, moves in and bowls, and that's tucked away out towards mid-wicket. And Woodfield says no run. Well, again, one of those sort of half chances, really. England have had their opportunity. There was Amla. Well, he was caught behind, and but clearly the players didn't hear it, did they?
It was obviously a feather, Jonathan. You know, one of those things where you bowl and you think, oh, did he?
Was it or not? Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's not a clear edge, and so I watched Broad. I thought straight away, he went sort of, did he? Because normally he appeals for everything, Stuart, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
He wants 3 reviews himself and 2 for the team.
But you're right. I mean, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't convinced.
He didn't really appeal. I mean,
No.
he did appeal, and he asked the umpire, but he didn't. It wasn't a proper
It
sort
was
of
one of
celebratory
those sort
thing.
of hopeful.
No.
Did I hear it?
Yeah, it was a strange one. But Amla's still there. He's on 25. And Anderson runs up and he bowls to him outside the off stump, forces that as a misfield at point. He's hit that pretty hard, actually, and I suspect,
4.
despite the fact there's a lot of hand on that, it's still gone for 4 runs. Lovely shot with Stokes there. He's on his knees, he's shaking his head. It's always a difficult position, that, because you've got the old worn pitches and it's a rough area and the groundsman's relayed turf and that sort of thing. So you can sometimes get a bit of a dodgy bounce there, but it was hit hard by Amla off that back foot.
I can't see how England are going to win. I can't see. Catty Nell's chance.
I wouldn't have thought so.
No. They've blown it.
Anderson runs in again, bowls, hit hard, and that time it's beautifully fielded by Stokes to his left. That was a lovely shot from Amla. Wristy, beautiful timing.
South Africa have bowled better, batted better.
Yep.
Simple.
Well, I agree with you, Jeffrey.
I think the captain better.
I can't see
Duplessis. I mean, some of his field placings. You know, we got Mo in there, caught it covered, didn't he? Moved people around, lifted everybody. I mean, just totally outplayed England. That's the disappointment for me. Not that somebody beats you. That happens in sport, but
England need to take 9 for 100 if they're to have any chance.
I mean, after Lords, we were all up. You know, seemed to have energy, play well. This has been a real disappointment.
Anderson over the wicket, bowls, and Amla covers up. Plays the ball gently out to Moeen, who's at cover.
I rely on our good friends at Cricinfo to draw the diagram.
Oh, you've got it.
So there it is. There. You can have a look at that.
So that's Elgar's map.
That's the innings, South African innings. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, South African innings.
Yeah.
Quite a lot square there, isn't
Quite a
there?
lot square there. Yeah.
98 for 1. Poor Andrew, you can't make it. He's doing enough. Look what he has to do all the time.
No, he had a day off in bed. Have to go in for a curry.
Anderson over the wicket, and it's turned into the leg sides, and they'll get 1 there towards square leg. 98 for 1. The lead is 228 now, and Anderson's hurt himself there. He's landed awkwardly in his wearing footholds.
Jimmy's bowled too short, except for yesterday morning. Bowled very well, didn't he? Pitched it up more, got wickets. He's still a bit too short. He's gone back for that. It's his natural length, you know, over many years bowling on good pitches. You're not going to pitch it up too much. I thought Broad's bowled quite well. The disappointment, he hasn't got any movement. Bowled good lines and length at times.
Anderson round the wicket, bowls, and Elgar plays crab-like there in front of his stumps. Moeen fields.
You know, he hasn't really created problems because he hasn't done anything where you think what he did with Australia, just bowled them out in no time, you know, in morning session. And Mark Wood has made it's just nothing. He hasn't really done anything to hurry the batsman, cause them
a bit
problems.
short of bowling, I think, perhaps, isn't he? He looks a bit short of bowling. Yeah.
Nothing wrong with his effort. He's been splendid.
Anderson bowls on off stump. Elgar quickly looks behind him as that's guided down to slip. It's the end of the over. 99 for 1. The lead is 229. Jeffrey, it's time for me to leave you, unfortunately, and you're going to be joined by Ed once we can find him. Here he is.
He's here. I'm not trying to be nasty. I think Mark Wood is one of those players you can see just watching. He gives everything. He really explodes at the crease, gives you everything he can. But somehow, on this surface, he's looked, what's the word? Innocuous? Is that too strong? And he hasn't really looked to give any real problems to the batsman through movement. Hardly got anybody to play a miss. And this is a seaming pitch where Flanders moved it around, and Morne Morkel just out bowled England. And then Dawson's been, well, for me, you've heard what I said, he shouldn't be playing, and Moen hasn't bowled enough. So, even with our poor batting yesterday, they bowl better than us. Their left-arm spinner bowl better than ours.
Yeah. Morning, Jeffrey. Morning, everyone. The lead is 229. England in deep trouble. They've only got probably an hour to drag themselves back into this match at most. Broad pumping legs in and bowls, and clipped away easily by Amla wide of mid-on. The 100 is up for South Africa. The lead is 230, and the wickets column ominous, just one down still. Has not gone England's way this morning. Ball's gone through the third man region a lot. There was a nick by Amla when he was on 25, I think, that was shown on Ultra Edge. There was an appeal from behind the stumps. Broad didn't hear anything, and I think on review it would have been given out.
You'd have walked for that, wouldn't you?
Probably.
I'd have said I never touched it.
This tells a story. Broad round the wicket. Elgar waits. Oh, a push drive. Stokes quickly round to his left. Squarish cover. Yeah, I think your comments about Mark Wood were fair, Jeffrey. I think it's been a slight mystery, this Test match. He's such a big try. He has looked a little bit plain, hasn't he?
Absolutely plain. That's a better word. I was trying to find a word. I'm glad you've come wordsmith, I said, because I'm not trying to be nasty to the lad. He gives everything. He gives everything. Anybody who gives me everything and does his best, you've got to put your hand up and say, well, okay, it didn't work for him, but you don't want to be nasty to him. And you can see he tries like hell. But he has been playing sort of ineffective, hasn't he? He's not really made anybody play a miss. And Philander, every ball, when I was on with you, exactly, you're looking, it looks like he might get a wicket every ball. And Broad's given everything. He's running in well. If I was to say to people who are not seen him bowl, we're on radio, the guy's running in well, he's got pace, he's got line most of the time, but he doesn't move like Philander, has he? He hasn't caused the problems to the batsman. And sometimes your word there is right. It's a mystery, cricket. It's not easily, it's not something you read in a book you can put down to logic sometimes, can you?
Absolutely. There's a change in the field. Jennings is at a deeper gully. Anderson's at a very close gully. I'm not sure I fancy that too much, Jeffrey. Broad staying round the wicket. Bowls to Elgar, who plays nicely, held his balance. He's looked an increasingly good touch today. He's an interesting player, Elgar. He's slightly ungainly, appears to square up a bit, but he watches the ball really closely. He fights.
And he leaves the bat fairly straight. Even if he loses control with the bottom man, the bat stays fairly straight, so that he has a chance then, if he started it on the line, the ball hits something of the bat and slips off through that gully area to third man.
Broad again, and against Elgar holds his balance well, fancies a single, throw at the bowler's end is just wide. I think Elgar was in anyway, and he goes to 56 from 97 balls. 101 for 1.
Have there been any big scores here? His second innings, second innings for England, fourth innings.
Andrew's computer,
I think,
emitting smoke noises.
Might get a little bit better, but I think there'll be a bit in it. Oh, you Ed? I do, yeah. For the right bowlers, there'll be a bit in it. If it doesn't move as much as we get into late today, tomorrow maybe if we're still here, then you might get one or two more up and down balls.
Amla back and across, and plays the ball softly and late, doesn't he? I think Amla, as his innings has progressed, has played the ball later and later and right under his eyes, hasn't he? He's played a lot of control.
He's played quite a little bit more like he used to play. Not trying to go flashy, and after the ball, he's let it come to him, and he's looked more assured.
He's melted into the ball. He's played softly and skillfully. As you say, I think he's almost as though he's getting back into the habit of Test cricket, maybe.
It is a habit. You play such a lot of 20-20 and keep having to waft at every ball. You'll have to do that automatically in Test cricket.
Sun's out, Broad's in, and Amla leaves outside off stump. It was a good ball from Broad. It was brisk, mid-80s, just over the off bail. Well judged by Amla.
Hardly did anything, did it? And you said, nice length, nice position just in that corridor, nice pace. For Landers, well, like snakes, you're going, we watched Cook bowl bat against him, and you were going, crikey, got an inside edge about 3 times in, he played and missed, then he got one in the middle, and you're going, this is tough. It doesn't look like that when we bowl.
Yeah, Duncan Fletcher used to have a theory, Jeffrey, that some wickets were tall bowler wickets. He's talking about maybe some wickets are sort of shorter bowler wickets. I mean, Philander's
he's not
5'8", Philander, I think.
No, he's not. I stood next to him. He's bigger than me.
Well, how tall are you? 5'4"?
5'10". Get out.
Anyway, I've put it in the paper today. 5'8". I was given the number by Andrew Sampson, and Vernon Philander seemed to be on speaking terms with me this morning. Maybe he hasn't read the paper yet. Maybe I've robbed him of a few inches. Anyway, the point is, he's more of a Marshall type height rather than a, you know what I mean, rather than a Morne Morgan.
Tall West Indian.
And actually,
bowlers,
sometimes you'll remember this, Jeffrey. Some bowlers who bowl the ball on a length where it's always bail high, and when it's a little bit of nibble in the pitch, they're the hardest sometimes.
Yeah,
and it's just
kisses rather than you
bang
banging
over
it in,
and then you leave. And I think,
well, I'm trying to be fair about Broad. I think Broad's given it everything. I don't think he's bowled badly, but he just hasn't been able to get movement to create more difficulty for the batsman. Jimmy's the one who has swung it, has seamed it, but there's been far too many short, and when he's got more up, like yesterday morning, he got 4 wickets, didn't he? Just like that. But bowlers, there'll be a lot of them listening as well as batsmen, and maybe you know that bowlers are the same as batsmen. You have days when you just can't get it there, and we have days when we just can't bat the way we'd like. But that's the only thing. I'd have somebody stood at mid-on, off at mid-on, and saying, Jimmy, just pitch it up. But it hasn't worked.
Well, Mark Wood's into the attack now. Can he find a bit of rhythm? I think he's bowled 4 overs for 19 so far. Andrew's poised with the microphone. He's going to tell us about 4th innings is at Trent Bridge.
I will. So has Wood's bowled this ball.
New spell, Wood. Wide of the off stump, left alone.
The highest to win in the 4th innings here at Trent Bridge is 284 for 6.
Oh, crikey.
Which is England, New Zealand in 2004. Graham Thorpe got 100, but there's been 5 higher totals than that. 4 of them in the team lost and 1 draw. The highest of those all being a game you would have played in, Jeffrey, in 1973, when New Zealand, chasing 479, got to 440.
Did Bev Condon get 100? 170?
Chasing 479.
He had a lot, didn't he?
Yep. Seems a shame to go all that way and not get over the line. Wood in now, bowls very wide of the off stump, left alone by...
To me, it's who wins.
Elgar.
Nobody remembers second place. Ask somebody in 2 years' time who lost Wimbledon final. And remember who won. Yeah. Bev, what did he get?
Bev Condon got 176.
I thought he got 170. I fielded most of them.
Vic Pollard got 116. In fact, that was probably one of the first Test series I ever followed, and Vic Pollard got a couple of hundreds in those series. I thought he was a superstar, Vic Pollard.
No, he's a good player though, nice
player,
lad.
yeah.
Bowled a few off spinners as well.
That's right.
Yeah, he's a gutsy player. They are like New Zealand. Only 5 million people, but they turn out some good cricketers. They're determined. They've got strength of character.
Sure.
They fight and they work, and they always come up fairly good trumps.
Wood again, beauty. Well, that was a terrific length. Elgar fenced at it. Didn't follow it. He was drawn into the shot, but he just evaded the outside edge.
He gets in some ugly positions, doesn't he? Unbelievable. He's got 50 odd. He gets in some terrible positions. Sometimes he's like a crab. Other times he plays a nice shot, good stride to the ball, face of the bat, lovely. And then other times
he's a fighter, isn't he, rather than a...
He's not an aesthetic
graceful player, yeah. Wood in now, another beauty, and Elgar's missed it. The crowd are in now, interested. England, right, now or never, I think, with the lead at 231. warm applause for
See,
two
he plays with
consecutive
half a
length
bat.
balls. Yeah.
You know, it's left-handed. The bat is so open, it's towards wide extra cover. So you're playing with half a bat, aren't you?
You've got to leave that or hit it.
Yeah. He's never playing the ball back from whence it came.
Now, Ken Wood followed it up. Oh, he just left that one, Elgar. Looked like he was going to play it.
Listening to you, Ed. He was.
You know, you talk about half a bat. You can't actually defend with a straight bat out there, can you?
No, you've got to get further over, so you're playing back to the bowler, not to extra cover. Absolutely. Mind you, there were times when I was fielding against Gary Sobers and Viv Richards, I thought they could have batted against our bowlers with half a bat. I can tell you that.
Wood again, and nicely played by Elgar. Wide have been on. He runs here, at least 3, I think. Poor Stuart Broad. He's in the middle of a long spell, and he's diving, and he's done very well. Tell you what, not many fast bowlers in the 70s would have done that, Jeffrey. Sprint after the ball from mid-on and slide, drag it in, throw back to the bowler, all to save 1 run. That's what one-day cricket's done to test matches.
Fred would have said, don't get your trousers dirty for that.
Not
1 run.
How much would it have been to dry clean the trousers in those days?
Quite a bit. Well, you didn't get paid much.
Yeah. That's what could be said. I'm not getting one.
My first test match here, Nottingham, 1964, I got 100 quid for the week.
It's a lot of money.
Well, it's not. I'm not. They get £1 million this lot.
Yeah, but
in a year,
those,
some of these.
With inflation and everything, I think we
It's
should
still
run,
not £1 million.
Let's get Andrew to check what's
£100 in
£100 in 1964 for one test match.
For 1
It's
week.
a huge amount of money. If you put that in a good investment vehicle, I could do very
How am I
nicely
going to
for
invest
you.
it? My father was a coal mine. I don't even know
100
where.
quid. I never knew Jeffrey was so overpaid.
I don't know where you
I thought
invested.
you played for the love of the game. You took 100 quid off the poor TCCB.
I never had a bank account till about
Crikey.
mid-60s.
It's all the scales are falling from my eyes. I
put
never
my money
knew
in the post office.
taking
Cheeky
money out of the game at that vital stage.
We never had a telephone or a TV with an outdoor toilet. I came up in some lovely people, but didn't have any money.
I'm going to put that into
100 quid.
an inflation website to work out what that would have been worth. If you'd been more cautious with your money and just put that in a piggy bank.
I don't think it's like some of these, $1 million.
Stokes is into the attack, round the wicket, bowls to Elgar, who leaves outside the off stump now. £1,416.85, that would be.
£1,000.
£416.85 with 1964 £100.
So they get, some of these get $1 million. How many times is that more than me in my first test?
They don't get $1 million for one test match, Jeffrey. They
No,
have to
for the
play
year.
for a lot, and they have to get,
I thought I'd just catch you out there, Ed, but you're too smart.
Can't believe they gave you 100 quid. Stokes round the wicket, in now bowls, and Elgar turns it on the onside. There's a mix-up, and Stokes is in quickly.
I got the most runs for England in the test, even though I broke a finger. My first test, an uncovered pitch.
Who got you on the finger?
Mackenzie, I think. Oh, he got lift. Garth, wasn't it? All the girls loved him. He was like a comic
West
cartoon.
Australian?
Yeah.
What pace was he?
He was lively, but he had this long sort of action, and when he just got it right every now and again, it was like rapid. Much more than he was lively, but then he just got it right and it clicked and it was very quick.
Stokes in now, I've heard that, and wide of the off stump, left by
He's
Elgar.
deceptive, the odd ball, because
That's
how
even
did-
harder, I
like a
think.
long pulley, wasn't he? Arms right and big shoulders. He had the most fantastic. There was that's why I called him Garth. There was a comic cartoon person who was, like Charles Atlas.
Okay.
And so he got Garth because when he got his shirt off, it's like, he looked fantastic. Quiet lad, nice.
Stokes in, Elgar, lovely shot. That's probably the best shot he's played today. Just waited for that and whipped it wide of mid-on for 4. That's what you get with Stokes, actually. Stokes is
good
a
enough.
wicket-taking bowler. He does give scoring opportunities.
Well, how many tests he played now? It's time to improve. He has talent. He has that wonderful gift, not just batting. He can move the ball in, out. That's a gift. Not every bowler can. whenever he bowls, he can do something with the ball. A wonderful gift. But you have to discipline yourself, like batsmen, to bowl the line and not give away easy balls. You create pressure then, as well as getting people out with the good ball, you create pressure so they do something, get themselves out. And it's time to get a little better at that, I think. How many tests he played?
Stokes again round the wicket bowls, and Elgar looks in good touch suddenly. Punches it to mid-on, his balance is better. Andrew.
Says he's 34th.
34 tests, a lot of one-dayers, IPL this winter. It's time, isn't it? That's all I'd say to him. Is that being nasty? I don't think so. All the time you play, you should be striving to get better.
Here's a question for you, Jeffrey, and I think I'm playing to an opinion you already hold. Does playing 6 bowlers work against the Stokes is in and Elgar defends? Does it actually inhibit the performance of the 5 bowlers who would be bowling because they don't get enough bowling?
Doesn't help.
Is he under bowled?
Doesn't help. And I'll tell you another thing. We had a simple thing at Yorkshire. We played a lot of different pitches in that era of uncovered pitches and what have you. A lot of 8 grounds at Yorkshire, 8 at Kent and what.
2 best counties, really.
Yeah, they were, with some of the players you had, the overseas players. But listen, when it was a batting pitch, Brian Close said we need more bowlers. When there's something in the pitch, it's a spinner's pitch, we need less seamers, don't we? 2 spinners, less seamers, like here. You know, it's a seaming pitch, I don't need many spinners. You know, and I don't need a lot of seamers. England can play 3 seamers and they've got Stokes as a 4th seamer. They haven't always had an all-rounder till he played. You know, since Flintoff, we went a number of tests before we got him in. And it's very simple. And I think that a lot of people listening who are club cricketers, schoolboy cricketers, they understand that. I got a taxi last night.
Wood in now, and Amla's defending. Taxis now. First of all, you got 100 quid in 64.
I
Now
got
you're
home.
getting
I went home with a taxi driver who was a Pakistani.
Yeah.
I came this morning with a taxi driver who was India. And both of them talking about the cricket said, why are England playing 2 spinners?
Well, that's because they listen to Test Match Special.
No, they don't. They're not stupid. They watch television as well. And I reckon the people watching today, the people listening who play club cricket, they don't have to be a test player to understand what the hell's going on with the selection.
Wood bounding in, bowls to Amla, who whips it square on the onside for another single. 109 for 1, slightly ominous mood now settling on around the ground. England's chance for a magic hour has slipped away.
They were never going to bowl them out. No chance. The game's over. It was over yesterday because of battle like twerps.
It's the same game as the first game, only with the team swapped over, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the same pattern to the match.
We just played so poorly, haven't we? We go from one extreme to the other. That's what frustrates and irritates and annoys. No shame in losing. But you see, I've always believed when I played, when I commentate, the people out there who come to watch pay a lot of money. The people who listen on radio and television, they're not stupid.
Wood again, that's on leg stump, and Elgar just pushes it to balance.
Nearly everybody who pays to come to the cricket or listens on radio and television, they've played cricket somewhere at school, club cricket, maybe even better than that. They understand it. If they didn't understand it, they wouldn't watch. They'd go, I don't understand this game. Because that's what I do when I see a sport I don't understand. I turn over. So they all understand, and I think they're puzzled how we keep playing 2 spinners on this. And then some of the shots we played yesterday were...
Wood in again, Elgar almost leaves and pushes it into the gully. There's a photo of there was a television footage there, a very thoughtful looking Joe Root with his floppy hat just down on his ears and an expression of great concern.
Is that unfair what I say?
No, I think England's inconsistency is hard to understand. I also think there's a structural element to the game though, Jeffrey, that I think in cricket it's like an arm wrestle and it's hard to get the advantage, and once you get the advantage it's quite hard to wrestle the other way, and I think both these test matches and the teams got in front as Wood is in now and bowls a bouncer and Elgar ducks. I think it's quite hard to get the momentum back, and I wonder that's where actually the T20 and one-day cricket people play comes in. I think that the rear guard innings, batting for sort of Michael Atherton in 1995-6 or many innings you played, Jeffrey, for England, they come around much less often now.
They can't stay in.
One teams get behind they tend to lose. That's my very intuitive take on the way the game's evolved. Wood again bowls now, and Elgar plays it
Not
softly.
again,
You get
there's no
runs to
third
third
man.
man.
Off the
and that
edge.
will go for 4 frustrating runs. Wood's bowled a good over, and it's just slid off the face, and it's all South Africa at the moment. 113 for 1. The edges are going along the ground, and it's a rather forlorn-looking Mark Wood who takes his jumper and his cap from Johnny Bairstow.
Are you going?
I am, which is a shame because I'm enjoying it.
I just been talking to you about third man, the way Elgar plays, and it slips off the face there. He edges it down there, and so I know Joe Root's in his second Test match, but surely you can see you need a third man to him. How many tests has he played, Joe?
You also need wickets. It's that age-old debate, isn't it?
You can't let him get 4 all the time. This morning he's got how many 4s down to third man? You can't let him get away with that. That's soul destroying for a bowler. He's half beaten him and he gets 4 every time. That can't be right. That's not good captaincy. I'm sorry. As much as I love Joe, as Yorkshire, I can only tell you what I see. He's in his second test, but he's played a lot of tests, hasn't he? How many has he played? 50?
This is his 55th.
55 tests. You can't work that out. You can still have the slips. Take one out of the covers. He doesn't hit it through the covers much. He slices it off the face edge and the
Elgar's
edge.
main areas have been sort of mid-wicket and then sort of behind
That's all he
square on the
does.
offside, yeah.
I think everything we've done this test, except for his batting's been
Glorious,
superb.
yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. Made one error out of all them balls. Oh, it was glorious. As good as you'll get.
Agreed.
On a seaming pitch, as good as you'll get.
Now, Amla's been quiet. He's 32 from 75. He's been happy just to slip into the sort of slipstream of Elgar, who's taken most of the strikes, 67 from 113. But he hasn't looked troubled, Amla, apart from the very faint edge that wasn't reviewed by England when he was on 25. Apart from that, he's looked pretty much in control. Stokes is going to have a go round the wicket. 2 men back. I think we know what's coming. Going to be some short stuff. He wants fine leg finer. There are 2 gullies as well and a deep point now. Is he going to start with the bouncer? Stokes in. It is a bouncer, and Amla gets out of the way, throwing his hands above his head.
What do you think?
And we're going to get the first sustained spell of short bowling of the match. Afternoon, Graham. You must be very happy with proceedings at the moment.
Yeah, it's just steadily ticking by, isn't it?
Stokes in, and Amla softly defends a length ball outside off stump.
Yeah, with a good day yesterday, you just want to back it up again, don't you? Have a solid morning. I think that's what South Africa would have been hoping for. No real damage done. They've just ticked along, building the lead. I think as the day goes on, you would expect the scoring rate, if they do pick up partnerships, England to tire. I mean, they've been in the field 3 days in a row. It's going to hurt.
Stokes again round the wicket. Amla defends on the onside, picks up a single. Stokes is very fast, but even he can't cut that off. And acrobatically leaps to his feet and gets a round of applause from the Trent Bridge crowd. Yeah, Graham's words just underline the only thing that bowlers really like about batsmen is when they give them resting time. That's the way to become popular in the dressing room, is to give your fast bowlers a good day and a half with their feet up. But England didn't manage it yesterday, and as a result, their bowlers are bowling for the 3rd day in a row.
Yeah, it's
never great for the mood in any dressing room.
It's one of the most challenging times as a captain, where, you know, especially if you're a batter, batters haven't done their job, and you've got to tell the bowlers, and you're going to have to lift your game, get us back in the test.
Yeah, it goes down well. Stokes round the wicket, edged and down. Or was it mainly a bit of pad in there as well? The speed it went through to Bairstow suggested it was pad as well as or instead of inside edge.
So Root really putting his bowlers under pressure with this 7-2 field that he's setting. There's no fine leg here to Dean Elgar, so does that mean he can't use his short ball? I think he's attacking in the right areas, but just doesn't need the 7-2.
Stokes round the wicket again. Elgar chest on, defends on the offside. I think he's trying to swing it away from Elgar, and he's trying to bang it into Amla. That's the very, very course game plan at the moment, in the loosest terms. It's amazing, isn't it, when you're behind the game, the edges go along the ground, the decisions don't go quite your way, and it's been a frustrating hour for England.
It has been. I mean, it's just the story, you know. The wicket seems to do a lot more when you're behind the game.
Definitely. Stokes in again, and a lifter.
Whether it's the different intensity that you have, you know, you want the ball, your attacking mindset.
Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra Digital Radio, online and via the BBC Sport app, but Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. And the players are going to take a break as well. They're going to have a drink. Graham's going to tell you how England are going to force their way back into this match and create an astonishing victory, and I'm going to make way for daggers.
I think we've touched on it, but a solid morning for the South Africans as we move just past the first hour of play. You know, good overhead conditions again, daggers, and England would have been hoping for an opportunity to maybe swing it around, maybe nip a couple out, try and force a hand. South Africa have done their job. They've just been solid, steady. I think, played good Test cricket, something that England didn't do yesterday. No one was prepared to earn the right. No one was prepared to do the hard yards. Play a bit of glory cricket yesterday from the English.
Well, yes, indeed. Good morning. Good afternoon. Afternoon, Skipper. Good afternoon, everybody.
What happens on the shipping forecast? What is the general?
Well, people like to know what's going on around the coastal areas. There are some fantastic, beautifully named places, and there are weird and wonderful numbers and that are displayed out. They understand it. Anyone who drives a boat understands the shipping forecast. However, it actually is a traditional part of Radio 4 Longwave that actually intersperses into Test Match Special has done for as long as I've been listening. And you almost seem to, when these amazing numbers and are formed and are said, you sort of go, yes, it's 4. It's 4 in Cromarty. It should be a decent day for shipping out there. So yes, that's basically the form. There you go. But you don't get to hear it. Everybody else on Radio 4 Longwave does. Hello, Andrew.
Good morning, Daggers. One of the shipping forecasts claim to fame was in that 2010-11 Ashes series that England won in Australia. Won 3-1 in the series. All 3 of England's wins occurred during a shipping forecast.
He's got broadcast stats for you as well. There is nothing this man hasn't got. So, South Africa 114 for 1, and they'll be delighted. Even though you say England nipping a couple early, they've nipped one out. They just didn't use the review. They caught the edge of Hashim Amla's back, did Stuart Broad. No one really appealed, and then they decided...
Hashim Amla's a walker, I don't know.
He's obviously not a walker, Graham. He nicked it and didn't walk. That's a massive claim, that, isn't it? He's a walker. He would have gone if he nicked it. Well, he did, and he didn't. Anyway, 114 for 1. The lead is 244 runs. And Radio 4 Longwave listeners are back after the shipping forecast. So Dogger and Cromarty, you know everything there is to know about the seas in your area.
I really appreciate the information, Daggers. Thank you. Well, I'm trying to grow my skills, grow my mental knowledge.
Well, it is a very British thing, the shipping forecast. I'm sure you have one in South Africa for the coastal areas. Whether they use the same numbers and nominations and such like, I don't know. But yes, it's always something, I don't know, secure about the shipping forecast. Just, yes, everything's all right.
It's going to be interesting to see when Joe Root turns to his spin.
Well, let's have a look at the spells this morning.
Raj was excellent yesterday.
He was.
I'm surprised he hasn't gone to him yet.
Well, 5 for Anderson and Broad each. 1 for 27 for James Anderson, 0 for 33 from Broad. Woods just had the 2 overs, as has Ben Stokes. So it's been a fairly sort of rigid 5-over spell from each. Then 2 seamers, the change bowlers having a couple. Wood it is first time. Well, he's not bowled from this Redcliffe Road end hardly any during the Test match. In he comes, bowls, and forward comes Amla. One just nipping back, lifts a little bit. He catches the inside edge and trickles out to square leg for a single. 115 for 1.
Always phases of the game, I think especially if you look back to the morning, day 1, thought South Africa, really fought hard and set up the Test match for themselves. A brave and the right decision to bat first. runs on the board proved a very successful option for them in this test match. And again, this morning, there's always those moments that seem a bit slow, but both teams just really, trying to gain that little inch in the morning. England need wickets to get back in the game. South Africa know that, just fighting to lay a platform.
Bouncer from Wood over leg stump, and it's a very high one. Elgar negotiating it very comfortably, bending at the knees, and through it goes to Johnny Bairstow. Yeah, you're right, and this now is, it's perfect. There's no speed needed by South Africa, even if they were to play out 10 maidens here. It's not a problem. They've got time is not the issue.
Yeah, I think their run rate's been steady. It's over threes.
Yeah.
And as the day goes on, that'll probably increase if they can build partnerships. England will tire 3 days.
Wood bowls onto the leg side of Elgar, who tucks it away nicely off the hips. Should be a couple of runs here. And
it's amazing how fast things change in sport. The Lord's Test match, England were all rowdy in the morning warm-ups, making all the noise, and they were dead quiet this morning, and the South Africans were the rowdy ones, laughing and joking and in good spirits.
It is the beauty of time, isn't it? This is not bish bash bosh cricket. It's over a period of time. There are many peaks and troughs for both sides to be had over the course of a 4-match series. 117 for one. Elgar is 69 not out. How well he's played. Crouching over his bat. Slightly open stance to Wood, and Wood bowls a good length delivery. That's a very well taken single as well. Just tip and run. Mid-off doesn't have an opportunity to cut it off. That's Jimmy Anderson there. And very good cricket from South Africa. The lead is 248. And it's a 100 partnership.
Yeah.
182 balls. Hashim Amla, 34 of those. Elgar, 64.
That's right, and interestingly enough, it's their first century partnership together. Up until a minute ago, they held the record for most partnerships for South Africa without 100 partnerships. The previous 26 partnerships, best was only 78, average of 26.
And they've smashed it here today. Here's another short delivery from Wood, but it's way outside of off stump, and Amla just watches it go past in the eye line through to Johnny Bairstow. It's been a very busy Sunday morning. It's actually quite a frenetic Sunday morning outside of this ground. People have just made their way in. 1 or 2 seats to be had. Saw plenty of activity on the Trent. River Trent behind us.
Yeah, it's been wonderful. 3 sold-out days. Knowledgeable crowd, love their cricket here.
Yeah.
Lots of autograph hunters. Dagus?
Have you been busy?
A busy morning.
Wood bowls, and that's bottom edge down towards third man for 4. Wide delivery from Wood, and almost like a helicopter type shot from Hashim Amla as he reached for it. He inspects the bottom of his back, and it whistles down towards the third man boundary. 4 more runs. Amla to 38, 122 for one at the end of the 37th over. So yes, of course you're going to be... People are going to be queuing up to get the moniker of Graham Smith.
I don't know. What you do notice is all these old pictures of yourself playing. Probably not in the same condition that you were a couple of years ago.
Is it nice to see you, slightly slimmer of face? Not that you have, I'm getting myself into a hole here.
No, it's all good. Some good memories.
Oh, they love it though, and it's good on them as well. Lots of people
really appreciate their cricket, and especially if you have been successful, people enjoy it. Very complimentary. Which was unusual when I was standing out in the middle, let me just tell you.
I think they enjoy you a lot more now you've retired. 2 slips in the gully crouch as Stokes bowls outside the off stump. I'm not a massive fan of this field. Sorry, Graham. I'm with you here. Now, what's he got? We're moving Moeen Ali from mid-wicket to a deep backward square. So that provides a small amount of protection for Stokes' short ball. What he's got is 2 slips, a gully, or 2 slips and a 4th slip, I'd say. Then a deep gully, a deep point, a shortish cover point, a mid-off and a mid-on. There's a lot of fielders in that sort of square-cut region for Dean Elgar, who's batting right over on the offside as he bowls, left alone by Stokes, left alone by Elgar.
And it gives Stokes options and makes Elgar think, with the field that he's had. He knows Stokes 99% of the time is going to be in that good length, full area outside of stump. It helps you to sort of cover a channel if you have an idea where a bowler. He doesn't allow him any opportunity to use the short ball, mix it up. I still think he can have another man leg side.
Now I'm with you. I think as a bowler, obviously your line is a foot outside of off stump.
Especially from around the wicket, it's tough.
Very much so. Stokes bowls, and that is a foot outside of off stump. It carries on with the angle, but no problems with Elgar leaving that alone.
I think that, it's been a hell of an innings from Elgar. I mean, not many people at home would be thinking, it's elegant, classic to watch, but I think he's been fighting some big demons in this innings. He's technically and maybe mentally hasn't been at his best, but he's shown a lot of grit, he's shown a lot of determination. He's 70 of 120 balls, so he's still managed to score pretty freely. And that's the art of sometimes just learning to bat ugly. So not every day you can hit the ball in the middle of the bat, but you've got to get the job done, and that's what he has done for his team.
Stokes short, pulled by Elgar in front of square. He saw it early, and he swats it away through mid-wicket for 4. Moves him to 74 not out. South Africa 126 for 1.
And I think it's some of these points, we look at some of the England middle orders, this is the way I play, but there are going to be days where, the pitch is going to be tough, the overheads aren't going to allow you to always hit the middle of the bat. Maybe technically and mentally you just never quite felt at your best, but, you've got to find a way on those days to get the job done, and that's what Elgar has done extremely well in this innings.
Got something for you in a minute. There's Stokes. Comes towards us, full of length, and this is carefully, watchfully played out to mid-on. David Dwyer on Twitter at BBC TMS. He sent us the latest South African shipping forecast. Absolutely wonderful. Now, I don't think it, and look, I may be biased here, but it may be. I don't think it sounds as romantic as ours. Those names that have been synonymous with Test Match Special over 60 years. Remember our anniversary today, but I can tell you, Stokes is going back over the wicket, by the way. Still the same field, no change in the field. Stokes is going back over. Elgar remarking his guard. Looks like he's looking at middle and off here. So the left-hander remarks the guard, staying more to middle and leg now in his stance as Stokes approaches from the pavilion end, bowls, and that's left alone outside of the off stump, and it's the end of the over. 38 overs gone, 126 for 1. So South Africa's lead is 256. Apparently poor visibility and fog patches is expected in places between the Quenine River and Walvis Bay during the first half of the period. Moderate visibility and showers and rain is expected between Langebaan and Algulhas area.
Langebaan.
Thank you.
And Agulhas.
Thank you. Spreading eastwards to reach Richards Bay. I can say that okay.
Yeah.
A gale force wind, west to southwest. Wind 35 expected between
Cape Agulhas
and East London. Spreading to Richards Bay, moderating on Monday late morning. And there is a heavy swell in excess of 4 metres between Cape Columbine as Wood sets off again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Amler, and Port Alfred, and it's subsiding Sunday evening.
See, there's a big storm that's hit Cape Town, so I'm sure the seas are pretty rough around there.
So if you get, here we go, Walvis Bay to Orange River, south to southeast, 15 to 25, good 4 to 4. There you go. Now, in shipping parlance, people with boats, they will go, yes.
So would they be saying today is a swinging day or a batting day?
I would say it's a stay on the boat and have a couple of beers day. 126 for 1 as Wood approaches, bowls, and that's a good line, good channel, probably 6 inches outside of off stump, goes through nicely to Bairstow. There's no sideways movement here at all for England, and it'll be very frustrating if there was going to be any. And James Taylor was saying at the start of play that when the cloud subsides a little bit and it's a little bit warmer, it becomes much better for batting. If there was going to be any movement, it would have been this morning. There's not been a great deal out there for England to play with. Wood, like a triple jumper, he sets off, bounding away from us. A short delivery, which is tucked away by Hashim Amla. It was in the air for a small amount of time. Finds its way down to Dawson at deep backward square for a single.
Probably the only time Amla ever looks awkward is when he plays the pull shot. It's not a natural stroke for him. It's very side on, almost struggles to get his hands free in front of him. Saw in the first innings struggle, but I mean, when he started, it wasn't a shot that he would just go under the ball, look to defend. Something he's added over time, maybe through one-day cricket in 2020. He needed to have a scoring option against the short ball. It's still not a natural shot for him. Everything else looks so elegant, doesn't it?
Wood Forward, then back, then forward again. Past umpire rifle, bowls outside the off stump, and Elgar extravagantly leaves it alone. Tell you who I saw just moments ago. Yes, Samit Patel, Nottinghamshire man, and he was downstairs just having a coffee. He's in a rare run of form at the moment. A couple of double hundreds. Samit had England experience before. I think he's probably a little miffed that his name might have been overlooked for selection in that Dawson role. A good cricketer, Samit.
Well, I just said I think England have to add an extra batter to their squad. I think that's just...
Wood bowls, and that's edged by Elgar for 4. Played it with beautiful soft hands. It was across the bows of the left-hander. He's got 2 slips in that 4th slip, but he's bisected the pair and down towards third man at whistles. 131 for 1. Elgar's to 78.
Yeah, and Elgar's a little tenacious, gutsy character. You see Wood out of frustration having a go at him, but finding another edge to... You know when that happens, it just really gets under the bowler's skin. Whatever he says to you, you can just laugh at him and say, "That's another 4, thanks, buddy."
Yep. Check the scoreboard.
But there has been a huge amount of runs in this series down to third man. This game again, Root's got to consider that as a...
Were you a big third manner?
I'll take anything I can get. No, to be honest with you.
Wood. He's got a deep square and a long leg, another short delivery, and it just climbs on Elgar a little bit.
In this situation, yes. But when you're ahead of the game, you'd rather carry your catcher. You might have runs to play with. But I think modern-day captains seem to leave third man alone a lot.
Single to finish off the over then. Elgar has kept the strike. 79 not out he is, and 39 overs have been bowled. South Africa 132 for 1. And after some more from you, Graham Smith, it'll be Jonathan Agnew.
I would like Blowers to bring his suitcase into the Combox tomorrow. I want to see how you pack and work your magic with all your unique outfits and colours.
He doesn't do it himself. He has a Batman that does it for him. He doesn't pack his own case. Goodness sake, Graham. He has someone do it for him. A good session for South Africa. 57 runs have been added from the 17 overs. There's a little of controversy with that moment where Asim Amla was caught behind and no one appealed. They didn't hear it. But there was a nice big spike on the Ultra Edge gadgetry, which showed that he was out. We're talking about left-handers, by the way, at lunch. Simon Hughes has been doing some of his analysing at what makes left-handed batsmen. What makes them special too. I mean, a lot of left-handers, the most attractive batsmen that there have been, and yet, funnily enough, because I talked to you about this, didn't I, Graham, out there this morning. I was going round a few left-handed batsmen to find out actually how left-handed they are in the rest of their lives. Actually, all of them I spoke to aren't left-handed at all. They're completely right-handed. I mean, David Gower, for instance, is completely right-handed. Alistair Cook, completely right-handed in life, but yet back left-handed. So it's all a bit of a contradiction in a way. Dawson's on, and he's bowling on off stump. That's flicked away by Elgar out to deep square leg for 1 run. So it's 133 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, I was exactly the same. You know, everything right-handed.
Everything.
Anything with 2 hands. Did left-handed golf, batting. You know, no one in my family actually had been left-handed before, so my dad spent a lot of time trying to turn me around the other way. Thank goodness I won that. Yeah. Dean Elgar actually is all left-handed, left-footed, left-handed,
is he?
and bats left-handed. So he's a proper lefty.
Yeah, but there aren't many.
I was left-footed also. I mean, I'm a bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah. 133 for 1. Dawson bowls and Amla stands up and plays that down to mid-on, who slips twice actually there.
Bit over eager by the 12th man, excited, trips over himself.
It's greasy.
So England turned to their frontline spinner, Aggers?
Well, yes, do they? But I can't work this whole thing out. They went to Moeen last night. But Dawson now, left arm from round the wicket, and Amla, a bit of a lazy shot there actually, trying to hit that through the offside, but didn't move his feet at all. So coming off the inside edge of the bat. So anyway, while we're talking about left-handers, for all of you listening, who was your favourite left-hander? There just seem to be, most of them anyway, just aesthetically just so much more pleasing than right. There are exceptions, of course. Here's Amla, and he hits that hard down the ground. Did this to Dawson yesterday. A ruthless sort of a shot really down the pitch and lofted him for 4. The lead goes to 267, but the names on my screen here, Graham Pollock. Was he aesthetically pleasing, Graham? He's a bit of a bludgeoner, wasn't he? He stood up and hit it hard. Brian Lara, David Gower. Graham Smith gets into the aesthetically pleasing group as well. I don't think Kepler Vessels will be in there.
No. But I mean, the ones I play can sort of stand out for me in terms of having played against and captained against. Obviously Brian, an incredible player. Just he was probably the most stylish and flamboyant of all the
massive
left-handers.
follow-through.
Yeah. And, just also you had to stay on top of the game against so many gears in his batting. And
Yes.
wonderful play of spin.
I'm pretty sure when he got the 375 against England in Antigua, so the first time he broke the world record on an outfield that innings would have been worth 450 under normal circumstances. It's Dawson, and he bowls, and Amla forward, plays out towards mid-wicket just calmly, and there's no run. I don't know how you're going to check this, Andrew, without a lot of research. I'm pretty sure, of course, Brian Lara, left-handed as we know, that he warmed up. And he was batting for about 3 days in the course of this inning. He certainly had 2 mornings anyway. Here's Amla flicking that away against any spin that might have been there, down to deep square leg for 1 by playing golf right-handed. He played golf right-handed, and he went out and just hit a golf ball a bit, loosened himself up in the morning, and then went out and batted left, which that does seem strange.
It's not on my database, unfortunately, but I have heard that story. Yeah,
I'm sure, because I interviewed him. In fact, we interviewed him. It was in the good old days where it was much more accessible, and he was up every evening as this innings progressed, and I think it came up during the course of one of those. There were some pictures of him, actually, some film of him playing golf right-handed. Now that is unusual, unless you couldn't get any left-handed golf clubs in Trinidad or something.
And the other one's Hayden. He was so dominant at the top of the order.
Yes. Is he left-handed though, or right-handed?
I think he's right-handed also.
Was he? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he was big man, used to dominate.
See, people like you and Hayden are kind of put together in a way, because you are those big figures at the crease, and therefore your big right hand, as it were, that top hand, you're very much part of all of that, wasn't it? Do you compare yourself with him at all? Were you fairly similar? You and
I think because in stature we're probably
yeah,
even.
physically.
Yeah, I mean, I think we got pretty similar records, I think, actually.
Yeah. Like to own the pitch, you two.
Got to use what you got, I guess.
Absolutely.
Just given to you.
138 for 1. You're right. Stokes is coming back, and he's going to bowl from our end now. England, absolutely. Well, it's beyond desperate now for wickets. The lead is 268, and South Africa still have 9 wickets in hand. As Stokes runs in and bowls very full. It's a real Yorker there. And Amla doesn't go for the Natmeg shot that Nat Skipper played the other day. Through her legs. Charles Dagler, I think, christened that the Natmeg. Moment of brilliance.
I think I was the only left-handed to hit Swanee through the leg side, actually.
Did you? I'd like to have heard what he said about it. 138 for 1.
Swanee was very quiet when he bowled, actually. Yeah.
In goes Stokes. Bowls, and that's an inside edge into the pad. Runs out to cover. Too busy shouting his own fielders most of the time.
He was focused when he bowled, and then saved the energy for off the field.
Yes. 138 for 1.
Plus Jimmy always did all the talking in the middle, so.
Oh yes, chuntering. The lead 268. Stokes tosses himself a catch, turns round. Strong approach is there, and he bowls down the leg side there. Poor delivery, and Hammer so he takes everything out of the way. Bairstow again cleanly collects. He's having another good match. He was going. There used to be a time where he still make one mistake a test, or one big mistake, a drop catch or something like that. But Lordson here, he's been immaculate. Stokes wheels round again, goes past his bowling marker there. Over the wicket he goes, bowls on leg stump. Amla says thanks very much, I'll have that, and turns it away to deep backward square leg. 139 for 1. I gather you were let down by one of our teammates last night, Graham, as well, weren't you? You were fixed up for a nice dinner engagement.
Yeah, been looking for partners in crime. You sort of show me decent spots for dinner and stuff around Nottingham. And Dagger's promised me, I'll meet you in the bar when I left here. We'll go from there. Never saw him.
That is, well, I'm not surprised. He tends to.
He hasn't owned his mistake yet. I'm still waiting for him to take responsibility.
You'll discover he is a bit of a letdown, just generally.
Said he went to Nando's.
I know.
Oh, it's a good South African brand. I'm happy with Nando's.
But it's disappointing that he preferred that than an evening out with you, Graham, if I'm honest. Don't you think?
Yeah, Daggers, he lost out.
139 for one. Smith. Stokes around the wicket, Foles. And Elgar lets it go by. It's taken there by Bairstow. Where's a wicket going to come from? Where is a wicket going to come from? Difficult, very difficult chance Elgar gave. You couldn't really put that down to a mistake by Anderson. Really, it was a great athletic leap. And there was that Amla business where he was caught behind, but no one appealed properly, and the umpire didn't give it out. Wasn't reviewed. Stokes round the wicket. Bowls, and again there's no stroke from Elgar, who plays no shot and then runs off to the pavilion like a man in a hurry. Not sure what's wrong with him. Not a touch of the Alf Govers, I hope. I don't think so. He's taken his helmet off. Looks as if a 12th man's running on. Dear old Alf, our first cricket coach, Surrey in England fast bowler, used to have a indoor net arrangement above a garage in Wandsworth. A wonderful old character. He's called everyone old boy. Right, old boy. I'll see you, old boy. And he famously, in a test match in India, which you probably can look up, Andrew, he was tearing into bowl, and he was from the end opposite to the pavilions. He ran in quite a long run up, Alf. Ran in, bowled a ball with a grunt. Something unfortunate happened. He just kept going straight into the pavilion. Wasn't seen for some time. So a favour story about dear old Alf. What a lovely, what a great man Alf Curry was. But yes, I think it's necessarily happens so much these days. But I think we're talking about the 1930s or something.
30s, yes.
Yeah. We found it probably doesn't fit in your database. That
again, it's not kind of in the database. He didn't actually play a test match in India.
So it must have been a warm-up game then. Somewhere hot and spicy anyway. 139 for one. Millie Wright. Yes, Jonathan, you're right. I saw Brian Lara playing golf right-handed at Edgbaston several times. And there's Amla down the pitch and hits Dawson for another 4 over his head.
Good shot, this. Very well played by Amla. Got to the pitch of the ball. Rather than go over mid-off, because there is a long off posted, went over mid-on. Casual as you like, really.
Yeah.
A couple of bounces.
All he had to do was just drag it slightly, wasn't he? With the bottom hand, he dragged it across.
Yeah, played it very easily.
Over mid-on's head.
Yeah, Brian Lara does play golf right-hand. I've played with him a few times. He's a very good golfer right-hand.
It was amazing. 3 or 4. I said he was practicing golf right-handed
during his 365. Yeah. I saw that very interview with yourself, your good self.
Did you?
Yes.
Seems a long time ago now. Dawson bowls and comes forward. The ball trickles away into the offside. It was an amazing moment when he broke the record.
The whole world stopped, didn't it? And Sobers walked onto the field.
Yes, but people came dashing on, cartwheeling, handstands. It was a fantastic moment. All the music beating out of that wonderful recreation ground. It was a privilege to be there that day, I must tell you. Here's an Amla again, and he's hit it higher. Has he hit it further? Yes, I think he has. That is 6 in amongst the members. Yeah, and Ashim Amla reaches his half-century for the second time in this match with a 6. And we were talking about it in the first innings as being unique, I think.
They done it before once.
Once before. I'll bet you, Andrew,
it's never
happened twice in a match at Hashim Amla. We know it hasn't, but there we go. That's an unusual stat. That will keep you busy.
It will actually, yeah.
It'll distract you from dear old Alf Gover.
Well, I can on the subject of Alf Gover, we consulted our resident expert, Henry.
Oh, Henry's probably there.
1937-38, it was Lord Tennyson went on a tour, no test matches.
Right.
And apparently this famous event happened
in Lord Tennyson.
Yeah.
Ah, so it was a sort of unofficial tour.
It was, yeah, it was a first-class tour, but not a test match tour.
Righty-ho.
There we go.
Well, thank you for filling it. Does Henry remember which ground he was on at the time?
Pune.
Oh, Pune, was it? All right. Up in the hills.
Amla's 50, by the way, 96 balls, 8 fours and 1 6.
Yeah, my prediction of 6 or 7 down for lunch.
No,
I'm willing to stick with it.
It was wishful thinking.
Blind optimism.
Yeah,
could be a big 6 overs. But
This is.
I'm pleased at my other prediction that the South Africans would try and target Dawson. I'm not pleased, but at least that one's proved I'm not completely stupid.
Well, again, they've got both up now. Slip and a short leg. Dawson's going over the wicket, and yes, he kicks that away. So he's going over the wicket. They brought mid on and mid off up.
The rough.
And they can say, well, OK, you give it a go. Well, I kind of like the logic of that, I suppose. He's going to have to turn, though, or you have to give it a bit of a chance here. Dawson again, bowls, short, flicked away, and well stopped there at mid-wicket. Diving at full length. Wholehearted effort there by James Anderson. 149 for one. The lead is 279.
It's also the 8th time Amla's got 50 in each innings of a test match. The only South African to have done that more often, Jacques Kallis, did it 14 times.
He wasn't a bad player.
No. And Amla clips that for 4. Out through mid-wicket. Esfield is playing with Dawson here, really, I'm afraid. He's just picking him off. I'd also wager that Jacques Kallis didn't reach 50s
very often.
The same test match with 6s. Right, that's I wonder if it ever happened before.
Let's see if I can find it.
Well, that's the sort of thing that wins your Stato prizes in the Nobel Prize cricket statisticians
But
section.
it's an important one, don't you think?
Yeah, I think it's brilliant. Things like that. In fact, it's weird you should say that because you laugh at it, but one massive area I always looked at in cricket that no one seemed to do before or after me, and I don't know why the spin bowlers don't do this more often. When you see when you ask for footage about players, they'll show you footage of like 10 balls outside the off stump, random balls like left, and a few off drives. And I always used to say, what does he do the ball after hit? So if he comes down the wicket and hits a 6, what does he most often do the next ball? That for me is the important one. Does he try to come again, or does he wait on the back foot? What does he do after playing a sweep shot? And I found it amazing that more bowlers don't do that.
No, that is good.
If I've squared him up a few times, does he then move across his stumps?
Jimmy Anderson, you couldn't hear my little interview with him today when he got the champagne moment, but I said, was it premeditated? And he said, well, actually, I went into fast bowler mode, and I thought, what's he going to do?
Yes.
I'd just nicked him for 4. I know I'd be cross about it, so I'll bowl him a bouncer.
Yeah.
So he put himself into that. It's actually the sort of the follow-up situation.
It's much more important than statistically.
Yeah, it's good.
What is he likely to do?
Yeah. 153 for one's a hold-up here. A long discussion about what they're going to do with the field for Stokes. Don't forget your nominations for your favourite left-handed batsman. We're sort of having this conversation with Simon Hughes, analysing left-handedness. And as we know, we're discovering that actually certainly a lot of left-handed batsmen aren't left-handed at all. They're actually very strong right-handers. But Gary Simmons, Gower was grace personified, Lara was extraordinary, but my favourite left-handed innings. Do you know, Gary, this is a good shout. Mark Butcher's 173 at Headingley against Australia. That was a wonderful innings. He just played, out of his skin. Driving through the offside was immaculate. He could do absolutely no wrong that day. It was a beautiful innings. 153 for 1. Elguez on 80, and Stokes goes round the wicket, bowls short to him. This is the plan, with 2 men out, and also, they've got a man at backwards square leg at a sort of a catching position. They've got a mid-wicket, so there's lots of men around this sort of leg side trap. But it's looking a bit desperate, really.
Yeah, we're talking about the myth that all left-handers look good yesterday. I was trying to bust that myth by bringing up Cook and Strauss, who are definitely not good-looking left-handers. But
Kepler. No, there were a few. Now, I felt rather sorry for them, really, because most of the others are so aesthetically pleasing. It's short again. El goes on the back foot, plays down to Gully. There's no run. Do I recall, says Chris in New York, that Brian Close had 2 golf handicaps? He did. One left-handed, one right, and I can't remember which one.
Both single figures.
Yeah, left was his better one, wasn't it? I think. Yeah. But you're absolutely right. He did. And I'm trying to think, because Brian bowled right-handed. I'm guessing he was quite firmly right-handed. I have to check with Jeffrey. But, I think he gave you a bunch of 5s right-handed, Brian Close, when he lost his temper with you. Then goes Stokes, bowls, turned away out towards mid-on. Boycott tells his stories about ruling the dressing room with a rod of iron.
A bunch of 5s. I haven't heard that for ages.
Oh, it's a great thing. One of my favourites.
A knuckle sandwich and a bunch of 5s. I was a 5-year-old there with my dad threatening me in the garden again.
Yeah, well, I think that was what the Yorkshire dressing room was like in the early 60s.
Yeah.
153 for one. Lead 283. Stokes looks up towards us actually there. I don't think I find much inspiration up here, I'm afraid. It turns, it runs away again. There's a slip in her gullies, it bowls to Elgar. Again it's short, he just gets behind it and plays back up the pitch again. There's a big gap there, the covers. I mean, if he does pitch one up, it's going to be an invitation to drive, which he could edge to...
he looks like he's set his stall out there. These two want to bat and bat all day.
Yep.
I mean, that field set when Dawson was over the wicket to Hamlin, it was a definite come on then, come down the wicket, tease me, smash me, but he just waited for an over pitch one, hit it along the floor, so he's not playing Joe Root's game.
Elgar dips at the knees, bat is raised, Stokes bowls to him. Oh, it's short, he's got a tangle, he's going to be caught. Well, he's fallen for it. He has fallen for that. Which is remarkable, really, because it took so long to set the trap. The field was moved this way and that, and Root and Stokes were in conversation what seemed an eternity. Every ball was short because the field said it had to be. And Elgar there, I don't know what possessed him to try and do that, because he wasn't going to win that battle.
No.
And he's tried to pull a ball from outside off stump, a short ball, a bouncer, and he's just lobbed a catch to Anderson at backward square leg. As a captain, as a bowler, you feel absolutely fantastic. I suspect as a batsman, you feel a bit of a chump, especially having scored 80 and done a very good job. But he's out now with 20 minutes to go till lunch. The lead is 283, but England need more. Graham Swan, and then up to the break, it'll be Henry Blofeld.
Yeah, it's a very good bounce from Ben Stokes, round the wicket, good pace. And Elgar was looking to just tap this on the head to get tall and play it down to deep square leg. Almost a bit of ego taking over. Said, yeah, Joe Root, you can set the trap for the hook, but you're not going to get me out. I'm a real opening batsman. But it hurried him. It was very quick. Hit the splice, just bobbed up in the air to Jimmy Anderson. And he had to go. He walked off before Jimmy had even taken the catch. Good afternoon, or early afternoon, to Henry Blofeld.
My dear thing, hello.
You bring us a wicket once more.
Well, it was Aggers, the wicket.
It was you warming up, wasn't it?
Give credit where credit's due.
They saw you well in your arms at mid-on, ready to come on, and he panicked.
But it was extraordinary, wasn't it? That was, the sucker punch. How often do you see people falling from? Anyway, that has now we've got a new batsman at the crease, and that will be a great relief for England, Quinton de Kock. And of course, except when I say a great relief to see a new face, it will be. But I think England will happily keep Elgar there rather than have to bowl it to Kock if he bats anything like he did in the last Test match at Lord's, and indeed in the first innings he only made 68 and really came in and transformed the game in 5 or 6 shots.
Well, that's right. We're talking about good-looking left-handers. So Quinton de Kock definitely falls into that category. He's a gorgeous player to watch.
Sobers, I suppose, was one of the best-looking left-handers I ever saw.
Yeah.
Neil Harvey. One gets so many, and of course none of us left who never saw him. Frank Woolley. I met him as an old man, but he must have been a wonderful player too.
Surely.
Before the First War, almost up until the Second War, he had a very long career with Kent and England.
But surely the best ever's Gower to watch.
Oh,
on the eye.
It'd be difficult to think there's anyone better than that, wouldn't it? De Kock it is, and here now is Stokes round the wicket, running away from us. He's up there now, he bowls it short, another, and that's, he fends that away. He didn't know where that had gone. That could well have gone in the same place to Anderson. It didn't. He went down to fine leg, he got a single, but that was a shot he played without any real control.
That was a beauty. Another bumper from Ben Stokes, the same field set with that leg. There's a square leg gully, but this one went fine. It just... De Kock got in no position. It was a very good bumper right at the head. I think it may have hit him on the forearm, right near the glove. And had there been a fine leg gully, or maybe the top of the hand of the bat, it would have been a catch, but a beauty. Very good over from Ben Stokes. Maybe too little too late. The Toods lead now 284 with another 8 wickets to play with, but certainly they've found something from somewhere.
Well, they at least have got a wicket, but goodness me, it's very hard to imagine England really getting into this game with anything like a chance. Andrew?
Elgar's details, 80, batted for 195 minutes, faced 136 balls, and he had 12 fours.
And so there we are. He played a very good innings. He was a little bit problematic early this morning. He had a bit of trouble outside the off stump against Anderson, who hasn't. And I remember Amla having great trouble against Anderson outside the off stump in the first innings. Amla reaching his 50 for the second time in a match with a 6. I tell you whose party trick was to reach hundreds with 6s was Ken Barrington. And I remember him doing it very well in Port of Spain, where he played a patient innings. First Test match, 67-8, Colin Cowdrey's tour. Suddenly, against Lance Gibbs, I would think, drove him down the ground from the pavilion end to I think it was called the Northeastern Ranges end, the mountain end at Queen's Park Oval there. And we've now got Anderson at the pavilion end, and he is coming in to bowl to the cock. We've got 2 slips, gully, 2 slips, a gully and a short backward point. He's in now, he bowls, and de Kock onto the back foot. Plays that to balance out, short extra cover. Another aggressive fielder. Root doing well to keep the pressure on. Just a few minutes to go now until lunch, 15 minutes, and if England could pick up another wicket or even 2 in this time, it would mean that they would go into pick up that knife and fork with a more jaunty grip, wouldn't it? Don't you think?
They'd have custard on their pudding.
Well, yes, a bit of custard, yes, or on
Spotted
jam
dick on
roll
Sunday.
or whatever it is. I don't know, jam rolls, that's rather antique, isn't it? Going back a bit. Here's Anderson, he's in, bowls now, and de Kock went across his stump, see if he was going to flick that away on the leg side. Took it on the body, and it just dropped down beside him, and it was Basto who ran forward and picked up. As we got a moment and Anderson walks back, the Lionel Tennyson story, Alf Gover, which we told, running in from the pavilion end, towards the pavilion end, going on. There is another one, because he was a great friend of Lionel Tennyson, his lordship, who captained that side. And his lordship went tiger hunting and took
Of
Alf
course.
Gover with him. And there was a splendid story. And if this ball goes through to the keeper, I will tell it to you. It's going to be Anderson once more now. To the left-handed de Kock. He's in now. He's up to the wicket. He bowled. He's forward. Goodbye. He's got the outside edge. He's gone. And that really is a wonderful wicket for Anderson. On the point of lunch, the one he really, really wanted. I know South Africa are 284 runs ahead. But to get de Kock like that for just a single, a tremendous moment. Anderson came racing down the wicket, punching the air. No one was more up for it, more jubilant there than Jimmy Anderson. It's 154 for 3, and isn't this an extraordinary game? It seemed a few moments ago it was going to be dead and buried, but here we are, all with something for England to celebrate. It is an incredible game, cricket, Swanee.
It is. Great bowling from Jimmy Anderson. Regulation, moving it across the left-hander. De Kock visibly shaken by that first ball bumper from Ben Stokes, I think. Didn't really commit to the stroke. Feathered it through to Johnny Bairstow. You knew straight away before the ball even carried, Jimmy was jumping in the air. He's enjoyed that. Trust me, every bowler likes getting out the best players in the opposition. And I ribbed him for getting rabbit pie in the first innings and getting the tail enders out. I can't rib him for this. De Kock is the best player, in my view, in that team at the moment, and he's nicked him off for one. Well done, Jimmy Anderson. Well done, England, trying to claw their way back into this game.
Well, I mean, that was more than just a claw. That was a stride or two up the mountain, wasn't it? It really was. And now Fafi du Plessis is coming in, the South African captain, who has looked such a cool customer in this match. And I must say, his captaincy in the field had put a different look to South Africa from the first test when Dean Elgar was in charge and didn't really look as though he had a grip on it, did he?
No, well, Elgar looked like a stand-in, didn't he? Looked
Yeah,
like
he did.
Like a substitute teacher.
He was uncertain to take any step, wasn't he?
Didn't want to upset anybody, so just settled for sort of mediocrity that a supply teacher would. But Faf du Plessis definitely stamped his authority on the team. He's, I suppose he's been playing long enough, he's got a bit of authority. And, you know, the South Africans have always had a fairly authoritarian figure in charge. I mean, the man who sat in this chair before me, Graham Smith, no one argued with him in the middle, trust me.
No, he's too big for that, isn't he?
And I think Faf's got that sort of statesman-like aura about him. So he certainly brought the best out of the South African team in this game so far. But bringing the best out of Jimmy Anderson in that last ball, getting de Kock out.
Well, here's Jimmy Anderson to du Plessis. He's in now. He's up to the wicket. Oh, that's a good one. Du Plessis let it go. It was on the short side. Just outside the off stump, and he summed it up beautifully and letting it go through there to Basto. Du Plessis goes away to square leg, walking away. Then he is called down the pitch by Hashim Amla. The Rock of Gibraltar moves up the pitch to have a word with his captain. A soothing word, no doubt. And Andrew.
Ken Barrington reached 100 with the 6 4 times in Test cricket.
4 times, did he? Well, that's quite a landmark, isn't it? Thank you for looking that up. Here comes Anderson in, up to the wicket, bowls, and Duplessis turns that away to mid-wicket, and it's going away, I think, all the way to the boundary. Yes, it is. It is. That was a fine stroke. He timed it. He looked at it over the push, and in fact, there was quite a lot of bat on that. Timing. It was a product of timing. And Moeen Ali, who looked originally as though he was going to have no trouble in cutting that off, got nowhere near it.
Yeah.
And away it went for 4. Good stroke.
As with most English grounds, Trent Bridge has a very wide square, lots of actual playing surfaces to run over first. This ball travelled a good 45 yards over the cut wickets, so it certainly wasn't slowing up. Beautiful timing, like you say, Henry, just in front of the square, off the hip.
Lovely shot.
Sort of shot I only ever dreamed of playing.
My dear, I think I'm sorry to cut you off in your prime then. 158 for 3. And here is Anderson in now. He bowls, and that's played away by in leading edge. That was. He was playing that away to the leg. Play went into the stroke a fraction too soon. Leading edge went out on the offside. Might have gone anywhere. Went into the ground, and he got away with it. But what a marvellous over by Jimmy Anderson. He never fails, does he? Or doesn't seem never to fail. 158 for 3 at the end of it. Duplessis has got 4, and Amla at the other end, cool, calm and collected, talking to his captain now in mid-wicket, has 59.
Yeah, 2 great big scalps before lunch. 158 for 3. What they'd give for another, they've got 10 minutes, so there's time for 2 more at least. Ben Stokes on the back of a very, very good and hostile over at the left-handers of Elgar and de Kock. It really softened him up. Bumpery bolted de Kock first ball, really softened him up, so when he got on strike to Jimmy Anderson, the feet weren't moving quite as rhythmically and as ferociously as you might want at the start of your innings nicked off.
Well, there's going to be Ben Stokes again, and I think the events of Lord Tennyson and Alf Gover, the GOAT, can go on hold for a little bit because the cricket really is extremely exciting. I'll tell you the story after lunch. It's quite good fun, and Duplessis rehearsing a hook in the crease and the non-striker's end at this end. The floodlights are on. They weren't at the start, but they are now. And here's Stokes. He's in now. He bows for Amla. Amla just bends at the knees. It was a short one. And he didn't move his feet. He just bent at the knees and pulled back, letting it fly across in front of his chest. And umpire Fry now is running across to the offside, because he's got alongside him, he's got a mid-wicket and a backward short leg. And Anderson that backward short leg, and we've got balance at a rather straight, shortish mid-wicket. And I suppose he feels, he and the fielders could be on a collision course. He can see better now. Stokes is in short down the leg side, and Amla again, unfussed, doesn't hardly move, shrugs his shoulder almost, with a mildly contemptuous. I mean, he's wonderful to watch, isn't he?
Yeah. I think the umpires swapped sides because, I don't know if you can see behind the monitor, Henry, there's a deep square leg as well. He's just in front of square, coupled with the fine leg and the leg gully. The umpire's got to go and watch for the 3 behind the square, no ball rule. So Gary balances it forward square leg. And there is a man in the deep.
And it's Stokes again now. He's in. He's up to the wicket. He bows down Amla. Amla goes back and gets a single. That's good running by Amla. He went back. He was expecting, I should say, another short run. It was, but it was further up, pushed it out into the offside. And the moment the ball was off the bat, he saw there was a run, and they went through quite quietly and quickly. So he goes along now to 60. It's 159 for 3.
You know what surprised me, Henry, is it's taken this long, or the lead is this big, nearly 300, before they've said, right, let's go short, let's try and be really aggressive for a short period. Obviously on a swinging ground you pitch it up as long as you can, but what Joe Root must be thinking, why didn't I do this last night or first thing this morning?
He's allowed the game to drift a bit, hasn't he?
A little bit, yeah.
I'm afraid. But then he's very inexperienced and he'll learn from this. We've now got a first wicketkeeper and a fine gully, that's all. As Stokes is in now, bowls there to Duplessis, who drives nicely down to mid-off. And there is no run there. Quickly fielded at mid-off. And the score stays on 159 for 3. And the captain himself, who's shed his white floppy sun hat, which he's had on his head at the start this morning, is now back with the
cap,
dark brewing cap. And
change your hat, change your luck.
Indeed. And here comes Stokes in, up to the wicket, bows to Duplessis, who turns that off his hip to backward short leg, and Anderson fields, and there is no run there. And Now, Swanee, I want to ask you something. At what stage in your career did you stop talking about backward short leg and talk about leg gully?
I have no idea, to be honest.
Because no, I'm just interested. It's only a time thing. When I sort of little cricket I played, there was no such thing as a leg gully.
No.
I've never heard of it. It's always backward short leg. And there was a time when leg gully began to take over. And I just wondered if you ever remembered when you first thought about leg gully. Here is Stokes again, short, and that's pulled away by du Plessis. But it's balanced there at square leg fields, and there is no run. 159 for 3. Suddenly the cricketers come alive. It just shows you what can happen when you get a couple of wickets.
Yeah, it wakes the crowd up, doesn't it?
Oh, it wakes everyone up. And I know South Africa are overwhelmingly favourites, 289 runs in the lead with 7 wickets in hand. Nonetheless, these 2 wickets have just made England give them an uplift.
Well, it's good old Geoffrey Boycott's had 2 wickets, and suddenly things don't seem so rosy for the batsmen, and things seem a lot rosier for the fielders, and it certainly has. It gave England a lift.
And it's had us on the edge of our seats,
absolutely,
too.
Yeah.
Wasn't that an absolute beauty? The one that Anderson got to cock with. Yeah. It reminded me a little bit of the ball Broad when he had de Villiers caught behind off the inside edge in Johannesburg in January last year. And that was one that went through him, and it was bold. There was something, it just made me think of it. 2 left-handers. He was caught behind then. And here is Anderson now bowling to Amla. He's up the wing, he bows, and Amla, cool, calm and collected as ever, just turns this round the corner to deep backward square, and it's Dawson now runs in fields, and they get a single. So 61 to Hashim Amla, and it's 160 for 3.
Backward short leg to me just means a short leg behind square, so very close to the stumps, whereas a leg gully's sort of deeper.
That's your
how I think. Yeah.
So you would be quite happy to have could you ever have a leg gully and a backward short leg at the same time in your language?
You could, yes, absolutely, yeah.
I
2
see.
different field positions.
No, good point. Here's Anderson again in bowls, and du Plessis forward, hitting that one into the ground, and it bounces back to the bowler. Anderson sticks down a right hand, polishes the ball, looking aggressive, and Broad is walking across from mid-off to have a word with him as his bowling partner walks past him. Great mates, and I'm sure anything Broad says, maybe saying, what are you going to have for dinner tonight? But
maybe saying, if we get down to the tail, can I get some of those today, please, mate?
Rabbit pie.
Rabbit pie.
Rabbit pie. Here comes, long way from that at the moment. Here's Anderson again in bowls outside the off stump, and du Plessis goes back. The bottom hand took over then. He was aiming through the covers, and it ended up trickling down to mid-on.
It's interesting, sorry.
Don't go on.
It's interesting how these words and different names develop and arise. Have you heard of the one that Charlie Dagnall invented himself 2 days ago when that Skyver hit one through her legs? Purposely, flicked it straight, like in football would be a nutmeg. He just on the spot said that's a nutmeg. And I think in 10 years everyone will call it the nutmeg.
Very good. Here's Broad in bowls outside the off stump. No stroke there from du Plessis. Through it goes to Bells. It's amazing how things do happen on Sparrow at the moment, don't they?
So it's Nat Siver. I always get that name right. She's not a Skyver at all. She goes to work every day. She trains hard.
My dear thing. But you're on the case. I can see that.
Also, things like the word slog sweep. Who invented that? Because that's not been around for long, has it?
It hasn't. No.
They never used a slog sweep.
Well, and yet it describes the stroke admirably, doesn't it? One wonders who first said it. And here comes Anderson in bowls, and forward comes du Plessis, and it's Moen at mid-wicket who goes across in front of mid-on and fields. I tell you what, we've got the analyst coming in for lunch, Simon Hughes. Well, the analyst, he weird sort of thing he ought to know. And we might prime Aggers to ask the analysts where the slog sweep came from.
Where the phrase came from. I've obviously got the dill scoop, which is Tilakarani Dilshan, invented that back over his head. Got the ramp.
It wouldn't have been Graham, did it?
Who came up with the name of the ramp?
Well, the batsman for Middlesex, yes, and then sorry.
But
ramps. Good, what a fine player. Here comes Anderson in, and there's no run there. It was left alone outside the off stump. The end of another good over by Anderson. Goodness me, what a splendid piece of bowling this has been. Time for just one more over, and Broad is quickly there, takes his jersey off. No, Stokes is quickly there, peels it off, and gives it to the umpire, and umpire Rifle at this end. And why do all Australian umpires have double F's their name? Tofel, Rifle. Can't read anymore, I don't know.
Awful.
No, Awful has only one F. And it is 160 for 3. And Stokes, not quite as much hair on the back of his head as he used to have in his prime, but he's running away from us very fast now. He's up to the wicket, he bowls that around, Hamler goes back and just steers this down into the gully, and it is Jimmy Anderson there who fields. We've got no slips, just a gully, a rather fine gully, and now Bairstow and Anderson have a chat, and Bairstow for once feeling rather lonely. Wicketkeepers don't usually suffer from that complaint.
No, he's had a very good test match, Johnny Bairstow, with the gloves.
Well, he had a very good one at Lord's too,
Yes.
didn't he? And when he stood close, and I thought really looked keeper against spin for the first time I've seen him, did jolly well. Here comes Stokes in, bowls, and that's a short one. He ducks underneath it, Amla. Ducks underneath it, and walks away as cool as the proverbial cucumber to square leg.
I mean, it's an extraordinary field at the moment. You've got that one man, Jimmy Anderson, who stood at gully. You've got a fine third man there for an uppercut, a fine leg, a leg gully, a deep square leg in front, and then a square leg. So the batsman's being told, I am going to pepper you here. I'm just bowling bounces and bounces. I'm going to really test you out. There's 2 men in front of square. We've got a mid-off and a straight mid-wicket, and that's it.
And the backward short leg, stroke leg gully. Here comes Stokes in, bowls, and that's turned away by Amla to balance there, just forward of the square leg umpire, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's the field that says, it's bumper time. Just before lunch, and you know full well that fast bowlers are a predictive lot. There's going to be a couple pitched up as well to try and get you on the back foot. However, this field, the only way, normally when you pitch it up, is to get someone caught because they're not quite to the pitch and they'll flash the blade and get nicked off, but there's no slip to say the catches.
Well, here we come, Stokes again, the last exciting over before lunch. He's in now, he's up to the wicket, bowls. Amla on the back foot, plays this one down to Broad, wide there at mid-on, and there is no run. But it has been fun, having rather drifted quite suddenly. Stokes persuaded Elgar to take that one on to try and pull it round the corner. He got the top edge, was caught by Anderson at backward square leg, and the whole thing changed, didn't it?
It did.
Then we had that wonderful ball from Anderson, which dismissed to Cock, had him caught behind, and we've all, as I say, been really leaning forward on the edge of our seats as Broad Stokes is in again. He's up to the wicket now, he's there outside the off stump. Hamler shoulders arms, leaves the bat above his head for the pose, and I was talking earlier about the balletic pose of batsmen when they leave balls alone. Amla he's balletic when he plays strokes, but he's a big man, and when he leaves the ball alone, I thought he looked more like a miner hacking a rock
about to go at the coalface
than someone dancing a ballet.
So we've got one ball before lunch, and the field's changing now. So Joe Root's bringing Alistair Cook back into slip. He's putting Gary Balance into short leg. He's keeping the deep backward square or deep square leg, who's now moving back in front of square, Liam Dawson. So he stayed at leg gully, sorry, he's not gone to short leg.
Well, here comes the last ball before lunch. Stokes it is. In now to Amla. He's there. Amla goes, as he's done all morning, back and across. He goes back down the pitch. Stokes with footwork picks it up to his hand. And what an exciting last few minutes, 25 minutes we've had. And Amla, head down, walks. He must feel very chirpy. He doesn't look it, but he must feel it, I think, towards the pavilion. Now he turns and waits for Du Plessis, his captain and partner, to catch up with him. The score is 160 for 3, and the lead on top of that is 290, and the scoreboard figures have become 60 there to Amla, and Du Plessis has 5. South Africa, of course, in the pole position, brilliantly placed. But England did have something to cheer about in the last few minutes, Swanee.
They did. Those 2 wickets have come just at the right time. England were drifting horribly out of this game, but they've managed to claw their way back into it somewhat. 290 the lead, 7 wickets to go for South Africa. Look, what they've got to believe, England, and what they've got to tell themselves at lunch is, yeah, they're likely to get a 350, 400 run lead. If they bowl really well, it'll be a 350 lead. If they don't, over 400. Why is that impossible? Look at the team we've got. We've got Moeen Ali going in at 8. We've got Liam Dawson at 9. We can chase anything down. So who cares? We bowl them out for 450 ahead. We're going to win this game. It may be pie in the sky thinking, but the wicket's still good and it's not swinging as much. So they've got to keep the faith and believe they'll win this game.
Well, there's Graham Swan talking a bit like a bouncy castle. Kuhn, the scorecard yesterday, caught Root, bowled Anderson for 8. Elgar caught Anderson, bowled Stokes for 80. Played very well too after a little bit of an anxious start this morning. And de Kock was caught Basso, bowled Anderson for 1. Amla's 60. Duplessis is 5. And briefly, Anderson has got 2 for 32. Broad, none for 33. Wood, none for 41. Moeen Ali, 0 for 15. Stokes, 1 for 13. And Dawson, none for 20. And so that, I think, just about sums it up. And from Swanee and me, I hope everyone has an extremely good lunch. And it's time for me to hand you over straight away to Jonathan Agnew.
Yes, thank you, Henry. I'm sure you'll have a good lunch. You usually manage to. Well done. Thank you indeed. South Africa's morning again. They lost 2 wickets, but they lead by 290. There's nailing the game down. That's the point, really. Nothing very rash. Just, the sort of application, really, that England were lacking yesterday, and the reason for England being in a mess. Andrew, what have you discovered?
Well, just quickly, Hashim Amla make the second person to reach his 50 with a 6 in both innings.
Have
of
you
the Test match.
found it?
I found Andrew Simons did it against the West Indies in 2008 in Kingston.
See, how do you do this? Dedication.
Dedication, computer programming, things like that. Yeah.
Well, it's pretty amazing. So so as far as you're concerned,
he's the second.
He's the second batsman to reach 50s in the same Test match with a 6. There we are. Simon Hughes is there. This is the standard. This is the standard. Really. You've got to set. I mean, how do you deal with that?
Can't compete. Amazing.
Yeah.
Just resourcefulness par excellence.
Anyway, well,
which I can't really qualify.
No, well, not can I.
Myself.
I just leave it all to Andrew. But it is extraordinary. So anyway, there we go. Just a quick thoughts about the game from an analyst's perspective. Let's talk about the difference between application, really, isn't it? It's what it's all about.
England are actually, as Simon Mann, our colleague, has just messaged me. England are too easy to beat. When they start losing the momentum in a game, they just seem to fall apart.
Yes.
Certainly with the bat, there's no application. I've been really interested to watch Hashim Amla batting this morning because the stat, probably one generated by Andrew, that Jimmy Anderson's, out of his 470 odd Test wickets, he's only taken Amla's wicket twice, and one of those was for 100, and the other time he got him early on, but that's the only time Jimmy has got Amla out in 27 attempts. Under 100, and you just watch Amla play, and he's read that Anderson is going to be the hardest bowler to play on here. See him off, play him late, be watchful, leave a few balls occasionally, and the contrast with England, apart from Root, is go at the ball and it's a foolish length. I'm going to have a big drive at it, even though the ball is nipping around off the seam. There doesn't seem to be any other way that they can play, and so while it's exciting, it's also the next man in the dressing room must be up and down in his seat.
Absolutely.
With the Bairstows and the Stokeses and the Moeen Alis. I mean, great entertainment, but no real application and no adaptability. I think that's England's biggest issue, isn't it?
It's the way we play. We're positive and we're aggressive, but the trouble is they win by big margins, but then they also get thrashed by big margins too. Michael Vaughan had a figure today. I think over the last 32 tests, something like 10% withdrawals or something, which is incredibly few.
And it's also, his stat was 14 wins and 13 losses, or maybe the other way around. But so it's either one or the other. There's no kind of in between, is there?
Anyway, we are talking about left-handers, aren't we? Because England have got 7 left-handed batsmen in their 11, including the top 3, Cook, Jennings and Balance. So there have been so many successful left-handers in history. Lara Pollock, so was Gower, Sangakkara. I mean, you think of so many, can't we? And yet, only 10% of the population are left-handed. It is all interesting. I was talking to it before we came on about what is what is a left-hander? I mean, a left-hander often seems to be a right-hander who simply bats that way around. But first of all, start with the left-handedness then, shall we?
Well, let's start with left-handedness.
Yeah.
And I mean, I suppose what started me off on this was a couple of years ago when I was chatting to Paul Collingwood, who of course is right-handed, and he was running. He told me a story about it's quite a funny story. He was running in a gym in the West Indies on a treadmill, and there was a TV on behind him, and he was running on the treadmill with the mirror in front of him, so he could see himself in the mirror, and there was this TV in the mirror which actually was behind him, and he saw this highlights of a game going on, and this left-hander was hitting the ball beautifully through the covers. He thought, why is it that left-handers always look so elegant and beautiful compared to right-handers? And then he stopped his treadmill and he turned round to look at the TV properly instead of in the mirror, and he realised actually it was him batting in a match, some highlights of a game that had just been played, and he'd been obviously by the mirror converted into a left-hander, and he was looking really elegant. And how can you imagine that? Paul Collingwood looking elegant, that's one for the books. But anyway, I mean, I've always just sort of thought about that, and why is it that, you know, you think of David Gower and Brian Lara and people like that, and they are beautifully elegant. And there is something that seems to be special about actually not only left-handers in cricket, but also, funnily enough, football as well. You know, left-footers in football always seem to have that bit more grace or something about them. And I started then looking at statistics a bit and seeing what sort of percentage of left-handers were successful compared to right-handers, and it's interesting that over the last sort of 15 to 20 years, there's been a much greater dominance of left-handers scoring runs. In fact, if you look at the stats of the top 10 run makers in history, test match run makers that is, 5 of them are left-handed. That's Sangakkara, Brian Lara, Shivnarine Chanderpaul. I suppose you wouldn't qualify him as elegant particularly. Alan Border and our own Alistair Cook. Yeah. So 5 out of the 10 are left-handed of the top run makers, and as you said, only 10% of the population are left-handed. And then I sort of thought, well, I wonder if that applies to baseball, and actually it does. In fact, 4 of the top 5 baseball averages in the history of baseball, or in the Hall of Fame, are left-handed, Babe Ruth being the most obvious. And even, I just thought, well, I'll check the current stats, and even in the current 2 leagues, the American League and the National League, something like half, 50%, are left-handed hitters. So it just seems that it's quite an interesting phenomenon that more and more left-handers seem to be predominantly successful in the art of hitting a ball. It's not so much the case with bowling. In bowling, it's only 10% of the best, most successful bowlers are left-armers, in fact, in Test cricket. So that is consistent with the average number of left-handers in the population.
There are fewer left-handed bowlers, aren't there? I'd say than left-handed batsmen around.
Yeah. I mean, and so you sort of start wondering why that is. And it just so happened that while I was sort of thinking about this last summer, really, I got a letter from a scientist. There's a guy called Michael Biddulph, who is actually a consultant doctor of chemical engineering here at Nottingham University, and has done a lot of work on this particular phenomenon. He's written a paper called Perception, the Left-Hander's Secret Weapon, and he's done a lot of work on the movement of balls through the air, and how a ball moves and how a person reacts to that ball. He's been in America working. His son is also left-handed, and while he was in America, he watched baseball a lot and looked at the stats of baseball. And this is a guy who's a really eminent scientist. He did, as a result of his observations and interest, he did a lot of research into this subject, and this is what he found out.
When I looked at the data over many years of baseball games in the Major League, I found that there was indeed a general superiority for the extremely left-handed players. And then I thought, well, I wonder if this is the same in cricket. And I looked, and sure enough, you can find the same sort of effect in cricket. One of the things that has been noticed by the neurologist in Australia, that the connecting passage between the two sides of the brain is much wider in the extreme left-handers than it is in on the other players, and this has been confirmed by post-mortem studies and also MRI studies, where the MRI result shows the brain lighting up much more in both sides of the head than just the one side, which is normal. It's not actually been conclusively proved, but it seems to be a fairly reasonable assumption that if it is wider, it will allow more connection between the two sides, and the extreme left-handers are the ones who have the greater width on that passageway. Thinking of baseball, as the pitcher releases the ball, the batter is immediately trying to think, where is this ball going? What's it doing? Is it spinning? Is it curving or whatever? And when should I decide when to start my downswing in order to get the bat to the right position as the ball arrives? So, in other words, that's a stream of data that's coming in into the batter through his eyes, and the brain is trying to use that to assemble a picture in his head of where it will be. And I mean, what it means is the way it's normally expressed is that the batsman sees the ball very quickly.
So that's Michael Biddulph, who is a doctor of chemical engineering, particularly interested in the sort of phenomenon of left-handers, and he clearly draws the attention towards the fact that this is extreme left-handers.
Yeah, so totally left-handed.
So people who throw, right, paint, whatever they do, as well as bat left-handed. There's not so many of those. I mean, there's someone like Alan Border is one, Andrew Strauss is another. I mean, we'll come on to the sort of variation on left-handedness in a minute, but what he's talking about, by the way, there is something called the corpus callosum, which is a tube or a channel which goes across your brain from one hemisphere to the other and basically conducts signals between sides of the brain, and all the sort of scientific evidence is that these extreme left-handers, the people who do left-handedness of everything, have a slightly thicker tube in their brain which allows quicker relay of information from one side to the other, therefore more complete use of the brain.
Right.
And I think that would clearly help in dealing with a moving object coming towards you. In fact, he says that it's also a help in driving a car and in traffic with cars sort of fizzing around.
So reflex, in other words.
It is about reflexes.
So left-handers, a genuinely left-handed person, left-handed, their reflexes, therefore, the reaction time to anything, by the sounds of it, is instinctively quicker than a right-hander's. That's what he's saying.
That's what he is saying, and I suppose it obviously varies, as it does with everybody, but that there is a definitely, and there's a lot of research being done in Australia on this, and there's definitely a pattern in people who start the life as left-handers. This corpus callosum is wider. Babe Ruth is the greatest baseball player who ever lived, and he was left-handed in pitching and hitting. Yes. And so would be classed in this category.
So what about these left-handed batsmen then, Simon?
Yeah.
Who, I was out there this morning talking to left-handers, Alistair Cook being one. I said that you were coming in today and talking this, and Graham Smith was another. And he said, well, no, we're right-handed at everything. And then you've got an email here from John Hanson, who says the left-handed batsmen that you refer to, who are actually right-handers, probably have their left eye as their dominant eye. That's exactly what Alistair said. His left eye is his dominant eye, which, if you imagine, I mean, it's a bit strange though, isn't it? Because if you have to turn yourself around, and so Alistair is much more front on, yes, as a result. Yeah. So you'd think, therefore, he should be batting right-handed, but because if his left eye is the dominant one, you're actually more sideways on. But it does get complicated.
It does get very complicated. You're absolutely right. And in fact, if you look at those, as we mentioned earlier, those top 5 left-handed run makers in the top 10 test matches, Test match run makers, 4 out of the 5 of them, in fact no, for all of them are actually, no sorry, I'll start again, 4 out of the 5 of them are right-handed in throwing and bowling. That's Sangakkara, Lara, Chanderpaul and Cook. Only one of them is all left-handed, Alan Border. So there is definitely a trend, and if you look at the world game, there is a trend for left-handed batsmen who throw and do everything else right-handed. And so that while that doesn't necessarily conform to this scientist's research on pure left-handedness, it is an interesting phenomenon which I talked to Graham Smith about, our own Graham Smith, and I said to him, basically, do left-handers have an unfair advantage?
I think it's a right-handers game, firstly. I think left-handers have, probably by being different, they have a slight advantage. I think, growing up, most bowlers will practice 90% of the time bowling at right-handers, and I think left-handers create a different mindset, different angles, different thought process to the game, and I think maybe through being different, they have an advantage.
So you think that it's basically due to the fact that right-handed bowlers that predominate in the game are not so conditioned to bowling that line to left-handers. Also, it's probably harder to get them LBW. The ball isn't naturally hitting the stumps from a right-arm over bowler. It's going across, giving you natural width.
Oh, I got it LBW a fair amount, so I'm not so sure. But I think maybe it's just unique, different angles, different way to think about the game. Left-handers sort of take you out of everything that you've grooved or thought of. I think growing up as a youngster in the game or as a bowler, tactically you've got to change the way you think. If you think about someone like James Anderson, beautiful away swinger, attacks off stump, suddenly to a left-hander, he almost changes his whole mindset in the way that he attacks the batter. So, yeah, I think you just, more than anything, make people think because, you play the other way around.
How do you account for the fact that, say, in the top 20 run makers in the world, of which you're one, 8 of them are left-handed, and yet left-handers only make up 10% of the population?
I don't know. I mean, I'd like to think that maybe the left-handers that have played the game are maybe just, really good players. Left-handers have huge challenges also. The rough as a test match goes on becomes a really key factor for them, and they've got to deal with that, batting third and fourth innings. So it's not an easy thing. I wouldn't say left-handers, generally have it easier. I think, maybe just the players who've played the game are dominant, take the game on, and have adapted well to the top form of the game.
So you didn't feel superior as a left-hander?
No. I always used to tell the guys it's a right-handed game. They don't have to deal with any rough most of their lives.
But it's interesting that you say right-handed game, because actually you are right-handed, and yet you bat left-handed.
I think there are a few things that worked in my favour. Is that my top hand is my strong hand. I think that helped a lot with sort of the blade path and things like that. I was right-eye dominant, which I think helped me, in terms of being able to pick up length and sort of pace. So I think those were a few things for me that worked. But for me, it was just about, growing up was just about adapting to angles, really, as a left-hander, trying to deal with angles, find out, which channels to bat in, and all the normal challenges that batters have, I guess.
Were you, growing up, at all aware of Graham Pollock, probably your greatest ever batsman, who of course was left-handed?
Yeah, I used to hear the stories from my dad, who played club cricket against the likes of Graham Pollock and various others. There's so many folklore stories about Graham and the way he batted and how dominant he was on cover drive and the pull shots, and I only seen very limited footage of Graham. I would love to have seen him bat a little bit more, but in many ways, I think I was named after him in many ways. I think, it was obviously great to be able to do something in the game. I mean, I think he, if it wasn't for sort of apartheid and stuff, he would have been down as one of the greatest players in international cricket.
You've got 2 little kids. Would you advise them to bat left-handed or right-handed?
It's funny because my dad tried to force me to bat right-handed. No one in our family had been left-handed before. I mean, everything I've done with 2 hands since a youngster, I've always done left-handed. Golf, cricket, one hand. Tennis, writing, bowling, throwing. And it's just what felt natural to me. So my dad fortunately lost that battle. I often just try and watch my son and my daughter and see, how they pick it up. At the moment they a little bit, do things with both hands while writing with their right hand. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the little guy goes.
But actually, it's become almost an ambidextrous game. I mean, A.B. de Villiers, your great player now, is probably the original ambidextrous player. So I suppose kids growing up are best to try everything both ways around, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's an asset if you can. I think the basics are always the basics. I think you've got to lay a platform for yourself first. I think you've got to understand, and then almost have, once you've got those roots and that platform in place and the basics, then you can have the ability to branch out and grow your skill levels. And I think that's the thing. Certainly, if I was playing now and I had the talent, it would be about growing my skill levels to a point where you could adapt to the modern day game, be able to play all formats, and really be successful in that. But I think you can't do anything unless you've got a solid base in place.
There are two sort of key points I think he raised there. One is the right-handedness of left-hand batsmen now,
yes.
And secondly the right eye dominance, which slightly conflicts. Slightly conflicts with your correspondent.
It conflicts with Alistair Cook.
It conflicts with Alistair Cook.
Yes.
Most of these left-handed batsmen who are successful are right-handed throwers and right eye dominant. And I talked to Andy Flower about this actually the other day, and he said that it was a big help being right-handed as a left-handed batsman, because it kept your, as Graham Smith said there, it kept your top hand on the line of the ball. It gave you a strong top hand, and I think in Test cricket especially, the strong top hand, the controlling hand on the bat, the hand that enables you to play straight, is very important. So actually, the more you think about it, the more it actually makes sense if you're a strong right-handed person, and you've probably got right eye dominance as well, to bat left-handed, because
that's
in
where
cricket,
I went wrong.
Yeah, that's where we both went wrong, isn't it? And Flowers said to me actually that he tried batting as a right-hander, just as an experiment. So his left hand was now his dominant hand, and he's not left-handed naturally, and he found it very hard. He found he couldn't understand how you could bat with a weak top hand. So the strong top-handedness of all these left-handed batsmen, Sangakkara, Alistair Cook, Chanderpaul Lara, and obviously going back in time, the Soberses, the Pollocks, and others, Clive Lloyd, powerful person, but the top hand, the right hand, which was their dominant hand, was the most important one.
But we still
really
come back to Alistair Cook, and we don't know about the dominance of the other eyes, who's had to actually, and you can see him open himself up in order to use that that dominant eye.
Yes.
He should have been right-handed, shouldn't he?
It almost feels like that.
Yes.
Actually, I mean, it's funny. It's funny, isn't it? That he is I think he's an anomaly, actually, Cook.
Yes.
Because most left-handed batsmen are dominant right-handed. I mean, the other thing that Smith was saying there, and you and I can sort of identify with, is it is harder getting left-handed batsmen out as a right-arm bowler. Would you agree?
Hivstone is a right-handed game. I'm not having that. It's a left-handed game. If your daughter is she right or left-handed?
She's right-handed. But she does reverse sweep.
Does she?
Yeah.
I mean, I wonder how many in generations down the line, particularly ago, actually fathers did actually try and force kids to go, well, like Graham Smith's father. No, you're going to be a right-hander, because that's what most people are.
Well, it's very interesting that, because if you look back in history, there were not many great left-handers before the war, actually. Frank Woolley, famous left-handed player for Kent, was one of the highest run scorers of all time. And there were, I'm just looking, I was trying to find some others. In fact, I asked Geoffrey about it, and he came up with Phil Mead of Hampshire in England. But there's been very few phenomenal left-handers pre-war. But the longer you go on, the nearer you come to the present, the more left-handers are emerging.
More exposure, more television, people seeing that it's okay to bat.
I mean, of course,
people think it's the wrong way round.
That's right. I mean, Mike Hussey famously was a right-hander, and he saw Alan Border bat and saw the success he had, and so he converted to left-handedness. In fact, David Warner was another who started off as a right-hander but became a left-hander age 11 or 12. So, the advantages of left-handedness, I think, to us as right-arm bowlers are there.
Well, I think so. Isabel Westbury, nice to hear from you, Isabel.
Isabel,
Way,
yeah,
of course.
yeah.
She says that surely the prevalence of left-handed batsmen is in part due to the importance of that top hand. The point that you were making, that they've got that strong leading hand to give the ball, to guide the bat, to bring it straight. In fact, to do everything.
You think of, the classic example at the moment is Ben Stokes, though I know he hasn't made too many runs recently, but you think that he's a very strong bloke anyway.
Yes.
But that right hand, which he does everything with apart from bat, is very strong and dominant, isn't it? I mean, I've seen him hit balls with one hand, his right hand, he can just bunt them back over the bowlers without the help of the bottom hand at all.
Yes.
And,
but why? So, hang on. So we've got to work this out. Why did you and I bat right-handed then?
Well, I think it was just the accepted norm. I mean, if you think we grew up watching cricket in the 1960s and 70s on test matches on telly, and the only left-hander. Well, there was obviously Garfield Sobers,
yes,
who was out unbelievable player.
John Edrich.
And John Edrich. I mean, John Edrich was the one that we would have seen it opening with Jeffrey.
Yes.
I didn't have a poster of John Edrich on my wall. I sadly did have a poster of Jeffrey.
Did you?
Actually, let's get off that subject.
Oh, that's a horrible thought.
But there were not too many prolific right-handers. Where it was a sort of accepted. There weren't too many prolific left-handers. So you thought, well, right-handed was the normal way to do it. Whereas I think now you see left-handers who are, by the way, a lot of left-handers are fantastic at the reverse sweep, because the right hand comes into play very powerfully to play the left-handers reverse sweep.
And moving
Owen
on
Morgan,
stage,
classic example.
Absolutely. What about KP and his switch hit?
Yes.
Now, what's he using now? Presumably he's now switched to what could be his stronger way, actually, with the right hand actually now leading, bang, hitting, because it's a incredibly strong shot.
It is an incredibly strong shot, but actually I think the switch hit is the left hand, isn't it? For a right-handed batsman going round the other way, you're kind of, it's a two-handed thing, and no doubt, I mean, that is one of the defining moments in modern cricket, is KP's switch hit against Scott Starris at Durham.
There's two of them. One really quite straight. That's one really I would have thought was that right hand going bang and hit him over long on for six.
Yes, that's right. It was long off, I suppose. He turned it into long on.
It became long on, yes, absolutely.
It was actually long on.
But Dan Burgess was an interesting contribution by the analyst on this subject, and Graham Smith hits a very interesting target talking about his game. I once saw a young amputee batting. He only had half his left arm, therefore he could only grip the bat in his right hand. This was his top hand, and therefore he was, conventionally speaking, a left-hander, I believe. I'm a left-handed batsman, right-handed most of everything else, and therefore believing that batting is a two-handed game.
Yeah.
That's
a good point.
It is.
And it's become, as I touched on with Graham Smith at the end of that interview there, the ambidextrousness of the game is increasing. So more and more players are now, you see kids now practicing the reverse sweep and almost able, someone like Jason Roy can play the reverse sweep as well as he can play the normal sweep.
Yes.
So it doesn't, we think of it still in a traditional sense as a risky looking shot, but it comes so naturally to them because the game has become this 360 degree thing with both hands almost as powerful as each other, actually.
Now I like this one, Kenneth Torr. He says, I'm finding this fascinating. Let me offer the following observation. He says, according to Frank Clark, the Irish watercolourist and teacher, 60% of artists are left-handed.
Wow.
The left hand is linked to the right brain, which is the creative side. So I don't know if Alan Knott was left-handed, but I do know that he's a gifted artist. Are you getting muddled up with Jack Russell? I wonder, Kenneth. You might be thinking about Jack Russell. I'm just putting that in there because, of course, Jack was a left-handed batsman. Is he a left-handed painter doing that?
I think he did he throw left-handed? I think he did.
Right.
I think he was left-handed in everything. I think, because I seem to remember him going to the left down the leg side to right-handed bowlers, and that was his natural side to go. So he was a fully left-handed person.
I'll give Graham Smith the rough.
Yes.
But apart from that, I mean, did you enjoy bowling left-handers?
No. I mean, the two people I hated the bowling at the most, apart from obviously Viv Richards, was David Gower and Alvin Kallicharran.
Yes.
And I know they were very good players.
Cali, isn't he?
But you just didn't have anywhere. If you bowled on the stumps, it was generally going across, outside, off, so it gave them natural width to work with. And if you bowled outside the leg stump, it was free hit through the leg side. So for a left-hander, I just found, unless the ball was really hooping,
you can swing it back
swinging back in at them.
Yes.
I had no line.
Let's go back to the aesthetic bit again, because we haven't mentioned Moeen yet, who I just sit and watch, apart from his blazing it to point when they're trying to get your head down. However, his cover driving reminds me of David. And I spent nearly all my playing career sitting on the balcony at Grace Road watching David, and always, like everyone else, a bit cross when he got out because he wanted to watch a bit more. The extra cover drive and square drive of a left-hander, in most cases, this is incredibly special. But why? They're playing the same shot.
I think, maybe it's because of the dominance of the right hand, the strength of their right hand, because they're right-handed. Therefore, they can really hold the position as they're hitting through the line of the ball. Whereas a right-handed batsman who is also strong in his right hand, the bottom hand will always come through, and I think the bottom hand adds sort of ugliness to a shot. It makes it more of a shovel, more of a sort of slice or a scythe. Whereas if your top hand is dominant, as it is with Moeen, you can sort of follow that line through a much cleaner path when you're driving through extra cover. And that would be one thing. Maybe the other thing is they seem to have more opportunity to play that shot through the offside because they have a right-arm bowler bowling who offers them natural width.
Yes,
so the offside shots are a more natural way to hit the ball, whereas for a right-handed batsman facing a right-arm bowler, you hit more shots through the leg side because the angle is always coming in, isn't it? Naturally. So you tend to punch or shovel the ball with your dominant right hand through the leg side.
It just looks such a freer flow, though.
It does.
And whether it is, again, that strong...
Is it the strong top hand?
It could be. Ian Dodds from Bulgaria, I like this. And Ian, it obviously isn't enough for you to do in Bulgaria. He's come up with this one. It's very interesting about the science of left-handed connectivity in the brain. It says notable left-handers in history include Leonardo da Vinci, Albert Einstein, Napoleon Bonaparte, Aristotle, Julius Caesar, Winston Churchill, Lord Baden-Powell, Lewis Carroll, Jack the Ripper, Charlie Chaplin and Harpo Marx. He says, what a team, but there might be some problems in the dressing room deciding who should be the captain.
Thank goodness for the listeners to come up with that. That's a brilliant email.
Should we be, though, as a
what
last...
number would Aristotle bat, do you reckon?
I don't know. We're going to Jack the Ripper, but anyway, let's move away from that. There's obviously needs something to do in Bulgaria. Should we be, us, because our kids are now grown up and so on. But if you had a young boy or a girl you were introduced to cricket, what is the value in, first of all, taking them down the opticians and saying, right, please, we want to know what little Johnny's dominant eye is, please. And they'll say, well, it's his right. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then we work out what little Johnny is doing with his right hand, with his writing and everything else. And actually making little Johnny, who you think should be a right-handed batsman, actually should be left-handed. He should be batting left-handed. Is that what we should be doing with children?
I think that what I've tried to encourage with mine were sort of teenagers, and when they started sort of playing ball sports when they were sort of 6 or 7, was just have a go both ways around. And actually we have a little game in the back garden which we call Starfield Cricket, after the name of the road, and it's a small space, a London garden, and you can basically play any shot you like.
Right.
But you've got to. There's a few rules: one hand, one bounce, and caught off the net that bounces up, makes the ball bounce up and stuff. But you can negotiate the ball to safety however you like, and I think that is the best way of doing it. Is just to use both hands on the bat and use the bat as a manipulator of the ball wherever there's no fielders really, and have a go at tennis, with double-handed backhands, double-handed forehands, try both ways around, see which feels natural.
Which works. Yeah, interesting. A correspondent here on Twitter says that left-handedness is a huge prominence in Canada owing to ice hockey. He says sometimes I'm the only right-handed golfer in my foursome.
Wow.
Which again is very unusual, but they are playing this ambidextrous sport.
It's harder with golf. It's harder to get left-handed clubs, isn't it? So that's why there's there's far more right-handed golfers, because left-handed clubs are much harder to find in a clubhouse if you're borrowing them or buying them.
Yes,
really.
but it sounds like there should be a lot more left-handers, including you and I,
in cricket.
In cricket, Robert Dorr says right-handed golfers play a left-handed game. A right-hander can swing the club with his left hand, but can't swing it with the right hand. Does that sound really? I'm not really a golfer.
Yeah.
But that kind of makes sense. But this is what we're getting at. There should be many more because. Anyway, we were asking for your favourite left-handers, by the way, and this David McGoffey, I think it is, suggests a team of left-handed batsmen, and he wants to go with Cook, Hayden, Lara, Gower, Sangakkara, Sobers, Gilchrist, Vettori, Hadley, Akram and Ambrose. I think you've just about balanced that team up too, haven't you? We've got a keeper, you've got your opening attack.
Sobers can do everything anyway.
Sobers could do everything. That actually is that is a decent team. I'm trying to think of any obvious omissions from that.
Sobers, well, Clive Lloyd I'd be tempted to have. Did he have Pollock in there? I didn't see.
No, he didn't.
Graham Pollock was phenomenal. I mean, I had to bowl at him a couple of times. That was a nightmare.
But he must have been about 50 then, wasn't he?
No, he was. Well, it doesn't matter. He was still too good for me, but he was 40, but he was still very good.
Was he graceful? Was he an aesthetic?
He was a bit of a bludgeoner, I'd say. I mean,
legs apart.
He did have a lovely, big legs apart. I mean, he did have a nice off drive, but he was a savage of the bowling, really. I mean, Garfield Sobers, by the way, was a what do you call it? Extreme left-hander.
Total lefty.
So everything he did was left-handed, and he's probably still one of the greatest batsmen who ever lived.
Yes. You got his autograph? Did he write it left-handed?
I'm pretty sure. Actually, do you know, I can't remember. But I mean, presumably, if you bowl and bat left-handed and you play golf left-handed, surely you write left-handed. Sachin Tendulkar writes left-handed, you know.
See.
Yeah, but he's obviously a right-handed batsman.
Joe says Jack Russell is a right-handed painter.
Oh.
So
well, that throws that theory out of the water then.
And I think the last word goes to Dale Steventon. It says, regarding favourite left-handers, it's simple. Brian Lara was so good that I named my daughter after him. Lara, not Brian, by the way.
Love it.
Thank you. Well, I think that's fascinating. And just think how many... we would have scored Test centuries.
Thousands. Yeah, thousands of runs. And we wouldn't have knackered knees either.
No.
Because we wouldn't have had to bowl.
No.
So we could have had a new life.
We've gone horribly wrong. I just think that question, if you've got a youngster and you're just introducing him and her to cricket and batting, I think that might be the way to go. Just check which that dominant eye is.
Yeah. Okay.
And if they're naturally right-handed, start them batting left-handed.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you think?
I'll go for that.
If only we'd done the same thing. Anyway, on goes this game. Thank you, Simon, very much. That was really fascinating. South Africa are leading now by 290 runs, though. They've got 7 wickets in hand. I feel that that will be extended considerably during this session. They haven't got to rush necessarily, but they're very well set to extend that on and on. And they'll just simply keep batting because we're not even halfway through the match yet. Dear me, that sort of focuses the mind a bit, doesn't it? And so, a lot for England to think about and for Ed Smith to describe as he comes in. Should you? I don't know. I don't understand what's left and right-handed.
I'm a left-handed writer and a right-handed batter. My son's a right-handed writer and a left-handed batter.
Yeah.
So there's something in there.
The dominant eye thing. That's the interesting bit. Yeah.
Rafa Nadal, of course, the greatest of all in terms of his uncle. He's a natural right-hander. And his uncle Tony said, you'll play left-handed. And a few Grand Slams to his name now. But first of all, there's a test match to demand our attention. And England, just as Michael Vaughan sits alongside me, I think England have this session to take 7 wickets. Otherwise, I think it's all over. The lead is 290. Anderson has the ball in his hand. First ball after lunch. Du Plessis leaves a wide one. Afternoon, Michael. Is that a fair summary? What do you think?
Yeah, afternoon, everyone. Yeah, you'd think so. 290 in front. South Africa bat out the session. 26, 27 overs. You think they'll score 80. That takes the lead up to 370. History suggests that not many teams win chasing that kind of amount.
Sure.
So I think England desperately need a session where they find the outside edge. It goes to hand. They take some catches. There was a hint of swing from that first ball from Anderson. It was wide, but it was just a hint of away movement.
Anderson again, and that one was slightly angled in. Bairstow took it. Michael, just a question about selection. To what extent do you think sort of horses for courses is a legitimate way of approaching Test cricket these days? I just wonder whether Steve James, the writer for the Times, said to me, well, he thought that Ball might have bowled well on this wicket, perhaps better than Wood, and I wonder whether that kind of thinking has slightly gone out of selection, hasn't it? We saw Dawson, obviously Jeffrey's been talking about it, playing the 2 spinners at Trent Bridge, but maybe just also different seamers. Anderson in, and a good ball, but Du Plessis nicely forward and defends to Keaton Jennings in the gully.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes when you win a Test match so convincingly like England did, I thought it's probably that we just go with the same 11. You know, they were quite happy at Lords. They felt they had everything covered. They all bowled pretty well, but you know the pitch was one where the spin were in the game from the second day. You know, I was surprised they didn't bring an extra batsman. I've been saying it for 2 or 3 weeks now. I'd have an extra batsman in this team.
Yeah. Anderson in. Du Plessis edges, but for 4 through third man. How many runs have gone down there? Andrew can probably tell us in a second, but certainly Elgar was prolific through third man today, and now Du Plessis getting into the act. Good ball on length side off stump. Du Plessis actually, going back to Simon Hughes' conversation with Jonathan Agnew, he's got a very strong sort of bottom hand grip and pushed at that one, it flew away.
Look, what you mentioned in terms of horses for courses, I don't see it. So I just see it that England should really look at their group of fast bowlers. You know, you add Jake Ball into this, so there's 5.
Roland Jones maybe.
Yeah.
Anderson in bowls, and Du Plessis squares up and hits the ball to Broad at mid-off. There's no run.
And with the amount of cricket that they're playing, you kind of would look at the different conditions, the different pitches. You go to the Oval next week. Probably think more pace is required there. You know, the week after, Old Trafford, again more pace. You want to have your fast bowlers for there, and someone like Mark Wood will have to be looked after.
So maybe you rest him here as your. Is that what I'm saying?
No, same team really in terms of what I saw from the squad. It's never.
Anderson in again, check driven by Du Plessis once more to Broad, no run.
You know, once they'd not added an extra batsman, they were always going to go the same team for this venue. It's a decent start by Jimmy Anderson, just at outside edge down to third man. But I'm just looking more at the formation of the team. I just don't think they need 6 bowling options. You know, with the amount of Test matches that they've lost in the last couple of years, it's been pretty much down to the batting. You know, I think Gary Ballance at 3 is not for me. I don't mind Gary Ballance at 5. If they're going to get him back into the team, put him in his position that he scored all his runs for Yorkshire. And also it breaks up the, call them firecrackers, 5, 6 and 7 are so aggressive when they're back, great when it comes off, but I just think someone that can just kind of just bat and just be a bit more sensible in that middle of the innings could help the team.
Well, here is one of those players, Ben Stokes, who found a bit of life in the pitch before lunch. He's going to continue from the Ratcliffe Road end.
Quite interesting actually, because Samet Patel's been around and we just kind of looked in the Channel 5 box downstairs. So give us the batsman that you'd pick if you were picking another batsman. He didn't say himself, by the way.
Stokes in again, short ball. Amla sways nicely.
And
who did he say?
He said Wesley.
From Essex?
From Essex, yeah. He went straight away. He didn't even have to think about it. He just said, yeah, I'd go for Wesley.
I played against him at the very start of his career, 10 years ago. He was under 19's name in those days. I can't say it's a fair body of evidence to draw on now, but yeah, he's been there or thereabouts, hasn't he? Stokes in again, close to the umpire, bowls, and Amla's very late coming forward. Isn't it? Everyone talks about footwork. Well, a lot of good players don't move their feet very much. That's why they have so much time. Just transfer their weight. I don't think his foot got in front of the popping crease.
Yeah, well, actually, a lot of great players actually moved their feet before the ball's bowled.
And then that's it. I think when you played at your very best, sometimes you just got set and then transferred your weight.
Get yourself into a wide base, and then it's all about your head position, and can you just dip that head over the thump pad and play the ball late.
And then everyone retires and they start talking about footwork. I don't get it. Anyway, Stokes in now, bowls, and Amla leaves us one outside the off stump. Michael, we've never spoken about this in there, but that incredible spell of batting you had in Australia, 2002-03. My memory of it was you sort of got set, you rocked forward from there into a drive, and if it was a bit short, you pulled. So it was pretty simple.
Yeah, well, I just got myself into as wide a base as I possibly could. But when it didn't go right, it was because my head wasn't getting over that front knee.
And you were stuck back?
Stuck back, and I was snicking off and not quite controlling the ball, which was full of length, particularly the ball was moving around.
Stokes again, beauty, angled in, nipped away, and Amla was forward and played well, but the best thing he did there, Amla, was he didn't chase it. It was an absolute perler. You're in good nick when you start edging those.
Yeah, that's a beauty, angle into the stumps. late sea movement.
Bounce as well.
49th over, and it's still just doing a little bit, isn't it? It's not the swing that we saw yesterday, but certainly the odd ball that's just seems grabbing into the pitch and it's just offering a bit.
I wonder whether that was a little bit of reverse, actually. I don't know. Very hard to tell. Certainly was a beauty. Stokes in again, bowls, and Amla up on his toes in defence. Sometimes I wonder whether, it's going back to a conversation about footwork and the difference between what people do and then what they say. I feel that, and I know yesterday was probably a bad example because England were frenetic and they didn't really adapt, but a bit the same with adapting. You know, when people play, they just say, I play my way, and then they retire and they spend all the time saying that no one adapts anymore. I don't know. I think people generally play their way. Leg gully in place for Stokes. No slips, and it's line and length, and Amla looked like he was going to whip it and then changed his mind. Full face of the bat. It's a probing over from Ben Stokes. He's into this test match as a bowler now. He's bowled 10 overs, 1 for 13. Not figures you necessarily associate with Stokes as a wicket taker, but can be expensive, but he's bowled really well. And actually, he's probably the bowler whose trajectory is a bit closer to a Philander-style bowler. He's taller, but just because he's slightly skiddier in manner, isn't he, rather than a broad or...
I just think he's bowling a bit quicker. I think he's whacking the pitch. It's quite a hard, with the length that he's bowling, it's quite a hard option to score off him at the minute because he's got pretty much everything covered on the onside for the pull show. He's got his third man back, so you don't want to be ramping the short ball.
Yeah.
So it's a difficult field to kind of score off at the minute.
2 slips and a gully, more conventional as Anderson's in now and bowls to du Plessis, who thinks about playing. It's the in-swinger. Well, there's good news and bad news for England. The good news is it's doing plenty. The bad news is they're 294 behind. Because you wouldn't say there's anything about these, what is it, 9 minutes of play that says it's flat.
No, I think England are hoping. The groundsman keeps telling me in the morning, the sun's going to shine, it'll be flat, it'll flatten out. Well, for England's sake, I hope he's right, but I'm not convinced about that.
Hands out wide from du Plessis, and he plays and misses. It was a swish. That was the pressure. That was partly the ball, which was a good one, lifting outside off stump, but more importantly, it was the sequence. This is what happens. I mean, it's by no means rocket science, but England have grouped a really good collection of 12, 15 balls, and that's what induces the false shot. The feeling the batsmen are going nowhere, they're stuck at the same end, pressure grows, and du Plessis wafted at that outside off stump. They haven't got long left to drag themselves back into this game, England. Must be now. Anderson in, and du Plessis plays nicely off the back foot.
If you had to look at the England batting line, the top three are pretty much traditional players. They will try and wear the opposition down. Joe's always going to play his way at 4. You don't want to change him there, but you then look at Bairstow, Ali and Stokes at 5, 6 and 7. You know, the way they play, they're just going to attack all the time. I mean, it's very... Moeen Ali did play that innings against Sri Lanka at Headingley a few years ago when he batted the whole day. Ended up not out. Jimmy was out in the last over. So they can adapt at times.
Anderson in swinger to beauty. And du Plessis left it, 2 times of leave, types of leave, a good one and a bad one. It was only just a good one, went over the top of the off bail.
But clearly their first mode of thought is to score, attack, that's what they want to do. But in Test match cricket, particularly against good teams and good bowlers, that mode of thought sometimes has to go, wait, you have to kind of say, wait a minute, it's not quite the right time, it's just not quite the conditions to be able to play that way. So you have to have an ability to just step back a bit and earn the right to get to that position of attack.
Anderson in now, nicely played by du Plessis, stayed sideways, played it late. Anderson fielded off his own bowling.
It's good fun to watch though.
I think it's an important innings coming up for Keaton Jennings. I'm watching him carefully this series. He's a well-organised player. I think he's not quite trusting himself. I think he's pushing a lot of half volleys and scoreable balls to fielders, and there's a snap's gone out of his bat swing. Anderson in, well bowled again, outside off stump, and du Plessis defends. It is Jennings who fields at gully. Fine over from Anderson. Maiden, Andrew?
Yep.
Lead stays at 294.
He's been quality, hasn't he, Jimmy?
Hasn't he just?
Yeah, he's just kissing the surface, ball in a really good length. He's just getting a hint of movement either way. You're right about Keaton Jennings. He's, if you look at his series today, he got a LBW in the first innings at Lords, which if he'd have reviewed, he'd have got away with it.
Yeah.
He then played quite well in the second innings. He ground it down with Cook at the top of the order. And then he snicked one behind. And I thought the first innings here was a beauty. That was a good ball. So 2 out of the 3, you would say that, he's been slightly unlucky.
New over, Stokes in, bowls to Amler, down leg side. That's the first bad ball he's bowled.
But I do remember when he got that 100 in Mumbai, I was amazed by how easy he played the strokes.
Yeah.
And he hit the ball hard.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, it was an incredible start to his Test career. He just came and just played strokes and made it look so simple. Reverse sweeps and dance down to the spinners, and he looked to play nice and compact against the seamers. But when he got the opportunity to score, there was a nice little whip in his wrists.
It's just a bit like that.
Happens, when you're young and you lose a bit of confidence.
Stokes again, down leg side once more. Just goes back to your point that you often say that, when you're fresh, whether that's as a debutant or someone who hasn't been playing for a while, there's no scarring, there's no negativity, just go out and play. I think what I've noticed with Jennings, and we'll study it later on, is that he's played a lot of nice shots that have been fielded. People trot round and field them, so he's not, the contact of his bat on ball is not as sweet as it has been. And again, that's, as you said, it's all down to confidence. Slip comes in, that's Cook. Maybe that'll encourage Stokes to find his line again. He's pushed a few down leg side. Here is Stokes, and back in the right channel, but a bit short. Amler drops his hands.
But I would say, Test match cricket is the ultimate test because, obviously 5 days long, and, the ball does a lot more than the white ball does these days. The white ball generally does nothing. And I'm all for the attacking motion of white ball cricket. Yeah, you've got to whack it to the boundary, 300 plus. That's the norm these days. But Test match cricket, you have to have an ability.
Stokes in, and Amler defends.
To sometimes, not all the time, you're going to hit the ball on the minute. Just get a few ugly ones. You look at Dean Elgar's 80. I mean, he probably in that judgment going, how did I get 80 runs? That was coming right down the line.
Reminded me a bit of he was a fine world-class player, but Justin Langer very out of nick.
Yeah,
Dean Elgar to that.
He sat in their dressing room. I've got 80. He's got 80 to his name, giving the team a good start, but it wasn't pretty by any means.
Stokes in now, and Amler, full face of the bat, pushes back to Stokes.
And I just want to see the England Test because they've got all the talent. We know they've got talent. They're as talented a group that England have probably ever had in terms of all the different aspects of the game. But I just want to see them just now and again, when it's tough and it's just doing a bit, just score a few ugly runs. Just grind it out for a while, just for a couple of hours, and then you earn the right. And then we'll see them score at 4.5, 5. But just try and grind out sessions that you know are going to be quite tough.
Stokes in, and Amler defends onto his toe. Actually, the ball dribbles to Keaton Jennings. Another maiden. Consecutive maidens for England. Anderson backed up by Stokes and vice versa. And for the first time really in the whole match, England have just settled into a very, very accurate partnership.
But this is we'll see how this experienced pair of South Africa play. We're seeing Amler, he's just digging in. He's going, I'm going to try and see you off. I'm going to try and see Stokes off. There's not many opportunities to score with the way that he's bowling and the fields that they've got set. Faf du Plessis, again, he's very much an all-round player in the different formats. He'll be thinking, I want to score. That's the mindset that he would bring. But I think at the minute you think, well, Jimmy Anderson, he's bowling pretty well. I better just try and get rid of him, unless he gets one on the hips.
Anderson in, whipped away by du Plessis. First run for what Andrew will tell us how many balls, down to fine leg. And that'll bring Amler back on strike.
First run in 22 balls, just the second scoring shot in 4.1 overs since lunch.
And the first one was a thick edge.
Yep.
So it was the first, if you like, where you'd attribute it to slight bowler error, just straying onto the pads and
Well, that's that
picked off.
If I was facing Jimmy now, I'd be thinking, well, wait a minute, I'll just play for my off stump, try and play it late. If I get one past Gully for a 4, great, but I'll wait for one on the hips. Obviously, with balls you rang half volley, you're going to have to strike it, but Jimmy don't bowl too many of those.
Amla, I think, has rediscovered his test match rhythm in this series after a lot of white ball commitments. He's just getting back to that Amla from a few years ago. Anderson in now, and again, a good leave by Amla, a probing delivery. Length outside off stump.
He just likes batting in England, doesn't he? Arrives in English conditions and he just likes it. I mean, lots of people say, oh, batting in England's tough. Ball swings around a bit, but it does, but it can also be the best place in the world.
Bat, wouldn't it?
You know, a lot of these massive squares, the outfields are quick. You'll get times when the ball's doing plenty, but a lot of the time it's not doing a great deal. I agree. Pitches are good.
Too much is made about the Englishness of English conditions. Anderson in now, and Amla, a classic example of what we were talking about. He didn't really move his feet after his trigger movement. He just transferred his weight, played it very softly. All the energy went out of his hands, and the ball landed about a few yards away, square of the wicket on the offside. Perfect defensive shot.
He's currently got 936 runs at 72. These 9 test matches in England.
We'll take that.
I mean, I must admit, Ed, I don't go home every night and read the coaching manual and haven't seen a modern one. No, not every night. Just every other day.
You're disillusioning listeners all over the country and indeed the world. Anderson in now, and 4 runs. It was actually only fractionally down leg side, and Amla got it fine. It's a debate we've often had. Can you deliberately play it fine? Looked like it that time. The fine leg is square, more sort of behind deep backward square leg rather than conventional fine leg, and Amla squeezed it down.
But this is what you wait for with Jimmy at the minute. He's bowling well, and then you try and get him to try and bowl the straight ball to you by leaving well outside of the off stump. Now Jimmy, I know he's probably got an over or 2 after this, and he's like, I need a wicket, so he's going to come a little bit tighter and straighter to you if you leave him well outside of off stump. So it's perfect test match batting.
Amla back and across, and is beaten by an absolute beauty. Quicker, 85 miles an hour, in the channel, bounced. Bairstow took it chest high. Applause around the ground. Intelligent crowd here at Nottingham. They know that England have only got half a session to make inroads into the South African backside. But tell me, Michael, you were talking about your bedtime reading, and then
coaching man. I'm sure there's a few coaches out there that have got the coaching manual.
Maybe a special library.
Is there anything that is in that coaching manual about the head movement, rather than all foot movement?
The biggest myth in cricket. Anderson again. Good leave once more by Amla. Another in-swinger. And it's been really good cricket since lunch. England doing everything they can to force their way back into the test. Appropriate applause. 169 for 3. Michael's going to give another insight into his bedtime reading, and I'm going to make way for daggers.
Yeah, Joe Root does quite a lot of drills actually, where he gets the coach to throw to him and he just doesn't move his feet at all. Gets his feet into that base position and then just uses his hands and just dips the head. Afternoon, daggers.
Hello, Vorney. How are you?
Very good.
169 for 3. I must admit, I've wandered into this commentary stint a little frustrated.
Have you got a coaching manual?
I do have a coaching manual. Many a coaching manual, none of which I followed. And you can see my first-class stats. Replicate that method.
What are you frustrated about?
Oh, the youth of today. 169 for 3 as Stokes runs away from us with 1 slip in the gully in place, left alone extravagantly by du Plessis. So I'm next door during lunch. And I've got the old video sharing website. I won't name it.
Where are we going with this?
Well, it was just... And I was watching videos of old bowlers, because I love watching bowlers. Lots of people love watching batsmen. I love watching bowlers. And some of the bowlers that I was watching on there as Stokes turns at the top of his mark, pounding in. He's found great rhythm as Stokes, and it's just a shorter delivery, swaying out of the way as du Plessis. And we were talking about rhythm and great rhythm of bowlers. Anyway, I got a couple of videos up. Who's this boy? He bowls too short. Too short, too wide. He doesn't do anything with the ball. It was Michael Holding and Malcolm Marshall I was showing him videos of. and he was sat there sledging them.
Who's
James Taylor?
James Taylor.
Didn't know. Away from us goes Stokes. It's swatted away from short of a length from Faf du Plessis as single is taken. 11 not out, 170 for 3. Has a look at the rhythm of holding. Talking about Alan Donald, I'm very lucky to play alongside him. And that rhythm of the bowler, that run-up, beautiful, smooth, poetic in Holding's case, deadly. He bowled too short. Make him play. And do you know what? The piece of footage I showed him was the Holding to boycott over. Here comes Stokes, bowls onto the back foot goes Amla, a ball tailing in onto the back foot. I'm sure he was just playing with me, but still.
That was in, was it Bridgetown?
Amazing over. Great to watch those old bowlers and the rhythm of them. Alan Donald, I know he's here today, here for this test match as AD, White Lightning. Such a famous bowling spell here for AD against Michael Atherton and Nasser Hussain on this very ground.
98.
As Stokes goes away, once again he gets good lift and the carry is excellent to Johnny Bairstow. It's coming out of the hand beautifully for Stokes, but just a touch wide, and Amla leaves it alone. He's 65 not out, 170 for 3.
Yeah, the skipper's looking at the talisman, Stokes, saying, come on, keep running in. He's just got that kind of mentality, Ben Stokes, like he will just keep going. I think it'll be down to the captain to have to say, come on, that's you done now. I'll have to give someone else a go, but he looks to me like he's plugged in for a while.
Well, he's 11. He's towards the back end of his 12th over. He's 1 for 14, so very economical as sprints away this time. Once more, it's wide of off stump, and Amla content just to let it through to Johnny Bairstow, and it's the end of the over. The lead is 300, South Africa 170 for 3.
That's the mindset of Hashim Amla, that last ball. That's a half volley outside of off stump. It's a good yard and a half. But his mindset is to try and see off Ben Stokes. So he's just set himself a goal to say, I'm getting rid of Stokes. Not going to play any strokes. Very old school, it's old traditional, kind of wear the opposition down, but you know, this is what I want England to try and get better at. You know, just watch Hashim Amla. He's realising that Stokes is a danger. If he gets 1 wicket, he could quite easily get 2 and 3. So he said, no, I'm going to try and wear him down.
Well, it's the time spent.
Is that the Cookie Monster?
He is in. The Cookie Monster is.
It's like he's got I saw some of the people earlier with one of the massive hot dogs. Huge dogs they are, all the sauce, the mustard, onions.
Long in length, and they've got quite a big...
There was one down the far
well,
end, near the dressing room. This lady walked past me earlier and she's got this bacon bat. And it was the hot dog length of the bread, you know, one of those long rolls.
Baguette type.
It had everything on it. Bacon, sausage, eggs, beans, mushrooms, all in the bat.
Beans?
Beans with ketchup just squirted all over it.
So it's breakfast in a row.
She had a late night.
Oh dear. Soak up a few atrocities from the night before.
He asked first change after lunch, Mark Wood to replace Anderson.
And he's
beautiful spell by Jimmy.
Yeah, very much so. And you kind of expect, well, he would have expected him to pick up 2 or 3, and Faf du Plessis still there though, 10 not out. Now what's the delay here? Even more delays.
The Mexicans.
Patagonians they are.
Yeah, are they?
Yeah. Down in the corner, having a jump around with those ponchos and wide hats. There was a sketch on the Fast Show, I think, called those. Here's Wood, bowls a bouncer, which actually Faf du Plessis doesn't even duck under. He just stands upright and it just goes searing over his head by about 1.5 foot.
Please, can you do that again? He went, it's the bouncer.
Bit carry on now, wasn't it? Sorry, everyone.
Donald Trump, he's arrived with the red cap on. He's,
has he been allowed in?
That's it, yeah, they were attacking him.
Under the radar, I knew that was going on. There he is. Dear old Trumpy. Don't forget it. There's Wood with a slip in the gully. Bowls, and that's left alone. Hint of away seam from Mark Wood. Could follow through as well. About 2/3 of the way down the pitch. If you've missed any of the action today, you can watch video clips via the cricket section of the BBC Sport website and also the BBC Sport app. And if you've missed anything during this game, you can catch up with our pint-sized TMS reviews, action, and those brilliant cartoons. I don't think they're good.
No, I did see your cartoon yesterday, but I did like Jeffrey presenting yesterday's pint-sized Ashes. The guy is tripe.
Here comes Wood, bowls, and a little late on that du Plessis. As the ball goes to Stokes at that third slip. Yeah, that was the picture, wasn't it? You always, to download the pint-sized Ashes or to listen to it, you always get a one-frame picture. And it was just Jeffrey in cartoon mode with the word tripe next to it.
Awful. Terrible.
I remember when me and you raced out of the commentary box, leaving poor old Ed Smith with Jeffrey brimming. Now, 3 on the leg side, sort of ring, if you like, backward square, mid-wicket, short mid-on, short, wide-ish mid-on, and then a deep square in place for the short delivery. So here's Wood, wide of the crease this time. It's angling into du Plessis. He turns it to square leg. There is no run. 170 for 3 then, still remaining that lead of 300. Michael Vaughan has left us. In comes Graham Swan.
Hi, Charlie.
Hello, mate.
I just heard you talking about tripe.
Yes,
so about people speaking tripe or eating tripe.
Or batting like tripe.
Yeah.
Now try and...
Batting like tripe. Okay,
who would say such a thing?
Batting like tripe.
Exactly.
Batting like the lining of a cow's stomach.
Can't take that anywhere, Swanee. Here comes Wood, bowls. It's turned into the onside. And there is no run. 300. So yes, that's what we were talking about.
Is it exclusively, listeners will probably be able to tell us, is it exclusively a northern thing? I mean, I know it's old school to get tripe from your butchers. My granddad used to eat tripe with vinegar on.
Yeah.
I can't say I've ever tried it, have you?
I have.
Well, you're from...
I'm from
Bury. Bolton,
yeah,
sorry.
Indeed. Can't say it's up there on my must-haves.
Yeah.
But I have tried it. Wood, short delivery and played nicely by du Plessis, just pivoting round on that back foot as he pulls the ball down to Gary Ballance, who finds himself at fine leg. 301 the lead, 171 for 3.
Fine leg, still got his fielding pads on. I don't know whether that's blind optimism or sheer laziness.
End of the over, by the way. So Amler is 65, du Plessis is 11, and lots of people wandering back to their seats, maybe a little tardy after the luncheon interval, refilling the glasses and having their lunch outside. A great day Sunday at the Test match. Friends coming around. There are some tickets available for Monday, and they are ranged from £20 to £35, and they're £8 for under 16s as well. So we are definitely going into Monday, we would imagine.
Yes.
And so
Monday tea time, I think this game will climax.
Stokes sets off, very straight run, and they darts in towards the stumps as forward comes du Plessis. A little tentatively, but just plays it out to extra cover. What's the form here, Swanee?
Just before lunch, I was saying about this game, I mean, it's gone very quiet again. England got those 2 quick wickets and it woke the crowd up, gave them some belief and energy. South Africa have nullified that by blocking the tripe out of it since they came back out. But even though they're 300 ahead and all records will say 250, 260 is unchaseable, England must surely say, well, we'll just chase 450.
Here's Stokes, bowls, and it's left alone. Sorry, I thought the window was closed. We've got a slidey window affair in front of us. I didn't realise the right-hand side was open, so I was actually closing the window. My apologies.
Yeah, England have probably never had a stronger batting lineup, or lower down the order. They've had better players in amongst the order than some of the guys they've got at the minute, but they've got to tell themselves that who cares if we chase 450, we can still win this game. I think Joe Root, as a very positive thinking lad who doesn't know the history of the game very well, will think it's very chaseable.
Away goes Stokes, wide outside of off stump, and du Plessis just leans on his front pad and lets it go.
I often wonder, you know, these big chases, and just because it's never been done before, if you look at some of the biggest ever chases, they're always for like 1 wicket down or 2 wickets down. So that, you know, they could have chased 800.
What was the famous one at Lords?
West Indies got 370 for 1 or something.
Yeah, down at Lords against England.
I played in a game where India chased 380 for 4 against us at Chennai.
Stokes, past umpire rifle, short delivery. Oh, and Faf du Plessis bottom edges it into his midriff, I think, and it trickles out into the onside. Ben Stokes is waving.
I'll wave back at him.
Towards us. I think someone's... What's occurring here?
Groundsman, I think he's after...
As he slipped.
Oh
it's that patch. It's the take-off patch for bowlers. And there was, throughout the first couple of days, a great big sawdust pile that had been
Yeah.
just spread out over that. And I, as a bowler, used to actually really didn't like that at all, because you felt like you had to hit it, and it didn't put you out. You saw it, you were running up, on comes the groundsman with his great big prodding instrument.
It's more of a thumping.
It is, isn't it? It's a thumper, not a prodder.
Imagine a breeze block on the end of a cricket stump, or an overly large cricket stump.
There he goes, he's smashing it into the floor. You can hear it. Stokes is jumping up and down. Oh, look at that. Great technique. Double hands on the top of the stick.
Egged on by the crowd.
Forcing it down.
Hey.
I'll tell you what, now he's creating a huge crater.
Yeah.
So you put your foot in it,
Oh,
you're 3 foot lower down. There we go. What a top job.
He's going to stand innovation. I think we'll stand as well. Well played, sir.
Superb effort. If anybody knows what instrument that is actually called, it must have an official name, but the thumper that he has...
Tub thumper, is it?
Something like that. Got back down. Here's Stokes then, back into action, and his footing may be better, but he bowled back of a length, and it's punched off the back foot by du Plessis to extra cover. Joe Root fields a single taken, and South Africa 172 for 3. Lead is 302. Andrew, you got some thumping statistics?
Please do. This would be brilliant.
Sadly not.
I think so. He hit the ground 22 times.
which is a record on a Sunday at Trent Bridge. Yeah. Just England's highest chasers in Test cricket. Chased over 303 times in the history. 332 for 7 against Australia and Melbourne. 1928-29 is the highest.
Away goes Stokes, kicking his heels, bowls, and Hamlin just fends that off a little bit, takes the bottom hand off the bat. They'll steal a single to short square. 173 for 3. I reckon I know one of these. Yeah, go on.
Well, yeah, a couple of them in more recent times that people will remember. 315 for 4 at Headingley in 2001.
Australia.
Mark Butcher.
Oh, yes, of course, yeah.
And the other one was 307 for 6 in Christchurch in 1997.
Yeah. Here's something for you. Joe Root has very little captaincy experience, but one of the games he was captain for Yorkshire against Middlesex a few years ago. I think it was Middlesex. It is Middlesex. He declared and set them about 400, and they knocked it off. At a canter, and I'm sure Hampshire did it against him as well when he was captain. So he'll realise that it can be done. Why not? They always do it to me when I'm skipper, so why don't I do it to somebody else?
However, those 3 chases of over 300 in the history of England Test cricket. Now,
Exactly,
who
but
am I to say?
But if you live by history, you'll never rewrite it, will you?
Well, indeed, Graham, your sage words. Here's Mark Wood, who's hurt himself as he goes through his follow-through. He's just fallen, tumbled over, and might have just twisted a knee. Andy Thompson has got in touch about the thumper, and he says it's called an elephant's foot.
But there's disagreement, sir.
Michael Bates,
he goes, I prefer this one, before you say it.
It's called a mattock.
A mattock.
A mattock. Go get that mattock, lad. Here comes Wood, bowls, swaying out the way is Amler. It goes through to Bairstow, 173 for 3. An elephant's foot. You see, an elephant's foot is circular, surely.
And that was more...
Save its toes.
It was more
little knobbles.
Yes, it was more an oblong.
It was.
I don't think there'd be anything against making an elephant foot shaped.
I think that would be much more fun.
Yeah, with the little toenails. You paint them on, you can give them a little face. Perhaps the ground staff could think about that. I mean, it did get the crowd up.
Sounds a lot more.
Fetch that mattock from the garage, lad.
Wood, wide of the crease, bowls, and Amler covers up. He's just showing great restraint here. He's not being sucked into any games that England might be thinking, or any traps they may be setting. But just that area. Sorry, just go back to where that area was thumped, though. When there is that area of sawdust, yes. It's Jimmy Anderson's takeoff area. Broad actually took off a little bit further away. But actually, when you saw that area of dust, you just felt like when you were running in, it was always in your peripheral vision, and you'd try and hit it. And if you didn't, put you out of sync a little bit. Here's Wood, bowls, and turned twistily by Amler into the onside.
But it shows the state of the game, the crowd feel the state of the game's in for England when the biggest ovation of the day is for the assistant groundkeeper who brings his mattock stroke elephant's foot We're open to other names if they're there. I mean, I think you could be the man to bring up a specific name for a cricket mattock.
Yeah, very much so.
And after your nutmeg.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant.
Copyright Charles Dagnall.
But then my son's here today. It's his first day of Test cricket. He's in the crowd. That'll be the thing he remembers at the end of the play. With the crowd cheering, a man thumping the ground with a mattock. He'll probably have his own mattock.
Now, you
wish
see,
list.
someone else has tweeted in at BBC TMS if you want to help us out. It's called a tamper downer or a tamper tool. That's what his dad used to call it.
A tamper downer, tamper tool.
Get Root on Twitter. I don't think that's his real name. Bob Get Root On says we used to call the tool a punner. As Wood approaches, bowls, onto the back foot goes Amla. And John Cole, our sound engineer.
Oh, we know John Cole.
There he is, behind the glass there. That's where we keep him locked up. He says it's a tamper as well.
Yeah, I think it might be one of these sort of colloquialism things, like, you know, a ginnel.
Yes. I have a ginnel.
Those of you in the south of the country may not even know what a ginnel is. It's an alleyway.
Yes.
I didn't know what a ginnel was, so I went to Jimmy Anderson's house and I said, what's that alleyway around the surgery? I said, you are? It's a ginnel, lad.
A ginnel.
It looks at me like I was daft.
I'm sure 1-2 people have done that in their time.
At their peril, Charlie.
Here comes Wood, bowls full of length. The Yorker attempted. Amla equal to it though, digs it out. It just trickles to short leg. And that's the end of the over. 303 is the lead, 173 for 3. John Rattray says it's a tamperer.
A tamperer.
A tamperer. Well,
I'm going with mattock. Whoever said mattock, it sounds better than a tamper,
good, doesn't it? It does
Tamperer,
sound good.
tamperer.
Go and
I'm
get the
going
mattock out of the shed, and I'm going to pump that ground down. Anyway, Graham, I'm going to leave you to it. Jonathan Agnew's here. Have you got a mattock?
No, but he handled it well, didn't he?
Oh, very much.
The
Good-
crowd
good grip.
loved it too. It's
Yeah.
fantastic. That's called whackers, aren't they? I think they are called tampers. To be absolutely accurate.
I'm going to call it a whacking mattock from now on.
That's all right. 173 for 3. South Africa lead by 303. And Stokes on his way. Bowls short and is pulled by South Africa's captain Du Plessis down to deep square leg for one more run. So England absolutely on the rack here. And South Africa is playing it so well, nice and easily, patiently, just methodically, putting themselves out of reach. And they'll keep going. This might not be the most uplifting day for the spectators. They may find ways to entertain themselves a bit later on, but I can see them batting all day, can't you, Graham?
Absolutely. I don't see the point in doing
Unless they get
anything
bowled out. In goes Stokes over the wicket, and he bowls to Amla, who allows a juicy looking half volley go outside the off stump. It's a little bit wide, but he's still playing so patiently.
Yeah.
And despite the fact there's a gap there at cover, he was not going to go for that.
Celia's broken my heart. She says it's not a mattock. A mattock is an agricultural tool shaped like a pickaxe with an adze and a chisel edge as the ends of the head.
There you are. So you've got to be careful. There are a lot of people out there who know...
I think I wanted it to be a mattock. I wanted it too badly, Jonathan.
Yeah, well. 174 for 3. In goes Stokes, bowls, and Amla feels for it a bit, plays down to gully. Well, next time, when the groundsman appears with one of those ones, you'll be able to say that's a mattock.
That's
you'll be
a
right.
mattock, yeah.
You'll know what it looks like.
I doubt if they've got those now. But when he brings his tamper out, I mean, does anyone out there make these tampers? Are they all whipped up in the groundsman's shed sort of thing?
I think they're used on sort of tarmacking, aren't they?
There must be a company out there who manufactures these things. Get in touch. Get a free slice of cake sent your way if you tell us the truth.
174 for 3. Amla waits, Stokes on his way, bowls a slower ball, full outside the off stump, and Amla has nothing to do with it. I really enjoyed the discussion at lunch, so thanks everyone for contributing to that. It's one of those that just sort of developed its own head of steam, really, as we went to this whole question of dominant eyes and your dominant hand. And most of us have come to the conclusion that we've all batted the wrong way round, particularly those of us who weren't very good at the way round that we chose. Stokes on his way, bowls, and Amla whips him away past the man there at backwards short leg and out towards Moeen, trotting in off the long leg boundary. Especially those of us who actually weren't very good.
So your dominant eye is supposed to be the one closest to the bowler, is that the...
Yes.
Yeah, which would make I mean, my right eye's I should have been left-handed.
You should have been left-handed.
I can actually bat left-handed. I see the ball very well left-handed.
Yeah, you would.
I can make the shot. I just can't hit it very hard.
But that's just technique and practice, isn't it?
Yes.
Because you are right-handed.
Yes.
So
But I'm left-footed. Now it all makes sense. I should have played centre forward for Newcastle and opened the batting for England.
You should. But rather than being the minority, left-handers should be the majority.
There we go.
Left-handed batsmen, that is, because they're right-handed. Oh, no, it all got a bit confusing. In goes Stokes, bowls. That's actually a nice rising ball. Played very well by du Plessis. He got right up on his toes and fended that away from his armpit and away from the man who's there deliberately placed for that short ball. Just around the corner at backward square leg. So it's 175 for 3. Stokes is waving towards the dressing room for something. He wants a drink. And he gets good applause there from the crowd because he's trying very hard.
Yeah, he is.
Plenty of huff and puff. But the point being, how old's Wilf?
Wilf is 6.
Right, so Wilf's got to decide very shortly
this is
whether it's
interesting
left or right-handed.
because when he first picked it up, he picked it up left-handed and hit the ball very well.
Right.
And then the other day picked it up right-handed and hit it just equally as well. Here's one for you though. Just because it's your dominant eye doesn't mean it has to be closer, because your two eyes act as a pair. You don't bat with one eye closed, do you?
No, I suppose not. But your left eye. Well, we worked out that there is a way round. Here's Wood bowling, and it's defended by Amla, and there's no run. That if you're left-handed, you are right eye dominant, and your reflexes are quicker.
Okay. It's a reflex
in life.
Right.
So Alistair Cook is an unusual one because he's he's right-handed, he's a left-handed batsman.
Yes.
And his left eye is dominant.
Yeah, but he's got like a crazy possum spotting eye, Alistair Cook. People don't even see it, but we used to take the mickey out of him all the time in the change room.
Right.
He can see what the bowler's thinking, that lad.
Okay. In comes Wood, bowls a short ball. Amra's down on his knees, letting it go by, but it explains why he's got a very open stance.
Yes. But one of his eyes is like really wide open and sort of works almost independently from the other. No one ever notices it until you look at a picture of him.
Oh, okay.
It's called a possum spotter in the Essex change room, or pontoon, stick or twist. I don't know what your eyes are doing. And me and Jimmy are convinced over the years that that's why Cook is so good against quick bowling. He can see what you want to bowl next.
Really? Well, a bit like a sort of cyclops or something.
Yeah.
175 for 3.
He'll love me for telling me
Well,
that.
my wife would like to hear that because she loves him. And in comes Wood, wide of the crease and bowls on leg stumps, brushed away down towards backward square leg. They'll come back for 2, will they? No, it's only going to be a 1. It's the fielder there swoops and throws it back. Andrew, what have you got?
Well, across the history of Test cricket, left-handers have averaged 33.58 with a bat, and right-handers 29.35.
There you go.
Definitely left-handers game. But were they left-handed left-handers or right-handed left-handers? That's the question.
We'd have to ask them all that.
I know. But that's what I was saying about Wilf. Wilf is of an age where you've got to get him down the opticians.
Yeah.
Say, right, what is his dominant eye? And then work out if he's writing right-handed and that sort of thing. And make him bat left-handed. If his right eye dominant, he needs to bat left-handed.
No, I'd argue that there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Well.
Just because.
But then you might be,
It might be holding him back.
Exactly. Here's Wood again, bowling short. That's well put away by du Plessis, up on his toes. And hit off the back foot through cover and out to the boundary. And you've got to keep some sort of control. They've got to get some sort of control here because South Africa at the moment is such a almost absurdly strong position. So they're not even halfway through the game.
They're cruising, aren't they?
Yeah.
So does this theory say that you're not dominant with your right hand or left hand? There's not a stronger way naturally that you are? Because I'm thinking the science is very flimsy on this one.
I know, because if you are naturally right-handed, that's your stronger arm, isn't it? Here's Wood again down the leg side and hitting du Plessis and fielded by Bairstow. So you are stronger. So therefore,
so you are right-handed.
They argue that the top hand should be the strong one.
No, now see, this is old school cricket when the top hand should be stronger.
Yeah.
The new generation, you'd argue the bottom hand needs to be stronger.
But then what you do though, is you switch it. Boom.
Yes. Now then that's a better point.
Yeah.
I don't understand why there's not switch hitting in cricket, international. Because in baseball, in Major League Baseball, they have switch hitters, people who can hit equally home runs with left or right hand. And all they've done is practice from a very young age. So in cricket, you'd think by now they'd.
Does it matter with their protection?
No, because they just have a helmet with an earpiece.
Right.
They don't actually wear pads or anything. The batsmen, the real men, not like us cricketers.
No, absolutely. Wood's coming round the wicket. He's going to try and fire this up into du Plessis' ribs, I fancy, and it does. And it's short and paddled away, beating the diving mid-wicket. to deep mid-wicket. If you missed the chat, by the way, with Simon Hughes, tell us what you think. I don't know, I thought it was fascinating, but it's available as a podcast. And that's at the cricket section of the BBC Sport website, of course. So that happened at lunchtime. And it's got a few people thinking. I disagree with Graham Smith, who said it's a right-hander's game. I think it's a left-hander's game. Apart from the rough, I'll give him the rough.
It depends. I mean, I was an off-spinner. I used to adore bowling at left-handers, but not right-handers. So, I mean, to be fair, I'm not trusting the science behind it, because Simon Hughes once asked me about a delivery I bowled. I told him it was my arm ball. He didn't believe me, and I had to prove it. So I'm going to tread carefully around this one until Yozza proves otherwise.
Phil Hill has very kindly sent a photograph of a mattock. Thank you,
Yes,
Phil.
it certainly was not a mattock they used. Thank you, Phil, indeed. That's coal miners use them as well, don't they? That looks like they're just pickaxes they use.
What a brutal piece of kit.
Yeah.
Anyway, Stuart Broad's coming on. There's a great cheer too when his name was announced over the PA. He's going to bowl from our end as England continue to search for wickets. They've taken 2 today, and they were in successive overs. But really not much to speak about, and that leaves us building 311. Joe Root's at second slip. He's got a lot on his mind, I would fancy. Cook's at first slip. Anderson and Gully. Broad moving his field around a little bit, bringing Moeen back. Has Moeen bowled today? Did he bowl when I was having my lunch? No, he didn't. That seems odd too. 181 for 3. Broad's on his way. Bowles, and du Plessis is forward to a ball that's full length, round about the off stump. He crouches a bit there, du Plessis, as he plays the stroke. And now comes up and meticulously prods away at the pitch, which looked actually to be pretty good nick, I thought, when we looked at it this morning. It wasn't much scarring or rough out there to report, really. Alistair McLaurin, an easy way to determine your dominant eye is to hold a sheet of paper in both hands at arm's length from your face with a punched hole in the centre. In goes Broad. Bowles, and du Plessis is forward. He actually hit that into his boot. And it's sort of by Moeen, who's feeling a bit anonymous at the moment, out at mid-off. Then he says, focus on a point through the hole. Keeping both your eyes open, slowly draw the paper to your face, and the hole will go to your dominant eye.
It's a very convoluted way of finding it. There's a 1,000 easier ways, 1,000 times easier way of finding out. I'll tell you after this delivery.
Right. Broad bowls full outside the off stump. Nothing from du Plessis.
Right. To find out your dominant eye, you simply put your finger, you point at something in the difference. I'm pointing at the zebra on the advertising.
Okay.
And then you close one eye.
Yeah.
And if your finger stays in exactly the same place, that's your dominant eye that's left open. You close the other eye, you'll be pointing at something else. Try it now.
Zebra. Yes.
Zebra.
My right eye's a dominant eye.
So whichever one where you're pointing at the same thing, that's your dominant eye.
All those thousands of runs. This is what's really got me today, Swanee. All those thousands of runs I could have scored. Here's Swan. Broad is driven through mid-off, and a dive from Moeen, and it's gone for 4. 185 for 3, and Broad's got his hands on his knees. I could have been in Andrew's stats book and everything.
Yeah. We can always at the TMS game. I trust your playing, Jonathan.
I think I'm managing. I'm a manager.
I'd suggest you dust off the whites and come out
left-handed.
Yeah.
Bat left-handed.
You've got enough time. Emma can get in the back garden down the Beaver and do some TDs for you in that lovely garden of yours. Just set the blades to a bit lower for a bit of a 22-yard strip in the garden.
No, it's a very tempting thought. It's so frustrating. Those hundreds. Could have raised the bat. In goes Broad, bowls, and back goes du Plessis through Broad's left hand and down to Moeen at mid-off, who fields well.
Ben Stokes, either side of lunch, bowled a spell of 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8.
Good effort. And he really tried hard too. Really gave it everything.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more to it than just your eyes.
Well,
it's all about putting things together.
I'm a manager now. I'll tell you, I'm managing.
Who's the other manager? Is it who I think it may be? Can I please be on Jonathan's team?
I think Jeffrey and I are managing these respective teams. This is for the Test match special, for birthday. We'll tell you more about it. Here's Broad, bowling outside the off stump, and du Plessis lets it go by. So it's an anniversary match, and it's to be played on the 24th of August. I can't give you many more details at the moment, except it's somewhere up north.
and I will be on Jonathan Agnew's team, hopefully.
Well,
please.
I will select.
Oh, come on.
I will select.
Coach, do you want a coffee?
It's going to be.
Tea?
It's going to be just like it used to be at school. When I was never a captain, and I was always for football. That was the last one, the last selection. So pick it up.
Next to the lad with asthma.
It's going to be that one there, and then Jeffrey will have his.
Next to the Wheezy boy.
I'll go with that one. So it's going to be selected like that, I think.
Well, all I say is just remember that these days at school they don't allow selection like that because it discriminates against the lesser players. It did, but as children you just deal with it, don't you? Get on with it.
Yeah.
Deep-seated psychological issues, obviously, but you just get on with it.
I
just don't want to be last, me and the cat at the end.
I think Tuffers is a captain, isn't he? I think Tuffers is a captain. Oh, he's captain of my team. Boycott's team is captained by Michael Vaughan.
Well, there's no way Tuffers won't want me in his team. He'll want the dream team back together.
Well, I'm going to have to discuss some tactics with Tuffers. He's on holiday at the moment.
He was my mentor on my first ever England tour. Yeah, I didn't play for 8 years.
No, that's dreadful.
After that.
Wood round the wicket, bowls and hits Hassim Amla. He's now flat on his face, Wood. He often ends up on his back, but he's dead on a swallow dive. And he's ended up absolutely over the pitch. He's lying there helplessly. Now he drags himself to his feet. 185 for 3. So there'll be more details about tickets and so on, but I assume it's free to get into this thing, is it? I mean, for goodness sake, you can't charge to come and watch that. But it'll be a lot of fun. Lots of fun. Things going on. An England player or two might be around, we think. Commentating. Well. Wood, a big jump. It's turned away out towards mid-wicket by Amla, and there's no run. So essentially, it's one of the days between the day-night Edgbaston test and the Headingley Test match.
Most importantly, though, Jonathan, this is the most important bit.
It's going to be on the telly.
There we go.
I
can't wait.
Not BBC One.
I cannot wait. Yeah, instead of the One Show, we're taking over.
You get on real telly. It's on the red button and online. Yeah. Well. BBC getting practice for 2020. 185 for 3.
We might be one of the franchises.
Wood round the wicket poles and Amla ducks underneath that. You scoring, Andrew?
I haven't received the call-up for scoring it, but I presume that game will be on Dave for the next 20 years as well.
Probably will. Oh, it certainly will.
But more importantly, I've just done a calculation. So right-handed, left-handed bowler.
Yes.
Okay, so if you're right-handed dominant, you're going to bowl right-handed, definitely. So what I've done is I had a comparison of left-handed batsmen who bowled left-handed compared to who bowled right-handed.
Okay.
So left-handed bowlers who batted left-handed averaged 29 in Test cricket.
So they're the total lefties?
Yeah.
Okay.
And left-handed batsmen who bowled right-handed actually averaged 36 in Test cricket.
Dominant eye.
There you go.
A whole career has been wasted. And so many.
You could have scored more runs than Jeffrey. Oh.
It's just so frustrating. It's just too late. I want to turn the clock back. I want to go back to the garden with Dad. I want to be batting left-handed.
Again, I need to see more proof.
Wow. Wood round the wicket, bowls a bouncer, Amber's right underneath it. And Wood very obviously gets away from the pitch there.
He's getting a warning though.
No,
he seems to be told it was the bouncer.
Getting one for the over.
Well, he's having a good laugh with the umpire. He's a very friendly chap, Wood. He doesn't engage in sledging. He's in fact, I've just seen his follow through that. He ended up 1 foot on the other side of the no-go zone, on the offside, trying to leap over it. He's absolutely crackers, basically, Mark Wood.
Short leg there, comes in again and bowls short. It's flicked away just past him and out to the man on the boundary to our left. So one more run. Ben Scott says, my wife is a physiotherapist. I think it'd be wise if we both attended the BBC matches. There's going to be mayhem out there. I think you're probably right. I mean, I think each team needs a physio. Also playing, Ed Smith's playing, Charles Dagnall is playing. He bats rather better than I saw the other day. I sent a photograph from a friend of mine of Charlie being dismissed. He's playing for, I think he's playing for Rothley. Ugly shot. Ebony's playing, Charlotte Edwards is playing, Simon Hughes, Issa Guha, Alison Mitchell. So it's a full turnout. Stressful for the managers. Here comes Wood, bowls, it's played down towards mid-on, and there's no run. We don't know yet who's actually doing the commentary on this tour, or is that under wraps?
I think I know one of the players.
I think I know one who'd like to do it.
I think I know one of the players because I've had a couple of curious messages recently.
Like how do you do it?
Quite cryptic. No, I didn't really know what they were. No, one saying I was listening. I enjoyed the timing of something. I was thinking, what is he on about? From our former skipper, I think Alistair Cook will be one of the commentators.
Really?
Our producer's not said no. I'm seeing him tonight. I'll grill him for you.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance that the bowler below me now might be. But anyway, 186 for 3. Broad's going to bowl. And there are some celebrities there too. Thank goodness for that.
Well, other than Jeffrey, obviously.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a cracking day. So we'll give you more details of what's happening. You apply for tickets and they're free. In goes Broad, bowls outside the off stump, and Ambler lets that go by.
I've had a good tweet here from Nick Campion. It says, I did your dominant eye test, Swanee, and the object moved a foot to the left with my left eye and then a foot to the right with my right eye. Should I just give up batting?
Yeah, I think so.
Definitely, and driving as well, please. Oh my word.
Apparently boycott's umpiring.
It never rains but it pours. This cricket game's just got worse. Boycott is umpiring.
Oh, no.
Just need Peter Willey at the other end. They'd be the ultimate sledging umpires.
186 for 3. There goes Broad. Bowls, and Ambler comes inching forward, plays down to mid-off. Anderson picks the ball up, goes to work on it. So that's what, August the 24th, wasn't it? I think August 24th that was, isn't it? I think from memory.
I presume that it's in white clothing, as it's TMS. I'm getting a shake of the head from Adam. It's going to be a newfangled game.
We're playing in coloured clothes. A Test match special team in coloured clothes. So you're not quite right about that.
Because it's somewhat disgusting by that, yeah. I think I am, to be honest.
Well. In goes Broad. Ambler's forward again. He's pushing that away. Runs up to mid-on. He's in no hurry at all, Ambler. Just he knows what's required. And that is to get that lead up to 400 and and beyond.
Yeah, I want to be on Henry's team in that match.
I don't think Henry's playing.
I think Henry should be playing. Henry's got a pair at Lords. No, 100 at Lords.
Yes, yeah. Probably a pair as well.
More than most of us now.
I'm worried about this clothing. Is it coloured clothes? It's very controversial. 186 for 3. There's a man out on the hook now. This is how Broad snared Ambler in the first innings. He's way back. It's Moeen there. And then goes Broad. Bowls on the off stump, and Ambler wasn't sure that had gone. And actually, it's just dribbled away into the leg side. And Bairstow's come beetling out from behind the stumps. And Fields at square leg. And they take one. 187 for 3. So just being serious for a moment, all the ticket details will be given out on the 25th of July. Now that's a programme on Test Match Special that's being broadcast on 5 Live. So that's on Tuesday week, isn't it? Tuesday week. Tim Peach has been beavering away, finding all sorts of
good old Peachy
clips and so on.
The cobbler.
And then so there's an hour's programme and then a live element as well after it. So it's going to be a full evening on 5 Live. In goes Broad, bowls, and that's whipped away down to long leg. Another one for Du Plessis. He moves on to 22. So that's a week on Tuesday, and during that programme on 5 Live, the details of how you can apply for these tickets will be given. So looking forward to that. I'm actually rather hoping that a manager of these teams. I mean,
I'm very disappointed you're not playing, Jonathan. I saw you bowl on the beach in Antigua a couple of years ago.
Whipped a bit of pace up.
Still got it.
Yeah.
Definitely still got it.
Yeah.
Bowling quicker than Broadie is at the minute, anyway.
Well, you can tell him that.
I'm just getting my own. If he's commentating, I'm having to dip it in before he
I think you should.
Inevitably tears me to pieces.
In goes Broad, bowls. Ambler allows that to go by. Low outside is off stump. It's the end of the over. It's got to be drinks as well. And so we are now. We're not. Are we in terms of overs? Actually, we are not quite halfway through the game. And utterly dominated by South Africa. And there just seems to be no way out of this for England now. And if someone comes on and does something utterly miraculous, takes 7 for 10 or something. But even then, England will still be chasing 330 to win. It's just, it seems inconceivable that it's going to be anything other but a South African victory. There's a question of when, and England will have to bowl them out, I reckon. That's going to keep batting. There's still 2 days to go after this, so there's absolutely no rush at all for South Africa, and England paying the price for their batting performance yesterday. So, Graham, I'm going to mug up on what you have to do to manage a team.
No, not a lot really.
Well, I'm hoping.
Press conferences, speaking a few cliches, back your skipper.
I'm hoping, actually, you don't really do very much at all.
No.
Anyway.
I think player manager, I think you need to get on bowling over. It's what the fans want to see, Jonathan.
I think they do.
I want to see you bowl at Boycott.
Some thoughts from you about the proper game, and then you're going to be joined by Henry.
Well, Agaz has summed up the proper game. It's a very good test match if you're South African. 318 ahead, still 7 wickets, and their second innings in hand. They'll be looking to extend this game up towards 400, 500. Just to go around that game, the TMS game, make sure you keep that afternoon, evening of the 24th of August free. The anniversary match will be shown on the red button online, and will be on 5 Live Sports Extra, like a real game, Henry.
Well, I know no one's asked me to play for anyone, but
I'm asking you now.
Are you
Bring
really?
it, bring
Oh,
your
I
carrot.
know.
I'm desperate to open the batting with you.
Oh,
Henry.
my dear, Swan, Blowers and Swan. In fact, it's well like Flanders and Swan. Do you remember it?
No, not really.
Well, they were the great song and double act, weren't they? Michael Flanders in a wheelchair and Donald Swan playing the piano.
Don Swan.
Flanders and Swan, and they absolutely, they sang together.
Mud,
glorious mud. Nothing quite like it for cooling the blood.
There we go.
Yes, there we are.
Donald Swan.
Donald Swan. I know. Goodness me. Anyway, we must come back to this. 100. The score's gone off the scoreboard now. Come to my rescue.
188 for 3.
188 for 3. Thank you, Andrew. So 130 onto that. 318 is the lead. And as Agaz was saying a moment ago, the redder does Swanee look to be no way back for England now.
Well, yeah, barring a miracle, England will be chasing a very big total. I'd still, if I was in the England camp, and Joe Root as a new captain needs to get an ultra positive message to his team. He needs to get everyone believing in the way he plays his cricket. When you think whenever Joe Root goes out to bat and they're 2 or 3 down very cheaply, he gets runs because he truly believes he can. And I'm going to quickly get out of the way now because his lordship's arrived, Mr. Boycott's here. But I'm sure Jeffrey will tell you about Joe Root. He's the sort of person who truly believes anything's possible. If he can instill that into the other 10 guys, then they can have a chance of chasing 400. It may be a pipe dream, but who knows?
Well, I think dreams are made of these things, aren't they? And one day something like this is going to happen. Whether it's going to be in this match, I rather doubt. And Jeffrey, in a very smart blue sleeveless sweater, sits down beside me. And the cricket is about to restart after that drink interval. Good afternoon, Jeffrey.
Good afternoon, Henry. I caught a bit of that. I don't care what Joe Root thinks. They'll need a miracle to get out of this.
They will, won't they? And we were talking also about the TMS game. You're managing one side and Agaz the other.
Oh, definitely. And I'm umpiring a bit. I am not coaching all the time. I am definitely umpiring when he bats. He's going, let me tell you. He gets it on the pad. I don't care if it's missing leg stump with 4 inches. He's going.
Well, it's going to be now Wood who's going to bowl to du Plessis. He was rather hoping he might be able to bowl at you. But I would have thought that you would rather enjoyed that.
Well, I've got hundreds against him with one hand, Henry. Middle's 180 odd not out. I mean, I don't have to go back, do I?
Well, it's Wood now. We've got a short mid-on, a short mid-wicket, slip, and a very deep gully, really a short third man. And that's Stokes there, just loosening up, doing a few exercises, so he hasn't had enough bowling today. Here's Wood, he's in now, he bowls, and back goes to Plessis. He plays that down to quietly out on the onside, and there is no run.
Henry, all we have to do is remind him of his test match figures against Sri Lanka and West Indies.
Yes.
That's all.
Yes.
Anybody wants to know, go look them up.
Well, we mustn't be unkind, must we? I mean,
why not?
Well,
why not? He's unkind to me.
You're a hard man, Jeffrey. You're a hard man. Anyway, it's Wood once more. And he's coming in to du Plessis, who's holding his bat aloft. He's in now, he bowls, he plays forward, drives down there to mid-off. There's a great Root fields, there's a great roar from Wood. He thought he was through there, but he wasn't. Duplessis didn't hit that well. He's hit a drive in the last few minutes, but he did hit it quite reasonably well. And straight to Root. Duplessis prods down the pitch. And the crowd sitting here enjoying this, hoping something's going to happen. But I'm afraid even they must be a little bit downhearted at England's lack of progress through this South African batting side. Here comes Wood again, bouncing up to the wicket there. He's there, he bowls, and that's driven beautifully by Duplessis. In fact, it was not out quite the middle of the bat. It went off the thick outer half of the bat, angle bat, wide of gully, fine of backward point. It's gone away for 4 runs. And so that takes Duplessis on to 27 and the total to 192 now for 3.
I wish I could give our listeners an answer, and I can't, I'll be honest, to why Mark Wood has been so ineffective. And I'm not being nasty to the lad because he tries really does try like hell. And you can see he's giving it everything, but he just isn't there.
Here he is. Duplessis that time plays black. It picked up there at short mid-on. And Anderson, and there is no run.
And I've been speaking to 1 or 2 colleagues working around the media or ex-players, play Test cricket, and it is inexplicable. There's a guy who can generate quite a bit of pace, but he hasn't quite been able to on this surface. He hasn't really been able to move the ball. If it has at an odd time, it's swung a little. It's set off from the arm that you could see early, and it's a shame. I just don't know the answer why.
Here he is, up to the wicket again, bowls that to Duplessis, comes forward, driving and gets runs behind square in exactly the same place, and that's gone away for 4. There was a chase there, but the ball always had the winning of that one. So 4 more to Duplessis. Wood's hands are still up, clasped behind his back, behind his neck, and Duplessis has gone on to 31. South Africa 196 for 3. He's got any rhythm, has he?
Something's amiss, and it's difficult to tell. It isn't. I mean, there he went wide of the crease, bowled it, and he was up in arms as if he got the batsman out, and yet he went for 4 off the middle.
Absolutely.
I like bowlers like that. I've just hit them for 4 off the middle, and they think they've got me out.
And it's Wood again into Duplessis bowls, and this time he turns it around the corner. It goes down to fine leg. Moen's there, and they amble a single. So 32 now to the South African captain, and it's 197 for 3 at the end of the over, with Amla ever present. He has 70.
Mark Wood just 1 wicket in the series for 187 so far.
Yeah, and sometimes you look at bowlers like batsmen who look all out of sorts. They don't look up to it, shall I say. But we know he's bowled well in Test matches. And you could see, if you just watch his body language, he is trying, really giving it everything, but it's not there. Whatever it is, something's not clicking, the rhythm is not there, as Henry points out, or the pitch when he's hitting the deck, he's sucking the life out of his balls. He hasn't moved it much, he's not hurrying the batsman. I'll give you all kinds of things, but I can only say what I see.
He doesn't look as though he's going to do it as he's running up, does he?
Doesn't look as if he's going to get anybody out.
No, that's absolutely right. I mean, that's a long time before the ball leaves the hand, too. Broad it is now from this end, the Radcliffe Road end, and he is bowling to Duplessis. He's in, he bowls outside the off stump, no stroke there, and through it goes to Bastow. We were talking earlier, just before lunch, when wickets began to fall, and it interrupted us, the story of Alf Gover in India in 36-37. The Honourable Lionel Tennyson, Lord Lionel Tennyson's tour, and Gover started to run in to bowl at opposite from the pavilion end at Pune, and he was suddenly got cramps in his time, went on running into the pavilion, got there just in time, and it was all very nerve-wracking. More of that in just a second, because Broad is on his way in now. He's there, he bowls, Duplessis plays no stroke outside the off stump. And anyway, a moment or two later, someone was knocking on the door saying, "Give us back our ball," because he still had it and he had to throw it back. But Lionel Tennyson, his lordship, who was captain of that side, was a great friend of Gover's. And when he went out to hunt a tiger, to shoot a tiger, Gover went with him. And they were in there sort of hide, waiting for the tiger, and there was great open space in front, and the goat was tethered as the bait for the tiger, poor old goat. And eventually the tiger appeared after a long wait, and his lordship raised his gun and fired, and the goat stumped, and Alf Gover said immortally, "Good Lord, my lord, you shot the goat." And So that was in the old days when these things happened. But it was, I don't know what, Tour of India then must have been, in those circumstances, great fun. But I should think also, I don't know, a little bit difficult as well.
Travelling would have been difficult.
It would, wouldn't it?
Tiring and long.
Staying in Maharaja's Palace is okay. Broad is in, bowls to Duplessis, who comes forward, almost runs that back into his stumps, picks the ball up and gives it to the fielder coming in from cover. That's Stokes, and there is no run.
Yeah, Lord Lionel Tennyson, he was the grandson of
Alfred,
Tennyson.
wasn't he? Yes.
That's right, yeah.
I don't think his efforts at first have ever been recorded.
And probably just as well.
Yes, I was going to say they'd be totally unrepeatable if they were. Anyway, Broad hoists up the shoulder of his right shoulder of his shirt. He does that always. And here he comes again. Great white sweatband gleaming around his left wrist. He's there. He bows to Duplessis, who comes forward to tidily and just defensively goes out a yard or two on the offside. And there is no run. Stokes from short cover as the fielder.
South Africa are giving England's batsmen a lesson how to, when you're on top, grind the opposition down. They haven't thrown the bat at the ball, they haven't scored quickly, they've just stayed in slowly, surely, got a more lead, haven't they? That's what they've done. It's over 5 days, there's a lot of time left.
No panic at all, and it's just been easy. Head Broad in again, and Duplessis forward. That one goes past it. Pushed out on the offside.
We've seen Amla at times through his career play dashing, beautiful shots, lovely. He's reined it in last night, today, played carefully, just picked it off slowly and surely. The lead is mounting, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's slowly and surely sapping England's energy. They're bowling, want to get wickets, they're trying to keep a couple of slips and gully, but then they've got people in a defensive ring.
And it is Broad once more to Duplessis. He's in, he bowls, he comes forward there again, pushing that out on the offside, and there is no run. They're batting in such a sensible way. England's batsmen could learn from this, couldn't they?
Well, you'd hope so, Henry, but we haven't seen any of that. We haven't seen it, they just seem to play one way. And nobody seems to talk to him or ask him to think about it or explain to him it's a 5-day test. It's a test of character. That's what a test match is. It's not just a test of your ability. It's a test of playing to situation, adapting your game to the type of pitch you're playing on, adapting your game, bowling and batting, to the situation in the game as well. We don't seem capable in doing that. When we're on top, we're all right. We win. We don't seem able to change. Our batting is...
When the flashing strokes come off, it's lovely.
It looks fantastic.
I wonder what the coach, Trevor Bayliss, would say about this. I mean, this is going to be put to him,
Does
isn't
he say anything?
Well, I don't know.
It's like the invisible man to me.
Because, I mean, this is ultimately his responsibility, I would have thought.
Well, he'll have a say in everything. He'll have a say in team selection. Like we're playing 10 men. I have an Indian cab driver today and a Pakistani cab driver last night asking me, why are England playing 2 spinners on a seaming pitch? Well,
we got one of them now. Moeen Ali's come on at the pavilion end, over the wicket, bowls that to Hashim Amla, who plays forward, trickles it to balance at square short leg, that yells of catch it. That one ran pretty quickly into the ground. Gentleman in a reddish shirt goes up the steps there of the Fox Road stand carrying about 8-pint mugs. Good balancing act. Here is Moeen again. He's in, he bowls. Amla goes back, squirts that out, square with the wicket on the offside, and they go through for a single. And it's Sir Cook there who runs from short legs for cover to retrieve that one. So one more, 198 for 3. Amla goes on to 71.
Moeen's first over of the day, and just the 22nd over of spin out of 160 for England.
And 2 spinners in the side. It makes less and less and less sense, doesn't it?
well, it does, because I think as this particular pitch goes on, spinners have never really won test matches at Nottingham, I don't think, Andrew. They've not been a big factor, have they?
Yeah, in fact, I mean, Maharaja's 3 for 21 yesterday was the best in 10 years, best figures by spinner, yeah.
It's not the sort of surface.
Helsman again in, bows to Duplessis, and he just pushes it forward into the offside, and there's no run there.
And those cricket lovers who are listening understand that this is not one of the kind of normal pitches we had at Trent Bridge. I accept that.
Moeen du Plessis in, he sweeps, and that one just bobbles up in the air off the pad. Moeen's hands go up, the ball falls safely there if there was any edge on it, and it's Bastow goes forward and picks it up.
There might be a bit of turn as this match goes on, but the game's been decided in the first 2 days by seam. England are struggling from seam.
Moeen Ali again in. Bowles gives that one a bit of air outside the off stump, and du Plessis watches that one carefully, and through it goes to Bastow. With just a slip and a forward short leg in close attendance, and also a short mid-wicket. And here is Moeen again. Du Plessis plays no strokes then, and it goes through to Bastow. End of the over. His first over of the day. Well, the only thing can be said to that, at least being surely the premier spinner bowler in the side, and we're taking those 10 wickets at Lords, it's good at least to see he got the first over of spin.
Well, that didn't happen too many other times,
I know.
did it?
No, it didn't. And that's not the least curious part about it, isn't it?
No, it's odd. And it is odd. It is. I mean, I find it odd that Stuart Broad has bowled really well with discipline, pace, line, length. He hasn't got much movement. The ball's hardly gone. Hardly done anything.
Going back to spin, interesting, Samit Patel, who might have been a challenger, you would have thought a legitimate challenger for Dawson's place, was in the box next door a few minutes ago.
He's getting zillions of runs, isn't he?
Yes.
This year? You got 2 doubles or something, Andrew?
2 in a row. I got a 257 not out, followed by 247 in consecutive innings.
He looked in pretty good form too. He was chatting away. I think on another day he'd rather been out in the middle there.
Did he get a century in a one-day match as well? Oh, crikey, 2 doubles and a century.
It's Broad running away from us. In, Bowles to Amla outside the off-stump. Amla again. I likened him before lunch to a Norman castle. He's just sheltered behind it. He's taken no risks at all. He was actually caught behind this morning, wasn't he? When he was caught behind, there was no. Who was the bowler then, Andrew?
Broad.
It was Broad.
He went sort of, that was it. He wasn't sure, as if there was something, and
Cook looked fairly interested, but none of the others did.
No, it must have been a whisker.
And the replay gave it out, but no one went for it. Here comes Broad again, in outside the off stump, well up, but Amla is not going to be fussed into striking at that.
Yeah, it was on 25 at the time, Amla, when that happened.
That's right.
I think I'd have done like him, say never touched it. Never touched it. Never touched it. Didn't touch it. Sorry. Umpire didn't give me out. He didn't hear it. Never touched it.
Well, anyway, he's he's still there. And Broad hitching up that shoulder again, turns, positions the ball in his right hand, and now the hands swing free. And here he comes, chuntering away from us. He's up to the wicket, he bowls, and Amla goes back, forces that nicely down there to mid-off, and it is fielded, and the polishing process there continues.
Eddie Barlow is the best person I know. Sorry he's not with us now. I mean, there may be others, but the best person I know who always said, made it very clear to everybody, I don't walk. Never said anything otherwise. I don't walk, I wait for the umpire. And the other thing, though, if he got a decision by the umpire where he wasn't out, he thought he wasn't out, he just accepted it. He took it in the good grace, he took the good with the bad.
Broad again, up to the wicket, Bowles out to Amla, outside the off stump, going further away, no stroke.
We'd all like to get the benefit of the umpires not out, but it's can we accept it when he gives us out, it's missing leg stump with 3 inches and we have to go. We're not too thrilled about it, are we? Me included.
No,
but Eddie just used to say, I knew him fairly well. I got to know him fairly well after he retired, and I'd gone and just went to South Africa a lot. Good friend of a friend of mine, and great guy.
And here is Broad again, up to the wicket, in both Amla, short one. Amla pulls that round the corner, and it's fielded down there, deep backward square leg, and they come back for a single. 72 to Amla, 100, that's 199 for 3. Eddie Barlow was sort of ambassador, sporting ambassador, wasn't he?
No, he did all sorts. Became an MP and everything.
Didn't he?
And helped the Cricket
tell you what,
Association of South Africa. What a cricketer!
Opening batsman for a time, and also a wonderful seamer, wasn't he?
He said he got these vibes, these feelings he was going to get a wicket when he stood at slip. And he said, "The captain, I need to bowl." And the captain was go like, "Well, but then he got used to it. Said, "Okay, have 2 or 3, and he'd get a wicket or 2.
Good guy he was. Here comes Broad again in bowls outside the off stump. Du Plessis lets it go by through there to the keeper. It is the end of the over. 199 for 3, 72 to Amla, 32 to Du Plessis. And after another word from Geoffrey Boycott, it will be Ed Smith.
Great character, Eddie Barlow. Wonderful opening batsman for South Africa. They've had some great cricketers. But I've known other people who pretended to be walkers, when they hit it, and they walked when they were 120, and they a little nick, they walked, make it easy for the umpire. They walked so easily when they were on naught or single figures. That's the true test. If you're going to call yourself a walker, it's going when you're going to make a failure, isn't it?
Afternoon, Geoffrey. Afternoon, everyone. England are in deep trouble here, walking or otherwise. Moeen Ali in now, and a back foot push from Amla. No run as Cook picks up.
So you were Walker, Ed?
I was when I started, and I got talked out of it a bit. Moeen Ali in now, and then Amla defends. Yeah, Stephen Marsh, the Kent wicketkeeper, sat me down, had a long chat after I walked to the championship game as a young man, and said, "Don't know what you were doing out there, but." And later on, Moeen Ali in now, and a fine sweep from Amla. There'll be at least 3 here. Ben Stokes is very quick, he's chasing after it. Geoffrey's eyes are still excellent, he runs away for 4. The fine sweep deftly played by Amla. The 200 up for South Africa, 203 for 3. South Africa enjoying a good sporting day all round. Someone who's partly South Africans are setting the break up. Roger Federer on centre court, and the South African Test team here totally dominating proceedings in the second Test at Trent Bridge. The lead is 333. Is that enough, Geoffrey, already? If they had to declare now, would you say South Africa would be pretty confident? Moeen in, and Amla is forward. Defensively, no run.
There's no chance I'd be declaring, but I think it might be enough for England. But no, you're just going to grind them down. Got to. Not a time left.
A few hands on hips out on the field now as Amla pushes this to extra cover. Cook will field. It becomes an exercise in body language watch, doesn't it? When the balance is swung this far towards the batting team, everyone knows the situation now. Prospects of victory are disappearing for England as Moeen's in, and Amla pushes in front of square on the offside. Dawson skips away to his right and picks up.
There's one thing, Ed, though, in England you always have to be aware of that in many other countries you don't. You want to be watching the weather forecast.
Yeah.
There's quite a few Test matches where there's been time left. There was one England-Australia recently at Old Trafford where Australia were going to easily beat England. I think we were 2 down one night in the last innings with all day to bowl. Harris bowling beautifully, and it rained all day, and we got out of jail. So that's just a recent one, and the older end who are listening, they'll remember many matches. You must keep your eye on that. So if I was South Africa, I would be onto the weather forecast just to make sure, and if it is going to rain, then I'd make a spurt. But if it isn't, there's a lot of time left. You don't need to do anything but grind England down. Just grind them down. It's the way to play.
That's what they're doing. Led by Amla, 77 from 176 in full Test match mode. Back to his best, Hashim Amla, as he waits for Broad, who's in. And Amla whips it away, one of his trademark shots. Beautiful shot off his hip through mid-wicket. When I think of Amla at his best, I think of that shot, the rotary swing that goes out to gully and then gives him his rhythm and flow. Flourish on the back foot. Fielders had no chance. Not that bad a ball, a little bit back of a length. Let's see the line.
Too straight.
Middle stump, probably.
Bit too straight from the angle he ball.
Yep.
It just hasn't got any movement. I can't understand it. He's such a quality bowler. Early on the first day there was a bit, but the odd ball, but he hasn't really made it do anything.
Broad again, angled run-up bowls, and Amla once
Straight.
more finds the gap on the onside. It's only going to be one this time, and he walks rather nonchalantly to the bowler's end. Andrew.
50 partnership came up in the last over for 135 balls. And England will have to break the record for their highest successful fourth innings chase now. The record is 332 for 7, which they made in Melbourne against Australia, 28-29.
The highest they've ever got?
For England, yep.
For England?
Yeah.
And for this batting lineup, that's a lot.
Let it go, Jeffrey. That was a rabbit punch. This is the opponent was falling
Well, it
over
is.
in the boxing match.
We're playing 10 men.
Didn't need to do that.
We're playing 10 men, 4 batsmen only. And this is a wobbly batting order. That's
Extra
really
blow.
great.
Maybe after the bell had rung that.
Good selections.
Low
Well
punch.
done.
Broad in, wide of the off stump. Duplessis leaves outside the thump. He's been very disciplined, Duplessis, on his return to the side. So
Hey, listen, Ed, when I've got taxi drivers telling me that England's selection ain't good, I think everybody out there
my
knows.
argument is they might have been listening to you on the radio. You don't know
No.
what they were listening to in the day, and they might have recognised you. So they could have been feeding you lines just to make you feel good and hoping for a big tip. We don't know that.
A lot of rubbish.
You know, you'd be
Absolute
underestimated
right.
by the influence you have.
I
over
have
Nottingham's
no
taxi
influence.
drivers. Well, I've met 2 taxi drivers who said, "Can you tell Jeffrey he's right as well?" They thought there was a curry favour with me. It's everywhere. You underestimate your influence. Broad in now, bowls a length ball. Duplessis pushes it. Moeen Ali shies the stumps out if he hits, and he misses. It was a difficult one because he had to pick up quickly and then get rid of it. He was throwing to the near end, so from his point of view, he had just over a stump to aim at. I'm sure Duplessis would have been out. He actually hit it better, Duplessis, than he thought. It was a check drive. Moeen was in smartly, threw off balance. Actually, you know, I think the throw was a bit slower than I thought, and Duplessis might just have scrambled in. It would have gone upstairs to the third umpire.
Gee, if you hadn't been taking the mickey out of me, you'd have seen him. You'd just got home.
How do you know I was taking the mickey?
All the taxi drivers listening to me, I'll ask them tonight. They're not. They can see for themselves. They're going to bar me. Playing 2 spinners.
210 for 3.
Broad
Broad
they need
continues.
some batting.
Amla very late and soft in defence, both feet behind the crease, so not bothering with a stride forward, just trusting his hands and his head. Looks in good touch, Jeffrey, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's played sensibly. You know, we've seen him come and play a lot of shots and play nicely and then get out. But this year he's put it into perspective. Okay, England can only win if they get a lot of wickets. Got a real wickets fall in this morning, so they played England out of the game. And yeah, that's what you got to do. You get a side down, you keep them down. The Aussies used to do it brilliantly when they were at the best. Oh, they get a foot on you and they keep you down.
Well, the one bit of good news for England is I think they've managed to get the ball so misshapen that it won't fit through the little ball out of shape machine that the umpires carry with them. And a little bit unclear whether they've rejected it.
They
Paul
just used
Rifle
to-
said no.
Ah, quite right, he's played test cricket. Just toss it back. Listen, when he hits a couple more, it'll knock it back in shape. That's what the old pros used to say as umpires. Here, get on with it. Stop mucking about. They'd do anything to get a new ball.
Certainly not swinging this
Listen,
one.
way England are going, whatever the ball with, it make any difference.
Broad in now, and Amla once more, very softly in defence. And with that, Jeffrey's off. I think we've got a clear sense of his view of the shape of the match so far. 210 for 3. And South Africa in total command. Danger with this sort of shape to the match. It starts to meander a bit at this stage, doesn't it? As Graham Smith joins me now as summariser. Happily meandering from your point of view, but the energy's gone out of the contest a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, no doubt. Almost an interesting battle in many ways for inches today. England have stuck to their guns pretty well, haven't allowed too many freebies. And South Africa is ticking along. You know, the run rate's over 3s. You know, there's so much time left in the game with 15 wickets falling yesterday. It allows that space for the game to makes it tough for us up here, I guess, to create
Mowing in, and Faf du Plessis defends back to the bowler.
Interesting listening. So I think it's important, this knock for du Plessis. He was out of the game for a long time post Champs Trophy with the birth of his little girl.
Mowing in now, wide of the off stump. Signs of turn there. That'll please Maharaj and the South African line-up. Du Plessis equal to it. Yeah, he's worked hard for these runs, hasn't he? He hasn't found it the easiest. 34 from 72. He's got his way into it with a nick.
England have been quite aggressive today. Used a lot of short pitch style bowling, mixed that up a little bit. Hasn't looked as easy to be free flowing. Looks maybe easier to hang about.
Yeah, Mowing in now, and Amla once more defence from the crease. Bairstow skips out in the fields.
Not as much swing today, or that we saw maybe in particular yesterday morning.
Bit warmer, maybe. I thought it might swing more this morning, but it didn't. Anderson swung a lot yesterday morning, not so much today. Mowing in, and once more Amla playing with such soft hands that the ball lands right by him. At what point, Graham, as a captain opening batsman, do you give away the fielding element as Mowing's in and defends and the ball trickles back behind the stumps, but safely so, and start thinking, well, look, there's not much I can do as a fielding captain to influence the occasion. Just got to get myself ready to bat. Later on in the day, I'm guessing.
Yeah, you still got to stay on top of things, manage your team well. You don't want it to get shabby or fall apart, because you take that into your batting. You know, you also got to keep trying. It's in your nature, isn't it? But
pushed out to long on, and that means Amla will keep the strike with that single. 212 for 3.
There'll be probably moments that it'll flutter into your brain in terms of you know, the batting. Cook not captain anymore, but I'm sure that Vernon Philander will be banging about in his head.
Definitely.
Keaton Jennings been short of runs. England will really be hoping that those two in particular can lay a small little platform.
Liam Dawson back into the attack for England. He's finding predictably work a lot hard on this service. Just 3 overs, none for 20. A very different story to relatively easy pickings at Lords on an extravagant turning pitch there, very dry pitch at Lords. Amla earlier on today played him with notable ease, coming down the track twice and popping him over mid-on. And that's why long on is back straight away with Moeen Ali. Amla will be on strike. Umpire just helping out Faf du Plessis with cutting something off the toe of his bat. Bit of sticky tapes come loose. Dawson's ready. It's a pretty pragmatic action, and a great mystery about it. A couple of steps as a walk and into his run now, and Amla bat out in front, no chance of any squeezing bat onto pad there, right out in front, and defends easily. Dawson in, and Amla down the track, safely over long off all the way, is it, or just one bounce? We'll find out now. It's a difficult shot, long on his back, so he couldn't do the easy thing as a right-hander, which is to drag it when you're not quite at the pitch, as he wasn't. Root was sort of looming halfway back at mid-off, and for a moment I thought Root might trot back and make the catch, but in the end Amla hit it far too well, and I think that may have actually landed on the boundary foam for 6. We can't see from that angle.
An excellent shot from Amla. He's transferred pressure onto Dawson early on in his spell on each occasion. Almost in many ways saying you're not good enough to bowl to me, even though you got me out on a spinner at Lords.
Sure.
We get you back now.
4. Just bounced before the sort of half volley for the boundary foam. That signal will come now. Amla moves to 83. Dawson's struggles continue. He's in again, and Amla plays from the crease.
A very defensive field now. Long on, long off. Amla will want to just pick away at this. Too many boundary options unless it's a drag down. the late cut and pull. The straight hit is protected.
Dawson again, and the pushes to extra cover.
I mean, I would have liked to have seen Root maybe hold that mid-off for a little bit longer. I mean, there's so much time left in the game that you're not really trying to protect South Africa. You know, maybe you hold off till you only got 4 sessions to bat. I mean, it's only day 3 because...
Dawson again, and the defence from the crease. Cook fields at mid-wicket.
You know, England need to get wickets still.
Yeah,
so it's force Sumner to take on that shot inside out over cover. Mid-off.
When he was playing the shot, I felt good. This was a tough shot. You know, the fact that he played it well is a different story. Amla in now, hit on the pad, big appeal. He was a long way down. I suspect England will review it. Bairstow's already said I'm reviewing it. I don't think he even asked Root yet. Now, has that gone to review? Yes, they have now. Bairstow.
I feel for Paul Rifle. I debated this with him the other night at the hotel.
Is that a review or is it not? Is that what you asked?
He said, as an umpire in the field, when a batter comes down the wicket, you just don't feel comfortable giving someone else.
Did it turn though? Because the angle of the ball from round the wicket will be towards leg stump. Is that going on to hit leg stump or is it missing leg stump? There's no edge, I don't think. I can't see an edge there, no.
Okay. No bat involved, you can go for ball tracking when it is ready.
So what is he, how far down? He's just by the...
Ball tracking coming up. Pitching in line, impact in line, and wickets.
Out! Hitting middle stump. Well done, Liam Dawson. Well done, Johnny Bairstow. Very confident, England's wicketkeeper, that was out and ought to be reviewed immediately. I thought you were going to say, Graham, that it's difficult to know if a keeper reviews it, does that count a review or does it have to come from the captain? But Bairstow reviewed it straight away and then almost confirmed the review with the captain, Joe Root. The end result is that Amla has gone for a classy, well-compiled 87. Very warm applause here at Trent Bridge after an innings that's provided the glue for South Africa's top order and a fine player back to somewhere near his very best.
Yeah, well played, Hashim. An outstanding knock, just a great ability between skill and the patience that he showed. Worked hard on this surface. He's a classy man and a classy cricketer. Yeah, I know, we had this conversation because, I mean, Amla's used his feet. He's come down the wicket, and DRS is now opening up this can of worms in terms of, you know, making people think. I still think the umpire made the right decision. I think it's very difficult on field to give that out. I think, you know, whether... I don't know, we can debate whether saying it's hitting the stumps, we can debate whether that's out or not. You know, in cricket, in the way that we know it, whenever a batter's used his feet, he's a long way down.
Yeah.
General rule is that, you know, it's not out, I think. Yeah. DRS is changing that mindset on occasions. I don't think the umpire
didn't do anything wrong.
I don't think he did anything wrong. I agree. I think he's made the right decision there. England have chose to review and it's worked out for them.
I agree with that. He was, you know, a fair distance down, but with Dawson's trajectory it wasn't going over, and that was the crucial thing. Well, Bavuma's in at 6. Moeen Ali starts a new over bowls to du Plessis, who defends the forward defensive shot.
And you've got to give Dawson some credit. You know, he's under a lot of pressure. A lot of people don't think that he should be playing or should be in this England side. I in particular think England should have gone for the extra batter.
Moeen again. Du Plessis plays with a straight bat, defends.
And Amla's put him under a lot of pressure. He's just sort of stuck to his guns, you know. In the end, he's got the reward.
Moeen in now. No, third defensive shot on the over. Generally, I think what DRS has told us is that the stumps are a bit narrower than we thought. Sorry, correction, a bit wider than we thought, but also a bit shorter. I think a lot of the ones which the bowling side tends to get wrong is on height, I think, where a lot of balls go over the top that they think look straight as Moeen bowls, and this is pushed wide of mid-on. Du Plessis judges the single well, throw comes in from broad, but the single is completed, 217 for 4. Andrew.
Hashim Amla's 87, 288 minutes, 180 balls, 14 fours and a 6, and of course that's 3 out of 4 innings the series has been LBW to a spinner.
Bavuma getting ready for his first ball, taking guard. Centre stump. You hear from and he's also checking off stump as well, which is a thing batsmen increasingly have started doing against off spin. Having, if you like, 2 guards to choose between, depending on how much the ball is spinning or how they're feeling. Bavuma has a very balanced stance. Small man waits for Moeen. And Bavuma way outside off stump by the time he hit that. Trying to avoid playing away from his body into the offside. Moeen again, and Bavuma again right across into the channel outside off stump. Good over from Moeen, takes his sweater and his cap. Just under 20 minutes to tea here on day 3. South Africa still right on top despite that wicket from Dawson. Thought from Graham, and I'll make way for Jonathan Agnew. Sorry, correction, Charles Dagnall.
Dawson to continue. We'll see the 2 spinners operate till the tea break. What is your thoughts on a batter using his feet and getting out LBW? Charles?
Well, I'm one of those who think that if it pitches outside leg, it should still be LBW. So I think you're asking the wrong person. I still don't understand the concept of that rule, but you're a batsman, I'm a bowler, we'll disagree and move on. 217 for 4. Dawson now. You've got to feel happy for him as well, don't you? You know, like you say, the conversations about his position in the side. He's got rid of Amla twice. Brilliant delivery at Lords, now LBW, and he comes again, very easy run up. Just a couple of steps, and it's firmly struck by du Plessis out to mid-off. I mean, I don't think we can expect anything from Temba Bavuma extravagant before the tea break.
No, I mean, I think he's got a couple of starts so far in the series. If you want to...
Dawson, tossing one up, forward comes du Plessis in defence.
It's a little bit of turn there on the surface. I think it's starting to show that the toss was the decision of the toss by du Plessis was a good one. I was surprised that Joe Root said he would have bowled first. I think when you look at the record books, I know it was gloomy on day 1.
Get him on the board. Here comes Dawson, forward again in defence. Very correctly comes du Plessis. I'm with you though, I mean, the use of the feet and LBW decisions. I mean, I can understand why Paul Rifle didn't give it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair that he gave it, no doubt, from his perspective.
Agreed. As Dawson tossing one up a little bit more flight, just straightening ever so slightly.
There's just too much doubt for the umpire when a batter uses his feet to actually have the confidence to say, listen, that's out.
Well, what are you? Probably, arguably, sort of 2 yards, maybe 2.5 yards.
It used
down
to be
the crease.
2.5 metres that it was umpire's call, but I think they've moved that to 3 now.
Yep. As Dawson bowls, it's just angling into the leg stump and flicked away by du Plessis to Moeen at mid-on for a single. And Bavuma on strike now to Dawson, 218 for 4.
So the point I'm making, I mean, I think Shane Warne's probably in one of the commentary boxes saying, if only, I would have got another. But then we would say he probably talked himself 50, 60 wickets in his career. But I think it's hard on the umpire.
No, I totally agree with that. Absolutely. And it's impossible to, you know, some of that, especially with the amount of distance that you're talking about, is guesswork. And you don't want to be involved in that as Dawson bowls, and just a little outside edge from Bavuma. Slides out to backward point and is no run.
It's like Wimbledon when you see some of those Hawkeye calls, they're just nicking the line. It's almost impossible for the sort of court umpires.
They're going, well, they've got the tennis balls there going at, what, 140 miles an hour, some of these things, and you're expected by the naked eye to be able to see. Wimbledon's going on at the moment, isn't it? I won't say any scores, I don't know them actually, if I'm being brutally honest, but I'm sure there are people out here listening in Trent Bridge waiting to watch it a little bit later on. And also listening back at home as well. Now du Plessis right over towards off stump as he faces Moeen Ali. That's just dead batted back up the pitch. He's got a slip, a leg slip. Gary Balance it is under the helmet, with those great big shin pads on, which hardly disguised, are they? They're just enormous lower leg below the knee as this is turned by du Plessis to mid-on, where Stuart Broadfield. He's got a deep backward square. Mid-wicket, a shortish mid-wicket, or between mid-wicket and mid-on. An orthodox mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, and a deep backward point as du Plessis thinks about stealing a single, but swiftly round is Alistair Cook from extra cover, and again remains 218 for 4. So I'm expecting here just a fairly watchful 15 minutes or so, 12 minutes left till tea.
I think England have done well to sort of stay in the game, not to fade away. They've fielded all 3 days in a row. You know, having played the game, how easy it is just to get a little bit tired. I think they've been good in many ways today.
Moeen's last delivery just turned to mid-wicket.
They've showed good concentration.
Here he comes again, bowls and onto the crease, and just a yelp from Moeen Ali. He thought he might have scuttled one through the defences of du Plessis.
My favourite part of the day was watching Jimmy get grumpy to Faf du Plessis.
Fantastic.
He's been there so many times, just knowing Jimmy.
I mean, the battles you had with him as well as Moeen bowls, and that's more of a middle and leg stump line, but covered up well by du Plessis. Another over ticks by very swiftly at the moment. Lots of spin, lots of defensive prods, and not much addition to the score, 218 for 4. I mean, did he get really grumpy
Jimmy, I think, is easily the grumpiest cricketer I ever played against. I used to love to get under his skin. He always is quite tight running on, Jimmy. He used to just stand there quietly, just tapping on his spike marks on the pitch. Not saying anything, head down, and it would always send him over the edge, walking back to his run-up, his mark.
I mean, were they actually on the pitch?
Well,
the beauty of it is because then umpires start getting involved, and then maybe he might have a word.
No. So just almost reminding the umpire that Jimmy's tight, you know, without saying anything. It used to send him into La La Land.
And this is something that you wanted him to be. You didn't want, so you wanted him to get grumpy.
Yeah.
Was it why? Was that more of a contest for you to get it a little bit more?
We just had lots of.
Dawson continues, round the wicket he comes, as a little paddle sweep by Bavuma for a single, gets him off the mark, 220 for 4.
We played against each other a lot, had a lot of battles, and, you know, I just knew Jimmy was generally quite a grumpy cricketer.
Love that.
Just trying to irritate him a little bit, without saying anything.
But this, I have to admit, watching on, you know, your career as captain, obviously, for a very early age, opening batsman for South Africa for so long, as Dawson bowls, tossed up and driven by du Plessis. They're going to get a single here to Jennings, who's quite deep at mid-off, and du Plessis moves to 37, 220 for 4. But, of course, you remember Stephen Finn, when he kept knocking off the bails at Headingley. And it was something that you sort of said, you know, come on, I can't concentrate here with... I mean, no doubt. I have no doubt. Come on, you can be honest now, Graham Smith. Now you've stopped playing. Now you've retired and you're in the media box. As Dawson, close to the umpire, just flares out as he bowls. And nice delivery, just defended by Bavuma. You surely, with Stephen Finn bowling at around about 87, 88 miles an hour, you were watching the ball. If he clipped the bails at the non-striker's end, you know where I'm going here. There's Dawson tossing one up once more, defended by Bavuma. Did it really put you off?
Absolutely.
When you say absolutely with a big grin on your face.
He didn't just tap the bails, he kneed them.
Yes, he did. As Dawson bowls, it's just down the leg side into the pads of Bavuma. No chance it was sliding down leg.
I think different guys struggled with it, different other guys didn't, you know. And I think we just raised it with the umpires in terms of before the game, saying that he's doing this more and more regularly. It's becoming a factor in the series. What's the ruling on it, you know?
Dawson bowls slightly short, onto the back foot goes Bavuma and plays a neat little shot just with a straight bat out into the offside. Good piece of fielding, saves it any further on than a single, and another over goes. 73 gone, 221 for 4, because that was generally described as...
So then it actually became they said, no, it's a dead ball if he does do it. Just happened to be that the first time they called it, I nicked it to slip. So the timing was perfect.
Oh, brilliant. I mean, it was, but that same thing, you wanted to get Jimmy Anderson grumpy. You wanted, to maybe not get into the skin of Stephen Finn, but have him thinking about something else.
I think there's so much debate about sledging these days. For me, it's not always about
Moeen bowls and Bavuma defends back up the pitch off the back foot.
It's not always about sledging. Sometimes it's about gaining inches through more subtle means. It's a mental game. Test match cricket, emotional. 5 days of toil and strain and test on your techniques and your bodies and your minds.
Close to the stumps comes Moeen, slightly back of a length, and Bavuma stands up as much as he can anyway at 5'5".
Finn did bowl really well in that series, though. That's one thing I will say.
It was fascinating to watch that series. What was it, 2012?
Yeah.
2012 series, wasn't it? Here comes Moeen, bowls forward. Confidently comes Bavuma, prodding to cook it extra cover.
Oh, it's still a long way to go in this game, but this test series will be set up beautifully if South Africa can get a victory.
Well, it will.
With two to play.
As Moeen whirls his arms, flat delivery and a really powerful sweep, and balance cowers just as the ball passes him to the right-hand side, out to Mark Wood, who's fielding a deep backward square. 222 for 4. The lead is 352. Sun's trying to peep through as well. A little bit more blue sky we've got here at Trent Bridge this afternoon.
I need to see a few more balls roll for the fourth innings here, Daggers.
You do, as this is swept firmly by du Plessis and brings him 4. That's a really good shot, reaching and using his fullest extension of his arms as the ball was just on and around off stump. But he made the use of those levers of his and he powers it through the onside for 4. Lovely shot.
Yeah, it's a good shot. You've got to stay in position, hands almost in front of your knee, head still. Almost top spins it away.
226 for 4. So du Plessis, bat raised, waits for Moeen, lets it go outside of the off stump. No, I've only seen one ball just scoot a little bit, and that was from Ben Stokes earlier today. Don't forget, if you've missed any of the action today, you can watch the video clips via the cricket section of the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sport app. And if you missed anything during this game, you can catch up with our pint-sized TMS reviews. You can also see, which I haven't seen yet, the Graham Smith cartoon.
I haven't seen it either.
I think we should find it. I've seen mine. I've got to be honest, I'm not overly happy with it.
Probably guessing I'm going to be in the same boat as you.
Got an enormous nose, so many lines on my face. Jonathan Agnew's got less lines on his face than me. He's got 20 years on me.
So who puts these cartoons together?
I don't know, but we need a word. Pint size. Ed Smith looked like he's had some work done. We'll find it for you. Dawson continues short and pulled away by Bavuma. Little aerially, didn't quite time it. It wasn't a clean, crisp sound off the bat, but it'll bring him 4. Dawson just dropping short of fraction. And 4 more runs to South Africa, 230 for 4. The lead is 360. Joe Root comes over and talking about more different changes in field positions.
He's a small man, Bavuma, almost that not many batters probably would be able to rock back and pull that. Nice positive mindset from him.
Still that leg slip in place, leg gully really, as Dawson tossing one up. It's full toss driven by Bavuma. There is no run. Dawson with a very sort of strawberry blonde hair, shorn at the sides and swept back. Stands upright. Just a couple of steps, a couple of hops and he's in. And that one just turns a little bit. Reaching for it is Bavuma. Driving out to extra cover, but you can hear the yelps of Johnny Bairstow behind the stumps. Slip is in place. Is that Jimmy Anderson or Ben Stokes? It's Slip is Stokes. Let's slip Anderson as at short extra cover. Dawson. 1 wicket to his name, getting rid of Amler. Bowls, that's a nice tidy line. Just slightly drifting in to the middle and leg stump. And it just straightens up, so Bavuma has to play it with respect. Lovely hum around Trent Bridge at the moment. Dawson, past umpire rifle underneath his Panama hat, bowls full of length, and again Bavuma back up the pitch. And there is no run. What's this, 360? They're going to bat all day here, Graham, aren't they?
I would think so. Unless they bowled out, that would be their mindset. So much time left in the game. It's only us commentators that's thinking about a day off. I think Vaughan's family's in Portugal. He's thinking, get on with it.
The last ball from Dawson was played out to extra cover, and it's the end of the over. 230 for 4. But no, I mean, why wouldn't you? Here we go. Here's the Graham Smith. Oh, my life. The Graham Smith
Got my teeth
cartoon.
whitened.
You have. They look like the veneers, don't they? And there's a couple of lines underneath the eyes, and a top lip that's raised a bit like Elvis used to. There you go. That's quite the cartoon. You fill out the cartoon quite well, don't you? I think there's a little bit more stubble on the face than that one. What would you say that as your cartoon?
I mean, after you described yours, I think I'll take mine. Steady. I mean,
you give it a 6 out of 10.
Well, that's a sound from the sounds of things is a lot better than yours.
Oh, you don't know. Moeen continues. Maybe the last over before the tee. His first delivery is turned to backward square, and he'll get a single for it. Jennings doing the fielding. Don't forget, Face Boyks Live is 3 minutes away. Goodness me, what an event. Jeff Boycott is taking your questions on the Test Match Special Facebook page at T. Has he got anyone with him today? No, just Boyks. Hardcore Boyks. Yes. Moeen bowls.
Someone's going to get abused today. He's not happy with England.
He's not. Turned to mid-wicket, no run, 231 for 4. So yes, Facebook page, Test Match Special Facebook page, and Boyks will be on there in a great mood, no doubt. I think he'll only get one question in, and then Boyks will go on a 20-minute rant. Driven through the extra cover region for 4 by Bavuma. Change of angle for Moeen Ali. He's come round the wicket and just offered that touch of width to Temba Bavuma, and he latches onto it quickly, driving it through extra cover for 4.
Yeah, a nice shot from Bavuma. He's come out nice and positive, and du Plessis gives him a nod of approval for a wonderful shot.
Lead is 365, 235 for 4. Bavuma into double figures. Here's Moeen. He gets turned to square leg for yet another single. 236 for 4.
I'm just looking at your face. I got off way better than you.
Is this the pint-sized cartoon? Let me have a look at that. Oh, receding hairlines, lines. Here's Moeen, bowls into the offside, says yes, but Bavuma is sent back very quickly. Change of mind from Faf du Plessis. You must have run out of pencil lead drawing me.
I thought you got a bit more of a tan than that also.
Yeah, no, goodness me. It's like I've got a face like an egg white omelette. Anyway, that'll be available towards the end of play.
Okay, need
a serious...
Every time you let me down at night, I'll show you that picture.
I didn't let you down last night. Here comes Ali, bowls, turned into the onside. This may be a recurring theme for me and you. And there go the bails. It's 236 for 4. Tea is to be taken. It's been South Africa's session. Graham Smith, the lead is 366, 236 for 4. Bavuma is there, not out on 12. Faf du Plessis is 42 not out. And overall, South Africa will wander into the dressing room and be thoroughly content with their afternoon's work.
Yeah, effectively 366 for 4. You're not going to complain about that. I think, a little bit slow maybe that session. But England have been tight. I think it's not a free-flowing wicket at the moment, but more defensive fields. I think South Africa will bat all day. We want to lead over 400, 450.
And grind England down. It's a long, sapping afternoon, this.
From my perspective, it would be good to see England field 4 days in a row, I guess.
It would.
That would hurt.
It would, but again, you talk about the energy that's used. There is no rush for South Africa here. There's still 2 days and another session left. So I would assume that the actual amount of runs scored, I mean, look, they're 365 in the lead, or 366, that you would imagine that history tells you that they've got enough already, but now it's just a case of grinding England down and getting them even wearier for when they have to bat last.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, it's tough to be so far behind the game and just stay mentally. As I said this morning, England looked down, but I think they've shown some good discipline. They've stuck to their guns. South Africa leading the Test match and doing very well. The challenge for them now is to now get that last bit over the line. They've got themselves in a good position, go on and win the Test match and level the series.
Thank you, Graham. Thank you so much, and we'll hear much more from Graham Smith a little bit later on. And he's going to take that cartoon of me and him with him as well. Have a good old chuckle over tea. So the wickets to fall today. Dean Elgar caught Anderson, bowled Stokes for a very well-made 80 from 136 deliveries, including 12 fours. Quinton de Kock was caught by Bairstow off the bowling of Anderson for 1, and Hashim Amla. LBW to Liam Dawson for 87 off 180 balls. A very patient innings, like I say, grinding England down. 14 fours and 1 6. The bowling figures for England: James Anderson, 16 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 41. Stuart Broad, 16 overs, 4 maidens, none for 46. Mark Wood, 13 overs, 2 maidens, none for 58. Ben Stokes, very economical stuff, 1 for 18, including 4 maidens from his 14 overs. And Liam Dawson, who's only bowled 7 spells, albeit in 7 overs in 3 spells. The prized wicket of Hashim Amla again, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32. So South Africa 236 for 4, and South Africa lead by 366 runs. Don't forget, of course, that you can head over to the Test Match Special Facebook page if you want to hear Geoffrey Boycott, I imagine, ranting. He's going to rant probably. I don't know how many questions he's going to be answering, but if you want to get a question in whilst he's finished his first rant, which may last about 15 minutes, then feel free to do so. Facebook's Live is over on the Facebook page for Test Match Special. Very familiar faces just nipped into my right-hand side. I shall allow Jonathan Agnew to explain all over tea.
Indeed, thank you, Charlie. Yes, and the thwacking again. They've got the thwacking device out there, trying to sort out the bowlers' run-ups too. One of the ground staff there, he'll be stiff in the morning doing this sort of exercise, I must say. But anyway, that's what's happening out in the middle, and well, it's not a very happy scoreboard, is it, from an England perspective? South Africa leading by 366 runs. They've still got 6 wickets in hand, and they'll seem to keep batting for as long as it takes, I suspect, before they get 400 and beyond. But anyway, we're going to take a break from that. Well, I might slip the England batting coach a question or two afterwards. I'm sure he'll forgive me, Mark Ramprakash. It's lovely to see you, Mark, here, by the way. I'll explain why he's here, because, of course, most of the England players taking part in this match haven't just appeared by chance in Test cricket. They've come through a system, playing maybe for the under-19s and then the England Lions. We're going to talk about the pathway during this interval with Mark Ramprakash, the England batting coach, and Mo Bobat, who's the ECB player identification lead. So he's actually involved in all the scouting that goes on, which I must admit, Mo, is a bit new to me. Nice to meet you, because we haven't come across each other before. But of course, obviously, when you sort of just take a step back from everything, this is the top, this is the pinnacle, as it were, but underneath it, there's a huge structure actually going on, isn't there?
Yeah, there is, a hell of a lot of work goes on.
Yes. And money being spent, I'd imagine, actually.
Well, hopefully well as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yes, of course. But yes, I mean, all of that infrastructure. Try to explain. I mean, where do you start getting youngsters involved in this sort of pathway that leads one day, hopefully, for the lucky ones to this level?
Yeah, I guess the start of our pathway is our Young Lions programme, which in essence is our under-19s. And we start scouting or observing players from about age 15, really.
Right.
So it does go a long way down. And then above that programme, we've obviously got the Lions programme, which aims to prepare players for the specific demands of international cricket and get them as England ready as possible. And then in between those two, main programmes, we've obviously got the PACE programme, which the key's in the title really, but it's about developing the physical and technical foundations for fast bowling. So a small group of players each winter get selected onto that programme. And then we have our overseas placements as well, where a small group of players get sent overseas to play some tough cricket, but also develop a little bit of independence and personal responsibility. They work with an expert coach out there as well, but they get a chance to really stand on their own 2 feet. So, the pathway is quite broad. It covers age 15 from a scouting perspective all the way through till first-class cricket.
It's a whole new world, Mark, isn't it? I'm trying to think of careers-wise. I mean, there wouldn't have been that sort of structure around when you were starting out. Was there? I mean, there was an under-19s. I thought it might have been under-16s, actually, when I was around, too. There might be some sort of representative stuff then. But, I mean, all this development programs and stuff is pretty new, isn't it?
Yeah, relatively new. I was very lucky. There was a Bunbury cricket festival at under 15 level. Then there was England under 19s, and also the England A side was around, and we had a few tours. We went to Sri Lanka in 1991, I remember. But look, I think it's hugely beneficial for all the youngsters who are sort of being invited onto these programs. They interact with a variety of sort of different types of coaches and exposed to different ideas, and they when they're selected, they get to put on the 3 lions, which is very important to see how they react.
Whatever level they are, basically, is that right? There's, if you call it branding or whatever you want to call it, but you are part of the main England setup, are you, from that point
Absolutely,
on?
yeah. So
you get your cap.
Our under-19 squad get together next week, and we've got 2 tests coming up against India, and it'll be an exciting week for the boys because they'll be very excited. Those who haven't made their debut before, they'll be very excited about receiving their caps.
Yeah. What happens up to 15 though? Just you say you pick up at 15. What are you depending on up to that point? Is it still the Bunburys? I mean, I saw David English at Lord's the other day being very noisy, and he's got this tremendous festival, hasn't it, that goes on. It's the kids, isn't it, from school? I mean, are you still relying on that to get to that stage?
Yeah, so a lot of the counties now will have academy programs. So many of the players that we identify and scout and select start in county academies. We've got the Bunbury Festival takes place this week as well, so there'll be 4 regions worth of high potential under 15 cricketers playing, and we'll have scouts there observing players of potential and reporting back into us.
This scouting must be interesting, mustn't it? You're a scout as well, Mark. I mean, you've actually announced some new ones. I mean, friends of mine, most of them my sort of generation and older. But who've got? You've got Jeff Arnold, Jack Birkinshaw, Bob Cotham, John Embry, Mike Hendrick, of course, who bowled here and at Derbyshire for many years. I mean, they're pretty serious names of that generation, aren't they? And it seems like a nice thing to do, to be able to go off and look at kids and youngsters playing at that sort of age and just take a bit of a chance on some.
Yeah, and most of the guys you've mentioned there are scouting further up the pathway, but we've obviously got all of those guys. We've got also got John Abrahams, who supports the batting scouting, Carl Cricken with the keeping as well, and then we obviously benefit from the likes of Ramps, Graham Thorpe, Andy Flower, Kevin Shine, Peter Such, Bruce French. There's a lot of people there observing cricketers, and like I said, that goes across the whole pathway really. But I guess the challenge for me is trying to combine all of that experience and expertise that we've got amongst all of those people, and trying to harness that and target it in a way so that we're looking at stuff that's really meaningful. So we've got a set of criteria that we might look to observe in players, and trying to gather all that information in so we can make informed decisions.
Yeah. Is there any danger that you're sort of mass producing a type of cricketer? If they all come through this pathway together, all with the same sort of coaches and so on, is there any worry, Mark, about sort of natural flair somehow being being coached out, or if you've got to conform and be a good boy from the age of 15 upwards, or you're not going to get to the top? I mean, is that any sort of concern at all or not?
I think it's a really legitimate point, no question about it, and I think it's something that within ECB coaching, we're very much aware. I mean, sometimes people perceive coaching as a bit of a dirty word. That, somehow we're almost detrimental to youngsters' sort of development. We work very, very hard for that not to be the case, and we'd like to think that we're flexible enough in our approach individually to different players. We see it as trying to enhance their capabilities and build on the strengths that they already have. But, I think if I look at the current group in England side, a lot of them have come through the pathway and represented England either at under-19s or England Lions, and they impress me every day with their maturity. And you have to be a certain type of character to be able to handle the international spotlight. And I think what the pathway does really well is sort of start that process, really, in terms of being exposed to different coaches, and hopefully we're trying to educate and help support youngsters, not just build on their cricket skills, but build on their personalities, become more self-aware, their preferences and how they like to learn, and sort of cope with representing England, albeit to start with perhaps at England under-19 level.
Yeah, and for you, dealing with the England players as batting coach, I mean, defining coach in that role, I guess, is very different to when you then go to the under-19s, and presumably that's much more technique and you're passing on to that age than perhaps to these players. Is that a fair comment?
Well, before I went on the England tour, under-19 tour to India in January, and I spoke to Paul Farbrace before the trip about coaching at under-19 level, because he's done quite a lot of that and I haven't, and I wondered what the differences would be, but actually it didn't turn out to be as big a difference as I thought. I felt that my own style is very much to try and firstly build a relationship with the player.
Yes.
That hopefully you find some things in common and you start to get to know each other and then build trust. But also, question the player about his game and get them talking. I mean, that is a skill, to try and get the player to become more self-aware about their own game and how they want to approach situations, because ultimately when they walk over the white line, they have to make the decision, not
Absolutely.
the coach. You can't tell them what to do. So in actual fact, my style didn't really change much, whether it's under-19s or first team.
Yeah. What do you get out of coaching? What do you yourself get out of it? What do you feel?
Well, I remember when I retired, I got a phone call from Graham Thorpe that would I come and help in an under-17 course, England under-17 course, and I didn't want to drop into coaching for the wrong reasons. I had nothing else to do.
Yes.
I was very aware.
Well, job.
Yeah, I was very aware with that.
Yeah.
But I went on this under-17 course, which Mo was involved with, and Ian Brunchweiler, and I did a week with the under-17s. They're really good set of lads. Hasib Hamid was on that course.
Yes.
And I really found it rewarding. Very quickly you realise, well, your career's gone. But it's all about giving, supporting, nurturing, encouraging these young guys to have fun with the game, but hopefully pick up a few things along the way.
Yes. And when one goes out and does something special, that must kind of make it all worthwhile.
Yeah,
all that giving as you describe it. Yeah.
Yeah, you're hoping that your involvement will hopefully accelerate their learning, and that they can, if you see an improvement in a particular area that you've perhaps discussed with them and they've gone away and worked hard at it, yes, absolutely, you're invested every time they take the field and do well.
Yeah. Mo, I've got to ask you about Hamidullah Quadri. He's only 16, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
But Afghanistan born. I mean, this whole Afghanistan story really is remarkable, isn't it? Tell us his, because he's been picked for the under-19s.
He has, yeah. So he's been selected in our one-day squad. So as I mentioned, we play India under-19 in the coming week. So we play 2 tests to begin with, and then we play 5 ODI. So yeah, Hamidullah will be joining us for that part of the series. Yeah.
Right. Tell me his story, because he was born in Afghanistan, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he's been over here for I think since the age of 10 or 11.
Right. So he qualifies.
Absolutely. Yeah. So he's based at Derbyshire. He's on their academy. They obviously think really highly of him.
Yes.
We've been observing him, I guess, since about the age of 14 or 15, and he played in the Bunbury Festival last year, and yeah, it's been, he got very close to being involved in our winter programme actually, but he's earned the right. He's obviously done quite well at the start of this season, so we're quite excited about having him involved.
Yeah, that's brilliant. And how strong are India likely to be? I mean, have they got, and do other countries have actually this similar pathway? I can imagine Australia having one. I'm not sure about many of the others. I mean, tell me, does India have this similar setup like this?
Yeah, I guess so. They'll be playing age group cricket at under 17 level as well, some of these countries, so that's something that we don't currently do, but the Indian, Sri Lankan and Bangladeshi teams do. They play quite a lot of cricket amongst themselves in the subcontinent, so the Indians will be strong. They play the Asia Cup as well, so they play quite a lot of one-day cricket. The team they've brought over here are predominantly in their 18s age, because they've got a bit of an eye on the World Cup that we've got coming up in the winter, which is similar to us. In our one-day series, we're doing a similar thing. We're getting an eye on some of the 18s and 17-year-olds, because in January, February, we play the World Cup in New Zealand.
Right, okay. Under-19s wise, well, I'll come back to that in a second. The Lions just been announced too, haven't you? And they're going to be out in the Ashes sort of as cover, are they? They're touring Australia?
Yeah, so
same time.
Yeah, similar time. They'll be out in Australia as well. Clearly, it'll be about providing some unique experiences to the players out there.
Yeah.
But there'll be a number of players that I assume will be on standby for England, or at least as cover for the England boys as well. Yeah.
The question I was going to make about under 19s, though, I remember in my case years ago in the dark ages, I think I'm right in saying that only 2 of us went on to play for England, and I think I'm right in saying only 2 Australians did. One was David Boone, actually. Do you get a much higher hit rate now with your selections from that age to those who actually do go through?
Yeah, I think so. I think if we go back, not this winter just gone, the year before, we've already had 2 players from that group who have played for England, in Haseeb Hameed and Mason Crane. So,
sure.
With a lot of the talent being based on academies, and with us hopefully doing a better job of observing them and scouting them, I think we've got a better chance of making sure that we've got the guys of highest potential working with us. Certainly. Yeah.
And can I just add to that it's not just about them playing for England, but hopefully doing well and staying there for a period of time, and that's very much what I think a lot of the programme is about, is to help the boys mature in their personalities, to be able to handle the environment and enjoy going out and playing for England.
Do you still get people off the pathway? I mean, do you say, whoa, suddenly, I mean, it's an idea of the scouts, I suppose, suddenly see somebody playing, I don't know, in a club somewhere, a league, and say, wow, this guy's a bit special, and they sort of whistle him in up.
Absolutely, and the best pathways have an element of flexibility to them, so that guys can come in from other directions. So yeah, very much so.
Good. Ramps, I've got to ask you, how's morale over there? It was disappointing yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't share your depressed tone, I have to say. Now, whether that's just me having the glass half full, I don't know. But
mine's half full, Ramps. It's just kind of emptying a bit.
Well, we've got to take the rough with the smooth, and we've got a very talented line-up. I'm sure that they'll do a lot better in the second innings.
The knock off 4:30.
Well, this is the modern game, isn't it? And who knows?
Oh, well, that's true.
I'm full of optimism.
All right. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Lovely to see you again, Mark. Thanks for coming in. Mo, nice to meet you again.
Thanks, Haggis.
Thanks for coming in. Take care of yourself.
Thanks.
Yeah, cheers, Mark. There we go. Interesting. All the stuff that goes on behind the scenes, as it were, in the ECB pathway to playing Test cricket. Thanks to those 2 for coming, and especially to Mark, actually, because it's pretty tough. I think he's got a lot of work to do down there in the dressing room at the moment. The players are in the middle. It's 2:36 for 4, so South Africa lead by 366. And Liam Dawson's continuing from our end. He's tossing it up, and Bavuma works him away to mid-wicket and finds Moeen Ali there. And there's no run. 2:36 for 4. There's still a slip. And Rand just at short fine leg as this next one's tossed up wide of the off stump. And it's taken there by the keeper. Jeffrey, you're getting in a terrible tangle. I know you're trying to come and sit beside me, but what you're doing here, with wires all over the place. What are you doing? Settle down. We'll get him on in a minute. What's going on? Dawson, with the sun out now, moves in and he bowls. That's turned away into the leg side. There we go for a run out to square leg. One more.
You gave me blue, red and yellow. I didn't know which colour to take.
We have all these colour-coded microphones, you see, everybody. It's a bit complicated for Jeffrey because there's 4 of them are different colours. And you've got to be a blue or a yellow, Jeffrey, you know that. And you're wearing blue and you've got a blue microphone.
Thank you.
So there we go. Now then, Mark Ramprakash said his glass is half full and mine's half empty.
Who's this? His is half full?
Yeah, he reckons England are going to win.
All right, well, fair enough.
Here's Dawson round the wicket, and it's played off the front foot by Du Plessis.
It's a free country.
It is.
I believe in free speech, free thinking.
Tell you what, it'd be a good game if they did.
Very good game.
Yeah.
I think the pitch won't do as much.
No. 2 men on the drive now as Dawson moves in. Little paddle sweep there from Du Plessis, getting down on that left knee very quickly. Cry of yes, Cookie. That's unusual because it's deep backward square leg who's fielding, and indeed it is Alistair Cook. And I can't remember the last time I saw him out there. But
so Ramprakash is the batting coach. What's the other lad?
He is in charge of the
development,
the pathway, bringing him up from 15 upwards.
I should have given him my brother's name and address then.
Should you?
Well, he bowls left-arm spin and bats right-handed.
Yeah, but he's about 70, Jeffrey.
Well, might be as good as this one.
And it's turned away out towards square leg, and they're going to take 2 here, I fancy. Maybe he's chasing it out towards the boundary. You can be harsh sometimes, Jeffrey.
I'm being honest.
Well, it makes a change from your mother, anyway.
He's not as good as my mum.
2:41 for 4. And the lead 371, and South Africa's going about this very patiently, methodically, and just going about their business.
Well, they're trying to make sure they get enough runs to bury England. Mark Ramprus is right, and we actually get them out with a lead of 420, and we're going to win, and it's going to be a fantastic match. But it will be, because we'd have had to go from what was ridiculous batting yesterday to sublime batting, and if they do, we'll all be the first. I will put both hands up and say well played. And records are meant to be broken. I mean, Andrew gave us the highest score England made. What was it, Andrew?
332 is England's highest
332. So you know, we've passed that now, 371. So they're going to get 400, even if England nip them out quickly. So it's a fantastic achievement. But I don't think there's many people listening or here today who will put the money on that.
No. But South Africa just bat on. They'll bat all day if they can, won't they? They want to try and wear the pitch a bit. There's still 2 days to go. Just get as much cricket played on it.
Just check the weather, that's all. You don't be losing a day through rain.
It's a beautiful day tomorrow.
And after that?
You want to get your swimming trunks down here tomorrow. It's going to be lovely. Here's Moeen over the wicket, and Bavuma gets outside that off stump.
Can't swim.
Plays the ball back up the pitch. No, that's true.
Fish don't swim. I don't get in the water with them. No. They don't bat like me, and I don't swim like them. It's easy, isn't it?
So fish don't swim?
Well, they don't bat. I should have said I don't swim.
Here's Moeen, and Bavuma drives down towards mid-on. Broad dives there. Very good bit of fielding, that, actually. Down with his left hand.
He's a good player, this lad.
He is.
He hasn't learned how to take singles, though. He plays forward, back technically. He drives the ball, plays pull shot. But if you squeeze him a bit, he doesn't really know as well how to take singles.
Moeen again, and du Plessis, he pats that back up the pitch.
And that's how you get the pressure off you a bit, don't you? When somebody's bowling well at you, you've got to be able to just handle it a bit rather than just looking to block, shot.
Moeen, and there's a sweep. Du Plessis will pick up one. To deep backward square leg. One more to South Africa. 2:43 for 4. It's saying here there's going to be 13 hours of sunshine tomorrow, Jeffrey. 25 degrees.
And Tuesday?
It's going to be a belter.
Tuesday all right?
Tuesday, 8 hours of sunshine.
Good. Well, then we're all right. They're doing the right thing. They're trying to bat England out of the game.
Yeah. Moeen floats it up. Bavuma drives, and as he comes down the pitch, he then continues running, really. So he's already got the momentum going. An easy single.
And they want to get a few runs. They've only got a few overs to the new ball, haven't they?
Yeah, well, this is what, I mean, if you can do the last throw of the dice, it's got to be the new ball that's ready in 2 overs' time. Moeen bowls, and onto the back foot goes Du Plessis, has forced it away, and there's runs here for South Africa. It should be fielded just inside.
That Cookie?
It's Cookie again. He's all over the place. They've also given him an opportunity to go out and stretch his legs. You don't normally see him lurking in the slips, but he's out on boundary duty. 2:47 for 7. Du Plessis reached 50. And the lead is now 377.
What is the highest score ever to win?
418 for 7.
You see, you know, records are meant to be broken. When was that? A few years ago?
2003, West Indies against Australia at Antigua.
15 years, 14 years. I mean, they are. I mean, it talks about, you know, Hales' wonderful knock to win the match. It broke my 52-year-old record in a one-day final. Everything is there to be broken. It doesn't matter whether it's Olympics, football, golf, everything is. But you have to play especially well to do it. And it will be a turn up for the book to go from yesterday's performance batting to something sublime, won't it?
Yes.
It'll be a real big turnaround.
Dawson again then grips the ball, goes in off 2 or 3 paces and bowls outside the off stump, and very late Du Plessis guides that out to Jennings, who's at short cover. That's normally the Alistair Cook position, but he's out at deep square leg. Down to our right hand side. Perhaps they're giving a bit of a rest, you know, think about batting. He's floated up. Du Plessis picks up one down to long off, but I don't think it's, well, I don't. Do you think he'll be batting today? I don't think so.
Well, I thought earlier, just my thought, that I thought they should have tried to get on and get out and get England in tonight. And they get 2 bites of the 2 bowlers that mattered, Philander and Morkel. You get 2 bites with them.
Dawson bowling, and on the back foot he goes, Bavuma. it's fielded at point.
You know, if they're fresh, as a bowler tonight, a few overs, and then they're fresh tomorrow, you've got 2 bites at that while they're really fresh and going, and makes a difference. You nip somebody out tonight.
Dawson floats it up, turned into the leg side for Moeen to field. Well, if they could still bat for, it's 33 overs, another 20 overs. That's going to give them another.
Well, they could have attacked
60,
more. They
70.
decided to bat steadily and try and bat England out of the game. That was their tactic. Fine.
Dawson floating it up if it turns out towards the wicket, but they could bat them, and they'd still need 440 to win or so if they batted for another hour. A little bit.
I always think, Rich used to say, do what the opposition don't want you to do.
Yep.
What they're uncomfortable with.
Dawson floats it up. Head over the ball, pushes out to Jennings, who comes trotting in from cover, and there is no run. So 248 for 4.
I think they could have got 450 on and still left him 15 overs.
Well, they might be able to do that still, mightn't they, actually?
Yeah, to get more than that, and 15 overs is nice. He's awkward for a batsman. Yeah. You've been in the field all day, you're a long way behind, and they're rushing in. You bowlers, you're smart. You know when you've only got a short spell, don't you?
Yeah.
You're rushing. And it's tough. I think the hardest spell of bowling I ever felt was Saturday night at Lord, Michael Holding for an hour. That was really fun with the Sunday off. He knows he's got his rest. That was really fun.
What about in Barbados when he was? You were supposed to have batted for an hour and he lasted 6 balls.
Yeah, he just bowled me out. But when you've actually got the hour and it's whistling past you 2 and 3 and over for the whole hour.
Is Moeen and steered off the back foot by Duplessis to point.
I bat badly there. I didn't have time. I got out before I got in.
Still one of the great overs.
Wasn't it? Faf du Plessis 141 minutes, 99 balls, 7 fours.
Moeen bowls and he's down the pitch, has hit him over the top. And how far's that gone? He just gave it a little flick, really. It's gone for 4, but there's no one back. Still mid-on and mid-off are up.
He knows the new ball's coming.
Yeah. Jennings goes to go and find it. There we are. It's over the boundary edge.
Captaincy's been good for his batting. He was averaging 41 in 29 tests before he was made captain. 12 tests since then. He's now averaging 58 with 200s and 550s.
Captains often do have a spike early, don't they? Moeen bowls, see forward. Should get one there because Broad's quite deep, and indeed he didn't see the opportunity until late, but he still got there. 253 for 4 with 3 balls to go until the second new ball is available. I'm just looking to see if I can see anyone loosening up, and I can't actually. Not any great enthusiasm anyway. Stuart Broad certainly isn't.
You knew when the new ball was coming and you were expected to bowl, didn't you?
I didn't mind bowling with it. It was batting against it I didn't like very much.
Oh no, I've seen you.
Here's Moeen. It's short and wide of the off stump, but I don't think they're going to take it because there's nothing. Anderson's there. It's a short mid-on look.
Oh.
He's just ever so slightly loosening his hips up by the look of it. So perhaps they will, but I can't see any arm swinging going on. Moeen bowls and Bavouma's down the pitch. Catch it, they shout, and it has done. He's holed out at mid-off. He's out for 15, and England have taken their 4th wicket. Moeen's claimed one. He was trying to hit it over the top, trying to be positive, trying to get on with things, and has ended up chipping that catch to mid-off, and Joe
got too
Root,
near it.
Joe Root
He got
takes
too near. He got down the pitch, and when you get too near, it's like a half volley. You can't get under it, which is trying to go over the top, and it goes sort of head high as it did. You just need to be just a little bit away, not much, but just enough to get the elevation. You could see that 79.5, the new ball is due. That's what they're doing, and you could see from straight away. I think they could have gone, an hour before tea. I really do, and I think that they'd have got up to the score they wanted with having a ball. I mean, what would I not want to do? I don't want to bat tonight. If I'm an opener, I don't want to bat tonight. Why would I? I've been fielding all day. We've said it's pretty heavy in the outfield. We're down a bit. We're way behind in the match. Everything is going South Africa's way. it's a recipe for one of us getting out or both.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't want 15 overs, do I? Not really. I'd like a little sleep and a net tomorrow morning, fresh, going back.
So how many runs do you want in the bank then before you declare, Jeffrey?
450, I would have said.
Okay.
If I get 470, I'll take that too. But I'll be looking at 15 overs. That gives you 5 overs or 6 overs for Lander. I'm not bothered about the 2 or 3 then. I give Maharaj 2 or 3. But I want my major 2 guys, Morney and Philander, have been far better than the other 2, haven't they?
Is there the question if you don't want to give England actually the chance if they do happen to bat and the pitch flats out, South Africa don't bowl quite so well, they get their heads down.
True.
To actually time to knock off those runs, as it were.
Yeah, but you're 1 down in the series.
Yeah.
You know, test match wins don't, you know, not too easy. We've got England down, you've got to beat them.
Cook's back in the slips here now. He's come to his a sort of second slip, so Roots being very attacking of the new batsman. Wonder if he will take the new ball, shall see.
How many would you want? What would you have?
I think, 450.
Yeah, and they can have a bowl, don't you?
Yeah.
I think I'd have got them slightly quicker.
Moeen over the wicket, bowls in the sunshine, and Philander goes onto the back foot, plays it back up the pitch. The new ball is available. I was looking at Jimmy Anderson to see what he's up to. He's strolling towards the bowling end. He hasn't been doing any vigorous loosening up, I must say, but it looks as if they are going to take the new ball straight away. He's scratching at the popping crease there, having a look at the footholes.
I think they could have got 470 and still declared. There's so much on top in the afternoon session.
Yeah.
I can't blame them for that. They're on top with plenty of time left. It's just an opinion. But having little sessions where the end of a long, tiring day, you tend to struggle a bit as openers. One of you gets out.
Yes, that would certainly be ideal. But there was a sign there, wasn't there, of Bavuma looking to get on with it.
Yeah.
He's got out, but maybe that's a sign that they are going to press on a bit now. And it'd be nice for the crowd, actually. They've sat very patiently watching us today, but when England bat, the game will come alive again. And
it's easy against the old ball normally, isn't it? When the ball was old this afternoon, if Anderson sort of hits the mark, he's been a bit short at times, but if he hits the length, moves it, not too easy to cream around, is it? I don't care who you are. He's not too easy. He's a quality bowler.
So Anderson's on. He's got the new ball in his hand. And he's going to bowl to Duplessis, who's on 56. The lead is 383. Can one of England's finest ever produce something very special here? And
how many did Ramprakash think England could chase then, did he say?
He didn't really say. We didn't go into specifics. I didn't think he looked very pleased to be asked.
I see. Did you feel it was a genuine answer, or it was because he's a batting coach and he works for them that he had to be positive for England? I mean, that's a genuine question.
I felt it was slightly, well, yes.
It's because he works with England and he has to be...
I think England batting coach says we're going to lose. Wouldn't be a very good headline, would it?
Right, well, he could have put it a bit differently.
Anderson's on his way and he bowls outside the off stump. He reaches for it, hits it hard, and Broad tumbles there at mid-off. Ball bounces away 4 or 5 yards. But
you're smarter than you look, my friend. This job, aren't you?
Well,
you see all the headlines before they happen.
You have to ask these questions sometimes, but you know what the answer's going to be.
Yeah.
So 254 for 5. Philander then, who's had a good series with the bat, hasn't he? 50 at Lords, 50 in the first innings here.
He's a decent player. I've seen him play in South Africa. He's pretty decent.
He's going down to face the new ball.
I thought that was the one that hurt England. Him and Morris. That really hurt England. 90 runs they got between them.
Absolutely.
Averaging 62.5 in the series so far.
Anderson's on his way. Bowls. Philander, well, much as he played in the first innings, actually, there doesn't move from the crease at all. He's very reluctant to get forward. And Anderson does need to get that length up at him, force him out. And
So
also, for doing that, you're giving yourself more time to swing the ball too. So,
when he was at his best, A.B. de Villiers, who was giving up Test cricket, when before that injury over a year ago, he didn't move a lot, did he, Andrew? He sort of stayed within his stumps, and he's brutal, clinical with his shot play.
Anderson, through some sawdust. Bowles, and Philander again on that back foot. Can push out swinger away to cover. 254 for 5. The lead 384. Broad's now going through his loosening up exercises at mid-off. So
I don't think it's as easy to hit the new ball as it was that old one. I don't care what anybody says. There are odd moments in my Test career playing and my career as a commentator that I've seen where the new balls disappear quicker than the old. But they're odd moments compared with the old ball. I know what most of us would like, that old ball. We could hit that a lot easier.
Yeah. Well, let's see if this one misbehaves at all. Keeps low, that sort of thing. Anderson's on his way again. Bowles full of length. Philander raises the bat, plays it very well. It's taken there by Johnny Bairstow. He's got Alistair Cook restored beside him at first slip, Root at second. And there's a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and well, maybe sort of between deep square leg and fine leg. It's sort of long leg, but it's the problem really, that short boundary that you've got to almost go in no man's land, hoping to cut off both areas really, but it's a much shorter boundary as a result of that stand. In goes Anderson. Bowls outside the off stump. Nice length again, but doesn't require playing.
See, here again, I think we're of the same ilk. New batsman, one of the best bowlers with a new conker. We've got 3 in the covers, no third man. I wouldn't even mind if it was second gully, but 3 in the covers. He's on naught, isn't he? He just had 5 balls.
Yeah.
I'd like him to try and cream it through the covers.
I agree.
Nick it.
Yeah. Having the slips. Anderson bowls. Fernandez on the back foot. And that's filled in the covers. So 254 for 5. The lead 384. Steve McDonald, thank you for this. Says, I'm watching a benefit match for Gareth Batty. Surrey against Weybridge Cricket Club. Sam Curran has just hit 6 sixes in 1 over. There you go. We've seen something pretty special there, albeit in a benefit match situation. Not sure what the standard of the bowling was like, or even the size of the boundary. I can't. Don't think I've ever played at Weybridge, have you?
No, I don't think so. No. I always played at the Oval.
Still 6 sixes. The bowler, you wouldn't want to be giving it away that last one, would you?
You can't tell what's going on.
How was Facebook today? Were they?
Henry was good. Then they're asking the questions. I was brilliant. So.
Do you get lots of people asking questions for that?
Yeah, Henry's in charge. Yeah, they come in. Or he's making them up if they're not. He pretends they are. No, he's not. The captain's shaking his head. No, I'm only joking, Captain.
And are you?
He's
are you
polite?
Them. Are you polite to them?
I'm honest.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I'm honest.
That's not necessarily the same thing.
What?
Are you nice to them when they ask you questions?
Yeah, why not? They bother to ring in.
Oh. 150 questions, he's saying here, Henry.
How many we got listening on Facebook now? Henry'll know. He's the man. He's my dairy.
That's 7.
Only 350. Thought we had 400 the other day. They've gone down.
350,000, that is.
Oh.
Not 350 people.
Right.
Let's see. Why they let you loose to this technology? I don't know. Here's Broad coming in and bowling, and it's punched away by Du Plessis down the ground. And
when I do my Twitter, I ring my daughter up and my wife to put it on, tell them what to put on.
I've seen you dictating.
But I dictate to them. Oh yeah, I'm hopeless.
Not many people.
I put my hand up. I'm hopeless.
Dictate tweets.
Well, I make an effort. I give them stuff. It only surprises me, the odd one who swears on. Look, forthright is one thing, but deliberately rude to somebody else just because you can't be seen, you know what I mean? And there's no need for that. You can be forthright, you can have your opinion. There's no need to be swearing at somebody just because nobody knows where you live. You've just got a sort of Twitter name, haven't you?
I agree, Geoffrey.
No need for that.
No need for that at all. Here's Broad bowling, and that bounces a bit and the ball rolls away out to point.
Well, there isn't, is there? But you've been on it longer than me, Miles, but you must occasionally think, why that?
Absolutely.
It's there so you're doing a service, you're answering people who are interested in the game, but, and they do it to other people who sent your account. You could say, don't be daft, I don't agree with that, but you don't have to do a swear word, do you?
You don't, Geoffrey. Block them. People are rude to you.
Well, no, I try not to block. I don't have an ex-directory number. I try to answer people. Just be straight and forthright, but...
Here's Broad, bowls, and Played off the back foot by Philander. You got rid of all your blocks when you were batting anyway, didn't you? haven't got any left.
You love that, didn't you?
Haven't got any left to do, Jeffrey. Don't block. If people are rude to you, block them. Shouldn't behave like that. I'm sorry, that's what I do. People are rude, boom. Come on, you. Thanks very much in my life.
Don't be nice to me now after you've just scored. Huh?
It's too easy, Jeffrey. You've been a bit of a pushover in this match. Derek Randall's run
It's
out.
unbelievable.
I know. Well, you keep falling down the bear trap, don't you? Broad again, the sun out. And he bowls, and on the back foot again. It's Philander who likes it there. Likes to get on that back
I wouldn't
foot.
have been playing some of those England shots where Moyne wafted it to head high at cover. Huh? No. And Dawson slogging it off the stump straight up in the air.
Have you heard we're opposing each other in this Test match special match?
Oh, yeah. And do you know that part of the time I'm going to be umpire? I want you to sleep on that.
Well, I'll be all right, because I'm not playing.
You're
I'm
going into bat.
No.
You are batting. I just want you to get your leg in front when I'm umpiring. Anywhere near.
It's fine, you can give me out, I don't mind. Wasn't very good at batting, but we've discovered what the problem was. Have you been listening to our conversation at lunchtime today?
No.
Well, you should have done.
Well, I can't do everything.
Here's Broad, bowls, and it's turned away by Philander out to
Is that
square
my
leg.
lunch?
I should have batted left-handed, and so should most people. What's your
I agree with that.
strongest eye? What's your
Left.
dominant eye?
Left eye. Most people, right-handed people, the dominant eye is left.
Right, so you're right, though. So my dominant eye is my right eye.
Not making a difference, you were hopeless.
I know, but I should have batted left-handed.
It made a difference. You backed away and you were rubbish.
Because I was batting the wrong way round. I could have scored more runs than you. And a darn sight more quickly. If only I'd batted left-handed. Too late now. Really disappointing, guys.
No.
Here's Broad, and he bowls. Oh, that's a nasty one. There's an appeal for caught behind. Broad's appealing. It didn't sound right to me.
Hit the leg, back leg.
Well, they're going to review it.
It hit the back leg.
It made a funny sound, this. Broad ran through, sort of in a celebratory style.
Could you start from the front foot, please?
To proceed, let's face it, didn't walk in the first innings, to be honest. But he's stood again this time.
Fair delivery. Can you move on to front on spin vision, please?
Given not out, so let's have a look. Mr. Ravi's having a look at this. It didn't sound like bat to me, but we're a long way away. It might have been. It did come cutting back. Nah, it's off the fly pad, isn't it? I think, but we'll look again to see if it's flicked the glove on the way through. That's the question at the moment. I don't think it hit the bat.
Edge?
Here comes Ultra Edge. It's passing the bat. Oh, there's a little nick. There's a little nick there. But is that the bat? Because if you look at the left-hand side, that's hitting the pad, isn't it?
That's the pad.
Yeah, that's sporting the pad.
No bat involved.
Yeah.
You can go for ball tracking when ready.
So now we're looking at LBW now.
They're going over the top, isn't it?
Ball tracking coming up.
Impact on
Pitching outside off.
Cool.
Impact
Wickets
umpire's
missing.
call,
So
wickets missing. You can stay with your original decision of not out, Simon. I will let you know. Yes.
and that was for the catch. Let's be honest. So. It was given, not out. It didn't sound quite right in the headphones. Jeffrey, some thoughts from you, and then Henry Blofeld's coming in.
Yeah, Soppy, you've scored too many off me. Yeah, just did a bit more. The new ball bounced, and it will be a little harder to hit the new ball. It's bound to be. You've two quality bowlers. I'll come back to my original thought. I thought in the afternoon with the old ball, if they wanted, they could have attacked England's old ball bowlers, whoever they were, a bit more, but chose not to. They think there's plenty of time. They're doing all right. 386 lead, that's a lot.
Well, it's a lot, and with 5 wickets down, they're not going to swell it enormously, and I would have thought it would have been very much better for them to have got a tired England in tonight. And it's Anderson now in. He bowls outside the off stump, and there is no stroke.
I mean, where did they hit that, Henry? I mean, it's like a leg cutter, isn't it? Just short of a length, just outside the stump. I don't know where you hit that.
You don't, do? I mean, I think when you're Philander, you don't anyway.
No, I mean, I don't think many batsmen could without taking a huge risk. And so it's easier to hit the old ball most times.
Well, it's Anderson again. We got 2 slips of gully, still no third man, 3 men on the offside. And here is Anderson again. Oh, he nibbled at that again, went away. My goodness me, he bowls well, doesn't he? Moving away from the right-hander, and Philander was nowhere. He was on the crease, nibbed curtain rail time, wasn't it, going across?
And that's even harder to hit, wasn't it? It was straighter, beat him all, and they could nick some of these and be all out.
I said 3 men on the offside, 3 men in front. We got a cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. 3 steps, a fine gully. Here comes Anderson in, up to the wicket, bowls down to Philando, plays it from the crease, standing up, playing it into the covers, and there is no run there. And on the onside, we got a mid-on, mid-wicket, saving the 1, and then a man mowing back there, a deep square leg, backward square leg, hands on hips like the old teapot. And a couple of chaps in white shirts running away there down the steps on the Fox Road stand. They're looking for refreshments or whatever. A little bit of movement round the ground, but people basically sitting and watching. They're interested. Here's Anderson again in bowls, and this time Philander plays no stroke. It again just makes a little bit towards the slips. Bairstow takes one of those awful sirens going down the Loughborough Road there away to our right. Always makes you think that someone's going to be in trouble, either inside an ambulance or a fire is burning or something of that sort. How awful. Hope the news is not too bad. Anderson, meantime, is back, looks round, sees Philander's ready. Here he is, walking a few strides, now racing up to the wicket. He's there now, he bowls. Oh, and Philander goes back there, and he just lifts it a little bit, plays it down on the leg side, and balance comes in there for mid-wicket and fields. And the Trent Bridge looking a picture, it always does, mown with these broad, wide stripes. We got the trees all behind there at the far end, the pavilion end, looking up to Welford up there. And
best time of the match, Henry.
Isn't it? Lovely.
Beautiful, lovely light sunshine, clear. Just a little breeze, nothing else.
And Anderson did in down the leg side, and Philander tries to pick it round the corner, doesn't get anywhere near it, rehearses the stroke angrily, but the ball by that time is comfortably into Bairstow's gloves. To end the over, 256 for 5, 58 there to du Plessis, and Philander not yet off the mark.
Yeah, he just can't lay bat on them. And won't. If he bowls 5-6 overs, they'll be lucky to get hardly any runs off him. You can't hit them, I don't care who you are. You've not hit them very far, and you might nip a couple out. That's why you've got to seize the moment. When that old ball was on in the afternoon, an hour before tea, I think they could have clattered more runs. It's easier to hit the old ball. That's the bowlers.
But with 2 days left, it's hard to say they're going to regret it, isn't it?
Well, they will regret it, but it's just easier. They could have got... Opening batsman, I don't want 15 overs tonight if I'm opening.
Brought in now, bowls, and that's... Oh, it hits him on the back. That could be out. The big LBW shot.
Missing.
It was missing down leg side, was it?
I think so.
Or perhaps an inside edge. Du Plessis was not concerned particularly. He walked away to leg.
But I just thought it was angling a little. Might have nicked it, but it's just going in from his action. Yeah, I think it's going down leg side.
Yes.
I don't think he hit it, but I think it's going down, look, how he shoved it.
Yes, it was certainly going down that way, wasn't it? Anyway, they didn't, no review. And here comes Broad again. Fairly galloping in now to du Plessis. He's in, he bows, he comes forward, driving beautifully. That's a marvellous stroke, through extra cover. 4 runs, goodness me, no ball's been hit with greater emphasis in this entire match. It was a wonderful stroke. Up there, he really went into that, didn't he? The weight, the footwork, everything was there.
Well, he's needed to spend a bit of time in the middle after being... When was his last knock? 3 weeks ago? Andrew, something like that. The Champions Trophy, went home. He needed a bit of time in the middle, and he was able to do that because South Africa were on top, play steady, and then it all come back very quickly.
260 for 5. Du Plessis has got 62. He's brought in outside the off stump, and there is no stroke there. Jeffrey dons his hat rather as though he's the Honourable Lionel Tennyson, captaining England, puts it on his head and walks with a patrician step out of the commentary box. And it's Swanee who takes his place. Swanee, who's just been home, taken his car home and come back by scooter, is that right?
That's exactly right.
False.
That's exactly right.
Do you mean to say you spurned the number 6 bus, the Henry Blofeld green double-decker?
I'm not sure of the time he's going back to Ed Walton.
Oh, God. Let me down again, Swanee. Here comes Broad. He's in now. He bowls to du Plessis, who plays no stroke there, and through it goes outside the off stump to Bairstow.
Yeah, well, there's good news though. England are winning this Test match. I've just taken my son home. Wilfred, he's had his first day of Test cricket here at Trent Bridge today. And he got home and said, "Did you enjoy yourself?" And he's got his little England shirt on. He said, "Yeah, England are going to win, Daddy." So
well, there we are.
There you have it.
Is he a good oracle?
Well.
Or is he as untrustworthy as his father?
I suppose he does have 50% of my genes, so
well, you
as you will.
Indeed.
But I think they've still got a chance. I'm still optimistic.
That's something. Broad it is into du Plessis, who goes onto the back foot, covers up, plays down to mid-off, and there is no run there.
I mean, I think a big thing when England bat again, I mean, they're obviously going to be chasing a monster total. South Africa, they're not going to set anything short of 450. You'd think England will need to bowl them out. It'll be down to the spinner because there's not a great deal in for the seamers. It's still swinging a bit with this new ball, a bit of nibble, but once the shine goes, it's a very flat pitch for the seamers. It'll come down to Philander, not Philander, sorry, Maharaj. And the way he bowled in the first innings, he was exceptional, wasn't he? 3 very cheap wickets. So South Africa is certainly in the ascendancy.
I thought you for a moment accused Maharaj of being a philanderer. Here comes Broad in, bowls outside the off stump, and there's no stroke there. But
well, he may be. I don't know.
No. We're giving him the benefit of the doubt there. Good heavens! 260 for 5 at the end of that over. 62 to du Plessis, and Philander is not yet off the mark. And I must say, England have stuck in there, haven't they? You've got to give them credit for that.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I agree completely with Jeffrey. Before that new ball, South Africa had 15 overs where they should have made a bit more hay, I think. You score your runs when it's easy. And at the moment, with this new ball, there is a danger of losing wickets. There's been a couple of close appeals, a referral. The ball does deck around the new pilt. And they had 15 overs. I mean, Bavuma got out playing an aggressive stroke, I suppose. Well, half an aggressive one. They could have looked to just score another 20, 30 runs, which should already put them past 400. So,
well, it's now going to be Jimmy Anderson again. He's going to bowl to Philander. 2 slips and a fine gully. He's in, he bowls, and he goes back and hammers this into the covers. And well fielded there at extra cover, and there is no run. So 260 for 5. 2 steps to gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket saving the 1, and, well, if I say a fine leg, no, it's backward square on the boundary. Wood down there. No, it's not Moen down there. And here comes Anderson once more. Into Philander, he's there up to the wicket. Philander follows that a little bit, steers it to backward point, and there is no run there. And the hum of the crowd, they're sitting there watching. There are a few people walking around away to our left there, I suppose going off for refreshments or whatever.
No, you could say it's probably the perfect temperature for watching cricket. It's not too hot, it's certainly not cold. It's you don't need long sleeves, and you don't need to take your top off.
But still, quite happy to have a drink in your hand. Warm enough for that. Anderson in again. Bowled. Oh, and that gone. That one lifted and left him. Philander played at it, then looked over his shoulder as if he got a touch. Bairstow took it quite high up to his right, between him and Cock at first slip, but there was no nick there.
It was a beauty, wasn't it? It looked like an edge, didn't it, from where we were. Jimmy Anderson's bowled with good pace in this game. He's in the mid-80s. He's getting older, but he's not getting any slower. Still a very fit man.
7 wickets in the match so far. Bowled wonderfully well.
Regulation for Jimmy.
Just on the only thing that was on the first morning when you just felt he might have got more than had he pitched it up a bit.
Yeah.
Here he is again in, bowls there to Philander, who's off the mark. He turns out with a bit of a hop, skip and a jump to backward square leg, and Moen comes tripping in off the boundary. Returns to Bairstow, and Philander has got a single. He's just 1, and it's 261 for 5.
Yeah, and the lead's creeping up to 400 now. It's 391. Andrew, what have you got for us?
Oh, it took him 20 balls to get off the mark, Philander.
Well, he was he just had nothing really. He could lay a bat on against Anderson for a bit. Anderson's in, bows to du Plessis, he comes forward, and the ball actually goes away a yard or 2 on the leg side. Balance comes in from square leg and picks up.
I think he nutmegged himself. Get it back between his legs.
Well, it was sort of rather uncomfortable. Talking about that, I want to hire a friend up there in the cherry picker, and that's a really very high cherry picker, that one, isn't it, behind the pavilion. Cameraman up there taking the high shots for television. Goodness me, I'd hate to be up there, I really would. And it is Anderson again. Up to the wicket now, he bowls, and Du Plessis goes back, plays that to... a straightish mid-wicket, and it's balance of fields. The end of the over, he underarms the ball back to the keeper. 261 for 5, 1 to Philander, and the captain Du Plessis has got 62. And another siren that I can have a look at. It's a police van, I think, rather than an ambulance. A police van that looks as if it's on rather angry business, if you see what I mean. Agitated business, anyway. Going in towards Nottingham. It'll be going over the bridge over the Trent at any moment now. And it's a blood-curdling noise, that, isn't it?
It is.
Especially when you're driving a car and you hear it and look in your rearview mirror, and there it is about 5 yards behind you, with all those blue lights flashing. It never happened to you, I know, Swanee.
Always a relief if it goes past you.
Well, yes, you wave to them and saying, good luck, officer. It's 261 for 5, and Broad... The lead, overall lead now is 391. And Broad about to bowl there to Philander, 2 sips in the gully, they go down. Here comes Broad, up to the wicket now, bowls, and he drives, and doesn't time that at all. There was very little footwork, hitting it straight down there to it off, and Wood there, the fielder. And 261 for 5. But it is lovely, isn't it, looking out? And you must have been, I mean, I know you played here for an awful lot, but there was no ground, there was no warmer ground.
No, it's got a lovely family feel. I mean, it's in suburbia here. We're in West Bridgeford. You can see Ed Walton up at the top of the hill. That's a very nice part of the world.
Ed Walton Hall, John Arlott used to say that, I remember. Here comes Broad again, and that's driven, that's clouted, really, by Philander through the covers for 4. He sort of bent at the knees, and he used his bat like an axe, and it went woof, it went through the covers. And it really was a clout rather than a cultured drive. But it brought him 4 runs, so he's got 5, and that is 265 for 5.
Well, he's waited long enough to get off the mark, hasn't he? And then obviously opened the floodgates. Next ball, he's launched one over cover.
And it was, yes, there was a certain primeval urge about that stroke, wasn't there? It was Neanderthal man hitting it, you know, there's something... a stroke for survival. Hit it beautifully. And here's Broad again to him. Up to the wicket. In bowls. He comes forward again. And that one goes off the edge down to third man for 4. Well, from the sublime to the ridiculous. And he pushed forward and he got a thick edge. Went away past Roots to his right at second slip for 4 more runs. So that's 9 to Philander. And it's 299 for 5. And... 269 for 5, what am I saying? The lead is 399.
Yeah, so England now have to get 400 to win the game when they bat again. Easy pickings in the modern day, I reckon.
Yes, you and Wilfred together.
Yeah. If Wilf says so, it happens.
Yeah, it had to happen.
Ed Walton Hall, I think it's a nursery now. I think the little ones go there for their start in life.
He came in here today, had a bit of fielding practice. He let the ball go under our desk. Here comes Broad in bowls. And Philander's forward picked up there by Moen at short cover, and there is no run.
Yes, I brought Wilf in to show him where Daddy worked, and he immediately threw the ball under your feet, Harry. I do apologise.
No. It was you went scurrying after it almost as fast as he did. It was good to see, like father, like son.
He's a much more enthusiastic fielder than me already.
He'll learn to catch his catches like you did one day, I suppose. Do you think another slip fielder?
I hope so, if he's got any sense. He's got someone to talk to all day.
And it's Broad again into Philander. Philander takes his hand off the bat, he plays that to square leg, and they're going to get a single there as Jennings goes to his right for mid-wicket, picks up and returns to bat. So 270 for 5, and the South African lead now reaches 400. And Andrew?
400's been successfully chased 4 times in total in Test cricket, only once in England.
404 for 3
correct.
At Leeds in 1948.
That's correct,
Bradman and Morris.
Bradman and Morris, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Well done, Henry.
That was the 4th Test match, wasn't it?
Yeah, well in under a day as well.
And Neil Harvey got 100. That was, I think, his first match. I can't remember. Here comes Broad again. That's played away nicely by Du Plessis away to mid-wicket and fielded there by Jennings. And it is the end of the over. 270 for 5. Du Plessis 62, and Philander has plundered 10.
Yeah, slow start for Philander. 20 balls to get off the mark, but then he's raced on to 10 off his next 4 or 5 deliveries. So, is that you done, Henry?
That's me done. Will you carry on talking?
Absolutely.
I'm going to hand over to the redoubtable Charlie Dagnall.
Absolutely. Well done, Henry. Another excellent session from you. Didn't bring us the wicket that you normally do, Henry. That's disappointing, but you bowled well, I thought. Good areas. Very colourful little spell. Now, Charlie, good evening, good afternoon, whatever you want to say.
Good
afternoon, isn't it?
Redoubtable is one of those words. It was actually a word that was used in the West Wing. So use redoubtable because no one actually knows what it means. 2 slips in the gully for Anderson, who bowls and squares up Philander a little bit. He gets a decent amount of bat on it, goes to extra cover.
One of those words you say thank you, I think.
Yes, not quite sure. Anyway, 270 for 5. The lead is exactly 400. Philander is 10. Du Plessis is 62 not out. And a very sort of lazy Sunday evening feel to this. Du Plessis quite content at the non-striker's end. Will be a very happy captain coming back in for this match after missing Lords as Anderson whirls away from us, bowls a beautiful straight drive from Philander, but fielded well off his own bowling by Jimmy A.
Inevitably, the talk now for the rest of the session will be, will South Africa look to declare tonight and bowl, or will they carry on tomorrow? I think South Africa, they tend to play their cricket a bit like England used to. They tend to verge on err on the side of caution.
Yeah, the conservative way.
I wouldn't be surprised if they batted all day.
But there's still 2 days after this. There's no hurry. Forecast good as Anderson bowls a full delivery and Philander just reaches for it. No real foot movement.
There are 2 days, but I think you use whatever little advantage you can get when you're trying to bowl a team out. So I definitely look to have an awkward session tonight.
Oh, would you?
Half an hour, 40 minutes, definitely.
Okay.
Just openers don't want to do it. If you pick one up, you almost undoubtedly get a night watchman in there. You can nick him off for the end. It's a great start to the innings. I'd definitely look to do that.
And they're ticking over nicely as well, South Africa. Anderson pumping his arms and legs as he approaches and fends this off, does Philander. It just rises on him a little bit. Hit on the thigh pad. Just trickles to short leg. Dawson fields. There is no run.
Yeah, the last 100 runs have been fairly painstaking, haven't they? They've not exactly grabbed the game by the horns and said, right, we're going to race ahead now. And
Bavuma looked like he was, before obviously getting caught at mid-off by Joe Root, but he looked like there was that intent about him. Busy cricketer.
Yeah. There's also, on South Africa's side, you can really make the fielders pay and soak up the sun now.
Oh, absolutely. Great for batting now. Another full delivery turned by Philander, neatly through the leg side. Chase for mid-on. And they'll come back for the second run. So well played from Vernon Philander. He moves to 12. And South Africa 272 for 5. The lead is 402. Dear old Blowers. Goodness, we'll miss him, won't we?
He plucked that stat out of nowhere.
1948.
Bradman's Invincibles. Is that the Invincible year? Yeah. I think they were invincible. They're chasing 404 for 3.
Yeah, correct. Anderson at the top of his mark, in the sunshine, striding away from us, slightly wider of the crease this time, changing the angle, and a lovely back foot drive from Philander back up the pitch. Anderson sprawls as he tries to field, but mid-on does the job for him, and it's the end of the over. Well, one thing we do know about Henry Blofeld.
There's some big news.
This is big Henry news. Now, this is big Henry Blofeld news. Now, of course, this is his retirement year, and Test Match Special's 60th anniversary, and we know that he had 3 Test matches. Last one at Lords, this one, I think he's got one at the Oval as well. But there was, obviously, the wait has been, well, inordinate to find out who will venture into the TARDIS next. And there was a lot of decent money, I'm sure, on Henry Blofeld.
I thought it was obvious. The only reason he could be handing in the towel to TMS, I thought, was to be the next Doctor.
Indeed. Well, it's not he.
As Viz magazine predicted 3 years ago, it would be a female Doctor.
And it is.
I think they said it would be Jimmy Krankie.
Well, he's missed out too, has Jimmy Krankie.
Who has got the job then?
Jodie Whittaker. Female doctor. Was in Broadchurch apparently. I must admit I've not watched Broadchurch, but a lot of people have.
I haven't seen anything but Nickelodeon and Disney since my children got hold of the remote control.
I'm with you. If it was a Pixar animated doctor, I would have understood exactly who it was. However, yes, so Jodie Whittaker, so congratulations to her. Well done, Jodie. I'm sure one day we'll try and get the TARDIS transported to a cricket ground sometime, and maybe Jodie will do a view from the boundary, perhaps, depending on the space-time continuum. Here comes Wood into the attack, replacing Broad, and full delivery is just turned very late by Duplessis to mid-wicket. There is no run.
It'd be quite handy if you'd ask her to pop in and a couple of days in the future and tell us what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like that scene in Back to the Future when they got the almanac.
Yeah, sporting almanac.
And
it's certainly handy for spectators, ticket-wise.
Oh yeah. Well, it's going to be a great last day. This, I'll have one of those. We've got to score 400 runs and 12
England
wickets
win just after tea. Well, my argument is I still watch Match of the Day if I know that Newcastle have won. So,
well, they weren't on last year, but they will be this year.
Stop it.
I can say that as a Burnley fan. Here comes Wood again, fending off his Duplessis into the leg side. So yes, new Doctor. I don't know when the new series starts.
Are you a fan of Doctor
September.
Who?
December.
You a Doctor Who fan, Charles?
I used to be when it was Tom Baker. And
who was the lunatic one?
Tom Baker.
No.
No.
Smaller one.
Peter Davidson?
No, you'll have to. He was a bit eccentric.
Sylvester McCoy.
There we go. That was the one.
Thank you, producer.
It used to freak me out a bit, I must admit. I like the Daleks. I didn't like those cyborg men.
Cybermen who used cricket gloves.
Yes.
As their hands, didn't they? Painted silver cricket gloves. Here's Wood onto the back foot goes Duplessis, using all of the crease in his defence. Just back of a length from Wood.
Yeah, it's strange. I'm a huge science fiction fan. I love my Star Wars, Star Trek, Next Generation. We share that secret passion, don't we?
We do. It's not so secret now.
I love for Jean-Luc Picard. I once got a birthday card actually on my 17th birthday. A girl at school who knew I liked Star Trek sent me a card and it just said, Jean-Luc Picard, he's big and hard.
There you go.
Tea, Earl Grey, hot.
Wood towards us. Bowls only beats him outside the off stump. Played inside the line a little bit, Duplessis, but it just held its line somewhat. Good pace from Wood, and it goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, he's not had much success in the wicket column in this Test match, but I think he's bowled fairly well. I know Jeffrey was a bit damning of his pace last night, saying he was down on wheels, but he'd only had 3 hours rest after bowling in the first innings, so
I don't think the pitch necessarily is conducive to Wood either. It's a little
he's not really
sluggish.
a swing bowler, is he? No. It's a swinger's ground here.
Wood bowls, that nips back a little bit. We can hear it. That's quite a doggish voice that's trying to get a Mexican wave started.
Not in Nottingham, sir. That's not what we do here.
No, I've just seen a lot of people in fancy dress. Super Mario downstairs, I've seen them on. And Flintstones yesterday.
Who won the fancy dress yesterday? What did they come as?
The Kevin Keegan Sabutio players.
Excellent.
I think.
Speaking of Kevin Keegan, I've got some big news for you as well.
Is he the 14th Doctor? 272 for 5. Wood approaching. Nice rhythmical run up, and he really hurls the ball down. But it's wide of off stump. It's left alone by Duplessis. It's the end of the over. 272 for 5.
And my old colleague Paul Collingwood, who's having a testimonial at Durham this year. He's got a cricket match at the Emirates, Durham. A Sunderland versus Newcastle cricket game where he's had strips made up in black and white stripes and red and white stripes. Peter Reid, friend of TMS Peter Reid, is the Sunderland manager, and Kevin Keegan, my hero Kevin Keegan, is the Newcastle manager.
Oh, really?
Yes. So I can't wait for that.
I must. Well, that's great stuff. So speaking of football, but it's on a cricketing note. But I was at the Old Trafford the other day, and it was very pleasing to see all of the Yorkshire team warming up, and they had their pre-game football, their warming up game of football, and they all wore their
club colours.
The club colours in memory of Bradley Lowry, the youngster.
Oh, that's nice.
Who died recently. It was on the day of his funeral. A huge Sunderland fan, and really engaged the entire country. Really, his friendship with Jermaine Defoe. You're not missing anything, by the way. There's a change of socks occurring for Stuart Broad at the moment, so he's just replacing his boot. Or is that Ben Stokes? It's Ben Stokes. And so, yeah, just a nod to that as well. It was a lovely touch, a really lovely touch. And I know Tim Bresnan actually he tweets quite regularly about that, and a youngster who lost his life so tragically, and a very inspirational character Bradley Lowery became. And so it was just a nice touch from the Yorkshire boys doing that. Now Ben Stokes has got the ball back. 14 overs, very economical, 1 for 18 from the Redcliffe Road end in bright sunshine. Doesn't it look fabulous, Trent Bridge? Trees over in the distance beyond the Larwood Vos stands, just gently swaying. And a touch of breeze that's around as Stokes runs away from us, kicking his heels, showing green soles, and the wide-ish delivery is played by Vernon Philander. A bottom edge thuds into the pitch, and there is no run. Now, talking testimonial cricket matches, we should mention that we have been talking about the Test Match Special Anniversary match. Now, it's being played on the 24th of August in Leeds. The stars of Test Match Special plus some other celebrities. Now, the coaches are Aggers and Boycott. Opposing coaches, and Tuffers and Michael Vaughan are the captains. Geoffrey Boycott is umpiring as well. Not that there is a massive conflict of interest in that, by the way, as a short delivery is pulled away by Philander down towards fine leg for another single. Philander moves to 13, 273 for 5. Now we'll announce how you can get tickets during a 5 Live TMS at 60 special. That's on the 25th of July, my mum's birthday.
Happy birthday, Mrs. D.
On for that day. It's also on the television via the Red Button and online. It's via the telly via Red Button online, plus commentary on Sports Extra as well. So there'll be plenty of time to see it. But if you want to come, we'll announce how you can get those tickets on the 25th of July as Stokes bowls. A little leg cutter has surprised du Plessis, stuck in the wicket a little bit. He played out in front of his body. So the question is, which side do you want to be on?
Well, I mean, I've said already, I definitely want Aggers as my coach.
Yeah, I'll go along with that.
I undoubtedly want Tuffers as my skipper. Michael Vaughan's the best captain I've ever played under, but Tuffers I think is more my kind of man.
Sort of field where you want, Swan.
Yes, more sort of laissez-faire approach to the traditions of cricket.
I have to say, I must admit, as Stokes runs away from us, bowls left alone, threw it a nice height to Johnny Bairstow, remains 273 for 5. Wouldn't mind being on the opposing team to Ebony Rainford Brent. She'll be there, no doubt. She'll be playing.
Yeah, Isha Gu is playing. Charlotte Edwards is playing. I want her on my team. She's a gun with a bat. I must say, Charlie.
She'll be netting.
I must say, I've played
ahead of that game.
I've played 2 or 3 charity games recently, and a game for the Duchess of Rutland game against the MCC. I'm in good nick with the bat. I am in good nick.
Away goes Stokes. Bowls full of length, a beautiful drive and a stinging one as well from Faf du Plessis. It reaches Broad, who I think might have been hit on the digit, trying to stop that ball, and he hurls it back to Johnny Bairstow in frustration.
I mean, we're a long way out of the game, but I'm
seeing it well.
I think I'm the star draw, bat-wise.
Oh, are you?
Looking round, I think Vaughan's been out of the game too long. Boycott's refusing to done them.
I'm still playing.
You play
in the
every
league.
I saw the shot you played last week.
No. That was 2 months ago. Nicked off at slip, trying to square cut. There's Stokes bowls and half an appeal. It's just an inside edge, almost breaching the defensives of du Plessis. Good start from Stokes, only one off it, and South Africa 273 for 5. But it's coming out quite nicely.
Oh no!
With the ball.
I look forward to that. I'm going to see if I can keep wicket. My bowling's shambles. I can't feel my fingers, so I can't bowl. But I'm a very, very fine benefit keeper.
It should be good fun.
Yeah,
it will be really good fun. I'm sure lots of guests who have been on Test Match Special will be there, and others as well. And I'm sure there'll be music. I'm trying to get our band in, Swanee.
We haven't rehearsed yet, have we?
Well, that's
we don't need to. We don't need to.
We don't need to. Myself, Henry Moran, Ebony, yourself, playing some tunes. It's going to be a good day. 24th of August in Leeds. Come see us. Please. Wow.
Aggers is disgusted. We're playing in coloured clothing as well.
Oh, are we?
Well, it's their 60th birthday. We've got to move with the times. We're not dinosaurs here, not all of us.
I wonder what Aggers will look like in colour clothing. You know, he
I don't
never
think he'll
played in
bother.
whites.
I think it'll be.
Oh, he's coach, isn't he?
It'll be too precious. I expect Aggers and Boycott both to be in shirt and tie and blazer, to be honest.
Yes, absolutely. Wood to continue from the pavilion end. Towards us he comes, down the leg side it slides, and the shouts of catch it, but it's nowhere near Philander, and it goes through to Johnny Bairstow. Brilliant white of the pavilion. Resplendent in the sunshine. Those umpires' coats are also a fabulous white. I mean, properly Arctic white. I spoke to Alex Wharf.
Hollywood Smile white.
They are. Some would say a county down south, just to the right-hand side as you look at the country. There's Wood bowls, he beats him outside the off stump. One that just nips off the seam past the outside edge of Philander, but they are they're almost like a luminous white.
Which county on earth? Essex or Kent? Kent white?
No, Essex white.
Oh, so southeast, I suppose.
Essex
Do your
white.
Geography, Charles.
Yeah, we're looking at it.
No, if you look at it from the bottom, you see Kent on the right, the Garden of England, for goodness sake. Essex
what's
is
the
up
one
and
above
round.
it?
Essex is up and round.
There's a bit of water.
Towards the wash.
You know what I mean. Very, very white. 273 for 5 as Wood bowls, left alone by Philander. And there's just the air of South Africa here that they are going to stick in for the rest of the day.
Absolutely.
There doesn't look to be any intention. If you do want to have a little trundle towards the back end, and what are we now? Well, there's still 22 and a half overs to bowl.
No, without a doubt, they're sticking it out.
Yeah, they are.
Hence, it's a trifle slow at the moment, the play.
It is.
You're not missing anything home.
How many runs has there been, Andrew? Andrew, wake up.
Sorry.
Wood bowls, only beats him again. This is a good line from Mark Wood. Vernon Philander just trying to feel for the ball. And it's just holding up that little leg cut of Mark Wood. Through to the keeper it goes.
Has AB got his 200 yet? I was just... 198 runs in the day so far.
Okay, what about in the last sort of 20 minutes or so?
I think there's been 13. I remember sitting down and the lead was 391 and it's only 403 now, nearly half an hour later.
Wood towards us, bowls, and reaching for it again is Philander. Not a great deal of foot movement, you can understand, as Wood's bowling about 87 miles an hour. Richard Dissazar. What a good name that is. Richard Dissazar emails. He said, the Doctor has played cricket. Talking Doctor Who. When Peter Davidson was in the role, he dressed in a cricket jumper, and in the storyline called The Black Orchid, he did play in a cricket match. By the way, the best sci-fi series was this 2004 version of Battlestar Galactica. Away with you, Richard.
Sit down, Dick. Come on, Richard, that's not right.
Thank you for your input as Wood bowls, and it's turned into the onside when you've got two Star Wars and Star Trek men at the microphone. Then Battlestar Galactica doesn't even get a look in, I have to say. But yes, Peter Davidson did wear the cricket jumper, didn't he?
However, TV and cricket-wise, still the greatest ever cricket on TV was Dad's Army.
Oh, by
Fiery Fred turning up off his long run, bowled one ball, pulled a shoulder injury, walked off.
Brilliant.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Don't tell
Hello.
your name, Pike.
Andrew.
Well, 10 overs with a new ball have seen 20 runs altogether.
Gosh.
What is your name?
Roy Weird? Emails?
Weird.
Weird. Spelt W-E-A-R-D. Weird. As Stokes bowls, and this is turned into the onside. The Finnish chant is being...
Oh, is that what it is? The Icelandic chant?
The Icelandic chant, that's it. He emails. Said the TARDIS did land in a test match back in the 60s, and one of the commentators was asked how many times has a police box landed on the pitch at Lord's?
Stumped, I don't know.
Don't know. Maybe soon. Jodie Whittaker might just land it wherever she wants. TMS at bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch with us, or at BBC TMS as Stokes runs away in the sunshine. Bowls, and that's flicked away by Vernon Philander for a single. And the crowd coos. 275 for 5. The lead is 405. Graham Swan has gone. And at 5 o'clock, time for Michael Vaughan. Hello, Skipper.
Good afternoon. Look at this chap in the crowd.
Fully armoured up and a sword. A knight of the realm. Running away is Stokes. Back. Oh, it's out. It's got surely out. It is out. LBW is one that scoots along the floor. Faf du Plessis is asked to have a look at it. But from first glance, umpire Paul Rifle has got that one bang on the money.
Please.
In my opinion, that is shot along the ground. England don't want to see that. However...
Yeah, fair delivery. Can you move on to front on spin vision, please?
There's umpire Ravi.
Yeah, 405 runs ahead. You don't mind seeing this. There's a batting team.
Oh, now is it? Yeah, it looks like it's smashing into middle and leg here, but du Plessis has reviewed it, and that is not what England want to see.
No bat involved. You can go for ball tracking when ready.
Anyone that's batted, his front foot is probably an inch in the air, but it's hit.
Ball tracking coming up, pitching outside off, impact in line.
Wickets hitting. 4 reds.
You can stay with
the advertising logo on the pads at the bottom. It's just hit above there. So that's how low the ball has bounced.
Sort of ankle height. Well, it's 275 for 6. The lead is 405, and du Plessis has gone. He batted very, very well. He's got South Africa into a very commanding position with that lead of 405, but Stokes makes the breakthrough, and maybe England, well, they're not into the tail yet. Chris Morris still to come, but they're into the lower middle order. More from you, Michael, and then Ed's coming in for me.
Yeah, the low balls have all come from the Radcliffe Road end. Stokes has deserved that. The pick of the bowlers for England today. He's charged in. He bowled that spell earlier when he was bowling short. Got the wicket of Dean Elgar quite easy. I've got Quinton de Kock, second ball with a similar delivery. And now he gets the wicket of Faf du Plessis, but I must admit, I think Faf du Plessis will make his way into the dressing rooms, take his pads off. He'll be disappointed, but then he'll watch the replay and I think he'll have a wry smile with his team 405 runs ahead. Likes a Morné Morkel. I'm sure he'll choose this out. I think they'll all be queuing up to bowl from this end. It seems to be doing a bit more.
Afternoon, Michael. Afternoon, everyone. You're giving me nightmares with the idea of Morné Morkel and the ball keeping low.
Well, yeah.
Where you're sort of playing for the ball chest high, and if it's anything like that one from Stokes, it'll be skidding through at knee high.
I just wonder if Chris Morris barraged England yesterday with some short stuff. I wonder if Ben Stokes will just give him a couple. I'm sure he'll try and whack the pitch like that last ball. I hope one scoots along the floor, but I think he might have to expect a few bounces here.
Morris is ready, waits for his first ball. Stokes past the umpire, bowls wide of the off stump, left alone. Just to pick up on your point, I think Ben Stokes had a terrific day. His figures, which are excellent, 15.4 overs, 2 for 21, don't flatter him at all. He's found life, he's bowled quickly, he's bowled aggressively. I think it's been one of the best spells of the summer for him. And it's great to see him playing a full hand with the ball.
Yeah, the Mexican waves just it's trying to get started. Not having much success.
Stokes again, short ball. Morris ducks, and that hit Bairstow's gloves hard, thudded into them. Andrew.
Faf du Plessis details he scored 63 off 128 balls with 9 fours and batted for 197 minutes.
Stokes flicks the ball from his left to his right. Settles into his run-up now. Balls down leg side. Morris flirts with it, doesn't make contact. And the over's complete. Ben Stokes will be buoyed by that warm applause as he takes his jumper from the umpire, gets a pat from Keaton Jennings and heads off to his catching position, fielding position rather.
Well, I'd have to say that the Fox Road stand is to our left. There's a group in the top tier. There must be 40 or 50 of them trying to get the Mexican wave going. It's been a poor effort. Usually 2 or 3 goes and the whole ground pick it up, don't they? It's all in the timing, it's all in the 1, 2, 3 and then they go. And the sun's shining, the got everyone's attention, but no one joined in.
New over, Wood bounding in, bowls to Philander, who punches it to mid-wicket. Smartly fielded. Trentbridge, bathed in evening sunshine now, looks absolutely at its best. Mostly a cloudy test match, not now. Perfect cricket weather, light breeze. Shirt sleeve order in the stands. South Africa right on top, 275 for 6 as Wood bounds in. And once more Philander defends. He's got a pretty good technique, Philander, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's good. He makes his batting look. Oh, he has done in this series. Makes it look very simple, very efficient movements. I've just watched Mark Wood today. I just think he's bowling a yard. When he tries to bowl full, I think it's half a yard too short.
So when he tries to bowl fast, you said?
Well, when he's trying to get it fuller. I just think it's half a yard too short. It's just giving the batsman the chance to kind of go back and get him behind it. I think he's got to just get it a yard full and try and trap them on the crease.
Wood again, and that is very full, too full. Mistimed off drive that Moeen Ali fields at extra cover.
Yeah, I just don't think he's found that real difficult length. The batsman, because he's pretty sharp, you're not going to be lunging too far forward. I think anything that bounces around thigh pad height, you're very comfortable against Mark Wood.
It's more pad flap height.
Well, yeah, like the knee roll. I think he's got to try and hit the knee roll.
Wood again, off driven by Philander. He's looked in total control. Quick from Wood, 88 miles an hour. It's as quick as anyone in the game, I'd have thought.
Yeah, I mean, he's only got 1 wicket in the series so far.
It's difficult understanding why on some surfaces some seam bowlers look a bit plain or ineffective. It's been the case here for Wood. He's in again, and there's going to be runs through third man. All on the ground, skewed off through about 4th slip. Chase is on, and the fielder wins. And Bairstow is very quick. It followed all the way, tracked Dawson all the way, and threw in very fit Johnny Bairstow.
Well, the best thing about that chase was it was Johnny Bairstow. You got your backward point Liam Dawson, you've got Cook and Joe Root first and second slip, and Johnny being the pacier of the three. I'll get the gloves off and chase it.
To be fair, I think Cook and Root read the script quite early.
Perfect. This. See, yep.
Morris on strike. It's a good length ball from Wood. Just the length that Michael's been urging Mark Wood to bowl. End of the over. 92 completed, 278 for 6. Has a very similar shape to the first test, doesn't it, Michael? The whole thing, it's sort of battled away today, but that lead, giving up a lead of 130 on a pitch which is going to go up and down. The different nature of challenge. At Lords it was turn, here it's going to be seam and variable bounce. But
yeah, I mean, I don't think the 4th day pitch here at Trentbridge would be anything quite as bad as the one that we saw at Lords. I'm not saying it was horrendous, I'm just saying it did deteriorate very quickly on day 4. I don't think this one, I think there'll be balls out there that are going to be hard to play, but I still think there's plenty of runs out there if you apply yourself.
Stokes continues, and nice back drive from Philander. The bat's coming down very straight. There's a little trigger, no extravagant foot movement. Michael called it efficient, and that's absolutely right. He just gets set and then has a good bat swing, holds his alignment well, which I think has been some of England's padders are struggling with a little bit.
Someone's tweeted, said the Mexican wave has already been round the ground. Wake up. Missed it. Can't have been a great one.
Stokes again, pushed in, and Philander plays a pull shot and almost caught up with it and gave a edge to Bairstow, but just missed. Good take to his left by England's keeper. Who would you least like to face on this pitch? Which of the South African bowlers would be occupying your thoughts?
New Cherry, Philander,
and then Morkel.
That's
probably right.
Yeah, I think Philander will. We saw Anderson just get a little bit of zip movement. Philander will certainly look to hit the stumps.
Stokes again. Back drive from Philander is a good one. Picks out the fielder at point though.
Who's off the pitch? I see there's 2 substitutes. Is Jimmy Anderson back on? You think that's him at Gully?
Gully, yeah. Cook and Roots. Balance at extra.
Broad? Broad must be off.
There's no Broad. And Stokes is in again. Full ball and check driven by Philander to the second of the substitutes, who throws back to Bairstow.
I think it might be Keaton Jennings, is that?
Yeah, you're correct.
Deep square leg.
No Jennings, Moeen at fine leg. Jennings is off the field, maybe putting his batting trousers on. Stokes in the middle of a good spell. In again, full ball outside off stump. Philander leaves, goes through to Bairstow.
See, it's at times like this as an opening batsman, Cook and Jennings will be starting to think, will we get 3 or 4 overs tonight? 19.1 overs remaining, 408 the lead. I think South Africa will just bat the day out.
What would you do if you were captain?
I'd bat. Just bat. Take them back out there tomorrow. Still 2 days to go, plenty of time. Forecast is good.
Stokes again. Back drive superbly timed by Philander. That'll race away for 4. Nothing wrong with the ball, really. It was just I tell you, if a top 3 batsman had played that, he'd have been proud of it. It was short of a length from Stokes. Philander held his shape and punched it in front of square off the back foot. Oof. Damien Martin, actually.
Yeah, good shout. I mean, he's timing the ball beautifully, Philander. Plays it nice and late with that straight bat. Yeah, I would think that I think the run's almost... 412 is plenty, I would think now, but it's a 5-day test. They'll be just thinking, right, can we just chip away at England's mentality?
Maybe get them to field for another few minutes tomorrow. That's the worst.
Yeah, definitely they will. I mean, if they bat tonight, you've got to take England back out there in the morning for half an hour.
There's a moment, as you'll remember well, as someone who opened a lot. Wood starts a new over and Morris is off his hip, but straight to the fielder, where you probably at this stage, obviously you're, as an opening batsman with 18 overs left in the day, you're thinking, definitely just get out there and get a start and get some. And then as the overs tick down to about 6 left in the day, you're thinking, well, I'm only going to get 3. Maybe you think, actually, probably the best mindset of all, maybe the greats do it better than most, is to say, got to bat at some point, got to start my innings at some stage, get out there. But 2 overs is horrible. Wood again, and angled in. Morris defends. That's the length you've been.
Yeah, that's when I watch Mark Wood at his best. I feel like that's the length he bowls more consistently, and he's always hitting off stump. Because that skid, I just feel he brings LBW bowls, and if he gets a little bit of bounce from there, he'll get the caught behind, the snicks to the slips. Yeah, I mean, if you look at it as a positive sense, you've got 3 overs to bat. It's going to be hugely attacking field, so plenty of gaps, so you might get to 6 or 10 or something. 10 not out overnight.
What's the least you ever batted in an evening as Wood bowls a short ball that jars into Morris's bat? Did you ever do 1 over?
Must have done for Yorkshire in the 90s.
Yeah, but in a test, I mean.
I don't think so. No, I don't remember doing too many late night 3 or 4 over little sessions to get over.
Because in county cricket, the light isn't quite such a precise issue, is it? It's like, it's close enough, get out there, Some gloomy evening sessions in county cricket with opening batsmen clinging on. Changing the field, Joe Root is bringing himself into leg gully.
I think it's because of that last ball, the short ball. Morris didn't
Took
play
his eye off it
that well. So.
I don't think it's a great pitch to play the short ball on, actually, just because of the variable bounce and the dryness. Sometimes the slow pitch can be harder to play the short ball on.
Well, you've got every option covered. You stand up and play it, you pull it, you play the ramp.
Wood again, short ball, and it's brisk but down leg side, and Morris sort of shrugged rather than ducked. And with Woods over 282 for 6. Correction, not yet complete. I'd see what did me there was that the umpire, Paul Rife, was moving from square leg to cover point because he's looking straight into the sunshine and he can't see the line of the crease. Split field, 2 men back for the hook, actually 5-4 leg side. Wood in again and bowls dead straight on the length, and Morris defends it.
Ed, I must just give a mention. My former cricket club, Sheffield Collegiate, the under-13s have reached the northern final of the national KO.
Well done.
They've won a good game today, apparently. Well done, boys.
Wood again, Morris up on his toes in defence. That is the end of the over. The end of the 94th. 282 for 6. The lead is 412 as we enter the final 70 minutes of day 3. A test match has been dominated by South Africa. England, well, they'll have to chase 412 if they mop up 4 for none. More likely going to be a lot more than that. On a pitch which is getting drier and drier. The ground staff are out now, with the sweeping of the dust, remarking the lines. Drinks are coming onto the pitch. One of the things I've always been amazed at about cricket is how a team can dominate one match and then a few days later be completely dominated. There have been a couple of changes in the team, of course. Captain Faf du Plessis returned for South Africa. They beefed up their bowling line-up with bringing in Olafir and in particular Morris, but it's one of the wonders of the game that it can turn around so quickly, isn't it? I think we all felt that the series, direction of traffic was in one direction, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it kind of shows that both teams are pretty similar. Yeah. You look at South Africa of the last year, they've won in Australia. 2-0 they were up, and then the Australians suddenly changed their team. They lost that day-night test match, so they won the series 2-1. They went to New Zealand and won there, so they're a very good team. They are very well led by Faf du Plessis, and I do think he makes a massive difference. I really do. I think he just adds that kind of spine right through the middle. He just knows exactly how to manage this team, and we always felt that we're going to have an improved performance this week, but I didn't think it would be to this level where England would be so much worse.
No,
I think England would play the way that they did yesterday. I mean, it's very similar to the Pakistan series last year. That ended up 2-2, and from 1 week to there, fantastic. This has got the makings of being a similar series. The next 2 wickets, looking at the oval, will be a good pitch, you would think. The quality of bowling you require will be high to get 20 wickets. Then Old Trafford will be rock hard and pace. Morkel and Co. I think
Morris might enjoy that.
Yeah,
as well,
looking at the England, it's funny because South Africa looked down and out last week. Yeah. England are looking similar this week. It'll probably be 2-2.
Actually, it was a terrific series last summer, so the neutrals will probably hope for that. Keaton Jennings back on the field, so he's fine. You can watch, by the way, the highlights of the whole day's play via the cricket section of the BBC Sport website and app. And also I should mention there are some tickets available for Monday. £20 to 35, that's the range, and £8 for anyone under 16. Players are about to renew play. Thought from you, Michael. I'll make way for Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day now. Quite warm outside. I believe tomorrow is good forecast as well. I think the sun's going to shine, and I'm sure there'll be many turn out. Good ticket prices. Afternoon, Aggers.
Yes, I was just wondering. I mean, a big debate next door is whether or not South Africa are going to declare tonight or not. And,
I don't think they will.
It's funny enough, the bowlers are saying, yeah, come on, declare. So it's a bit of a go at the openers. And more the batsmen seem to be saying, no, I think you're going to carry on. But as for the crowd, if they declared, I mean, they've sat very patiently today. It hasn't been the most enthralling day's cricket, but it'd be nice if they were to see a bit of real action towards the end. But I'm afraid everyone's paying the price really for England's batting yesterday, including themselves. 282 for 6, so the lead 412, chastening day. And not even chasing the game, are you? Sort of limping after it.
I would think if England got another couple of wickets in the next 3 or 4 overs, South Africa might just think, well,
yeah,
swing and just get them out there.
In goes Stokes, bowls to Philander, it's down the leg side. So collected by Johnny Bairstow. The lead's 412. But I think if they were going to declare tonight, you might see a bit more swinging going on. I thought when Bavuma was out, when he hit that catch a bit off, that possibly was the start of something more positive, but not really. Fernandez sat there on the back foot, which is what he likes. Stokes, shadow to his left, lots of blue sky around now, bowls, and again it's well, that's gone through him, past Bairstow, and it's gone for 4 byes, but I'm not quite sure how it did it.
Well, it's kept low again, hasn't it?
It did, and Stokes is looking, and he gave himself a bit of room there, I think, Philander. He sort of stepped away a little bit. Ball went past the leg stump, actually went the back side of his legs, and Bairstow couldn't get there. It shot along the ground.
Johnny Bairstow fell over.
Yes.
What's this? I mean, it's a ball I don't think he would have got to anyway, but I think he might have slipped.
Yeah. But he's bowling inners now in the hope that they're all going to keep low, basically, Stokes. He's bowling for bowls and LBWs, 286 for 6. And he goes once more, and he bowls very full. Philander comes forward, doesn't like to do that very much, but he has to this time. It's played down to mid-on.
I guess the natural thought process out in the middle would be of the right-handers thinking, which one of us is going to be the unlucky one?
Who's got the name on it?
Morley's going to hit that 1 or 2 times, isn't he?
Yeah, you'd think so.
Yeah, is it a crack, do you think? I haven't noticed many cracks on the pitch.
We weren't only this morning. 286 for 6, the lead is 416. We're still not in record-breaking territory yet, but we might be now, because that's run away down towards third man. And in fact, they're only going to get 1, so they're still 1 away from the highest score ever reached to win a Test match, batting last, which is 418 or 417 at the moment. That's gone through Bairstow as well. He's got his gloves off. It's tickled up something there. It was very wide. And Philander threw the bat at it, got a bit of a bottom edge, and it's just thudded there into Bairstow's hand.
I think it's just missed the glove, or it's the part of the glove that doesn't have much padding. It's like on the wrist. Just on the right wrist that it's just caught in.
Yeah, or the sort of bony part of the thumb. That's high up something, yeah, it's not nice.
It's just on the wrist.
Physio coming out again. So we should get more overs in today, but it's going to be a little bit at 6:30. So the crowd's sitting quiet. I say it's not necessarily been an enthralling day today, but I'm afraid it happens sometimes. And this is South Africa played it absolutely right up to now. As I say, you pay your money, you take your chance as far as declarations are concerned, but they might have got on with it a bit, and if they got their 440, 450, get England in. Salim emails from Toronto. South Africa is in no hurry to take the field. It's 2 full days ahead. A lead of over 450 is what they want. Not quite there yet. Yeah, well, that's fair enough, Salim. So it depends how long it takes to get to 450, really. But, at the moment, Johnny Bairstow's having some treatment.
Well, I think South Africa played it perfectly today. I mean, I think they've ground England down. They've had the upper hand, and they thought, well, we're not going to give you a sniff.
Yep.
Not going to let you back into the Test match. Done what any team in this position should try and do, is just grind the opposition down.
Yeah. So Bairstow's sore here, you know.
I'm
just looking at his face. He's sore, and he's giving him the doctor actually has come out rather than the physio, and he's giving him a couple of tablets. Not sure what you can take these days as instant painkillers or anti-inflammatories, but he's given him something there. But he's in pain, that's for sure. But, whether that's going to need some sort of X-ray or something, I don't know. But I think if you run your finger or your left thumb along to the bony part of your right thumb down towards the wrist, I think it's hit him on that bone.
He's up.
And he is up. Roland says, do the Test cricket laws allow the drafting of batsmen for the second innings, i.e. Mike Atherton or Geoffrey Boycott? We may need them to save this. Nice thought, Roland. It'd be nice to roll the years back and
I'd
see
like
Geoffrey
to see Geoffrey get out there, face Mornay.
You'd run somebody out.
Yeah, exactly. I'd like to see him just,
Well, it is the 40th anniversary of Derek Randall, of course. So you can roll the years back and we can relive it. Dear old Geoffrey, it's a bit slow. I'll tell us a little story. You know, he and I do these sort of theatre evenings together. He's been doing this 40th anniversary tour of course, his 100th 100. In goes Stokes, bowls, and Morris moves into line, plays down to mid-off. So the first show that we did of this, of course he didn't know. I went out, spoke to the audience. It's wonderful. And, you'll be aware this is a big year for Geoffrey, big summer. He's obviously touring a grateful nation, because 40 years ago something occurred that we will all remember where we were when it happened. The raw emotion, the tension, the drama. In goes Stokes, bowls, and it's played down to mid-on, and there's no run. And I was looked towards the wings of this stage, and there's Geoffrey slightly preening himself, and he's just sort of pulling at his jacket and getting ready to come on to a great ovation. I said, sometimes in sport these things happen that you just never forget. A moment of absolute magic or something. I said, Geoffrey's getting ready. So I said, and in case you don't know what I'm talking about, here it is. And Geoffrey's looking at me, looks back at the screen like that, and I'll play the run out. And I said, Geoffrey Boycott, he came on, he was Steve, his face, he knew he had to try and laugh. He just couldn't make himself. It went down very well. Anyway, good fun. Always like stitching up Geoffrey. He'll get his revenge one day. 417 ahead, South Africa. They're getting their revenge for the drubbing they picked up last week at Lord's, that's for sure.
What have you made of Mark Wood? I just think he's gone a little bit too short.
Yeah, he seems to me to be just short of bowling, really. He hasn't. He needs to get his rhythm. It just needs to click. There's plenty of effort. Up he comes, bounding in and bowls on the leg stump, turned away one-handed. And so that's 418. So England would now need to score the highest score ever made, batting last, to win this Test match. They need to score 419. Could happen.
Yeah, it could. I don't think it will.
No. Those ones keeping low there are a worry, weren't they? That's definitely something that they wouldn't want to see. But other than that, there's not much rough out there.
No, it's playing better today than it did yesterday.
Yeah.
No, I think that first innings batting will be what we'll be talking about at the end of the game.
Here's Wood, and that's pushed away by Morris. We'll get a run there. Out into the covers. 289 for 6.
I think the spinner Maharaj will get something out of here. We saw him spin some balls nicely out the rough, particularly to the left-handers. But Peach, didn't he, get rid of Johnny Bairstow?
Yes.
I think it'll probably spin a little bit more tomorrow.
I think it's putting Alex Hales in the crowd. Yes, it is. With a cap on. Yeah. Drinking a Coke.
He's in amongst them, isn't he?
I wonder where he is. He's not anonymous, he's chatting away to people.
He'll be over there in the Smith Cooper stand.
I think he's wearing a hoodie. Not sure about that. 289 for 6. So we're grinding to a halt here as Wood finally springs into his approach. Here he is, and bowls, and it's short. Philander can turn that away. That's the one thing, they really do have to get Philander sorted out. He just sits on the back foot. Got to get the length up to him. Got to get him coming forward. At the moment he just stands there and played really well, but they're not testing him. 290.
Alex Hales is sat in front of someone with a cone on his head.
He is.
And I think there's an American basketball player. I don't think it's a real one, but he's dressed as one. The Harlem Globetrotter.
Wood again bowls. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That's going to be 4 runs to Morris. Driving it through mid-off, a straight mid-off, and down into the boundary for 4 runs. That's an excellent stroke. The lead goes to 424, 294 for 6.
But he's sat in the sunshine, so I don't think it is the Smith.
I think it's over
Coupe.
to the left.
I think it's on the Fox Road stand.
I do, and I think it was somewhere near some concrete steps, so he's on beside one of the aisles, I think.
Let's have a look out for the cone. Might be down there in the corner.
It was somewhere near some steps, concrete steps. Wood rolls again. Morris covers up, plays up to mid-on this time. Anderson comes prowling in, moving around to his left-hand side. 294 for 6. The lead 424. The crowd's been very patient, actually. I don't think I've had a single Mexican wave today, have we? It's been the sort of day that would often produce one.
We were reliably informed that there were a few just a few minutes ago, but I don't think any of us noticed it.
Oh, well, there was just quiet.
Yeah, I got
ones.
told off on Twitter saying, "Oh, we've already had one. I've not seen it."
Wood wide of the crease with a big leap. And that's steered away to mid-wicket. And there's no run. I'm not encouraging them. I'm just remarking I don't think I've seen one today. It's the sort of day where you might expect. So progress is slow out there. The game just drifting in one direction at the moment. So it'll come to life when England start to bat again. It's a question of when that's going to be. 294 for 6. The lead 424. Someone's leaving the field down there in the distance. Not sure who it is. It might be Stuart Broad on the field.
I think that was that Keaton Jennings that ran off, or is it? No, that's Keaton at kind of a finest gully.
Yeah. 294 for 6. In goes Stokes. Rolls down the leg side, hits the pad. Bairstow goes rushing after it. Picks up with his left hand, and they take a leg by. 295 for 6. I'll tell you who Keaton Jennings reminds me of when he's standing there in the field, like he is now, with his cap at that particular angle. His height and sort of body shape. Hands on his hips like that. An old colleague of yours. Just absolutely looks like him for me. Doesn't really get close up. That is Marcus Trescothick standing at gully.
Trisley, yeah.
Don't you think? So similar. In goes Stokes over the wicket and bowls, and Morris drives, doesn't get that where he wanted. He's aiming towards mid-off. It's picked up at mid-wicket. I don't know, just something about the mannerisms, the way he walks around, I think it is to do with the way his cap is. I love watching Marcus bat.
Oh yeah, he was a tremendous player. I loved that offside early, didn't he? Just
yes.
No feet, dip of the head and just use the hands. Beautiful.
Some nice and shining armour out there. In goes Stokes, bowls outside. The off stump, and he's clattered in for 4. Bit of width, and Morris really threw the bat at that. Excellent shot from a rather tiring Stokes. Pitched up and full, and that got the treatment. That was walloped. Declare. That's the cry from here. Declare. Are they going to or not?
You're just a bored commentator.
No, I'm not. Well, I'm working hard. I've seen a knight in shining armour. I've seen Marcus Trescothick fielding in the gully.
If Warney wants to get to Portugal, you want to get...
No. Actually, what I do want, I want the crowd to see some meaningful cricket tonight. I'm not saying this isn't meaningful, but you know what I mean. I want the game suddenly to come to life, because they've been very patient today.
Either way, it's the right decision, I think. I think we've seen this new ball be quite effective this evening, have a little bit in it, so it wouldn't be a bad move.
Here's Stokes. Bowls, and that's turned away out towards mid-wicket, so you're not ruling it out then?
No, I mean, it's something that has been in my head. We've seen a couple keep low.
Yeah.
We've seen the ball nip around a little bit this evening with the sun out. So it's not something that I wouldn't consider. That England have been in the field a long time, but It also wouldn't be bad to see them field for the 4th day in a row from a South African perspective.
No, of course. 5 overs, I don't know if they can get their 450. Someone scores 450, you've got to say, hey, well played, haven't you? So,
Yeah, no, absolutely, I agree with you.
You've got to win the game. Then goes Stokes. Bowls, and Morris works her way out towards deep square leg. A chase to the field right there, one of the substitutes running around in the shadows. Picks up with a great cheer. Throws it in. 301 for 6. Edward Green in London says, why all the doom and gloom? Records such as the highest score in Test matches are there to be broken. So, come on, England, chin up, everybody.
Perennial chokers.
I was going to read that, but it might upset you. 301 for 6. In goes Stokes. Bowls down the leg side. That's 4 more. Possibly off the pad. It's off something. Stokes quickly looks round to see. Actually, the umpire's ruling that wasn't a shot. And Morris isn't very pleased, and neither is Philander. Actually, they're saying, "Hang on a minute." I'm rather with them actually, because that was far down the leg side. I think Morris tried to hit that. It just kept low, hit the pad. I went to the boundary for 4 leg byes. I think.
Did he give a dead ball?
Yep, he gave it a dead ball.
I think Pistol Pete's got that wrong.
So do I. He's played a shot at that.
Definitely.
That's a ridiculous decision.
He just got bored. His arms were getting stiff.
He's definitely played at that.
I think I better remind that guy who wrote that email that South Africa haven't lost a series in England since '98.
It's true.
Know how to win, yeah.
1-2, draw 1. That is very true. They come back well in this match for sure. I'm still a little bit surprised by that being called a dead ball, but still 301 for 6, the lead 431, and we've got Moeen coming back now.
See Wood leave the field. I think that ankle's troubling him a fair amount.
I think
his pace is down.
Doesn't quite look himself, is he?
Yeah. I also think that his style of bowling, more sort of attacking that off stump, using his short ball. He's tried to swing it away quite a lot in this series. I think that negates a lot of his sort of skiddiness.
So what's Moeen going to do? There's 15 overs to go. Right. Well, I doubt they'll all be completed, but there's 50 minutes of play. That would be 40 if there were a declaration. And the lead is 431. England look pretty flat out there, to be honest, as Moeen swings his arm, comes in over the wicket, and almost bowls him. There he goes on the back foot, looking to cut a ball that was too close, really. 301 for 6. Did it spin a little bit? Let's have a look. No, it did a bit, yeah.
I think in highest run chases, I think South Africa played in that game and we chased 414. I think it's the second highest total for victory after the West Indies.
Moeen again and play back at him.
Yep. Just, you look at a surface and you look at how it's played. I just think there's enough for the South Africans to work with, really. There's spin, there's been up and down bounce, there's nip with a new ball. I think Cook will be a big wicket up front. Take out the cement factor in that England liner.
It's turned away out towards mid-wicket, straight to the fielder. 301 for 6. Well, if they are playing to declare tonight, there's no obvious sort of getting on with it at all. I can see Faf du Plessis there, he's sitting on the balcony. Just with his relaxing gear on. That's turned away for a run this time. To deep square leg, 302 for 6, so the lead 432. Morris walks in to take guard. Mid-on's quite deep. Mid-off is up. The deep backward square leg, a very noisy car heads off down the Loughborough Road out to our right-hand side. Someone who's exhausting to, I think. And Moeen over the wicket. Bowls, and he's gone for the big one. Over cover. Well, the man up just tantalising him, but it's just, it's only gone for 2. Didn't quite time that as he'd have liked.
He just spooned it for 2.
Yeah. But
good intent.
Did show intent,
nice to see.
Yeah, it did show intent. Now, du Plessis has moved.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's going through du Plessis' mind, the declaration.
He's definitely moved. He's standing up now, and he's leaning up against the doorpost there.
It'd be wonderful from his perspective to have maybe a wicket or 2 tonight.
Yeah, and that's another swing. It's gone high. A chance here. Bairstow's running after it, but he's leaving it. Oh, well, it's been taken. But my word, only just. Gary Ballance took that. But that surely should have been Bairstow's. He was running after it. There were 3 fielders coming in the end.
In the end, I think he did well to bail out. I think you could have had a bit of a collision there. Ballance actually did very well because
He did.
he was nowhere underneath that delivery and almost just fell into taking the catch at the end.
He clutched it, and it was always away from him. But I mean, if England had dropped that, it would have been horrible. There were 3 going after it, including the keeper. Morris is out. Interestingly, he's been swinging the bat there a bit. So maybe the patience of the crowd here will be rewarded. They might see some overs tonight. Can't guarantee it at all, of course. That's not our decision. But 4:34 is the lead. There's
I think this
50
is a
minutes of play, and there's a drinks bearer. I think it's Rabada's appeared to have a chat with Philander, maybe to pass on a word from the dressing room. But Graham, anyway, some thoughts from you, and then you're going to be joined by Henry Blofeld.
Oh, wonderful. Henry. My dear old thing. I've missed you today.
My dear thing, the feeling is entirely mutual. Well, I won't say it's been exactly pulsating days cricket, but England have stuck at it, and South Africa they've not swamped England today. It's been a cricket match all the time. They fought quite hard, 304 for 7, and we just got a bit of an indication in this very over, in which Morris was out, that he was trying to press on the gas a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think lead 434. I don't think Faf du Plessis would have been wanting many more than 450 in the back of his mind, and South Africa progressed to that point. And I thought the wicket has played slow, but didn't look like it had a huge amount in it until this new ball was taken, and a couple have kept low, a couple have nipped about. It hasn't looked easy this afternoon, so maybe capitalise on that a little bit.
Well, Maharaj is the new batsman. He is taking guard. They crossed when that one was in the air. And we've got Philander holding his his helmet, so he's holding the baby under his arm. He's in the crease at the non-striker's end, which is at this end, the end we're talking from, and Maharaj looking around the field, 2 steps to gully, and a short leg just behind square balance. And here is Stokes, up to the wicket now, he bowls, and Maharaj, a bit of a skip and a jump, plays that out to the right of mid-on, and they go through there for a single. And just the 1 run, taking the score up to 305. So, Andrew, you say 3 times over 400 have been achieved in the 3rd innings.
4 times altogether.
4 times. What was the highest?
418.
And that was
West Indies against Australia and Antigua in 2003.
So even if their declaration came now, it would be the highest score ever if it was to be achieved. And the chances against England doing that, on the evidence of the way they played in the first innings, must be very high. Stokes it is. He's in now. He bowls to Philander, who pulls a short one round the corner, and that goes down there to deep backward square leg, and they get a single. And even in that stroke, we saw a slight change of mood in Philander, and he goes along now to 26, and it's 306 for 7. So maybe we're going to get a few overs tonight, seeing Morkel and Philander bowling at the England openers. That is Cook and Jennings. They'll be feeling a little bit apprehensive, and it is Stokes in, up to the wicket now. He bowls a short one. Maharaj pulls his head away and buckles at the knees, lets that one go through to Bairstow. It was very short, and there was no danger. It was just a little bit wide, so he didn't have to get out of the way. He just had to bend down. A covey of doves, 6 of them fly across the ground, going from left to right. Little birds, and making quite a good pace. Aerial activity, we haven't had much of it today. And here is Stokes again. He's up to the wicket now, passed on by rifle. Bowls. Oh, and there's a slashing cut there by Maharaj again. The intent is there, isn't it, to push the score along? He didn't make contact. It was taken by Bairstow. We saw earlier this morning a small aeroplane, a sort of one-engine aeroplane, and sort of thing that Pilot Officer Agnew drives in his spare time. He's a great astronaut, well, not astronaut, aeronaut is the word.
I didn't know that.
Oh, Agnews has got a pilot's license and flies everywhere.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
Have you been on a plane with him?
No, I haven't done that. Here comes Stokes in bowls, and forward comes Maharaj, plays that to backward point, and there is no run. And
would you trust him?
Oh, I trust him implicitly, but I have something about small aeroplanes. Do you know what I mean? And you will too, 'cause you're a big man. There's something that slightly worries me about them. I've been in one or two in New Zealand, which have been great fun, but I did always heave a slight sigh of relief when the wheels touched the ground, which merely shows that I'm rather wet, I think. As Stokes now coming into bowl, he's up to the wicket, he bowls to Maharaj. He goes back, jumps back, plays that, squirts it away just behind square on the offside, and there is no run. It's fielded that way. Jennings, the end of the over, the score 306 for 7, and the lead now 436. The not-out batsman 29 to Philander. No, it's 26. The scoreboard in this light is difficult to see. 26 to Philander and 1 to Maharaj. I must say it's a lovely light, isn't it? And Trent Bridge now is jolly nearly perfect. And Neville Cardus, who used to write all those years ago in the Manchester Guardian, in one of his books, he said every time he thought of Trent Bridge, the score was 420 for 3. and you know, the sun was shining and the bowlers were having a hell of a time. And it's that sort of weather now. It's a glorious evening. And you couldn't wish for a better light in the cricket ground. And here's Moeen now starting in high bowls, and that's a slugging drive by Philander that goes down to mid-off, goes quickly. There's no chance of a run now. Root fields. And the ball back now with Moeen. And Moeen's waiting. Philander now is ready. And here is Moeen bowls, and he goes back, whips this away to leg. They're going to go 1 to mid-wicket. Jennings fields, gets it back, but Maharaj was comfortably in. 307 for 7, 27 now to Philander. And Maharaj taking guard. We got 12 overs to be bowled after this one. We lose it 2 between innings, which makes it 10. And so if the declaration comes, if it came now, there would be 10 overs to be bowled at the England openers. And indeed at the England night watchman if one of the openers should perish.
Got to feel the England team's going to sleep well tonight. Done some time in this field.
Here comes Moeen again. Both Maharaj, who plays that from the crease, misses, and the ball hits Bastow on the glove, bounces back onto the wicket, takes the bails off, and Bastow replaces them. Umpire Rifle comes halfway in, has a look, sees that Bastow has mended the stumps and returns to his position of square leg. Moeen again up to the wicket. He's there. He bowls. Maharaj is forward, pushing into the covers. No run there. We've also got a short mid-on there, and a slip and a short mid-on. The two attacking fielders. Talk short mid-on, and here comes Moeen again. He's down the wicket. Maharaj, he hits that high. Could he be caught behind the bow by Broad? I think he is. I think he's out. Broad has taken an amazing catch. He took it on his knees. He fell forward. He raced about 20 yards, then went down on his knees and judged it very well indeed. That was a terrific catch. And Maharaj is out. And again, his intent was clear. Quick runs were needed. It's now 307 for 8, and Maharaj, the man, out.
Yeah, it was a great catch from Broad. Kept his eyes on the ball throughout. He had to move at full pace. It floated an extra bit of time, and he managed to get there. And as he fell, he also just softly rolled, didn't allow his elbows to bounce. Maharaj again playing with intent. South Africa's intent very, very real to see. Looks like either they'll be bowled out or might get a bowl no matter what tonight.
They might. And what was interesting about that catch, I think of one catch which I saw at the SCG at the Sydney Cricket Ground when the West Indies were playing, and Jeff Thompson, the bowling was from the pavilion end, the Noble stand end, and he was hooked away towards the Brewongle stand. And Jeff Thompson, running at full tilt round the boundary, took a sliding catch in front of him, rather like that. And it was in that class. It really was a very good catch indeed. And
well, I think fast bowlers, certainly you speak about Jeff Thompson's catch, but fast bowlers today, one day cricket 2020, they move very well, put their bodies on the line, dive about, field, slide. And it was a good catch from Broad. He's had a challenging day. He hasn't bowled well, had a few moments in the field. He's looked a bit grumpy, but that would have cheered him up because it was a good bit of fielding.
Well, indeed, and it will have cheered Moeen Ali up. He's now got 3 for 50. And we got Morkel, who's the new batsman. So Morkel and Philander, and Morkel has had a long word with Philander. And, well, he's there for such a long time, he's had more than one word, he's had several words. And Philander, looking more than ever like a chunky man of war, still got his his sleeveless sweater on. He's quite big, he's big and broad in the beam, got his crash helmet on, and goodness me, I wouldn't want to get into a fight with him. He's looks
broad in the beam.
Broad in the beam, B-E-A-M, wide across the backside. And it is Moen now who's going to bowl for him. Here he is, he bowls. And Philander just turns that neatly past the square leg umpire, and there is just the one in it. So he goes now to 28, and it's 308 for 8. It is also the end of the over. And having a look at the South African dressing room, I don't see Du Plessis standing up and clapping his hands or anything of that sort. The lead now is 438, and we've got just 10 overs left today. So I think the indications are that we're going to see the England batting before the close.
Yeah, I don't see all 10 overs, 9 overs getting in. I mean, there's 35 minutes of play, 38 minutes of play. You lose 10 for change of innings. Leaves about 25 minutes, probably at the moment.
And we're going to have now, we've got Dawson coming on to bowl. Left arm round the wicket. And he is going to bowl to start with the Philander, who has 29, and 28 rather. And here's Dawson's first ball. Philander goes back, plays it very politely out, short extra cover, and there is no run there. Picked up there by Cook, and there's Dawson again, walks a couple of strides, bowls, it's pitched up. Philander drives, going to get one down. 2 mid-off broad, standing reasonably deep, wearing a white sweatband round each wrist now, and they run a single. So Philander now is 29, Morkel is taking guard, umpire Fry is running from square leg for the right-hander to square leg for the left-hander. General shuffle houses in the field, they get into position, looking around the ground. The spectators are staying on. They realize they may see England batting tonight, and that will be a bit of tension which they won't want to miss. And my friend the lady in a rather nice red dress in the top balcony of the pavilion has left, so that rather nice splash of colour has departed. She was looking lovely. And now Dawson is going over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Morkel. A slip, a forward short leg, and a short mid-wicket are the sort of vaguely attacking
fielders. Do you think Mornay will get those long limbs down on one knee and play the sweep shot?
A bit of yes, I would think so. And here's Dawson again in. He goes back to that. On the contrary, plays it back to Dawson.
That's where his boundary option is. England covered long on, covered cow corner.
And Radio 4 long-wave listeners departing for the shipping forecast at the end of the over. As Dawson is in, over the wicket bowls, Morkel goes back, that turned, and he's got runs there. It's being chased away down to the fine leg boundary there, and I think it's going to go all the way. It does indeed. Byes are being signalled. 4 byes. It turned a long way out of the rough, and too much for Bastow, who couldn't get across to it.
Very good turn and bounce from Dawson. Maharaj would have liked to have seen that. England carry a lot of left-handers in their lineup, and that is, it's gone through rib height on a man that's 6'7".
It told a story, that ball, didn't it? 313 now for 6. And Dawson again into the left-handed Morkel. He bowls Morkel's forward, pushing into the offside. No run there. And the score still the lead, 443. And Dawson, it's his again, coming in past umpire Rifle. Tall, strong man. Bowler, of course, fast bowler. And Morkel taking a bit of time. Took one of his gloves off then.
I think he just to fix the old chest pad.
Chest pad, oh my goodness me. Chest pad, yes.
There's a lot of ribs to hit there.
Yeah, indeed. He's got that there. Absolutely. And it is Dawson again in bowls. And Morkel goes back, turns that with the spin, and gets a single to backward square leg. And so he's off the mark. He's got a single. Score at the end of the over, 3:14 for 8. And Radio 4 long wave listeners now will leave us briefly for the shipping forecast. And we go on for the rest of our listeners. 3:14 for 8, the lead 344. And we've got 9 overs more to be bowled tonight. And another message is coming out for Wilander. And... oh yeah, something was given. I know whether that's. I'm not certain what he's received.
He got rid of the chest pad.
Oh, that was what happened. Morkel getting rid of the chest pad. That was it. And yes, and the.
Probably didn't need it against Dawson and Ellie.
No. I was going to say the South Africans are not as tough as they used to be if they need chest pads against these two. And 3-1-4 for 8. And it is simply a question of will England get in tonight or not. 9 overs remaining. It's going to be Moeen Ali to bowl this one from the pavilion end to the left-handed Morkel, who takes guard now from umpire Fry. And
surprised to see no short leg in yet, Morkel. Number 10.
Umpire Fry, nearly called him Stephen Fry then. He's very much smaller than Stephen Fry, and he is Simon Fry, so Stephen wouldn't have applied. Here comes Moeen round the wicket, bowls to Morkel, turns it round the corner, straight to backward square leg, and it balanced narrow fields, and there is no run. Andrew.
Do you hear Stephen Fry on Just a Minute last month sometime? He got a subject, going out to bat, did the full 60 seconds.
Oh, good for him, going out to bat. I wonder what he said. Here's Moeen, bowls to Morkel. Morkel turns it round the corner, and this time Balance has got a bit of a run to his right. They're going to get one. They come back for the second and get it easily enough. So Morkel goes to 3, and the total now 316 for 8. Difficult business to get on Just a Minute. I did it once and got 10 seconds, I remember, and struggled to get that far. I was asked to talk about being a James Bond villain, I think. Here comes Morkel again, and that's a big hit. Comes only a big hit by Morkel down the ground, and that's gone all the way for 4 runs. And umpire Fry signals them back over mid-off. Good shot, hit it well. And so Morkel goes to 7, and it's 320 for 8 and 450 the lead now.
Yeah, it was a catchable height, but a little bit straight. Broad didn't pick it up initially, lost it in the crowd. Morkel does love his batting. He'll be loving some of the strokes that he's had in this test match so far. A couple of straight drives. They won a little lob over mid-off.
He'll be talking about it tonight, will he?
Yeah, I mean, he's already played about 25, 30 shots in that change room before he's got out to bat.
Well, here is Moeen in to bowl to him again. He's up to the wicket, he bowls, and he hits this one. He's going to be caught. No, it's on the ground, bouncing there to Root at mid-on. Looked for a moment as though he got under that. He didn't hit it. And we welcome Radio 4 long-wave listeners back to Trent Bridge with the news that South Africa are 320 for 8 with a lead of 450, and Moeen Ali is in, bowls to Morkel. Morkel plays forward sedately, confidently and comfortably, and it's picked up there by Moeen. Also picks up a loose bit of grass which he throws away, and here he is again. Sleeves buttoned to his wrists, he's in, he bowls, and Morkel drives down the ground, and that's gone straight, and that's going away for 4 runs. He hit that very well indeed. It was a good stroke, more controlled than either the drive that went past Broad in the air for 4 or the one that just was a toe end of the bat, as it were, to mid-on to Root. So Morkel goes to 11, and it is now 324 for 8. The lead 454, and 29 to Wilander and 11 to Morkel. And Graham Smith disappears, and I'm joined by Swanee. Swanee, are you in good nick? Will you tell us that?
Good evening, Henry.
I'm going to get out of my pew and hand over now to Charlie Dagnall.
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, Moeen Ali, he's got his 3 wickets. He'll be sniffing a 5-foot. Morné Morkel is, well, it's a bit of a walking wicket for an off-spinner, if I'm honest. That big pad that he plonks down in the front of the stumps is an arm ball wicket waiting to happen. Good evening, Charlie.
Evening, Swanee. Glorious sunshine here at Trent Bridge. Beautiful evening. Just turned 6 o'clock as Dawson bowls, and this is driven by Wilander. He's going to steal a single, as you know. He sends back Morkel because Stuart Broad was approaching at mid-off. A little bit of confusion between the pair.
I'm sure the English openers now
probably hoping that these 10 overs are seen off by the South Africans. They won't want to bat now, will they?
Well,
nasty
it
little
just
half
makes
hour.
you wonder as Dawson bowls and Philander meets this with the straight bat back up the pitch.
Is the cut-off point 6:30, Andrew?
Yeah.
It is.
So what have we got? Yeah, half an hour.
So if they lost a wicket now, it'd be 10-minute turnover and then 20 minutes batting.
But how much mileage is there with the lead 454? As Dawson tosses one up, driven firmly by Philander. This time they will get a single out to Stuart Broad, who's a little bit deep there. And it brings Morkel back on strike. Philander moves to 30. It's 3-2-5 for 8. I mean, almost to suggest that they can get some more by swinging the bat a little while. And
yeah, you just go all out, don't you? Say we might as well try and get another 50-60 runs in these 10 overs. If we get out, then we've got a little bowl, a little nasty period.
But if you're Alistair Cook and Keaton Jennings,
you don't want to bat.
You don't want to bat now,
No.
and it's always that question of what would you least like to do.
Absolutely.
As over the wicket goes Dawson, a little bit of turn into the left-handed Morkel, just trickles out to mid-wicket.
I think if I was South African skipper, I'd say right next 2 or 3 overs, try and hit every ball for 4 or 6.
Yeah.
If it happens, brilliant.
So 5 overs, maybe 6. Over of Maharaj perhaps, as Dawson over the wicket he bowls to Morkel. A big swing and a miss. It's taken well by Bairstow, and Morkel stays in his ground behind the popping crease.
I think that would have gone a country mile had he connected with this.
The levers.
And he swung himself off his big feet, did Morné Morkel.
Yeah.
Good bounce out of the footholes from Dawson. Worked very well taken again by
There is a long on in
Johnny
place.
Bairstow.
As Morkel prods forward, he'll get a single, squirting it backward of point, moving South Africa to 326 for 8. The lead is 4-5-6. Another over is concluded, and so there's 9 overs to bowl today. 28 minutes or so of play remaining. Dawson 1 for 42 from his 11 overs. But yeah, I mean, is it worth the question? I mean, this is the delicacy of captaincy. You know, the decisions that you have to make, the pros and cons of each. You've got time, you've got lots of time, but England are tired. It's an energy-sapping day. They've been in the dirt all day.
I'm with you completely. I would 100% have a bowl now. And you'd want your 2 opening bowlers to have 2 overs each, so that's 20 minutes. Pull out now, but there will be a wicket in this over. I can see it. Morné Morkel's looking to tee off against Moeen Ali. He's
another.
I don't want to say he's a poor player of off-spin bowling, but he's no Gary Sobers.
Oh, another drink's been
Mid-off's
brought
gone
out.
back.
No more time taken out.
I think that's more of a message probably than a drink.
Well, they just had 12th man coming out the previous over. Anyway, that's a very loud car. It's a motorbike, actually. Well done, Charles. 3-2-6 for 8.
That was something with a big exhaust.
Here's Moeen then, round the wicket from the Radcliffe Road end, wide of the subs, and Morkel crashes this. Where's it gone? All the way for 6. For 4. One bounce 4. Down the ground, lost it in the sunshine, I'm afraid, but the connection was pure. Saw which direction the ball was going in, but he's fairly thumped that back over the head of Moeen Ali, and South Africa 330 for 8. And you just get that feeling it's coming.
Yeah, don't be discouraged, Moeen. Keep throwing it up. He's going to go for it. You can get 5 for here.
Long on. And that's it for Moeen. Sort of cow corner in place as Moeen. Flatter delivery. Down the track comes Morkel and clubs it across the line. It bobbles down towards long on. And another single taken. 331 for 8. There's been lots of play around the country today in the T20 Blast.
Well, this is a tricky one for you. Who do you support in this first one, Charles?
Split loyalties, but those mighty rip-roaring Foxes have got to win. They've beaten the Birmingham Bears by 9 runs. Lancashire have beaten Derbyshire by 5 wickets. Joss Butler, 42 not out for Lancashire. Derbyshire, their first defeat in the T20 Blast this season. No result in the West Country between Gloucestershire and Sussex.
Glorious up here. Raining in the west.
It is. And the field spreads far and wide for Philander, who...
Oh,
that's
dear
crisp.
Lord.
That is
Dear
crisp.
Lord.
That's an enormous blow into the crowd, over at the deep mid-wicket position. Slog sweep, and you could just tell by the sound of ball on bat that he'd got all of that, and he's a big unit as well. All the shoulder power and power from the thighs.
Yeah.
And he's clonked it into the deep. 6 runs.
15 rows back.
Yeah, that's a huge hit. 337 for 8. Philander to 36.
Yeah, it's into the Lowell and Vaux stand. It almost landed in the pub car park. This one is an absolute monster.
Round the wicket goes Moeen, and another one, and he's connected just as well, if not even better. And the ball has steered once more over towards the Fox Road, and it's consecutive sixes for Vernon Philander. This is wonderful striking by the South African all-rounder, and the power that he possesses. I mean, that's not, you should get 12 for that. That's an enormous blow.
Moeen Ali's got this wrong, because the first ball from over the wicket was hit for 6. This actually has gone into a car park. The first one from over the wicket, it was a big hit, but you need to keep bowling wide of that off stump. You can't. He's gone round the wicket for this second one, which makes it a very easy shot to play. You're pitching on the virgin turf between the stumps. Turn and bounce isn't going to come into it, and Philander just hit through the line. And it's not an enormous boundary to the leg side, but you've got to make it difficult. Throw it up outside the off stump, so if there's any sort of vagaries in bounce, the ball will go straight up in the air. Yes, you may get hit for 6, but you've got far more chance of getting him out. Somebody tell him, please. Come on, back over the wicket, Mo. No, he's staying round.
Just had a conversation there with, I think, Gary Ballance. Moeen's continuing round the wicket. Towards as he comes, he's thrown it wide outside of the off stump. It's smashed back to the bowler, and there is no run. Somerset have beaten Middlesex by 21 runs. Somerset 207 for 9. Middlesex 187 for 7. It's not going all Middlesex's way in recent games. And a big scoring game down at Chelmsford. I'll tell you about that after this delivery. As Moeen just trots in, whirs his arms, and this has been smashed back and is caught and bowled by Moeen Ali, and I think that's it. That is it. South Africa have declared Morne Morkel is sprinting off the field, and after some fiery entertainment from Vernon Philander, he loses his wicket to Moeen Ali, who finishes with 4. But just toe ends it.
He did chalk-ended it back to the bowler.
Straight back to the bowler. I thought it was going a lot more quickly than it was, and Moeen Ali had to keep his concentration there. And the wave from Faf du Plessis from the balcony edge, dragging in the South African batsman. So the lead is 473. South Africa declare on 343 for 9. And I think, well, if you're Alistair Cook and your Keaton Jennings, of course this will be a very tricky period. I think the bowlers will be more than happy to get off the field.
Yeah, I can't see anything but a dominant little session for South Africa here. They've earned this. They've batted superbly in their second innings. 343 for 9 declared, 474 to win, which isn't an impossible task. I'll say it again, 2 whole days to bat. England have to believe. Joe Root will try and instill that into the batsmen. They have to believe. Starting tonight is very important, however. They can't lose wickets tonight. They need to be safely through to the close and then set about it all tomorrow.
Just finishing those T20 Blast results, by the way, Glamorgan beat Essex a 6 to win it for Glamorgan by 5 wickets. Varun Chopra scored 103 and Essex's 219 for 4. And Colin Ingram, 114 for Glamorgan. Craig Meshter hitting a 6 to win the game for Glamorgan, 224 for 5 down at Chelmsford. So plenty of runs down there in Essex, and Glamorgan get the victory after having a rain-affected game yesterday. So you're up to date with all the rest of the T20 Blast that's going on around the country. Here, South Africa have declared 343 for 9. Hashim Amla top scoring with 87. Moeen Ali finishing with 4 for 78. I'll run through the scorecard in a few moments' time in bright sunshine, with the shadows lengthening from the floodlights around the ground, just stretching across the outfield at the moment. The groundsmen are out there in their T-shirts and shorts, just sweeping up all the debris from the footholes and repainting the lines, and a light roller has been asked for by Joe Root.
They haven't got their tempera.
They haven't. The tamper.
The tampera.
The tamper to bash down that little area of the takeoff point from the Radcliffe Road end. There's about 6 or 7 fairly stern-looking stewards in green blazers just dotted around the square, making sure no one comes on. One person who is allowed to come on is the 4th umpire, Alex Wharf, who's out there in the middle at the moment. So let's run through the scorecard today, with Heino Kuhn already out last night for 8. Dean Elgar played very nicely for his 80 off 136 deliveries. He was caught by James Anderson off the bowling of Ben Stokes, and then Quintin de Kock was caught by Bairstow off the bowling of Anderson for 1. A really good spell from James Anderson this morning. Thought he might have been able to pick up a couple more wickets in that spell. He was making the ball talk Very nice rhythm he had as well. But South Africa managed to stop Anderson getting any more, and Hashim Amla continued. Very controlled and unflappable character is Hashim Amla, and it was the way that he batted today, and no rush whatsoever, making sure that South Africa got plenty of runs in the bank. And his 87 came off 180 deliveries, 14 fours in that before he was LBW to Liam Dawson, just advancing down the pitch, and the ball clattering into the base of the pad. And after review, the decision was overturned, the original decision of not out by Paul Rifle, and he was LBW to Liam Dawson for 87. Faf du Plessis, LBW to Stokes, to one that shot along the floor, and that's something the England batsman won't want to see too much of. Du Plessis, LBW to Stokes for 63. Temba Bavuma was caught by Joe Root off the bowling of Moeen Ali for 15 at mid-off. Chris Morris caught balance, bowled Ali for 13. Maharaj caught Broad very well by Stuart Broad as well. Two good catches actually, Balance and Broad, both off the bowling of Moeen Ali, but Maharaj out for 1. And then the final wicket was Vernon Philander after 2 thundering sixes over deep mid-wicket. He toe-ended one off the bowling of Moeen Ali back to where it came from, and he was out for 42. Morne Morkel was not out 17 from 18 deliveries, including 3 fours. There were 8 byes, 8 leg byes, no wides or no balls as well, so 16 sundries onto that total of 3-4-3 for 9. Bowling figures, James Anderson 20 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 45. Stuart Broad wicketless, 19 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 60, as was Mark Wood, 18 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 68. Moeen Ali picked up 4 for 78 off 16 overs, including 2 maidens. And very economical and decent figures from Ben Stokes, 20 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 34. Liam Dawson, the 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 42. Well, if you have missed any of the action today, you can watch video clips via the cricket section of the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sport app, and pint-sized TMS will be available to watch later. At 6:30, Michael Vaughan will join Jonathan Agnew for the TMS podcast, which is available to download later. Andrew Sampson is poised with microphone in hand.
Yeah, just to update Jimmy Anderson's record here at Trent Bridge. It's very good, as we know. He's now played 9 tests here. Taken 60 wickets at 18.95, 7 fivers, and twice has taken 10 in a match.
Amazing. What a record he has here, and he did bowl beautifully this morning. The rhythm of Anderson, I thought, was as good as I've seen him.
Yeah, he's not lost that zip.
No, he bowled some
despite his advancing years. Yeah, he's still getting it through. I think he was unlucky in the second innings. His figures didn't sort of show how well he bowled. In the first innings, he got 5 wickets. He got a bit of rabbit pie. Moeen Ali's turn today for a bit of rabbit pie. It's quite expensive, but at that point of the game where South Africa were going to throw everything at it, you don't moan if you're the spinner. You just take your wickets and hope that everyone forgets how many you went for 2 years down the line. But I think the spinners bowled okay without really troubling the South Africans. Maharaj will play a big part for South Africa when he comes out. He bowled beautifully in the first innings. He's an absolute ripper to get Johnny Bairstow out, pitching middle and hitting off. First ball in the game that had turned. He also picked up Stokes for 0 with 1 out of the footholes, so England know they've got their work cut out against him.
Well, at the moment, what time's restart, Andrew? It's 14 minutes past 6 now.
Should be 17 minutes past.
17. Oh, well, the England players are out in that huddle at the pavilion end of the ground.
Well, not the England players, the South Africans.
The South African players.
The England players are all lying down in the change room with wet towels over their heads.
Apart from Keaton Jennings and Alistair Cook. Sorry, Andrew.
Ben Stokes, not generally known as an economical bowler. He's 34 runs of just 20 overs, 1.7 runs and overs. His second most economical spell in Test cricket, bowling 10 or more overs in innings. He took 2 for 13 in 11 overs in Dakar last year. It's the only one where he's at a run per over of less than that.
Well,
in his career.
He bowled beautifully. So the bumper to get Dean Elgar out, and de Kock's wicket as well. It was nicked off by Jimmy Anderson. A lot of that had to do with his first ball from Ben Stokes, an absolute ripping bouncer that brushed the glove and floated towards the vacant leg going position.
Isn't it funny when watching seam bowlers as well, because Anderson and Stokes today, once the wicket has been taken, once that Dean Elgar had been removed, they did look a yard quicker.
Yeah.
You do once you get one in that wicket column. So the England batsmen, Keaton Jennings and Alistair Cook, make their way out of the pavilion. What a job they have to do.
13 minutes, so 3 overs.
might even squeeze a fourth in if they're quick.
If the batsmen have anything about them, Alistair Cook is a man full of experience. He was doing some gardening and changing his glove, doing his shoelace up a couple of times.
Yes, indeed.
Actually, probably won't. Cookie just gets on with it. But no, that's what a lot of people would be doing.
Well, it's Morné Morkel who's stretching out the back, those enormous legs of his, going through a bicycle motion whilst he's on his back, just practicing his run-up now. And looks like he's going to start round the wicket to the two left-handers. Alistair Cook, 11,000 test runs, 142 matches, and he's going to need every inch of his experience to negotiate this tricky little 13-minute spell or so. There's 3 slips and a gully. Trevor Hobday has got in touch with us in Clitheroe. 6 sessions left, 80 runs a session. Easy.
I'm with you, Trev.
Well, Trevor's got it sorted.
I bet it's nice up there today, Clitheroe, lovely castle up there.
Fantastic
I've played Crown Green Bowls at that.
It's a wonderful cricket club. Used to be in the Ribblesdale League, played there a couple of times. Used to have a pro called Ian Wrigglesworth.
Ian Wrigglesworth playing in the Ribblesdale.
Indeed.
Sounds like something from a comedy show, doesn't it?
Australian, good cricketer. Lovely area up there. Well, it's near Burnley, so it's got to be good. Here's Morkel. Running away from us then. The England response is underway, and it's a big appeal for LBW from Morkel. And given first ball, Paul Rifle gives the decision, swinging into Alistair Cook. He's asked to have a look at it, but it was a vicious delivery to start with, quick and full, swinging back into the left-hander. And Cook, well, this is looking very close indeed.
It's a good ball. Height is his only rescue, I think. Here. Height.
It can't be height. It was so full.
Oh dear, I think this. Really worried about it. It's a great delivery from Morné, swinging in.
Oh, maybe height. Maybe height.
Him on the back leg. He's right back on the stumps. He's definitely not hit it.
Ultra Edge says nothing.
Nowhere near the bat. So it's all about height. If this is flicking the stumps at all, Cookie is gone.
Yeah, keep forgetting the extra bounce of Morné Morkel.
Okay, no bat involved. You can go for ball tracking
first.
Let's see what umpire Ravi has to say. Here's Hawkeye.
Get down, get down, get
Pitched
down.
outside the off stump. Impact.
Oh, wicket missing. Oh, goodness me. Over the top.
To reverse your decision.
You said it, Graham Swan. Height was the issue. And once more, I can understand why Paul Rifle gave the decision.
Absolutely. Stop booing, crowd. Stop booing.
Stone dead. It looked stone dead from here. And Paul Rifle has got his hands on his hips, and he must be thinking the same thing that maybe I and Morné Walker were thinking, that looked absolutely plumb.
It did. I mean, Alistair Cook, this is a very tired shot. He played all around a straight one, basically. It was quite a full delivery. He was trying to hit it to the leg side. He's very, very lucky back on his stumps. I mean, Morné's such a tall guy that even his full deliveries are going over, so a reprieve.
Great start for Morné Morkel. Away he goes. Bowles only beats him outside the off stump, and all 3 slip fielders have their hands on their heads or above their heads. How close it was. This is going to be a tough little period.
Oh dear, oh dear. I mean, the wicket did show signs of going up and down in the South African innings, especially with the newer ball. Saw Faf du Plessis get a P-roller, a daisy cutter, whatever you want to call it, to get him out.
Wow, Morné Morkel. Don't need firing up. 474 the target as he sprints away from us. Ball's full, and this is covered up by Alistair Cook. The first sound of bat on ball.
Ironic cheers from the crowd.
It wasn't a convincing sound, but a sound nonetheless.
I said it in the first innings. This sort of tradition that's now picked up in the crowd of booing when a decision's overturned. Who are you booing? You can't blame the umpire. He's not trying to cheat. He's been an honest man. He thought it was out. We thought it was out.
It may be a 6 o'clock. In the sunshine on the ale type of reaction.
There's no place for it, is there?
Here's Morkel bowling full again, goes through nicely. It's good length from Morné Morkel. 86 miles an hour. It looks quicker than that, if I'm being honest.
I can understand if someone takes a catch on the half volley and claims it, send a bit of a boo their way, let them know that's not cricket, but
the man-cat always gets a boo.
Exactly. I mean, the guy's bowled a good ball. It looked out. It was given out. Wow. He gets 20,000 people booing at him.
Morkel, the top of his mark. He turns to face us and then swiftly pivots and runs away from us now. Bowl's full, and that's almost flicked the off stump as well. Great piece of judgment from Alistair Cook. This is a really searching over. 88 miles an hour from Morné Morkel now. Andrew?
So it's still only one first baller for Alistair Cook in 142 test matches. Ryan Harris got him in Perth in 2013.
That's right. Yes.
Bold.
Remember that. Ryan Harris, what a wrist. Now, Morkel.
A lovely man as well, Ryan Harris.
Super bloke. Top of his mark, turns again. Past umpire rifle, ball's full, and this is covered up very confidently. That's better from Alistair Cook. And he squeezes it out into the offside, and the first over has been negotiated. We reckon probably a couple more, maybe 3 at the outside. Some more from you, Graham Swan, and Ed Smith will take you through those final overs.
Brilliant start by Morné Morkel. Exactly what skipper Faf du Plessis would have wanted. Making Alistair Cook play on or around off stump. Big LBW shout, given out and overturned. What a wonderful start for South Africa. But England are safe. None down as we welcome Ed Smith back for the evening session. Hello, Ed.
Evening, Graham, and it's one of those times when any cricket follower must have a ounce of sympathy for opening batsmen. This is so hard.
None whatsoever.
A dry pitch that's offering variable bounce, bowlers who know they're only going to have to bowl 3 overs, a massive deficit, 474 away from winning the game.
But for all those times you get to bat on those feather beds on the first day, this is your penance.
This is the opening batsman's version of childbirth. It's so difficult. 3 slips and a gully. Jennings on a pair. He's a very strong-minded, resilient man. He'll need all of that here. Philander, the master seam bowler, top of his mark, bustling in, bowls now, and Jennings gets an easy one wide of off stump that he leaves alone.
A lot of squeaking going on there. I think his pads and his shoes are having a bit of a squeak off. Jennings, have you heard that over the airwaves? I wonder who's night watchman. Is Jimmy doing it still these days, or has Mark Wood now got the honour bestowed upon him by his senior bowling colleague? No chance you're doing it. I'll do it once you've got 500 wickets.
Have you ever seen a night watchman instead of an opening batsman?
Yes, I played in a game where we employed 2 of them and they both got out.
Philander again. Jennings edges, but bounces to Chris Morris, who's a very good gully fielder.
A county championship in Northants versus Warwickshire. Ed Giddins opening the ball. We had about 8 minutes to bat. Paul Taylor, our normal night watchman, went out to face the first ball, flashed at one and got caught slip.
Tucked another one in.
I think David Follett went out next ball and he was out as well, and that was it. Ran out of time. 0 for 2 off 2 balls.
And then numbers 1 and 2 had to go in at 3 and 4.
Yeah. And then we were all out by lunch the next day.
Philander again scenting blood in bowls, and Jennings doesn't quite time it. It trickles away to gully. I think one of the challenges for Jennings has been, I think his alignment is slightly off. It's been slightly squaring up, and also just the usual thing when batsmen are searching for form is a slight lack of trust and snap in the bat swing.
Don't commit, do they? Yeah.
Yeah, and that's often the main difference between having runs under your belt and not.
We'll be desperate just for a little block out into the covers or behind square for a single, get off that dreaded pair.
Taps his bat very still. Philander in, and that's over the top of off stump. Beautiful delivery. It's the in-swinger from Philander.
Of course, when you're batting as well, if you're on a pair or you're in bad nick, everything is exacerbated in your eyes, isn't it? The seam movement seems extravagant. Massive. The swing, how's he swinging it that far?
That's true.
Why is it not swinging to anyone else?
The really dangerous thing is you start thinking that balls are safe when they're not safe. You start thinking balls pitched outside leg when they're on middle and leg.
He left that ball and it wasn't that far from off stump.
Over off stump, I would say.
In his mind, he'll be thinking, oh God.
2 balls left in the over. Philander in again, bowls, and Jennings plays very softly, Trescothic-like, with taking all the energy out of his hands. And in the first innings, I thought Philander was all over Cook, really. And even though the dismissal was a bit unlucky, and Cook squeezed it through to cock off bat and then pad, I thought the passage of bowling was superb.
Yeah, all over him like a cheap suit, wasn't he?
It's Jennings' turn to be interrogated. Oh, inside edge onto body. But Jennings has survived a testing over from Philander. I think he'll be the biggest threat with the new ball.
South African sprinting through.
They'll try and get 2 in, and I think they will actually, yeah. With
what have we got? 5
and a
minutes?
bit actually. I think the TMS clock is about a minute fast. Do you ever open in a championship game or red ball game, Graham? I know you did a lot in one-day cricket.
Yeah, I can't remember. I did open for a season for Bedfordshire when I was 16 with Wayne Larkins.
Ned Larkins.
With Ned.
He had a tour of West Indies, I think,
He's a brilliant player. Got a couple of scores. A couple of 80s, I think. Ended up at number 9. Focused on my bowling somewhat after that.
Morkel round the wicket. Cook waits, and it's a length ball outside off stump. Cook not drawn. Someone who's been there so many times, Alistair Cook, in these situations. Opening batsmen must develop a phlegmatic strand to their character. This is the kind of thing that gets thrown in an opener 3 or 4 times a year. A 20-minute session. Bowlers know they can give it everything, rest up. They've already been in the dressing room all day. Bit of physio, relaxing, waiting for this moment. Morkel in now, 2 wide. Cook will be delighted with an easy leave.
Yeah, Morkel discussed it with himself there. He bowled 6 beauties in the first over, probing on around the off stump, big LBW shout, given and overturned, but this was just wide and very nondescript through to the keeper. You can tell if it's a bad one because every ball is greeted with over-enthusiastic applause, isn't it? And no one even clapped at that one.
England still yet to score in this 4th innings. Morkel in, and it's a good ball. Cook is discomforted. Looked like he was playing to leg and then adjusted, and the ball skewed off the outside edge, wide of mid-off. Still yet to make an indent on the scorebook. Andrew.
He actually opened 5 times in first-class cricket.
There we go.
What does that tell you
What's
about
my
bowlers?
record?
I can't remember anything.
Best was 38, average 29.33 with a couple of not-outs.
That's not bad. I'll take that. Can't remember any of those.
Morkel in, and that, well, England are off the mark. I don't think Cook is. It's a leg by down to Philander at fine leg, and it is signalled a leg by Paul Rifle. Ironic applause rings around the ground here at Trent Bridge. Bathed in evening sunshine, the ground looks gorgeous. The groundsman keeps saying here that the pitch is going to get flatter when the sun comes out later in the game. Let's hope his prediction is right from an England point of view.
Yeah, but the sun should bring more joy for the spin bowler.
No.
Will we see an over spin, do you think?
No.
No.
It'd be Philander, surely. Morkel gets a dart at Jennings. In, and Jennings plays this really well. He's forward, forthright, confident shot.
Well, you know what you're going to get here from Morkel. He's got one ball to bowl at Jennings. He's round the wicket. He's definitely going to try and get it on or around off stump with a bit of movement to try and trap your LB or caught behind, so you can set yourself here as the batsman, can't you? You're not getting a bumper, or so I'd think anyway. You definitely know where the area is. You look for an area on the pitch. If it hits that, I'm leaving it.
Morkel again. Big appeal for RBW. Morkel loves it. He absolutely insists, implores the umpire to give him out, and there's no review.
They won't review this because of the Alistair Cook one that looked a lot more out than this. He didn't get a great deal of support from behind the stumps.
So in terms of, the ratio of enthusiasm to interest in review was slightly problematic there. Miles, way over
Going
the top.
down, going over.
Apart from that, excellent.
Might have hit it.
England have survived 3 overs of the 4. 1 without loss, and we can forget that. So no consequence for now. It's just about survival.
Now then, Alistair, 6 balls from your first innings tormentor, Werner Philander. Just play the straight ones, leave all the wide ones, hope for the best.
Cook's taken guard. He's looking around, settling himself. Taps his bat, wipes some sweat away from his helmet. Philander at the top of his mark. In bowls, and Cook was a appeal for court and for LB.
With his hands on hips.
The Cock's not interested. Duplessis says it's too high.
Yeah. Philander's saying, no, can't you ask my short leg? Bavumba, was that too high? Bavumba, he's looking for any support to review this. It pitched in line, it's a beautiful in-swinger. Pitched in line. Alistair Cook missed it, all ends up Hit him on the pad.
I think it might have pitched outside leg as well.
Might have pitched outside. It's a good shout.
This is the problem with that Cook's got against Philander. It's the ability he's got to bring the ball in. And I know from experience of facing good left arm in swing, reversing the situation, that's the hardest thing in batting. Philander's asking the most difficult question. The ball swinging in. Cook waits, and Cook plays this one well to mid-on.
Yeah, it did pitch in line, and it did hit him in line, but the ball was going over the top again, so good decision from Faf du Plessis. In fact, immediately gestured, that's going over.
And just watching this spell of cricket now, which has been so intense, you realise that Andrew Sampson's statistic yesterday, that in the first 10 overs of innings, no cricketer in the history of Test cricket, when we have complete information, has a better record than Philander, whose averages 18, bowling with the best batsman in the first 10 overs. Philander again, and Cook is forward, plays it really well, slightly outside the line. Philander fields off his own bowling. Because of course, even though his average is 21, 22, which sounds like not much difference, but remember, they get to mop up the tail, fast bowlers. So, but to average 18 and in second and third place, to put that in context, is Ambrose and McGrath. So he's ahead of those two.
I'd say to be ahead of McGrath, that's a magnificent effort. Yeah. Especially the amount of times he bowled at Mike Atherton and nicked him off first or third over.
Philander. And Cook edges this one, but it goes down to Chris Morris, whose hands are intimidatingly large and welcoming. Something rather annoying from a batting point of view when you see a fielder take it easily on the bounce. No way through that slip cord.
Remember one series New Zealand played Australia. I think McGrath got Stephen Fleming out 3 or 4 times first ball of the series, and one time he got him out second ball and asked about it afterwards. Fleming just said, I thought he wasted one, mate.
Only Stephen Fleming can get away with that. Philander in bowls, and Cook is forward. 1 ball left in the day.
Everyone's stayed. This is great. This last 10 minutes, it's still a very
terrific
healthy crowd.
Cricket, hasn't it?
Very healthy. You wouldn't, begrudge anyone leaving about 2 hours ago. It was quite dull at one point. South Africa ground out a lead, but everyone knew that what was on the horizon, potential for this exciting last 25 minutes. Everyone's on the edge of their seat. 1 ball, Alistair. Flashing cover drive.
Philander in. Cook is hit on the pad. There's a strangled appeal. England survive. That was high as well, but ominous signs for tomorrow. Philander swinging the ball right on the spot. A stoic effort by Jennings and Cook. They get through 24 probing deliveries. Both of them are on naught. They won't care about that. They've survived 2 maidens. Cook, having been given out first ball, then reviewed it and was reprieved. And England get through a horrible session after a very challenging day. South Africa way ahead in the game, but England's openers at least get through to stumps. Aggers was here for the day's review and the podcast.
Indeed, thanks Ed. Wow, that was drama, wasn't it? It really was, I must admit. Every ball there, we were watching, holding breath. It just looked as if a wicket might tumble at any moment. So England's openers did well there to survive, although Cook, of course, was given out to the first ball, and the players are leaving. And lovely sunshine is a good forecast for tomorrow. So I'm glad for the crowd that they saw some tension there at the end. It was a day in which South Africa did what they had to do today, but at least at the end there was the bite of Test cricket, albeit briefly. That's England's fault. So we'll have our review of the day, and this will be downloaded as a podcast later at bbc.co.uk/cricket. Close of play of the 3rd day of the 2nd test between England and South Africa sees South Africa once again in a very strong position. England need a further 473 runs to win. They've got 2 days in which to try and survive to save this match. The openers emerged unscathed from 4 very anxious overs. Alistair Cook, in fact, was given out to the first ball of the innings. He reviewed it and it was shown to be high, so he survived, yet to score, mind you, and so too Jennings, who's still on his pair, but they got through those 4 overs. Every ball looked as if it potentially might take a wicket. Today South Africa added 268, losing 8 wickets, so they closed on 343 for 9 when the declaration came, so that set set England 474 to win. A lovely 87 from Amla, who again missed out on his 100. Dean Elgar got 80. Faf du Plessis, a patient 63. Vernon Philander hit some big shots at the end, and he was the last one out for 42. So that was South Africa's job, really, just to nail it down today. They went about their business pretty well. Moeen hoovered up 4 wickets at the end, 4 for 78. Only bowled 13 overs today, 16 in the innings in all out of the 104 overs that were bowled. And James Anderson took 2 for 45. So Michael Vaughan's alongside me. You've done it. You've been out there batting in that sort of situation. Michael, I mean, they got through. I mean, it wasn't pretty. In fact, it was anything but pretty. But you're just sort of clinging on by your fingernails, aren't you?
Yeah, you've just got to fight through. I mean, they had 14 minutes to bat, and it would have felt probably like 3 hours for the opening pair from England. And at times it felt like South Africa were bowling hand grenades. Everything was exploding. There was a bit of seam movement. That first ball, the LBW, the finger went up. Good review from Alistair Cook, which, you're looking at the context of the match for England. I mean, I think it's a slim hope that they're going to get anything out of this Test match. 2 days, the weather looks set fair. They're going to need Alistair Cook to do a Michael Atherton here from many, many years ago. Michael Atherton from Johannesburg. And I just, with the pitch, seeing what it's done today, the odd balls kept low. That ball that Ben Stokes bowled to Faf du Plessis, which scooted along the floor. I just think that Morné Morkel in particular will just get that uneven bounce. So it's not going to be easy for England. I think we just all want to see a little bit of fight, a bit more application to the conditions than we saw in the first innings.
And surely that's what they'll be saying, won't they? I mean, I don't know how honest you are amongst yourselves in that sort of situation about the match situation, but are you still talking about in terms of somehow winning this?
No, look. To try.
If you're in the dressing room, that is.
No, you don't mention winning. I think if Joe Root's honest with the team, he'll just say, right, it's been a tough day. South Africa played well. We've got 2 days to get something out of the Test match. Let's make sure we're batting tomorrow night. Let's make sure we take this game into the last day. Let's not just fold like we did in the first innings. Let's show personal pride. Every single one of us can all play. We all know that we're good players. Just go out there and show how good a player you are. Just apply yourself to the situation. The situation is that you can't look at the big picture of winning this game. History tells you that is, well, it's not going to happen. But let's just try and make sure we take it into the last day. You just never know. If you take it into the last day, then you can start talking about drawing, potentially remarkably winning a Test match. But I think from an England fan's perspective, they'll be wanting the England side to go out tomorrow and bat like Hashim Amla, bat like Dean Elgar. I thought Dean Elgar, for his 80 runs, he'll be the first to admit it was probably the hardest 80 that he ever got. He just couldn't find sinking, he couldn't find rhythm. But you know what, he fought. And he made it difficult for England. He thought, right, I'll nullify a few shots, I'll make them come to me. I've got a few clips away off the hip. Then he was out to a brutal ball from Ben Stokes. The England players are honest, just have a look at Hashim Amla, the way that he went about his business today, just really solid, waited for that one off the hip. Then he started to fly a bit against the spin. But that's the style of Test match play that you want to try and become. If you want to be consistent at this level in all conditions against all different attacks, just have a look at the way that Hashim Amla goes about his business. Try and produce, very difficult to copy, by the way, because he's that good, but just try and copy his tempo, leaving the ball. He left the ball beautifully against Jimmy Anderson today. It was a 2 or 3 over spell. It was just outside of Austin. He left, and then Jimmy got impatient, as you do. Bowlers will get impatient. Just dropped one on his hip. He went, thank you very much.
It's exactly what the game is, isn't
it? Absolutely. You make the bowlers come to you. Don't go looking for them. And that's what I'm looking for tomorrow. I think there will be the odd ball that could be quite difficult to face on this kind of wicket now, but I just want to see a bit of application tomorrow and a little bit of fight like Dean Elgar and Hashim Amla showed today.
But if they do lose tomorrow, but what would you think then? I mean, given that South Africa batted with not much problem today, and I know it's different when you're bowling and you're chasing the game. It's different when you're batting and you're ahead of the game. Of course it is. Much more pressure on England tomorrow. But if we do see a repeat of the first innings,
well, I think England have got to surprise us, because I think we'd all expect England to lose tomorrow. Surprise us. Take it into Tuesday afternoon. Surprise everyone that you can come out in conditions that are against you, because you're against the game. The history tells you that you're going to lose this Test match. Well, go and do something that we all don't expect. Go and play for a few hours and just bat and be attritional. Wear the opposition down. Try and wear Morné Morkel into his 3rd and 4th spell. Philander, see off that new ball. Just nullify 2 or 3 of the shots that are going to be risky. Put them in the locker and say, right, I'm just going to wait for that ball on the hip or that short and wide one. And just have the mindset that you're going out there tomorrow to bat for a long period of time. The scoreboard doesn't matter tomorrow. If you're looking at the scoreboard on Tuesday, well, England have done something remarkable. Tomorrow's about batting time, occupying the crease, having partnerships, and trying to wear the South African bowlers down.
And just looking at the card for South Africa, I mean, really, there wasn't any pressure on them, really, was there? I mean, they didn't lose any early wickets. They just went on at a nice, steady, easy pace because they didn't have to go any faster.
Well, Hashim Amla was given not out, caught behind, and there was no review.
Yes,
there was a little feather, but I couldn't understand why it was given not out. You couldn't really hear it on the stump microphone, but you felt that England, to get back into this test match, they probably need to get 4 or 5 wickets in the first session. The ball didn't swing a great deal. That's why England had to bowl into the wicket, and then they started to bowl short. I thought Ben Stokes today was outstanding.
Big effort, wasn't it?
Yeah, he ran in hard. That 13 over spell or whatever it was. Surprising again though, I guess, that Moeen Ali was left till about, I think it was 40 overs into the day's play, and Liam Dawson was once again used before Moeen Ali. I think England have just got to realise that they're just making themselves look quite silly by doing that. Moeen is proving, again, he got 4 wickets. It was a bit of a Hoover job at the end, getting a couple of cheap ones, but
he still picked them up.
He is England's best spinner.
Yeah.
And I was always taught as a captain, you bowl your best bowlers first, and then you go down the chain, the kind of ladder, and then you end up bowling everyone on a given day. And I just think England are getting it wrong with Moeen Ali. He is England's best spinner. He should have bowled earlier today and got 10 wickets in the last match. He's on top form.
Yes.
Get him into the attack a bit earlier.
I don't understand why they're doing it. I mean, it seems illogical because he's got, his confidence is high, and you want him to get wickets, and he's more likely to get wickets, I'm afraid, than Dawson is. So why he bowled 13 overs today, 16 in the whole innings of 104 overs. Dawson bowled 11. He didn't actually bowl as many, but then he was being picked off, and Amla got after him and just took him apart. So I don't understand the logic of trying. I mean, does Moeen know? Is Moeen in on this himself, or is he standing out there stroking his beard, saying what's going on?
Well, the one thing I don't think Moeen does enough of is go up to the captain and say, "Skip, come on, give me the ball, give me the ball." I know Graham Swan had been on. Say, give me the ball. Let me have a bowl. Let me try and bowl them out. Let me try and get you a wicket or two. The first hour they didn't get a wicket, played quite comfortably. England bowled attritionally. They bowled nicely, but as a captain and as a team, you've just got to ask a question that's a bit different. When you've bowled the short stuff, you've bowled the wide stuff. 7-2 seems to be a trend at the minute, bowling to this 7-2 offside field, packing the offside. That wasn't working. It's just it's quite obvious kind of decision making to just bring the off spinner on who just got 10 wickets the week before, but for whatever reason, it sucks to me.
Really odd.
It's almost as if they're trying to prove to us that Liam Dawson is the number one spinner. Well, I think everyone can see that he's not.
No. Well, Joe Root better than anybody, so perhaps you can find out later. Last minute or so, I mean, the threats for England tomorrow. Maharaj, the spinner, does he hold a threat for you?
Well, Liam Dawson bowled a ball from the Ratcliffe Road end that just caught the rough to Morning Muck, and it spat and it went down the leg side for 4 byes. It will not be easy for the left-handers to face Maharaj, so expect him to be a threat. I think the first spell of Philander with the newish ball is going to be crucial, but I've just got a feeling Morné Morkel from this end, we saw Stokes charging and get the odd ball to keep a little bit low. I think Morné Morkel is going to be the real threat.
Yeah, tall bowlers, they sometimes the uneven bounce is exaggerated, isn't it?
And Chris Morris, he bowled so well in the first innings. He hits the pitch hard. He'll do exactly the same tomorrow. The bowling for victory, the bowling to level the series. As I said, I'm just looking at the England side and say, come on, show a bit of fight, show a bit of application, take this test match into the Tuesday, the last day of the test match. If you've done that, you'd have batted a lot better than you did in the first innings.
Indeed. OK, Michael, thanks so much for your thoughts and your company here, of course, today. It's a lovely late afternoon, I must say. Lovely Sunday evening for a barbecue or something. I hope you'll enjoy the sunshine wherever you are at the moment. You can watch the video clips, of course, as well, of all of today's action via the cricket section of the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sport app. And our pint-sized TMS review is available to watch later on. If you missed our lunchtime chat, by the way, about left-handed batting with the analyst Simon Hughes, it was fascinating. You can download that podcast as well. We're back on at 10 o'clock for the highlights half hour and 5 Live Sports Extra, and at 10:30 on Radio 4 Long Wave tomorrow. The sun's going to shine. Let's see some fight from England. See you tomorrow.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket. Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live.
More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket. Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket. Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket. Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket. Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics.